That has to be done between hour 11 and hour 22 of the race. They still had time. The good thing for them is that they're going to have the best brakes. So the teams that did it earlier, their brakes will be more worn, less bite. So that car pretty much set for a sprint on its brakes for the remaining 7.5 hours of this race.
Now, Nicholas Nielsen is back into the pit lane. He'd done 9 minutes and 40 seconds of a stint. So that goes back to what I was asking about. Is it worth doing these extra stops, these short stops?
Yeah, this is the stop now that makes it definitely only 7 stops to the end. And that's what they, of course, are doing there, just resetting that part of it. So might see quite a few cars cycle in just to make sure that they're A-OK and happy.
And if you want to do a stint reset, is that as straightforward as it used to be, just drive down through the pit lane, or do you now have to actually stop, engine off and restart?
Yeah, latter option on that one.
So it's slightly different. There you can see lots of sticky tape around the back of the Leighton Fourie BMW. It's had its technical pit stop. Remember, it's got to be there for 5 minutes. So now it will start to lose places, but better you do the technical stop under this yellow situation.
Yeah, and it's about 52 seconds to pit exit from there. So they're going to launch any second now, and they'll cross the line after 5 minutes of being in the pit lane. So the team happy with that. Had the car back out in good time, and interestingly, keep Darren Lung aboard as well. So to kind of use his driver, actually no, sorry, Darren's there to the right. So they've taken him out. I thought they might leave him in just to use up some more of his drive time.
Rossi back out then, so Mauro Engel we'll see whether that's another one. As Joe's been making the point, people trying to get these extra stops done so they can divide it on 7 to the end of the race. The Mercedes, we'd seen drop positions overall, hadn't we, after that stop, which is inevitable given where it was in the order.
Yeah, the team are super happy, and quite rightly, they've changed the whole brake system on that car in under 3.5 minutes. When I take my car and it takes them 2 days and costs me 400 quid in labour, so I can understand why they're so happy. I'm going to take my car to parity next time.
Yeah, that team put together by Darren Lung and Simon Traves, who, when he's not doing this, is a very handy Brisker Formula 1 stock car racer. Jamie Warren, who's done a lot with WRT, as well as touring car teams in the UK, joining as well. So good brains trust in that, and Darren Lung's enthusiasm also shines through. So their 991 rumbles back out onto the circuit. So let's see where Mauro Engel's car is. It's in the 3rd sector, and Weather 48 is another one that does a stint reset. The answer is no. He's carried on the track, and Bastien Bus is making his way up towards Blanchimont, and that car took the lead courtesy of Thomas Preining, who did a really good job in that previous stint. So Thomas Preining, we can hear from. He's with Nina Jade Paul.
Thomas, a spectacular race from you all so far. If somebody told you yesterday that you'd be overtaking Nicholas Nielsen for the lead of this race after starting in the pit lane, would you believe them?
Not really. I think we had high hopes in general, but obviously after the grid penalty, let's call it, for the engine swap, the hopes were a bit smaller. Nevertheless, we had a good car all week. We had a really good team spirit, so we all definitely believed with teamwork we can get to the front at some point. But so far it's been a really, really good race. I'm really proud of the whole team. We've all done a good job so far, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. The temperatures are rising again. What's your mindset for the next 7 to 8 hours?
Well, first of all, we need to make sure we don't get a penalty. We're already a bit on the limit with track limits, so this for the next 1.5 hours until the reset is priority number 1. And we just need to stay calm. I mean, it goes so quickly in this championship. We just lost the lead with the full course yellow. It was timed a bit, unfortunately. So in the end, we just do our race, and in the end, when it counts, we need to be there.
Get some rest and some food. Good luck.
Thank you.
Like the fact Thomas Preining talks about we're on the limit for track limit warning. I think he may have contributed in part to that. But anyway, there is the Porsche, and he makes the point that they've lost the lead. And actually, not only that, but they've lost 1 minute and 20 seconds, because that is how the gap is as they come across the line. But it's a kind of irrelevant gap because we know it's going to close under the safety car. May not be nose to tail, depends about any other traffic that's not eligible for wave by. By coming in under green but leaving under full course yellow, Mauro Engel, having been able to do a complete yellow stop, has now benefited. Dustin Blattner back into the lead of bronze. And while we're looking at the Kessel Ferrari, let us hear from Mathis Jobert, who was in the car in that last stint. He's down in the pit lane, and along with Mathis Jobert is Guenel Langy.
Mathis Jobert just back into the lead of the bronze class. Talk us through Talk us through your night. You've been looking for the points for the championship. That was the main goal, and then you're back into the lead.
Yeah, exactly. The goal was to be at the lead for the 6 and 12 hours to score as much points as possible. Obviously, we lost some place on the overall classification due to this strategy, but this is not our target, and actually we are leading the bronze class, so yeah, everything goes well. And then let's say it's still more than 7 hours to go, so but at the moment everything is going pretty well.
What about the track conditions, level of grip, tire deck right now?
Yeah, I just jumped out of the car, and actually it was, I think, my best stint. The grip is very nice. I think also the package we have is quite good with this temp and the track temp, lowest temp. So let's see, maybe some rain also at the end of the race. But yeah, actually it's dusting in the car. You have to do a bit more than an hour. But yeah, I have great teammates, great team, so I'm very happy to be here.
Un petit mot en français, Mathis, à présent pour tous les francophones qui nous regardent. Votre première édition au CrowdStrike 24 heures de Spa, ça se passe plutôt bien. Vous avez repris la tête. Vous êtes allé chercher les points dans la nuit. Tout va pour le mieux dans le meilleur des mondes pour le moment.
Exactement. Première 24 heures, c'est une course qui est très spéciale. Beaucoup de changements pour moi. Le trafic, les drapeaux bleus, être aussi dans une voiture bronze et se battre des fois pour des positions overall. Mais pour le moment, tout se passe très bien. On a fait ce qu'il fallait pour être en tête du classement bronze à la fin des 6 heures et des 12 heures, ce qui était l'objectif pour marquer le plus de points possible pour le championnat. Et actuellement, on est toujours en tête de la catégorie bronze.
Merci Mathis.
Thanks, Ganel. Right, this is 74. We've gone safety car, by the way, so now the pace quickens a little bit. We'll talk about 51 Ferrari in a second after we've listened in to the Kessel Racing Ferrari.
All right, that's it. So 9 and 1 did their technical pit stop now. We're back in the lead in bronze class.
So the news gets through to Dustin Blattner about 991 doing its technical pit stop. Right, 51 has now done 3 pit stops in a row. Now, is this clever or is this uncertainty of where they really stand in terms of getting to the end? What do you reckon?
A bit of both. So they keep resetting their stint time. By coming into the pits, it just means at the moment Nick Nielsen can go even longer. So this is how they have to reset it. They stop, but they are doing a tyre, interestingly. So that's a problem. They've seen a slow puncher. That was the tyre that let go, remember, that lost them the lead. But they've done a few times they've come in. So I think a problem. But this does mean that Nick Nielsen's stint time at the moment is under 2 minutes versus Bastien Boos, who is at 14 minutes. Remember, it was the other way round, the Delta. So this does buy them some luck. They can go longer every time at the moment. So they're going to get more chance, potentially, for another full course yellow.
And inspection from Pirelli about that tyre that's just come off the car. So concern, but the right thing this time, if there is a risk, get rid of it, put a new one on. Yeah,
and the amount of gravel on track, they're just cutting tyres. That's the problem. You could hear, sorry, see the technician trying to hear for a puncher, then spraying some water on to see it bubbles up. But potentially a very lucky break there for the 51.
Absolutely right. Now, we are preparing for wave by, which will allow the classes to get out of the train. So if you are on if you are a lap down on your class leader, you get the wave by to catch back up to the leader of your class, and that's coming shortly.
I think Marcello's been put a lap down here with where they've stopped. The Rover car is behind,
you're right,
and it's not in second place. So that shows you that Chavez was just about on the lead lap. I thought it'd gone the other way and Chavez had jumped 48, but the way the full course yellow manipulates the pit stop loss really shows you what a gain it was for the 48 and what it was a loss for others.
And also now that we've gone safety car, the gap's come down, so in terms of time it's 20 seconds, not 1 minute and 20 between Engel and Boos. And with wave by, potentially some of the traffic will get out of the way. There is the BMW Augusto Farfus coming towards Pouan, but I suspect the team now will be quite concerned about that because, to drop off the lead lap, bad news. That car's in 10th place, and that really now does massively affect the number that are still in contention.
And the time lost while they're a lap down, probably that battle with Guven.
Yeah.
So it shows you what a pointless battle sometimes can lead to. The ramifications very large.
Also on pit lane at the minute, number 3, the Danny Honcadea Mercedes AMG. That's a long way back now in 20th place. So after its delays in the night, that car which never really featured, I don't suppose, as a possible leader, is falling further away.
Race control to all teams. Just the same procedure as previously already. At the exit of turn 19, the safety car and all cars that are not eligible for the wave-by will move to the left side of the track and stay on the left side on the track. All the cars that are eligible for the wave-by must move to the right side, and we will start the wave-by when we approach turn 2.
There's a quick look at the timing screen, and I'm definitely not team manager, I can tell you that. I don't think there's going to be many cars that need a wave around here. I think the Rinaldi car and the 2Cs cars, as one of the 2Cs cars, looks like day done.
Yeah, that's number 3. That's from Kadea, who's brought it in. I was saying it was losing more time, and as you could see, going into the box, no wheels on the car. That does look bad. Ganelle was down there, ready to try to find out what she can. Problems for 3. Right, wave-by, sorry, so not that many are going to take advantage, is that what you're saying?
So it's going to be a quick one. Like I said, that Rinaldi car, the 2Cs car with front-end damage.
So again, the reminder, all cars eligible for the wave-by must move now to the right side. All the others that are not eligible for the wave-by stay on the left and follow the safety car.
There's a lot of cars going to do the wave around. The Pro-Am class is the one where they're all off the lead lap by the looks of it. Al Fleming, the engineer, tallest man in shot there, looking on. This has been a tough race for them, hasn't it? Some damage picked up through no fault of their own, and maybe slightly unsure what the actual damage is right now.
But it is looking rather game over, isn't it, this? And even if they go back out, it's a forlorn hope. They might be able to get some points in class, but even that's unlikely. Right, the wave-by is underway. So there you can see the Rinaldi Ferrari making its way through the traffic. That car was running well early on, wasn't it? David Parel did some good things in that early on in the race. It's now got Rafael Duran at the wheel.
So what have we got? 8 cars on the wave around or so. So just need to get these cars back to the end of the tail of the safety car chain, and then we can go back racing.
Right, so wave-by underway, and this now really does reinforce that point you were making about Marciello, because what he needs to do on the restart, Farfus having taken over from Marciello, he's got to jump past Engel and try and unlap himself, hasn't he? And that therefore means that you've also got 65 Mustang, 998 BMW all in the queue before you get to the second place car. It means you've got 9 on the lead lap. So we've got 7.25 hours to go and 9 on the lead lap.
Yeah, what's Engel going to do here? Is he going to fight Farfus? Because he doesn't really mind. Or is he going to be like your Green Dian when you play Monopoly, who's got all the good ones? They put hotels on it and they can destroy your evening.
Let's get to the pit lane and find out about number 3, Mercedes. It wasn't looking great. Is it good news or bad? Ganelle can tell us.
Jules Gounon, it's quite unexpected to see your car back at the garage. Could you explain us what happened?
Yeah, we have been struggling, to be honest, since probably 5 a.m. with the engine temperature and some different issues with the car. So we have been trying to fix it. We parked the car maybe 1 hour ago after my last stint to try to clean and try to help, but I was already losing over 1.5 seconds over the lap on engine. So unfortunately, we have to retire. Very difficult year so far, but it's like this.
Expliquez-nous en français pour les francophones qui nous suivent, Jules, ce qui se passe pour vous. Vous venez de rentrer avec, enfin pas vous, mais Dany vient de rentrer avec votre voiture et vous venez de nous confirmer en anglais que c'était un abandon.
Ouais, on a eu des problèmes depuis, j'ai envie de dire, 4h30 du matin, où on a commencé à avoir des problèmes de surchauffe du moteur. On a eu pas mal de problèmes autour de la boîte du moteur, d'autres problèmes aussi sur les freins, et on a essayé de continuer, mais là ça devenait de plus en plus dur. On a rentré la voiture il y a à peu près 1h30, enfin dans mon dernier relais pour essayer de nettoyer les radiateurs, essayer de redonner un petit peu d'air au moteur, mais Dany là il est reparti et on allait exploser le moteur, donc on a préféré s'arrêter.
Merci Jules, désolé pour vous.
So really bad news for the Verstappen racing squad. That's the end then of Jules Gounon, of Chris Lallam, of Dany Honkadea, and Mercedes hopes very much now resting on 48 Maro Engel, because your next Mercedes is 20th. Gabriel Rindon's pit lane starting Get Speed Team Dubai entry. So it is Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Aston Martin, the 9 on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race with those 9, but I do think Farfus is going to send it. I think it's going to be a Hail Mary into turn 1 if he gets a chance, because if he doesn't, there's no point. I don't think he's got the pace to overtake him over the stint. It's got to be early.
I'm not sure Farfus is a Hail Mary kind of driver. Marciello, yes, but Farfus, he's always the quick, steady one in that team with all the experience, doesn't make mistakes, but if you wanted aggression and pace, you'd go Marciello, wouldn't you?
But when you've got nothing to lose, you might as well go all in. You're up against the wall. The Mafia have come for the money that they lent you 6 months ago. It's your kneecaps or you hit them first. I think he's going to do the latter.
All right, OK, we'll see how his kneecaps stand up to all of this. My favourite drone shot, as you see there, the Retronic Lamborghini bail for the pit lane. 1 or 2 others do likewise, so more stops cycle through. And we started with 69, and I think we are now down to 50, give or take. There are 1 or 2 that have been in the pits for a long time that haven't yet been confirmed as retirements, but we know that number 3 has now added itself to that list.
Yeah, we had 23 did not finish his last year, for reference. So we're pretty similar at the moment, I reckon, rate of attrition for the 69. Another AF course Ferrari.
Just out of interest, asking for a friend, but how many track limits, penalties and warnings were there last year?
Well, I appreciate you asking me, because you know I've got the stats. I know you've got no friends. So it was 6,048 track limits over the 24 hours.
There you go.
One car won with 44 was the most we saw. It was the Hassati Audi.
What we don't have is a
Race
running
control
total
to all teams, safety car in this lap.
But we'll work it out post-event, let you know on social media. Right, safety car in this time. So there's Farfus. He's the one to watch, isn't he? But at the same time as trying to dive bomb Engel, he's got to make sure he doesn't let Kosateng by, because that's still a battle for 10th place.
Yeah, exactly that. And what are BMW going to do? Have they got anything on the mapping where they can maybe give it a bit more boost, even just for a split second? He's going to have to judge the restart of Engel well, isn't he? We've seen Engel do many safety car restarts in this championship, and he gets away. There's a few tricks you can do as a driver in terms of just you slow the field down. You can't go, stop, go. You can't back people up. But what you can do is just rest your left foot on the brake. So the brake lights are illuminated just with a few bar of pressure, but you are full gas. So the driver behind is seeing brake lights, but also the car disappearing as it gets smaller. And it's just a nice little subtle touch that isn't illegal, just immoral.
Which you'd know all about, wouldn't you, after your years of doing it? Right, ready to go then. So look at this. If Farfus is thinking of dive bombing, he needs to be a heck of a lot closer. So waiting to see what Mauro Engel does. Engel doesn't need to stay ahead, but doesn't need to find himself shuffled back into the traffic, because he'd like as many cars as he can, really, to protect him from Bastian Buus. Engel 20 minutes into a stint, Buus 24, so the Porsche would be in sooner, and let's see what develops then. It's going to be up to La Source that the big dive, if it's going to come, will come
safety
from
car,
Farfus.
lights off.
Race direction commands the safety car team to turn off the lights, and amongst the drivers of the safety cars over the shifts in the race, Marc Douet, Belgian race legend, and at the other end of the scale, Ethan Gialdini, who was a winner here last week in GT2 for Ginetta. But now Farfus right on the back of Engel, who's weaving around, getting the pressures and the temperatures up, ready to go racing.
Surprised Farfus is weaving himself. Normally the second driver just stays dead straight to just give every opportunity to accelerate. I'd also want to be slightly closer to the rear of that Mercedes. Engel really
green flag
left to
at
right,
the line,
isn't he? And that is just to keep those tyres clean. We had him in the box last night and he's gone, and it is an awful restart from Farfus. I've got to say that is not good enough, and they're going to stay a lap down.
Absolutely, because he's not anywhere near that Mercedes, and he comes up now towards the chicane. Not only is he not catching up to the Mercedes, he's having to fend off Kosateng, so it's a double whammy. He can't even think about going after the Mercedes AMG as long as he's got to make the car wide and keep that place against Eduardo Kosateng. So as they go over the line, in fact, there was another winner, I reckon, on that round of stops, and it was Charles Weerts, who has kept 32 on the lead lap. So actually now Farfus is 10th, not 9th, and as they drop down towards the right-hander of La Source, you can see that Engel's got away. All right, Farfus now has steadied the ship against the Mustang, but he's going to stay a lap down unless there's a problem for Engel.
Yeah, the problem is they're going to get blue flags as Bastian Buus now in the line speed car is going to catch them, so that's going to really cement them off the lead lap.
The only other thing that will give Farfus the lap back is that Engel is going to have to make his next pit stop before 98 BMW does, but it's a Pyrrhic victory to get it back, because then it'll flip the other way when the Rover BMW stops. And there, look, you've got the other Rover car up a place. Klingman goes ahead of Kosateng. And how's this for traffic?
Everywhere you look, cars all over the place. You can fit 4 wide on the Kemmel Straights. We're only 2 at the moment, 50% capacity left, but there's a lot of cooperation needed from some pretty tired drivers. Kian Jewis in the 2C's car there looks like he's trying to get down the inside of the 50 of Lila Wadu, so not for position. At this point of a restart, you're not really worried about position. It's all about how fast am I compared to everyone around me.
Yeah, Kian Jewis, another very underrated British driver, very rapid British GT champion last year. There, 34 is Enrique Chavez then, who's trying to get away from Charles Weerts. 9th place, Charles, the last one on the lead lap right now. Had that change between Aston and BMW as you look at the different sectors and who is quick where. Porsche, McLaren, Ferrari, another Porsche goes wide. Have a look at the restart here, going through a Rouge. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, that's a scary moment. The Mercedes toboggan's back on and people just have to scatter in avoidance. That was treble 9, I think, wasn't it, which is driven by Patrick Charlet. Whew.
I've crashed and gone off in a lot of places. I've never done that one. That
really
looks scary. And amazingly, the grass very smooth. So congrats to the circuit maintenance staff here. But the cars then had to scatter in avoidance, didn't they?
Yeah.
And it was like he was wearing not enough deodorant. Everyone else didn't want to go near him. And luckily, everyone with eyes on stalks stopped that from being a potential issue and a big crash.
Yeah, anybody that was feeling tired suddenly got a wake up there, didn't they? So up front, it is Mauro Engel, and he's 2.2 seconds ahead of Bastian Buus. Now, the last lap, because Buus was able to get on the loud pedal a little bit before the end of the lap. He had more lap left, rather, to be on the loud pedal than did Engel. He lapped faster. This time, though, Engel is quicker, so it's 3.2 seconds. But part of this now is that Buus has to work his way through the traffic. So until he's clear of, you can't really call them back markers, but the cars at the bottom end of the top 10, only then are we going to see the pure pace of that car once again.
Oh, big send there from Michel Gatting in the Rutronic. Porsche gets it done on the Corvette of Prince Jeffrey. So the Paradine BMW following through as well, and a great illustration. You lose 1 place and that Corvette has now lost 4 in the space of 300 meters.
So as the field accelerates uphill once again, we've got Nicholas Nielsen back ahead of Valentino Rossi. We've had the change for 3rd place in the queue, so you're looking at Mercedes in the lead. 2nd, it is the Porsche of Bastian Buus, and there it is in the background. And then a little bit further back, you'll see now Ferrari there ahead of BMW there. So Valentino Rossi has lost a place, and he's also got a bit mired in traffic.
Yeah, it's hard for him. I think it's Fleming in front who's having to just keep jumping out of the way. It's quite a frustrating race for that 58. Now they're so far off the pace as Rossi drops it in the gravel. And again, an illustration of 1 mistake. That's the 2nd gone. And you've got to get back on it. You've got to forget about the mistake. Again, easy to do. You think about what you've just done, you hang up on that, you then miss your next braking point, make another mistake, and the downwards spiral gets some momentum quite quickly. Rossi, with all his experience, being one of the greatest of all times on 2 wheels, will be great at that reset. Maybe even Harper or Hesse, his teammates, will be on the radio just to calm him down, just to let him know what you did wrong. With the live video and telemetry now, you can actually drive a coach on the fly. So that will be, okay, Valentino, we turned in too early. That's why we ran wide early. Next lap, later turn in. I'll remind you, next lap, try and spread the load of stress among the drivers.
Of course, it's not just what he's doing, it's what the car is capable of doing. And we've been saying that the BMWs have not been the fastest. They did get that BOP break, didn't they, going into the race? And it certainly helped, as it's helped the Porsches, in fairness. But the Mercedes AMG, still the car up front in the lead, as Mauro Engel makes his way now down through the chicane. 10 kilos lighter for the race, the Mercedes as well. Replay of Nielsen making the move on Valentino Rossi. Absolutely nose to tail. Nielsen gets a toe. There's no gap on the inside. He tries the outside, and then it's going to be the last of the late breakers, and that is a very, very brave bit of driving. Nicholas Nielsen right round the outside, and he stayed on the racetrack as well. Didn't need to go onto that lake of runoff tarmac.
Yeah, good to see. Nielsen knows my pet peeve is when the drivers just jump across there, across the tarmac. I have suggested needs a large wall placing across it. Fair from Rossi, and I think Nielsen there had the confidence in his car that he was just going to brake after he saw the lights of the 46 come on, and that just gave him the chance to get the momentum and sweep round. There's Chavez there. Is he getting a bump draft from the Porsche, about to go 3 wide nearly? Yeah,
he was ahead of Lilo Wadu over the line, and Enrique Chavez then stays ahead of Lilo Wadu, and round the outside of the Ferrari goes that delayed number 8 Porsche, which has got Joel Sturm at the wheel of it. That's in 40th, but Joel Sturm's very, very quick, and Lilo Wadu here doesn't seem to have any pace up the hill.
Zero. She had to lift going through Eau Rouge, now side to side with a Porsche who seems to want to take the place. That Porsche down in 33rd. Simonzoli there getting aggressive, but Lila Wadu felt like she had to roll out the gas, and that has lost her a second and a bit, I would say, and 2 places.
And Charles Wirtz is not that far behind, relatively speaking, so he's making progress in number 32 BMW, the last driver on the lead lap, 32 Charles Wirtz. Farfus, by the way, his last lap was a 2:18.9, whereas Engel's last lap was a 2:18.7, the point of which is Farfus is falling away and therefore having fewer opportunities to even think about claiming his lap back, unless Engel puts it off the road, and that rarely happens.
Yeah, I can't see that one happening. And at the moment, Boos in second has 2 Rover BMWs in front of him, and that's the gap at the moment. We have a penalty for 79, 25 seconds FCY speeding. Every full course yellow period, we basically get a penalty, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's the drivers, normally 99% being greedy, getting down to 80. It's very rarely they take the limiter off too early.
Right, so there is Engel into the chicane. The BMW behind is the lapped Farfus car. The other slightly galling thing for Rover, not only have they gone a lap down because of the battle with Guven, as you were explaining a lap or so ago, but Guven stayed on the lead lap. So they lost time, but the Schumacher CLRT team have got that car in the mix in 5th place. In fact, it's going to be worth watching, I reckon, Rossi to Guven, 4th and 5th places, because that's only 2 seconds. So we're looking at the time between 46 BMW, 22 Porsche as the next battle. That's Bastien Boos, 3.1 seconds he is behind the race leader. So they did lose out on that timing of the last pit stop.
Yeah, they were super unlucky, weren't they, with that. Charles Wirtz is so different on strategy there. So he's only done 9 minutes of his stint, whereas the majority are at the end of 20-ish minutes. So again, they could go much longer. Understanding Nielsen starting to get a bit frustrated watching his on board. He's trying to signal to other drivers that he wants to come past with intent.
Eduardo Cosseteng still in the lead of Silva, even though that car's dropped back a little bit overall. It's the surviving Ford. We understand that the Fabio Scherer car is officially now retired. That's Gabrielle Rindone going up through Lecon. 97 is Michelle Gatting. She's currently 4th in bronze is Michi. And their number 6 Mercedes AMG out of the Silver Cup. Now that car was really good in practice and qualifying. Cesar Gazo is at the wheel of it, and in silver terms that is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Yeah, silver battle has really sort of condensed up, hasn't it? Times early in the race it was quite strung out. Which we've got some class leaders quite close to each other, haven't we, in overall positions. Klingman 11th, Blattner 13th for the bronze class, and Cosseteng in the middle of them in that Mustang. That Mustang I thought was going to be a dark horse, excuse the pun, for an overall race podium potentially, but the pace has just dropped away for the last stint or so.
Yeah, I'm not sure 65 was necessarily a podium. 64, yes, until it had its problems, but you could argue that they're focused on a Silver Cup win anyway, and anything over and above that is just a bonus.
Yeah, the only thing was that the pace of Maxine Oosten in that 65 was so good, and Finn Wilderhaus, they were gold pace, so I just wondered if they could keep somewhere near.
Now, thinking of gold and gold pace, the Gold Cup leader, Jens Klingman, has got a 15-second penalty for speeding under the full course yellow. So 998, the purple and white BMW, leading gold, but with a 15-second penalty now.
That's going to hurt, isn't it? At the next pit stop, can't touch the car for 15 seconds, and then it gets added on. A huge snap of oversteer for the Get Speed Mercedes there of Gabriele Rindone, the bronze driver, obviously with good car control, but you would say his pace is starting to bottle up cars behind. Chavez at the back of that is still on that lead lap, remember. He will want to go through as the Paradine car gets down the inside of the Rutronic Porsche. That's Fury getting past, I think that, sorry.
There's a 10-second penalty for Valentino Rossi as well for the dreaded full course yellow speeding. So quite a few have been given penalties. This is one of the more significant because the car that's now in 4th place will have an extra 10 seconds to serve on that next pit stop.
Yeah, that is really hurting them. And is it tiredness? Is it being greedy? It's probably a mixture of the two. So the rule, quite simple, the full course yellow, we get a 20-second activation. The teams will then tell the drivers. It's also on the driver display. At 10 seconds, there's no more overtaking. And at 0, you must be at 80. So, of course, if you're at the end of the Kemmel Straight doing 270 kilometers an hour in that BMW, you need to work out when to brake. To lose 190 Ks to be at 80. Do it too early and you lose time. Too late, you lose even more time.
Yeah.
And that's the hard bit. The drivers will practice it to see when they can brake, but a lot of it is done on field.
So there is 998 with that penalty to serve on the next stop. 15 seconds. The time difference, 15 to that car, 10 to Rossi, basically is judged on by how much you're over the limit, isn't it? So clearly this car of Jens Klingmann was just a little bit too rapid relative to 46. So there you've got the car of Maro Engel going through, and Bastian Boos has gone by. That's Niklas Nielsen, that's Valentino Rossi with his penalty to serve. There in 5th place, Eindhoven. There is the silver leader, Eduardo Cosseteng, and he's doing a good job. Comes from a good racing family. Dad used to race at the Macau Gear race, the touring car race, but single-seaters to German GT for Eduardo, and he comes now up to the chicane. So that's your silver leader, and the next car on the lead lap behind is the leading bronze, Dustin Blattner in the Ferrari. You see a lot of tape put on the back of the Herbert Porsche there, the CLRT Porsche there. That was the Eindhoven car. You'd identified how battle-scarred the back of it was earlier on. There you can see Dustin Blattner being dive-bombed by 91 as they get to the corner, but that's not for position. That's the 91 Porsche trying to unlap itself.
Yeah, the only other class we don't think we've mentioned briefly is the Pro-Am leader as well, which is that Zero Corvette of Prince Jeffrey, and great to see the Malayan Royal Racing. Much better to do that with your spare time and money than walk some corgis around a castle, in my opinion. And yeah, do you know much about how the Malayan people choose their king or how it works?
To share.
It's quite a unique way they do it, actually, as we look at Prince Jeffrey. So it's
you ready, everybody?
It's a rotational monarchy system. Every 5 years, the throne becomes vacant, and then the 9 royal houses of Malaysia put forward their new king. So it's almost a democracy way of choosing your king. And this is the son of the king, thundering down the Kemmel Straight. He's in a lovely bit of real estate, isn't he? And at the moment, we have a car stopped.
Race control to all teams. We have a car in the runoff between turn 11 and 12 in the runoff on driver's right, and it now continues.
And it's
Problem
Arthur
solved.
Rouget's
Track is clear again.
McLaren, Arthur Rouget's McLaren. Interesting, isn't it, how many cars, and that's 2 McLarens in quick succession we've seen, sort of pulling off the circuit and having to do a quick reset and get going again. Is this temperature? Not as hot as yesterday, but trying to think what else has caused it.
Yeah, and just general fatigue, things have worked loose, something maybe shorting out in the electrical surface, and just touching, and maybe just that reset needed. And I'm sure Niels Vicic is going to start to maybe give more time to cars to get going. We were close with the Greystone one, weren't we? Maybe another 10 seconds of delay. We wouldn't have needed that last full course yellow period.
I mean, sometimes a full course yellow count comes and is then cancelled, but I think equally, as you said at the time, it was worth doing because it allowed the teams to wave by and it could clean the circuit and. So it was a useful admin exercise, that. Looking to see whether Rouget is going to come into the pit lane, but I don't think he is necessarily. There is Charles Weerts then. So this is the car in 9th place. He's not that far behind Enrique Chavez in real terms for position. And as the cars go now up through the left of Blanchimont, you've got the lap Marco Mapelli ahead. Now, as Joe had already made the point, he's on a different strategy because he's done about half the amount of stint time here as have many of those ahead of him. So WRT slightly off sequence with 32, aren't they?
Yeah, just trying to see at the moment if that's going to cut a stop or not. At the moment, it is not going to be a stop less for them, but it does open the window ever so slightly. A couple of more full course yellows, they could maybe change a full 44-second connection time to a splash and dash, which has to be under 3. So this 32 is our first left field strategy one, and it doesn't surprise me, it's from WRT.
And I can't believe we're going to go to the end without any more yellows. We've got just under 7 hours of the race to go, and it's still building up nicely, this, between Engel and Boos right now. And Niklas Nielsen, who is ahead by another 2 pit stops and has got more of a stint to go because of all those resets that they were doing and the change of tyre, admittedly. His last lap was fractionally faster than both of those ahead. So Nielsen in 3rd place, edging forward as Weerts here wants to get past Mapelli, who is in 16th place as quickly as he can. touched on Eduardo Cosseteng's Mustang leading in silver. Second silver is the Optimum number 5 McLaren of Salman Ovega, who was going well in practice on Thursday night. BMW, this 32 car, delayed early in the race, wasn't it, with a lot of damage on the left front corner, had to make a couple of pit stops. So the fact that that's on the lead lap is still impressive in its own right. It might be at the back of the line of 9, but it's on the lead lap and that counts.
Yeah, spoke to Emma Ladderman yesterday, PR for WRT, and she was amazed how well the team worked with that problem they've never had before in terms of the floor coming away.
Oh, right.
So that was the cable tie solution, and they addressed it further in the technical pit stop, and it obviously seems to have worked. But yeah, they've worked their measure there.
And that's where a good team works, isn't it? OK, we know we've got a bit more work to do, but if we can get it to that 5-minute stop and do 2 for the price of 1, like Valkenhorst did with 34, just keep it on the lead lap, keep it in the mix. That is Amaury Cordeel, who is 3rd in silver. It's another WRT BMW. That's the car that is shared with Ignacio Montenegro, Mathieu Ditry and Mathis Lismont. And in silver all season, whether it's sprint or endurance, that's been a good car.
Yeah, really strong WRT, preparing a very fast pro car, but also a silver car, and that's right in the money, and all drivers doing well there. Just with the stint time up on the sidebar there, so you can see that 9th place Wirtz car, how much less time it is. It's 20 minutes less than Engel, our leader, so effectively a 1/3 of a stint. So they've got a 1/3 more chance of a lucky full course yellow in a period they can take that the others don't benefit as much from. They will still benefit, but not as much. So that's how I'm looking at it with my gambling head on. They're 33% luckier, and cars are getting luckier as they run that. And I'm really starting to worry as cars bottom out and you take the load off the tyres, the car's just going to get spat in the wall on the left, and that is going to be a large accident. We saw it happen last year, didn't we, in Super Bowl to Chavez,
right,
and it destroyed the car so much so it didn't make the 24-hour race the next day.
That was Jeff Mackiels going through Marciello's trench. 18th place this car, and it's 4th in silver. And another massive penalty coming for 914. Not for the first time, the McDermott, Beecroft, Bennett, Fullwood car being given a big penalty for track limits. 150 seconds coming now, it's 2.5 minutes.
That's quick math. Did you just divide the 300 by 2 because you knew that was 5 minutes, or did you work out properly?
I worked it out properly. 15 track limit warnings that car has now had.
In this 6-hour period as well.
Yes, indeed, not in the race.
Twice.
Yeah. So you know your magic number of who's going to win the most track limit warnings. I think that 914 Porsche, it's Kenzie Beecroft at the wheel.
Don't ruin my surprise for 12 months' time, please.
Okay. You heard it here first.
No.
Another tank tape special there, damage on the left front. Number 6, Cesar Gazo at the wheel. That's in silver as well. 5th in class, 19th place overall. With the skull and crossbones, the traditional Bartone livery. Anthony Bartone from the drag racing family back in the USA, as Jonathan Grace was telling us. And as the car now accelerates out of Blanchimont, it's chasing after the Paradigm BMW, the surviving car. Of course, the other one destroyed on the first lap. Its chances gone, or the first racing lap, lap 2 of the actual event itself. But poor old Christian Hahn eliminated along with Maxime Robin and Ariel Levi in that Levi-induced accident. So Maro Engel is your leader by 3 seconds over Bastien Bus. There is Bus in the background. The Porsche ought to be boxing first out of this lead fight. 3 seconds between them. And going now into Les Combes at the end of the first sector, the Mercedes is just ever so slightly faster. And there you've got behind Augusto Farfus. So put this into context. Not only has he been unable to unlap himself, not only has Farfus dropped away from the Mercedes, he's dropped through the pack. So 98, really struggling for pace, and Farfus, if anything, is being monstered by the sister car of Jens Klingman. There's only half a second between them, but those Rover BMWs not on the lead lap, not looking likely to get back on the lead lap unless they fall lucky on the next yellow whenever that comes.
Yeah, that's true. And then just looking at this 48, it's just the metronomic pace of all 3 drivers. And that must be such a win for Winwood Racing and the Manfield car. That doesn't really matter which 3 you install. They're just an asset. They're just a driver. It doesn't matter which one you go. You're not having to particularly save one for the end. We saw Engel start. That's quite normal, isn't it, with his kind of quite calm composure and decisiveness. He's a mega start driver. Which one they will finish with. At the moment, Stoltz has the slight advantage, but we're talking 500ths difference there. I just wondered when we saw this car at the end of the Kemmel Straight, was something hanging a bit low on the front sort of floor of that Mercedes. So we'll keep an eye out for that at the moment. Maybe a bit of debris that's cleared itself, but just caught my eye for a split second.
Yeah, quite often they leave hour for the last stint, don't they? Certainly Paul Ricard as an example in that first Endurance Cup round. It was Lucas Al that brought it home. We're getting a 30-second penalty for the 87 Winward car, the Bronze Cup sister car to this yellow race leader. A little bit more rubber flies in the background as over the line goes Engel. Despite the great CV that Maro has, that Lucas Stoltz has, that Lucas Auer has, none of them have been outright winners of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Maro this year has won Bathurst, he's won at the Nürburgring, he's been an inveterate winner at Macau. Lucas Stoltz has been a double Bathurst winner and also part of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And of course, as IGTC points need to be factored in for Maro Engel, his joint championship leader, Maxime Martin, not scoring, out of the race, but equally, Engel can't do the remaining 2 IGTC races anyway.
Yeah, or can he? You wonder if that will change his
I think the conversation's happened already with Mercedes AMG, and Stefan Wendel at Mercedes AMG quite keen that Maro sticks to his DTM commitment. But yeah, conversations have been had. Maybe there's another one to have if he wins this, though. Yeah,
and all okay under that 48 super slow-mo showing us perfectly. I actually think it's just kind of a shadow as it gets to the end of this straight. It's where it caught my eye last time, but all A-okay. And actually, remarkably, when we had that super slow-mo of the 48, not really a mark on that car, which is pretty impressive after 376 laps so far of this Spa lap.
It's on 4 track limit warnings within this 6-hour period. The 5 of the Porsche and the 1 of the Ferrari, which has always been number 51 Ferrari, incredibly tidy. We've already talked about that during the early part of the race and how few track limit warnings that was incurring.
I wonder if that Ferrari will use them all up at the end of this 6-hour block before it's reset in 46 minutes. As a driver, that's what you tend to do at the end of the race. You have them in the pocket, check with the engineer, how many have I got, and you know where to use them for maximum efficiency. The obvious one is the top of Eau Rouge. You can just cut there. The problem is you cut too much, you can actually then get upgraded for not just a simple track limit warning, but gaining an unfair advantage. So you can't take the Michael too much, but it needs to be in a point where it's going to find you 3 or 4 tenths, and that could obviously help Nielsen just get that gap down back to Bastien Boost, which at the moment 3.5 seconds.
Now, this battle I was teeing up a little while ago is now on. Aenshin Guven, who knows roughly how to get past BMWs, he's going to now try and get past Rossi. With respect, that might be an easier pass than against Marciello, but the gap's been coming down. In terms of stint time, Rossi is 41.5 minutes in, Guven is 46.5 minutes in, so the Porsche will be heading for the pit lane before the BMW. So Guven running out of laps if he wants to get past 46. Over the line they go. There is the Royal Corvette in the pit lane. Jeffrey Ibrahim has brought it in to give way to Jordan Love. And the margin, Rossi to Guven, half a second when they went over the line.
Yeah. Could you say Prince Jeffrey has been dethroned then from the Corvette as he carries on? I wonder if WRT are going to tell Rossi about how Guven was aggressive with Marciello in the Rover BMW that he was overtaking into turn 1, the last corner. It would be nice as a driver just to get the heads up there as the Corvette blasts away. I think we just saw a slight bit of fuel coming out the breather, but should be okay on that.
There up the Camel Straight goes Valentino Rossi. Aenshin Guven in the first sector is at a comparable pace, actually fractionally slower, only by thousandths, but just not quite able to close onto the back of that BMW. But we know that the run up the Camel Straight is a power part of the track. Now you get to the twisty bit. This is where the Porsche may have the advantage. So as it comes out of Bruxelles, drop downhill, and Rossi for the moment staying in that 4th place. So as they head towards Pouhon, Engel with the lead coming down. 2.7 seconds over Boos. Nicholas Nielsen dropped back a little bit last time around, and then this is your 4th place fight. Behind them 6th, there's another Porsche, number 2, Maurice Schuring. 7th is Enrique Chavez, Aston. 8th, the Ferrari of Lilou Adu, and 9th is Charles Witts. And we've had the change, by the way, for 10th place. A lap down, but Klingman has got past Farfus, who just does not seem to have the pace, and Farfus losing time relative to the sister car. Now you're looking back at Guven, what can he do? The answer for the moment is nothing. Rossi able to stay ahead. It might have to be another demon out braking move this by Guven, either into the chicane or into La Source.
Yeah, and that's where the Porsche seems so strong on the brakes. BMW just able to pull away out the corner, but the Porsche is very quick in a straight line anyway, and then the slipstream effect, of course, starts to help I think he's too far back this lap for a look into the next brake zone at the bus stop, but maybe be able to close up and then launch your attack into turn 1. Always best to strike while the iron is hot and momentum is with you.
So through the chicane, this is where Guven needs to start the move. He looks quick through the chicane. He's quick on exit. Rossi goes wide. Ayenchen Guven now is getting closer and closer and closer. We've seen him do a massive dive up the inside of a BMW. He's going to do it again. Look, switches sides. There's a gap on the inside. Guven on the inside line. He's not cleared him under braking, but he might do the other side of the corner. They're toe-to-toe down the hill. This for 4th place. Ayenchen Guven in the black Porsche. Valentino Rossi just ahead. He'll have the inside line at the bottom of the hill, but then as you turn through the corner, it should be advantage Guven. Rossi up the curb. Guven up to 4th. Great racing. And Ayenchen Guven yet again proves he's nobody's patsy. He is an aggressive driver, and it's worked for him. It started at the exit of the chicane, and it finishes up the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, more side-o by side-o all the way to Eau Rouge. Rossi deciding to tuck in, whereas Marchel previously battled all the way around and go back on board with Rossi. Now, can he take anything learning-wise from the Porsche? The Porsche able just to roll off the brake, carry a higher minimum speed through these corners, and just starting to get away already. Rossi obviously not told or not wanting to defend into turn 1 for that Porsche overtake.
Right, let's have another look at it. It started already, hasn't it, really, through La Source, but this was the move down the hill. Guven up against the pit wall. He knows the road's going to come to him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Rossi just rolls out the throttle to allow him in there, but to keep some momentum, to minimise the ultimate time loss, because he will need to look behind for another Porsche now of more assuring in the number 2 Boutsen VDS.
Getting a few penalties also coming of 30 seconds duration for people ignoring blue flags. One of which is Lenny Reed in the Corvette. Much rejoicing from our audio engineer next door, who got 22 Porsche in the sweepstakes. He's getting ever happier now. Go on, Dan. There is 46. Valentino Rossi, and he's lost the place, he's lost time as well, but let's have a look back. This was how it started, Joe, coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, so he's looking like he's going to try and go around the outside. He rolls out the throttle. There were millimetres between that great driving and knowledge of the front end of his car from Guven. But if he got that wrong, he would have spat Rossi hard into the wall. And now they're side by side. Rossi initially with the momentum, and then the Porsche starts to creep back in that mid-phase. Let's listen to Rossi roll out. I think he just rolled out the throttle ever so slightly, then to tuck in behind.
But that Porsche is coming back into the mix, isn't it? I think about an hour and a half ago we were saying, oh, you know, it's fallen away a little bit compared to 80, but Guven's real energy this morning has worked wonders for that car. There it is, look down towards La Source. So Guven's next target is Nielsen, who is 6.5 seconds up the road. But we now need to see a clear Guven lap, because he's been doing 221s hitherto, largely because of being in traffic and having to overtake cars. Let's have a look here. That is Kenzie Beecroft.
No, this is the limit.
Yeah, well, that's the car that's already got, what did we say, 2.5 minutes on its next pit stop for track limits, and it's just incurred another one, potentially.
Yeah, a bit of a TWSS there, track warning super sub for Kenzie Beecroft. He was in late into that car, so yeah, he's claiming the throne for that one.
In fairness, I mean, he's not done very much GT3 racing. He's not done very much racing at all, has he?
No, and it's a big one to come into. If you were going to ask yourself, which is the GT3 race I should probably do as the least likely option to do as my first, the Spa 24 Hours is high on that list.
Ed McDermott also having his GT3 race debut. Carl Bennett we've seen in the past in the World Endurance Championship. Bryce Fullwood probably, in fairness, has been the real star in that car. And you're looking at Maro Engel here coming again down through Piff Paff. So Bryce Fullwood, the Australian driver, just getting back to the Porsche. He has been the gun in it, having been a Super 2 champion in Australia, and the supercar driver making his Spa 24 debut. Engel then on towards the Cours Paul Frere. He'll go through the right-hander with Bastien Bus behind him. Not that Porsche, that's the lapped Müllner car. That's Bus, 2.7 seconds at the start of the lap. In terms of sector pace, they're really evenly matched. Maybe a 10th here gained by Bus, but then lost in the next sector. But remember, he is roughly 5 minutes ahead on stint time. So Bastien Bus coming towards the end of the stint. He'll end up in the pit lane before the leading Mercedes does. That is Nicholas Nielsen, trust me, in third place, going into the chicane. And he is also here trying to come back into the mix. That car on 21 pit stops to the 19 of the top 2, one of which was for that iffy tyre, but others were stint resets.
Yeah, stint resets. They're going to be interesting to see if they're utilised more, any more full course yellows. Another interesting point track temp now up to 34.1 degrees. Last time we checked in on that at 8:30, nearly 90 minutes ago, it was only 28. So we've come up 6 degrees in the last stint and a half. And why is that important? Because we're now getting back to how it was at the start of this race, where the Ferrari seemed very dominant from a McLaren, which is really out the running now. So what's this going to do to the BMWs we're looking at of Rossi? And I think more importantly, the Boost Porsche, which seemed to come alive the most overnight. Maybe the same for Maurice Schöring as well in 6th place. Are we going to see track temp swing the momentum back to the 296 that at the moment in 3rd place? This car's gone under the radar, hasn't it? And I've actually got their live onboard up at all times. You can watch that live onboard on GT World if you care to. And the balance of the car looks phenomenal. Very good on its track limits as well. They're only on 4, so they've got a bit more headroom before the reset of track limits in 37 minutes time.
Eduardo Cosseteng still leading in silver, but not by much, because Salman Ovega in the orange McLaren from the Optimum stable is getting nearer. Now, Cosseteng's last lap was a 2:20, so was Ovega. So in terms of pace, they're evenly matched. You've got a fair few cars between them, but in the background you can see Ovega. So in the race order, 12th and 13th they are, and it's not a huge gap, as you see.
Yeah, and again, it's hard with on the timing screen. We only see last lap, but with the HH timing I've got in front of me, the stint averages show Ovega 4/10 on average quicker a lap. So that really starts to swing in their favour. The stints so far this race have been 26 as an average under green. So at that sort of pace, Ovega's going to be bringing in 12 seconds, 8 hour on that car. So he's going to get that Optimum McLaren somewhere near the class lead by the end of this stint.
As they're going through in 18th place, sorry, in Porsche number 10, I should say, is the second Boutsen car, Alessandro Giretti. Right, leader through, Maro Engel over the timing line, 17 hours, 24 minutes done. Bastian Boost 3.3 seconds back. That time the gap just creeps up a little bit.
Yeah, got a Moulner Motorsport Porsche in front that hopefully will peel out the way. They're actually very close to each other in pit lane, so maybe a representative from Lion Speed. We'll go and speak to Bernard Moulner just to ask him to move out the way. Very local race for Moulner Motorsport. Their HQ only 2 kilometres away from the circuit.
And yet it's a German-speaking part of Belgium. It's this little pocket. Stayed there once, and it was quite surreal, going from all the signage to the German part. And Moulner hasn't been on this grid for a long, long time, but delighted to be back, and it's good to have the local team here as well. There, 32nd, is Jordan Love, somebody else returning to GT World Challenge Europe, having been a silver endurance champion, and that's still the leading car in Pro-Am as we get the super slow-mo here of Enrique Chavez and Lilo Wadu, and then Jordan Love coming through the chicane at the end of the lap. It is the chicane these days. It's rather lost the bus stop tag because it's just a straightforward chicane. The old bus stop analogy was because you used to have to go left and right and then a longer little straight and then right and left to come out the other side. And it was Gordon Spice when he was being interviewed at the Spa 24 Hours one year by Bob Constanduris, the English journalist and commentator, about the new chicane. And Gordon Spice said, it's dreadful, it's like a bus stop, and the name stuck. It was for no other scientific reason than that. Lucas Stoltz getting ready for a stint, as you've seen, in 48. The car has done 55 minutes, and if he's getting ready, you can guarantee there's somebody ready at Lion Speed, because Boost is almost on the hour mark.
Yeah, unless they double Boost here, and then they get into a point where he won't get back in the car, and they can maybe just double through the rest of their drivers. And, yeah, I think just back to your point on the bus stop, I think drivers such simple folk. Whatever they hear first, it sticks. So I call it the bus stop. I call it No Name. I call it Stavelo 1 and 2. And they might get renamed, but unfortunately, whatever you hear first has to stick. There's no mental capacity for learning.
Yeah. Australian circuits, if you can take Bathurst, every corner has a proper name, but it then has a sponsor name as well, and it changes every year. Used to in the supercar era when I used to go and do that. There over the line is Boost then. I thought he was going to be in this time, but he stays out for at least one more lap, but coming off the back of that safety car period then, he can stretch this to 65 minutes, and we'll then find out if it's a single-decker or double-decker Boost that we have, whether he stays in the car or is relayed.
Yeah, hopefully not a bendy one for him, otherwise they're definitely out of the race as they hurtle down once more. And it's just so amazing that these cars are able just to pound around flat out, and they look so well poised that the car doesn't get any fatigue in the suspension anymore. The driver's not having to correct anything that the tracking has gone. They're just built so strongly, and they're built purposely. They are built for this reason. The cars, the manufacturers, will as a minimum do a 30-hour sign-off test. So the car, while it's in development, will go to a racetrack and it will pound around for 30 hours. Sometimes the first attempt doesn't go well. The team will rebuild, they'll realise what's failed, they'll redesign, and they go again. And that really is the mark. And Porsche have always been the mark that set the bar. They will go 30 hours. Well, let's do 36. Let's go and do 30 at Sebring. And they just keep pushing it. And it just raises the chances of these customer teams getting the car to the end of the race.
One thing we haven't had in this stint, even though evenly matched have been Engel and Boos, is obviously Bastien being able to find the speed after that restart to get ahead. I was rather hoping we might see a bus pass, but it hasn't happened, and so the Mercedes hangs on ahead of the Porsche, and Engel looks as though he will have controlled this stint all the way. So the Lion Speed Porsche is in the mix, but needs to find something, doesn't it, to jump ahead of this Mercedes.
Yeah, they've just been so similar in pace.
Yeah.
Nick Nielsen is starting to make inroads at a 10th or 2 here. Track temp coming up, like I alluded, is that the Ferrari now starting to wake up. The horse is maybe starting to gallop from a trot, and that's important timing as we get to almost the last quarter of this race.
Just a little bit further down the order, number 12, Mercedes, which has got Gabriel Rindon at the wheel. It's one of our Bronze Cup cars. That's had a gear shift issue, but he's back on track. Time lost. Right, Boost we expect for the pit lane this time. And he comes then. So that was just over 62 minutes. And down the pit road comes the Lion Speed Porsche. We've not seen Ricardo Feller behind the wheel for a while. It might be his turn now.
Interesting. He could have squeezed another lap, so maybe the tyre dropping off, he's not happy with it, or the team playing it safe, because if full course yellow were to come out at the end of that stint, they've kind of used up their margin, and they would then go over their maximum stint time. A full course yellow lap here, 5 minutes 15 seconds, so then they would get a penalty for that.
At the risk of being accused of picking on the 914 Porsche, it's got 150 seconds to serve on its next pit stop for track limits. It's now on 18 warnings in this 6-hour period, and it's been reported to the stewards. So now an appropriate punishment needs to be found somewhere.
Yeah, and the stewards love the condescending one of, well, if you can't keep the car on the track, are you a safe driver? And it's like a real, I'm not angry at you, I'm disappointed parent moment.
Yeah.
They're not wrong, but yeah, the frustration for the driver is they're pushing, and a small mistake can lead to a track limit warning, but there definitely seems to be a trend going on there with that 914 Porsche.
Right, so this is Boos coming to his stop, and the team ready. And I think he's going to stay behind the wheel, isn't he? Because there's no suggestion of anybody else there. So there's your answer. It's going to be a double stint for Bastien. New tyres, of course, as well as a new tank of fuel, or full tank of fuel. And they're going to leave him in the car. And that's going to be interesting, because we've seen Lucas Stolz getting ready further up that part of the endurance pit lane, so you'll have a fresh driver versus Boost that knows exactly what to expect when he goes back out.
Yeah, a fresh set of Boost going on that car. Engel has done a double, so that's probably why they're going to get Stolz in.
Yeah, and also this is keeping Feller fresh, isn't it, towards the end of the race, because he's probably, it's fair to say, the gun in that car, the fractionally faster. So they're keeping Ricardo Feller for the end of the race, / when it's hotter, yeah. But they're keeping him for the end.
Yeah, exactly that. And just head to Holday, see the car controller hesitate. Could he get in front of that Tsunami Porsche? He could not. So now, unfortunately, Boos has to get going and get up past him as quickly as he can.
Two utterly contrasting liveries there. The almost anonymous Lion Speed Porsche, the white and grey, versus the every Pantone you can think of, Tsunami paint pot Porsche just ahead of it.
Yeah, loud, exotic, in your face, versus almost the boring, under the radar car. It's almost like yourself and I, David. I'll let you choose which way round we are, but Boos already on the flashes.
Absolutely right. That through the Lecombe sequence he goes. Yeah, in the good old days of sports car racing coming to Silverstone, there always used to be what was dubbed the boring white Porsche, and then as deals were done over the weekend, more and more stickers used to be adorning the car. So by race day, it looked all right, but there was most years a boring white Porsche. That's not quite it, but it's not the most colourful. 34 then, Jamie Day back at the wheel, rejoining. 25 Audi, the Santa-Lock car behind it, you saw, making its way out of the pit lane. 998 is in now. Remember, that's got a 15-second penalty to serve. Guven is in. As well, there he is, out of third place. So 22 Porsche down the pit lane.
Seems oddly close to the inside of the wall there. I don't know if he's having to deal with something in the cockpit, but he might be claiming it's the shortest distance. But just caught my eye ever so slightly. Of course, these tyres get taken off now. They haven't done their stop yet, so it's no problem picking up any dirt on them. Stoltz looking on, ready to get on board his car. What can he do? Can he keep the lead? Has that Mercedes got the pace as the temperatures continue to rise?
And on these stops, we should get 51 Ferrari back into the lead, should we not? This is Lila Wadu's 50 car that has come into the pit lane, but Nielsen out of sequence for at least a couple of laps ought to go back into the race lead.
Yeah, exactly that. He can do 3 more laps, 3 more time laps, that is, quite comfortably. So Lila Wadu walks away. After, I thought, a hard start to her stint, her pace really improved, and she was on the back of Chavez by the end of the stint there, so good job from Lila Wadu. See again the of course guys ready to drop the car as soon as the fueling finishes, and here is Maro Engel. He's going to box this lap. They did roll the dice. If there were a full course yellow on this in lap, he would have gone over the stint time. They've been lucky, and lucky can win you races.
True enough. So Engel heading for the pit lane. The Winward team always prefers, it seems to be, in that endurance end. So it's a long drive to the box, but a quick release, as it were. And Maro Engel into the chicane, heads for the pit road. And we were hearing from Ben Tuck last night about how nervous he always is about being through that section because you're so close to the wall, and you see Maro Engel so close to the wall.
Really is. Another thing that's close is the silver lead. Is Oega is only 1.5 seconds behind the Mustang now. So we thought it'd get close towards the end of the stint, and it has. They will be boxing in the next 2 laps as the tall, slim figure of Stoltz looks pensively on. He'll be at the point of tiredness now where you're trying to work out what's my brain thinking, and you just start to second guess yourself. So you have to go back to basics. I brake at the start of the curve, I go down 3 gears, I get on the throttle. You keep it simple and you rule out mistakes.
I turn my microphone on with this button, yes. So as the 46 BMW is due a stop as well, they're getting ready at WRT. Max Hesse will be aboard the car, as you see, helmet on. Very green helmeted Max Hesse, kart team owner, with co-driver Dan Harper. Maurice Schuring is in as well in the Boutsen VDS car. So quite a lot cycling through as Lukas Stoltz doesn't exactly need to say, here I am. You can't miss him, can you? Bright yellow overalls, big tall guy in the pit lane. And Maro Engel threads himself out of the car. In gets Lukas Stoltz. He sort of folds himself in. And Maro Engel, as we saw before, pivots on his heels and straight away helps with the belts. Doesn't walk away and let the mechanic do it. He's totally invested in that pit stop. Yeah, and the driver's even aware of the tyre changes. They're kind of forced out the way, the tyre change. More important than a mere driver as we go on board with Nick Nielsen in the 51. This is going to be the race. They're going to be split by strategy, aren't they, for a while. So Nielsen now needs to pump in some laps to try and do the overcut, which is very difficult because the car that boxes earlier gets the new tyres. And again, you just see the fueler coming off because it's full of fuel, but the connection has to be physical for 44 seconds. Drop the slow V8, rumbles into life, and off they go. And you look at the cones in pit lane there, just to make sure they haven't got an unfair advantage because of the timing tower having no pit stops. They still have to get into the fast lane at a normal rate. So there at WRT, the pit stop is being prepared for 46 BMW. Pit exit for Lukas Stoltz then, so that car blasts back on track, and Stoltz, another absolute stalwart for Mercedes AMG. He's been given some good cars, good co-drivers, but he's also delivered good results back for the brand. This is Rossi coming to the end of the stint. Max Hesse ready to go. The car is in a second place in quotes for the moment because of the stops all shuffling the order, and Rossi will now give up that second place as he comes even closer to the wall coming into the pit lane. But if you've spent your career on 2 wheels, that's nothing at all.
Yeah, getting ready for the driver change. You're allowed to loosen your belts, can't undo, and you must always keep one hand on the wheel as well. So all normal there. Hesse just warming up his wrist to make sure he's nice and subtle, ready to go. Wonder what they're going to do with driver order for what remains 6 more stints, essentially. I've got a feeling they're going to Hesse double, Harper double, Hesse double to finish. Not sure we're going to see Rossi in the car again, as they've got a penalty as well.
Yeah, and Hesse just saunters over to the car with his hands behind his back, as though he was just sort of looking at something in his garden. And Rossi can't get out. Nothing can happen until the time is done, and it was 10 seconds, so that's all now finished. In jumps Max Hesse. Valentino Rossi helps with the belts. Bit of tape on the front of that car from earlier damage. Max plugging himself in and tightens everything up. Valentino Rossi puts the cabling back, the window net back, steering wheel setting is adjusted. I think I'm done here, says Vale.
Politely blocks the mechanic with the tyre, but how choreographed is that? Rossi putting his right shoulder belt up on a magnet so it's out of the way. Team happy with his job as the doctor walks away, and getting more and more physical as the heat comes back.
Yeah. He looks tired, but a wave. I can see Ganel in the background, ready to go and have a word with Vale. There's the car on its way back down the pit lane. So that would have cost them time net because of the 10-second penalty. And is it going to cost a lap, relatively speaking? Because there, look, the leaders will go through, or is it going to cycle back? It's going to cycle back, I think. Right, so you've got Stolz ahead of Boost. The margin between them, 3.1 seconds, which is kind of what it was before that last round of stops.
Yeah, I politely disagree about them staying on the lead lap, because these guys have stopped and have gone past them. So I think they're going to be a lap down.
Okay, let's double check, because they stopped earlier. The BMW, if it has dropped off the lead lap, is going to struggle to get it back. Let's
No, I
check.
politely disagree with myself.
Yeah, it is on the lead lap. Yes, thank you. I thought I was right. While you're disagreeing with yourself, Mauro Engel can talk about the race, and he can do it in the company of Nina J. Paul, who was founded in the Winwood garage. Let's get to the pit lane in perfect agreement.
Mauro, you just put in a marathon double stint there. What were conditions like out there?
Yes, starting to get warm again, so we're definitely having our work cut out for ourselves. But no, it's good. Balance has shifted a bit, and that's a challenge, but so far so good, and happy with the double stint.
You got a little bit lucky with the full course yellow as well, that put you in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you need that, but obviously it's a long way to go, 6 hours to go, so yeah. Look in the car now, and we just keep circulating.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, just to clarify then, we're still happy that 46 is on that lead lap, but this is the lead car. Lukas Stolz getting very close to the trench then on the exit of Piff Paff, and now growling his way on to the right-hander of the core, Paul Frere. Also in the pit lane, you can see at AF Corsa, the next batch of stops go cycling through. 71, Conrad Larsson's car in as well. So on the road, Nicholas Nielsen is leading, but he owes us a stop, and he's done an hour on this stint, so he's not far away from heading to the pit lane, is he?
Yeah, most probably this lap. I don't think they'll risk an extra one there. And this comes after quite an interesting triple stop, wasn't it, during that full course yellow? A bit of stint reset time, potentially catching a rear puncher as well, I think. So, yeah, Nielsen seems to get all the bad luck. Who are they going to put in that car, I wonder? He has done a double, so I expect him to get out. New set of tyres there. As the Americans call them stickers for the obvious reason. They've got stickers on, and it's a great feeling as a driver. That new tyre just enhances life, and you look after them fondly like a newborn child for the first lap, just to bring them into life and fondle them before you send it hard for the next 60 minutes. Tyres not changed.
Oh, right.
Sorry,
Yes, just to clarify. Yes. 51 Ferrari then for the pit lane. This time, Nicholas Nielsen is in. And now we'll get a better idea of the gaps. That's going to give us temporarily Charles Witz, number 32 BMW, potentially for the lead of the race. Or is he too far back in the queue? He would be the next one to inherit, but I think we're still going to get Stolz through next. We'll check as to see, because Nielsen comes in. Stolz had dropped behind Witz in the order after the stop. But that's partly where you cross the timing beam in the pit lane. So driver change this time. We had got Tommaso Mosca ready, hadn't we, previously? Now it might be his big chance. Get on board and see what he can do. However, is he as quick as Nielsen? Now, your stint average times was suggesting earlier that he wasn't, so this might not help the Ferrari for the next couple of hours.
No, and it's brutal, especially as an ex-driver. I feel like I should always defend every single driver out there, but when the stats are given to you and you now feel like you're more of an engineer, Rivera was clear from Nielsen, who was then clear of Mosca, and there's always mitigating circumstances. You don't know what's going on. Maybe Mosca's been in a car when it's had all its track limit lives used up and stuff like that, but you also have to go on the data presented in front of you, and at the moment Mosca is the slower out of the three. Still a very, very fast, we're talking tenths of a second, but expect Rivera to finish in the 51.
But it's also partly where he is in relation to his teammates, but where he is in relation to the other cars they're fighting, isn't he? So, you know, where does a Mosca lap fit in, say, against a Stolz lap on the average? Yeah,
Stolz was the fastest, and Stolz roughly 3.5 tenths a lap quicker when you combine all of their laps over a 60% average, and then Boos another 2 tenths slower than Stolz on that. So yeah, at the moment I'd say Stolz is the fast guy on track, but Boos doesn't seem to be losing anything, if at all, on the last few laps, and last time round 4 tenths quicker than that 48 Mercedes.
Yeah, pull the gap down to 2.3 seconds. So Charles Wirtz is your on-the-road leader, but owing us a pit stop. There is Stolz, who's the real leader. Boos is second, and then you've got Ayanchen Guven now in the battle, I reckon, to be third relative to Tommaso Mosca. So as the red Ferrari heads out of the pit lane, we'll get a gap shortly as to where he is in relation to Guven. So we're looking for the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, which there goes ahead as they come up the hill. And so, in other words, the Ferrari drops a place on that round of stops.
Yeah, and their pit stops were identical times to the 10th of a second. So that is the undercut we were talking about. Guven on that new tyre for a couple laps longer has just been able to go. The negative is that then the stint is shorter relatively when they need to box next. So that means that any full course yellow luck is more favourable to that Ferrari.
There's 46 then. Max Hesse back behind the wheel. That car now running in 6th place, or 7th place in fact, because they would have been jumped by whom on that stop? Must be Jamie Day in 34 Aston. So Hesse at the helm comes now out of Les Combes. It's still in the mix. I mean, we're looking at a pattern. We're trying to get the pattern, but it could all change if and when we get the next yellow flag, of course.
Yeah, exactly. They're at the moment 2 minutes and 7 seconds off the lead, so they do need a strong stint here from Hesse to keep them on this lead lap.
Now let's get to the pit lane, because we've just seen Valentino Rossi get out of 46. He's in conversation with Ganel.
Mega job, mega double stint Valley, loads of battles with pro cars as well, fighting for the top 5. It was really nice to watch. Was it cool for you as well behind the wheel?
Yes, it was very cool. I enjoy a lot. For sure, is my best 24-hour Spa. About performance and mistakes. So I drove well. I enjoy. And I have the chance to fight with the top guys, so that is always a pleasure. This morning, when I wake up, we were P1, so it was like living a dream. But you know, this night was very chaotic. We survived well at the night, and in the transition between wet and dry, Max was very, very fast, and we were on the front. But now, with a normal condition, we don't have the pace for fight for the victory or for the podium. But we will see. The race is still long, and we have to try to arrive in the top 5.
Can I ask you to say a few words in Italian for all the Italian fans watching as well?
Sì, ciao ragazzi, ciao a tutti, buongiorno. È stata una 24 ore bellissima, perché sono andato forte, ho guidato bene e sono riuscito a lottare con tanti dei più forti, quindi è stata una bella esperienza. Stamattina, quando mi sono svegliato, eravamo primi, quindi è stato un dolce risveglio, perché siamo stati molto bravi, soprattutto Max, dal bagnato all'asciutto con le slick è andato molto forte. Però adesso, con le condizioni normali, non abbiamo il passo per lottare per la vittoria o per il podio. Ecco, comunque il nostro obiettivo è cercare di fare tra i primi 5. Ciao.
Grazie Vale, grazie.
So great to hear from the doctor there, and he's had a strong race so far, hasn't he? As we see a super slow-mo going slightly deep into that bus stop chicane. And my broken Italian, he was basically saying he was happy to be fighting with the strongest drivers out there. It's always a great experience. And yeah, he just reiterated when he woke up this morning, he was leading. And from the wet to the dry, it was difficult on the slicks, but he went really fast. And in the normal conditions, we don't have the pace, but we should make it to the top 5 is his feeling. So yeah, great to hear him speak in his native tongue as well. As you see, he wasn't happy with something there, a little shake of the head. Maybe looked at the delta on the dash and realised he'd lost a tenth or so to his rapid teammates. Max Hesse in the car right now, and Dan Harper, the Northern Irishman, ready to go if Hesse doesn't want to do a double at the end of this. And at the moment, that 46 car tucked up behind the Rover car, which is a lap down. Tim Tramnitz in that at the moment, and Tim, I think, is going to roll out the throttle. BMW Junior listening probably to his superiors and doing the right thing to let Max Hesse get on his merry way.
So that's Charles Weirt's race leader, 31 seconds ahead of Stolz, but not really, because we know that that car is due a stop within 3 laps, probably ring it 2, and then he's going to fall back down the order. But still being on that lead lap is absolutely vital at this stage. Yeah, really, really is. And yeah, I feel this car's just got a slight edge on pace to the sister car of 46. Although its fastest lap is actually 4/10 slower, the average is working out nice for the 32. And speaking with Jordan Pepper early in the weekend, and really just wasn't happy with the feeling of the car. Of course, Jordan won this race last year in a Lamborghini Huracan with Grasser. He's jumped ship, defected to arguably the hottest seat on the grid. That 32 WRT BMW has been winning for many a year, so I can see why he did it. But this race, the BMW hasn't been the go-to car. Had a bit of news from Mercedes just going off piste for a moment about number 3, the Red Bull Verstappen car. The team saying they think the power loss caused by contact at about 4:30 this morning. A component was damaged, compromising the engine supply system, and that in turn caused it to overheat. The car now would need to complete a short run to verify that was the root cause, but it is, sadly, as we know, out of the race. But contact seemingly being the catalyst for that, and that was, I think, the pit-in incident where there was that traffic jam and it got into the back of other cars. Yeah, they were really looking around sort of the left front wheel though, weren't they? Which was interesting, and so maybe something from the front has pushed back. The exhaust kind of have a downpipe around the back of the rear wheel. I wonder if maybe that's being compressed and the engine can't exhaust its gases efficiently. But yeah, they were having a big look there, and again, that's where these manufacturers support the customer teams. 2C's world-class in their own right, but Mercedes with their own engineers there will be able to offer support from things they've seen across the globe with all of their cars. Here's the battle then between Stolz and Boost. The gap has come down a little bit further. Bastian getting closer then to Luca. And then in the background, we wait for Ian Guven to go by. There he is. So that Schumacher CLRT car 3.6 seconds back. And Guven's last lap was a 2:18 and the 2 ahead in the 2:20s. So right now, Guven, taking Tommaso Mosca with him, is on a mission. Mosca even quicker. So once Wirtz pits, our top 4, Stolz, Boost, Guven, Mosca, are in the wrong order. The slowest is first, the fastest is last, and they are close on track, aren't they? The gaps between them just over 14 seconds combined. This is going to be a mega race, and with 45 minutes left of their stint, as Mosca wants to get past Guven quickly. Here they come, heading up towards the braking zone. Mosca tries the outside line against Guven. He's going to go all the way around the outside. Excellent move. Tommaso Mosca then, we weren't necessarily getting excited about before he got in the car, but we are now, because Mosca moves himself ahead of Guven. Remember how fiery a driver Guven has been, and he's had his hat nailed on there by Mosca, who's still defending, dropping down to Bruxelles. This might get ugly. Felt like a different driver, Ijan Guven then. Aggressive on the front foot, but very passive on the back foot. Maybe got caught napping from Mosca. Mosca just sent it around the outside. Nothing more embarrassing in life for a racing driver than getting overtaken around the outside. The physics are against the car on the outside. And normally the driver on the inside just rolls a bit more speed in to run in deep to mitigate that. So Guven in front, maybe slightly compromised by the Porsche. We've got the speed in the front. We can't go inside because Guven is there. And now we're going to the outside. So we brake slightly later. We're carrying a kilometre an hour 2 more.
Gouven's on our inside. I would expect Gouven, from what we saw earlier with Marcello, just to ease him off. And then it was too late by then. Gouven's fully behind us. We have a fake look into Brussels, which Mosca did react to. But great move from Mosca there, and relatively easy done. Next target, another Porsche, this time the line speed.
But we'll see whether or not that happens, or whether Boos is going to get past that Mercedes AMG, because he's having a go, certainly, isn't he? Here they come again, up towards the chicane. The gap last time was 9/10 of a second, but yeah, Tommaso Mosca fresh into the car, so fresh tyres, fresh driver. He is absolutely flying. Meanwhile, WRT have got Weerts into the pit lane, so he gives up that notional race lead. Number 32 BMW then down the pit road. He stops, and now it is on track. Stolz the leader, Boos second, and the gap down to 7/10 of a second. Tommaso Mosca goes through, and he is lapping very nearly a full second quicker than Stolz. That's 0.8 of a second better, and he had to pass the Porsche. So Mosca on a mission. Weerts getting ready then to blast back out. Fuel, tyres, I think Charles stays in the car by the look of it. So they've still got that long drive down the other half of the pit lane, the endurance pits. But it does look as though 32, if they can keep it on the lead lap, is starting to buy back a few seconds per stint. And I still don't believe in 6 hours and 8 minutes we ain't going to get another yellow. There are the leaders up at Les Combes. Stolz and Boos, 7/10. The BMW drops down, stick of tyres, and Charles Weerts then makes his run down the pit lane. Yes, he'll drop back within the leading group, but as long as he's on the lead lap, there is time to be gained. There he is. He will fall behind the Aston Martin by the look of it, 34. Jamie Day at the wheel. So Charles Weerts now with that long drive down the pit lane, thinking, blimey, this is a long wait to get anywhere. And the car is still making its way down towards pit exit. So this is Charles Weerts returning to the race, and he needs to be in that top 9 to stay on the lead lap. So he is probably going to drop back to 9th place. Might be 10th. No, it'll be 9th, won't it, as he comes over the pit exit line and now can accelerate away. Quick look at the classes. Silva now going the way of Ignacio Montenegro, but he has just pitted. Second, Jeff Mackiels also in the pit lane. Maxi Mostyn had taken over 65 Ford, but that had fallen to 3rd in Silva. But I think with the other stops ahead, he will get that place back. So when the Silva stops have cycled through, that should put him back up front. And it was 9th for Weerts then, so he's the last on the lead lap. But that's the key to all of this, on the lead lap. And now WRT need a safety car, don't they, to bunch up everybody and put him on the tail of the queue.
Yeah, to give them another go at going forwards with everyone bunched up. And the other WRT car, the silver car, they're getting back up to speed. It's always nice when you slot into a bit of space on an outlap, just so you can get your eye in. And Maxi Houston now aboard this car. He's been super fast. So, sorry, the 32 car is now 30 cars Montenegro in our silver lead.
Just back out, though, that car, so we need to see at the end of the lap where that bleeds back in, because the 65 Mustang, as I was saying, had pitted earlier, so I think when it cycles through, that might put it back up front. 52 also has just gone out of the pit lane, Jeff Mackiel, so we've got some shuffling in Silva. You see in the background Patrick Niederhauser on the lights, second in the race in the Rutronic Porsche last year. So there is Ignacio Montenegro in his first year of GT3, up from touring car racing, or across from touring car racing, depending on your point of view. Tim Tramnitz there, going out of La Source. Now, that car had to serve its 15-second penalty, didn't it, on its last stop, but it's still in the lead of gold, so they've overcome that and are now looking pretty secure, because they're 11th overall. The next gold entry is Arthur Rougier's McLaren that we saw stop on the circuit. That's in 24th place overall, so they just need to bring it home. 4 laps ahead as well, so just over 9 minutes of lifetime in between those cars, so they'll be able to just stroke that car home. What's their focus? Do they want to get a top 10? Probably not, because the car they would take away from the top 10 is the sister pro car of the 98, which is still the first car not on the lead lap. So potentially just quite a chill run to the finish for the 998. So up the hill goes the bronze leading Ferrari. So you've got Mathieu Jaubert back at the wheel. We'd had Dustin Blattner in for a stint, hadn't we? Working, one assumes here, Joe, to keep Dennis Marshall for maybe a double at the end in that car.
Yeah, although the silvers of Joubert and Tuck have been so fast, and I think they're all interchangeable, but Marshall knows the car well, and bit of bronze driver admin time for these bronze class cars. Dustin Blackner is done in that car. He does not need to get back in there. Same with Darren Lewin in the 991 as well. They've done their minimum time of 4 hours in there, and just looking at the 87 car, Salikov has actually done, he's actually done 5 hours. He's an hour extra.
Okay, and Lung is still in 991, looking at the timing screen. There is the silver leading Maxime Osten. Niederhauser comes towards us. Interestingly as well, 44, that Greystone McLaren that triggered the whole last yellow period, has carried on in the race. It's dropped down, admittedly, but it's still going, and Josh Rattigan's at the wheel. As you see the lead gap, which was 0.4 of a second when they came across the line. And having been saying how good Stoltz had gone in earlier stints, Bastien Bus is getting a little bit nearer, isn't he, as they make that run again up the hill. So Bastien Bus looked really good out of Radion, and I would venture to suggest that he's going to be quicker than the Mercedes in the first sector. Is he getting a tow then as they head up towards Les Combes? They'll break the beam. The answer to sector 1 is that there, just by thousandths. The Mercedes is the slightly quicker, but good on the brakes was Boost. Mosca, though, is nearly with him. He's dropped Guven, and so on this lap 395, it's 3, nearly 4 for the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 because Stoltz is the slowest. Like we said at the start of this stint, Stoltz struggling in the first car, the slowest out of the 4. Mosca has taken offence to what I said about him being the slowest of the 3 in the 51 car, and for me, he's put in the stint of his race so far. His stint averages are now getting much closer to Nick Nielsen in that 51. So maybe it was force majeure, like I suggested. It could be an old set of tyres, maybe having to limit how many track limits he was doing. But at the moment, the Ferrari, the car on the move.
So there's Guven and the Chrome-Ledegar Racing Team entry, closing as best it can back onto Mosca, who is certainly hacking away at the gap to Boost, who's certainly closing on Stoltz. Yeah, Guven is sort of there, but just not quite. And in terms of stint, Tommaso Mosca 15, so he's got a couple more laps, 3 more laps in that stint, as the leaders concertina again towards the chicane, and Boost knows that he needs to jump that Mercedes before the Ferrari gets up with him. So this is now becoming mission critical. Yeah,
I'm going to offer you something left field here. Guven is bringing his tyres in slowly. He's just driving under the limit. He's aware the track temperature is coming up. So towards the end of the stint, let's just see if there's a flip in pace in this black and gold Porsche starts to get quicker. I just can't believe the disparity between stint previous and stint now for that car.
All right, when it goes over the line, that lap from Guven was a 2:19.0, which actually was quicker than everybody ahead of him. So the pace might be starting to flip. Stoltz, meanwhile, getting away fractionally, 7/10, but Boost to Mosca 4/10. Downhill they go. So it's now Guven the quicker from Mosca, from Stoltz, from Boost last time. And here's the move for second then. This ought to give it to Tommaso Mosca. He's got a toe on the run up the hill, and the Porsche hugs the inside line. Mosca, we've seen, can go around the outside. He's done it to Guven. He's going to do it to Bastien Boost as well, seemingly, although Bastian's laid on the brakes, but Mosca is by. And this now looks as though 51 Ferrari, come the end of the stint, is going to be up into the lead. But we've got a yellow flag at the chicane, I think. We've got a yellow certainly out in the end of the lap, and it's because the Mustang there, look, rejoining has had a wobble. So has that got a puncture maybe? This is Eduardo Cosateng, and there was contact, wasn't there, for the lead of Silva. Salman Ovega getting into him. That was a bit clumsy. He locked up. He's punted the Mustang around.
Look at the rubber flying off as well. It looked like rear left damage on the Mustang, and that's got to be a penalty for the Optimum car, unless he was forced there by the Mustang. Jamie Wall, team manager at Optimum, I think is going to be hurried up to race control to try and provide some innocence why they shouldn't get a penalty. This was the move. What I love from Mosca now, we switch left hard, and that's to get any toe. We're going to give a side draft to the Porsche way, and that means he's cleared by the time we get there, and we just angle it in. We fire it in hard to the apex to cut the nose off Boost and to take second place, and now the lead is on the cards.
It is indeed Luca Stolz, knowing this is happening. Although, interesting, isn't it? Booth is staying with the Ferrari, and Guven is staying with them as well. So maybe the Porsche's now sort of content to let the Ferrari do the hard work its tyres a little bit more. Good news, track limit warnings have just been reset, because we have now got just under 6 hours to go. So this is their last period to do track limits without penalties before the checkered flag. In other words, 6 hours of the race to go. Stolz, Mosca, Booth, Guven, the top 4. What a race.
I wonder if the teams will tell the drivers. Remember, Boost was 1 away from a 30-second penalty. I suggest not. Their teams are going to have to try and save them up for the end of the race. It could be a race-deciding penalty, couldn't it? If you did a track limit towards the end of the race and got 30 seconds. Race control don't care if it's emotional. If that one extra loses you a podium, it's black and white. You went too wide, you get the penalty. So I think the drivers are going to be on strict instruction to keep those lives for whoever is in for the last hour.
Yeah, off is off. Whether it's emotional or not. The fastest lap of the race still claimed by Porsche number 80 of Thomas Preining earlier on this morning, as the cars now thunder up the hill once again. So Stolz to Mosca, 7/10 of a second, but Mosca close enough to get the toe there to close up onto the back of the Mercedes. So remember, this Ferrari that's been yo-yoing its way up and down the order, it was a lap down last night, and here it is about to put itself back into the lead of the race.
The speed it's got at the end of the straight, 3 kilometers an hour quicker at the end of the straight than that Mercedes. Is it the other cars slowing down, or is this Ferrari speeding up? I think it's the former. As the air temp comes up, it seems like the naturally aspirated Mercedes and Porsche struggling against the twin-turbo V6 296. Slow car there. It was a puncher for the Mustang. Will everyone see it? Top drivers, but sometimes blindsided, and that is a long way back for our silver leader. So I think potentially with the penalty for the McLaren, this could go back to the 30 car of Ignacio Montenegro in the BMW. So third place at the moment for the WRT car, but that potentially could be the class lead with penalty and damage in front. We've got some traffic coming as well, haven't we, for the 999 BMW. It's Klein at the moment in that car. Marvin Klein, we're so used to seeing in a Porsche. Will he have any battle in there as he has a couple of Porsches maybe to let go? Looking our sunglasses on. Looks like he's been in the nightclub all night, doesn't he? He's just trying to hide how tired he is potentially.
So the charging Tommaso Mosca then getting on the back of Luca Stolz, but those Porsches are staying in the group, aren't they? Okay, yeah, Booth has lost a place, but he's not really lost time, and maybe this does come back to tyre life, because it's been 51 Ferrari that, if anything, has had more grief with its tyres. Remember, we had that slow puncture earlier on this morning. They had the puncture last night, and it's been on the same corner. So 51 Ferrari carries on. That puncture for the Mustang was caused by the contact, wasn't it? So the fact, I know you shouldn't judge a penalty by the outcome, it should be on the move, but the fact that it got turned around and it's ruined its next lap doesn't bode well for number 5. It was Guillaume Oliveira, in fact, at the wheel, not Ovega.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any case of innocence there that they can plead. We only saw the end, didn't we? Like I said, maybe the optional car was forced there by the Mustang as we go on board in Moscow. Potentially too far back, but this is where the speeds start to rise. Look at the difference on your graphics. Mercedes now 260. We're 4 or 5 kilometers an hour more, but the gap too big this time, and maybe following the Mercedes is a different problem for the Ferrari. The Porsche, very slipstream, so it doesn't generate that much downforce compared to the Mercedes. So the dirty air the Mercedes is greater than the Porsche. Maybe Moscow unable to follow as closely through Eau Rouge, and maybe that's the Mercedes' best form of
slow
defense.
Car, turn 16 on driver's right.
And that'll be the Mustang. So Niels Wittich warning the teams to tell their drivers about the slow Mustang, because it's in a vulnerable part of the circuit now, going through Blanchimont. So poor Eduardo Cosseteng trying to limp back, but he's going to lose a lap potentially. He's tumbled down the order in silver, but he's got to get it back without doing further damage to the suspension and the bodywork, so they can just bang a new wheel on and send him back out. Mosca then close to Stolz, but actually he's finding the final half a second or so that he needs to make up not that easy. It's harder to get on the back of that Mercedes than it was against the Porsches. And look at Guven, closer to Boost.
Exit turn 17, still on driver's right.
Should be clear into pit lane, shouldn't it, by the time the leaders get there? But yeah, you're right, David. And again, just finishing off my point, the generation of downforce the Mercedes creates means the wake is dirtier, so it's
slow cars at the pit entry, track is clear. Just be aware, someone who is pitting now, there's a slow car in the pit entry road.
I do love Niels Vitic, but it's like when you go to a dinner party and you meet a new guy and he just interrupts all your cool stories. It is quite frustrating. So basically, the Mercedes generates a lot of downforce. It's not a good car to follow.
See, brevity, it's key. So, race leaders come over the line, 4 of them for the lead. Stolz, Mosca, Boost, Guven, and the drone in 5th as they go down towards La Source. Nobody close enough there to make a move. We've still got another half an hour or so before we would anticipate Stolz from the lead to make his next pit stop. And Einstein Guven is starting to think about getting up into 3rd place, and that is a genuine battle between those 2 Porsches. Admittedly, Guven has done 1 stop fewer than anybody else ahead. So just in terms of the number of stops, the leading Mercedes has done 20, 22 for the Ferrari, but we know partly why it was to do with those stint resets and also a slow puncture this morning. Boost has done 20, 19 for Guven. Now in terms of strategy, where do we stand? We're about to have a lead change maybe. Mosca now does make the move to the outside, but Luca Stolz fends him off. Luca needs to be careful here. He's got the Milner Porsche, the 2C's Mercedes up the road. He's on the lights. That Mercedes needs to get out of the way. Down to Bruxelles. Mosca trying to read the traffic to his advantage. The Mercedes slows and lets all 4 go through. Exemplary driving by the back marker.
Yeah, very noble there of Scott Noble in the 2C's car. I thought Stolz was going to get checked up there, but he actually slowed the pace down well to almost then just get the jump out of Lecombe down the hill. And it is Guven again getting close, isn't it? They're almost equidistant, this top 4. What a sight to see. We're 18 hours 7 minutes into this 24, and we've got 4 cars, 3 manufacturers running as one.
So there's Stolz then, the race leader. Mosca still shadowing his every move, but Guven is now starting to look racy. Joe was suggesting a few laps back about the tip in pace, that if you were bringing his tyres in a bit more gradually, then the car would start to be quick. Well, it is quick because it was the fastest of the 4 last time through. So Guven now, who has done 33 minutes of the stint, starting to come and be a real threat for 3rd place against the Lion Speed Porsche.
Yeah, and let's see if it continues. The other thing to add in here, stint time, everyone's very similar, apart from Mosca, who is around 8 minutes shorter. So he's going to get the chance to go longer, but the other cars then get the undercut on him. So he's got to find pace when he gets clear air. He's got to manage it now. If you can't get past Engel, save the tyre for those 3 extra laps you're going to get, and then use that to jump into the lead of the race.
Leaders go by. Mosca then, as they break the beam, was half a second back, now 4/10 of a second back. And if they start squabbling, it will bring the Porsches back into the mix as well. Now 5th is another Porsche, Alessio Picariello, who lapped quicker this time. He's 8.7 seconds back. So we're looking at the leading 4, but faster than any of these is the number 2 Boutsen VDS car. So he is also creeping into the mix in 5th place.
Yeah, and again, been watching his onboard for a while now, and the car looks brilliant for him. He's able to smash it over all the curbs and send it where he wants. Again, the overspeed for Mosca, very evident. Stolz would check his mirror. Does he need to defend? Mosca just trying to catch his eye. Stolz would have worked out the closing speed and distance and doesn't even react to that in the slightest. Does seem like the minimum speed slightly higher for the Mercedes though, so the BOP working well. You can have straight line performance, but you can't have corner speed as well, and that's why we're getting these 3 manufacturers running so close together. Hear the flat 6s scream of those 2 Porsches as we now start to dive downhill to Pouhon. This middle sector seems to be pretty even for all 3 cars. Sector 1 dominated by the Ferrari for sure. The Porsche may be the best in Sector 2, but it's slight. And then it goes back to the Mercedes for Sector 3. So Stolz really has to put his groundwork in Sector 3 to make sure the gap's big enough. So he got a defence the next time through Sector 1 against that very fast Ferrari at the end of the straight. Remember, the Ferrari is turboed, naturally aspirated for the Mercedes and the Porsche. Air temp affects that because obviously the turbo is ramming more air into the engine. So as the air becomes less dense, then it really does help. And the graphic nicely helping me out with my point there. The Ferrari dominates Sector 1, and then it is a Porsche dominance in Sector 2, but it is only a few hundred. It's actually a McLaren at the moment in Sector 3, but from qualifying, Mercedes had the fastest Sector 3, I remember. So, and you can see that gap is ever so slightly gone in Stolz's favour.
over. But again, now you're also seeing just how well the BOP works, because it's so hard, isn't it, now for that Ferrari to find a way past the Mercedes. The Porsche's snapping at Mosca's heels again. Bastien Bus most definitely coming back at him, look, as they head towards the line, and he's taking Guven with him. Last time, 1.3 seconds covered the leading 4. This time, 1.4 seconds covers the leading 4. But what about the Picariello pace? He's looking in the 19s to the 20s, and most of those ahead of him. He's about to come up towards the line, is Alessio Picariello. He's the wrong side of that hairpin for now, but he's done another 2:19. He's 7.9 seconds back. He's going to be 5 for the lead, possibly by the end of this stint.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. We're halfway through, and is this just Stoltz starting to hurt everyone else's pace around him?
Can I just also go back to that Mustang that got turned around in silver? Guillaume Oliveira is being given a stop and go of 10 seconds for causing that collision. This is Mosca, second place, up to Lecombe. Go right, ride the curb, go left. Bastien Bus not quite as close as he needs to be by the top of the Camel Straight, but he's also mindful of where Guven is. So that leading 4 on the run to Bruxelles, also taking another 10th out of them in Sector 1 is that man, Alessio Picariello. This is the 5th place car. You can see how much closer he's getting. It was 8 seconds, Guven to Picariello last time around, and he's absolutely throwing caution to the wind. This is a car, local team, of course, and a Belgian driver, Picariello. He's on a mission as well.
Yeah, and he was our top Belgian driver last year, which wins its own award, so he's got national pride. He's even had a helmet done specifically for this race, highlighting his Belgian heritage. The surname is also half Italian, so that's why he represents both countries, but he puts himself more as a Belgian than an Italian.
And you've got to go back to 2020 for the last Belgian winning driver, Laurens Van Thorp, a winning team from Belgium 2024, admittedly come to you, but could we get a very Belgian top of the podium? Well, the way that they're going, don't bet against it. Alessio Picariello shares that car with Maurice Schöring and Dorian Boccolacci, two very good Porsche racers as well. So the Boutsen car, with the benefit of clear air, being able to gobble up the real estate. There it is, look, coming towards the Cours Paul Frère, the second of those 2 cars as you look down from the drone. Picariello not on the fastest lap of the race pace. That was a 2:17 early this morning when it was cooler, but boy, is he flying. There are the leaders down to the chicane once again. This is the end of lap 401. Still the same order, Stoltz, Mosca, then Bus, then Guven as they break the beam, but Picariello still is the man to watch as he hacks away at that gap. That was a car that got involved early on with a sister car. They collided and it did more damage to 10 than it did to 2. But now Picariello still 7.1 seconds back. That lap was a 2:19.2. That's quicker than anybody ahead of him, Joe.
Yeah, he's looking really racy, isn't he? Just one car to get out of the way. Marvin Klein in that Mercedes got out of the way for the top 4 very well. Maybe Picariello actually get a toe down the Camel Straight, and then Klein will get out of the way. And Klein's Porsche knowledge will probably mean he wants to help that brand more than others, potentially.
Now you're on board again with Mosca. He's not quite close enough to have a go at Stoltz here. Luca positioning the car to make sure Tommaso is not able to get up the inside nor go around the outside. Stoltz under huge pressure. There you've got 4th place Guven, so it is still Mercedes AMG from Ferrari, then Porsche, BMW 6th, Hesse, Aston Martin 7th, Jamie Day, 8th, Arthur Leclerc, BMW, 9th, Charles Weerts, BMW. That's your 9 on the lead lap. Stoltz doing a manful job, isn't he, of keeping everybody else at bay. I reckon we're now on 47 cars still in the race. 1 or 2 I think we know are out but haven't been formally declared as retirements, including number 3 Mercedes, but approximately 47 still in the race.
Yeah, Stoltz has done well here, because the rate Mosca courting up, it looked like he would get jumped quite quickly. Mosca dispatched those Porsches very well, didn't he? Picariello is past Marvin Klein, and his first sector was quicker than most of them in front. Actually, Mosca's sector 1, of course, Ferrari is strong, but then Picariello was the fastest in that sector. Then it's going to come to him even more in sector 2. He will have them in his sights. No better motivation than being able to see the car in front that you want to catch.
Guven's just dropped a little bit of time, hasn't he? A length or 2 maybe dropped to Bus, and on that shot you would say that Stoltz has just edged slightly away from Mosca, but granted, all of these cars have their stronger parts of the circuit, and then you can see, look at the exit of Blanchimont, how Guven is closing up on Bastien Bus and even thinks about a move on the inside there. The door was open, Guven right up alongside. He doesn't make it work at the first part of the chicane, but here comes another Guven dive, I reckon, down to La Source. The 2 Porsches all of a sudden are at play. They're going to cost themselves time. Guven on the outside line. but he's not going to go around the outside at La Source, or is he? Yeah, he is. He's going to have a red-hot go. Guven all the way around the outside of Boost. This is for third place. It is just Bastien Boost ahead as they drop down the hill, but Guven is absolutely on it now. He's got his nose in front at the bottom of the hill, and Guven goes up into third place then. So number 22 Porsche back up into third spot. You mentioned this about the tipping point for the tyres, but he was nowhere coming out of the Cours Paul Frere, and by La Source and Rougy's through, and now Mosca thinks I might have an overtake, and he's going to have a go at Stoltz for the race lead. Here we go to the outside. Stoltz gives him just enough room, not quite as contact. There's damage to both, and Mosca's off the road there. Could that be another tyre? Mosca back onto the circuit. It looked a fraction low as it came back on.
I think on reflection, it was the right-hand door mirror that was lost for the 51, so should be okay. And you can see it's now missing a mirror. That's going to be a problem when they get in a fight. For me, Bastien Boost rolled out the throttle, gave the position to Guven because he realises that he's got the pace. But again, it was a real aggressive move from there. But that Ferrari going slightly slow.
I'm worried about the tyre again. I think they've picked up another right rear in that bit of contact. It's going slowly. Look, it's twitching. Guven has gone through. Is it low on the right rear? We need to look at it. It is. It's another puncture for 51. It was the result of contact. It's going to have to come in at the end of the lap. The tyre is going down. So 22 now. He's up into second place. Guven, with that demon dive, has actually gained 2 places. You didn't know it was going to be for 2, but AF Corsa are almost head in hands now. Amato Ferrari's not so merry men are going to have to work hard here. And I think they might have to throw Rovera in to sort of stem the tide. Mosca, well, his zealotry kind of did the damage there.
My fear is it's not a puncher because the pace is too high for a puncher. Is it suspension damage? There's definitely something wrong with the rear right, but a puncher, you would normally go slower unless it's a slow puncher. Picarello licking his lips at this. Whose fault was the contact going around the outside, like I said earlier, is never a nice thing to happen to you as a driver. Was Stoltz not happy with that? Did he go over as smoke coming out of the rear of this Ferrari?
This could not only be a long stop, it could be the end. I still think it's a tyre because that's gone pop and it's gone down. Whether the suspension damage is a residual, we'll find out, but it's definitely gone bang.
We have a slow car between turns 17 and 18 on driver's right.
That's a third puncture for that car, isn't it? So we saw one when it was leading early on. We saw another one, slow puncture this morning. That's most definitely gone pop. But they won't know until they get the wheel off whether there's suspension damage as well. And Mosca, I'm afraid, is going to have a bit of a case to answer. Whether it was his
slow car is clear of track
Lucas Stoltz
in the pit entry road.
Kind of doesn't matter. It was his choice to go to the outside.
Yeah, rear wing vibrating away, almost having a bit of a twerk on there. I'm not sure about it yet because he was going so fast. Was he too greedy, and that's why it had a big go, and he knew he had half the tyre pressure he should. The Mercedes looks quite strong, so 4 are now 3. They've slightly spread out. I say 4 become 3 because they've become 4, and it's this one that's now the 4th, where 3 Porsches, 1 Mercedes, no Ferrari.
Yeah, 4's become 3, but 5's become 4 because 2 is up with the other 3.
Got it. Make it count.
Indeed. There is the very battle-scarred Ferrari. And yet again, right rear puncture.
So what they're going to do, take the wheel off, have a look to go. The mechanics are trying to get a look. I need 4 mechanics. So giving it a quick wobble. Hard with the punctured one to know if there's any damage. Put the new one on. Will it go for another wobble? Or are they happy that was just a puncture there? And they're still investigating that, aren't they? But amazing, like you said, David, 3 rear right punctures and potentially all 3 different issues as well of why they got the puncture on the same corner.
Right, away it goes. And we're also anticipating work with that driver change as well. So we had a look on board initially. Let's go on board again. There's just about the width, but he's leaving it late.
For me, the initial feeling is Mosca turns in to Stoltz, which sounds odd because Stoltz was in front of him. It's so difficult. How I would try to dissect it as quickly and as honest as possible is Stoltz has turned in late. He has turned in later than Mosca anticipated. So it looks like Stoltz has maybe gone over, but it's Stoltz's corner. He decides where he wants to turn in. Mosca has anticipated where Stoltz had normally turned in and has tried to bully him into the inside the corner, like we saw him do with Guven, like we saw him do with Bastien Boost. And Stoltz has just gone, I'm going to turn in when I fancy it, bud. And it isn't yet. And the Mercedes, by the looks of it, has got away with it. And I think that will go down as a racing incident, if not slightly more on Mosca, who has received the penalty of having to change the tyre.
Yeah, I'm going along with that. I still think that Mosca was alongside, but he was never really ahead. It was Stoltz's line for the corner. And so now back into the race goes the Ferrari. but that is a very, very time-consuming drama, and that is going to have cost them a lap, isn't it, by the time they've limped in and done that pit stop. So there is Alessio Rovera at the wheel, but that car now falls back. Oh, not quite a lap. Look at that. They're just clinging on to the lead lap ahead of Stoltz.
Safety car needed, isn't it? And, they've had a lot of luck and pace to get back up there. Is that now a bridge too far for them to get up there?
Yeah, how many of the 9 lives has that cat used?
It's a horse, actually.
Yeah. So with the Porsche of Picariello goes rally crossing, and looking further back, behind Picariello, you've got Hesse, Day, Leclerc, AF Corsa, and all the dramas continue for that team with 51. Interesting as well that they straight away got Mosca out. I mean, he was in fresh for that one stint, but they made the decision, didn't they? We've hemorrhaged time. We need to get Rovera back in and claw some of it back.
Yeah, and also I think it's nice to get that driver out that's just had a big incident. As a clear mind, it would be hard to go into another full stint and not be compromised from your mental capacity there. I'm worried about these trenches on exit of corners digging out. We heard Picariello's floor hit there. It's going to start to damage it. I definitely would not want to be one of these GT3 floors for the next 5 hours, 38 minutes of this race.
Just go back to that point you make there about getting the driver out and letting him clear his head. Is it not also psychologically a bit like being beaten up? You know, we're going to drag you out of the car early because you've made that mistake. It's kind of like being put on the subs bench.
It is awful, and that's where the good teams will put an arm around. Sometimes the driver just needs to go away for a little while. I was always guilty of that. I wasn't very good at counting to 10 before I opened my mouth, and there's so much adrenaline in it, and it's amazing what the adrenaline can do to you. It can honestly twist your opinion. Mosca will go, I was innocent, I didn't do anything wrong. 10 minutes later, you go, maybe I could have done something wrong, or 10 minutes later, that was my fault. There's nothing productive to be said, I find, in the first 10 to 20 minutes of you getting out of the car.
According to race control, no further investigation is necessary. So it was hard racing, and Tommaso Mosca, 51 Ferrari, came off worse, but nothing more than that. Now, what chance Guven to get the lead on Merrick? This has been quite a stint, hasn't it? Because he worked his way back onto the tail of Boost, jumped him, then he got lucky, admittedly, with the contact. We don't know whether the Mercedes has picked up any damage. I don't think it has, but the gap is coming down and down and down. It's 0.6 of a second between the pair of them, and last time 0.6 better was that Porsche than the Mercedes. Guven is a lap ahead, so he's slightly lighter on fuel.
Yeah, I've got to say, great call from race control. Fast as well. They've reviewed that quickly. They haven't let emotion take control. That was for the lead of the biggest GT3 race in the world. And they've looked at it. They've decided the action. Again, it'd be interesting to speak to both parties, think that's the right one there. I have to say the live chat is pretty split in terms of what was going on. A few accusations of moving under braking for Lucas Stoltz. I disagree with that, and I agree with race control.
I think I'm going in that camp as well. He was ahead. He could claim the line going up the hill. Mosca knew Stoltz, or should have known, Stoltz wasn't going to just let him waltz by. And equally, Ayhancan Guven knows that. Tommaso Mosca, you could argue, the less experienced of those in that leading gaggle. And it's a real shame because the pace had been good, but kind of let that get away, hasn't he? But as long as Rovera is on the lead lap, they've still got a chance. We'll have another look at it in a second as the cars go out of the Cours Paul Frère. So the gap is coming down, as you can see, between the race leaders, with another 10 minutes roughly for Guven before he is due a pit stop. Boost, though, dropping away a bit in that line speed car now.
Did he push too hard too early? The opposite to Guven. As the temps come up, the tyre life is going to deplete quicker. The drivers have to nurse these tyres. They have to last the full 60 to 65 minutes, depending on if there's a safety car or not. And that is a hard ask for a driver that is so used to going flat out. It's boring talking about the weather. I have to because I'm British. But this is an anomaly for the drivers. They're not used to track temps being so high here at Spa. Stoltz is really compromised by another Porsche.
Indeed so, which looks like it is the Reinhold Kran car, which keeps to its line. And now as Stoltz goes by, Guven lines up to get past Kran as well in that car collection entry. Down to the bottom of the hill they go towards Eau Rouge. The gap over the line was half a second. It's going to be a little bit less maybe. And now Guven will get the tow from that Mercedes. Actually, Boost has been a bit delayed as well, so he's He's dropped off the back Pro 10, 4.4 seconds behind Bus's Picariello, but the Mercedes gets away again in a straight line, so Guven is not going to be near enough to attack. He gets out of the draft just to try to rattle Stoltz, but good luck with that.
Yeah, it's just trying to catch the eye of the driver in the mirror. It's a bit like when you hide in the wardrobe with your wife and she comes in, you jump out, and then suddenly she drops all the washing, is very angry at you. It's just trying to get them to miss. So, David, you go through the replay on this one.
So Mosca goes to the outside. There's just about the width of the Ferrari, and I'm with you. He just tries to turn, but he's never even ahead, never mind fully alongside. Yeah, the bite bit there. Mosca tried to force the issue for my money, and he was found out.
Yeah, the Mamba got its fangs into the side of that Ferrari. My other bit of evidence I didn't spot the first time is Stoltz still makes the apex at the right. So yes, he turned in later than optimal, but he still got into the corner. So there wasn't any suggestion of he went in super deep there.
But look at Guven, because now as he's coming to the end of the stint, he fancies his chances of being the race leader come the end of this. It's been a really dramatic couple of hours, hasn't it? We're heading towards 11 a.m. here. Remember, the end of the race is 4:30, or the first time the leader crosses the control line after 4:30. So there's a lot of racing still to go, 5.5 hours, but it's still wide open with 9 on the lead lap, and there's bound to be another yellow. Yeah, we know that. This is a part of the circuit which favours the Mercedes. It can stretch its legs a little bit. It can use all of that grunt, whereas the Porsche, good on the brakes, good through the corners, and up towards the chicane once more will come Guven. We know he's really good at La Source, but unless he's able to brake late here and stay on the back of the Mercedes all the way past the F1 pits, it's looking unlikely. Stoltz through the chicane. All of a sudden, as Boost returns to the scene, because he looks a bit nearer, doesn't he, coming out of the chicane now? Maybe that was just late braking, but for shorten the gap a bit.
Yeah, Picariello is really stopped making inroads, isn't he? He's just lurking there in the background like a friendly stalker.
Rovera has just done the fastest lap of the race. Sorry to interrupt you. How wound up is the Ferrari driver, Alessio Rovera, a 2:17.340. Blue touch paper, well and truly lit.
3 seconds faster than our lead car. Of course, it's helped by a new set of tyres. He's only 7 minutes into his stint, whereas these guys are in their 51, 53-minute range. So, yes, that's showing him, but we're a long way past happy hour. We're nearly at 11 o'clock local time. And he does not care about this car anymore. It looks like he's taken out the full excess of insurance, and he's just going to send it. It's going to come back in whatever condition he is, throw the keys at the rental car desk and walk away. It is a devil-may-care attitude now.
You know our fear about any suspension damage? Well, I don't think it has. And Tommaso Mosca has almost been told to sit in the corner with his crayons now and let the grown-ups get on with it for a stint or two and haul it back up the order. Nielsen and Rovera will share this for the next couple of hours, and Rovera, fastest man on track, the angriest man on track as well, I fancy.
Yeah, and sometimes anger is a good thing. It can focus the mind, but like I said, the attitude of the cars that exit Le Camp, these are qualifying laps now, and it's going to be whether the tyre can take it, but can the car and himself as well. Of course, when you're pushing closer to the limit, mistakes come in easier, but listen to how early he picks the throttle up there, and this is the gap. He's only, about 15 seconds ahead of getting lapped, and that's what he's trying to do, is just build himself a buffer, because next time everyone stops, he will then get another chance, but he cannot afford another mishap.
So there you've got the Mercedes still fending off the Porsche. The gap at the start of the lap had gone up to 0.6 of a second, 0.664. And now as they again run up through the approach to Blanchimont, Bastien Bus in this rather elasticated situation with Guven. On some corners he's a bit closer, on some he falls away. They are, remember, coming to the end of this stint then, another 5 minutes roughly for Guven, who should be in a lap before Stoltz. And again, good on the brakes is Bus, closing back up at the chicane, out of which comes Stoltz, comes Guven. They're heading up to the timing line now, and as they go through, the Mercedes still ahead of the Porsche. The margin just 0.584 of a second. Mauro Engel from 48 Mercedes AMG joined us just before 11 o'clock last night and was talking then about the amount of rubber up the curbs and just offline at the chicane. That's only going to have been added to. I know we've had that rain in the night that might have got rid of some, but it's building again.
Yeah, exactly. You just think the numbers of tyres each team used 30 sets over the weekend, 69 cars on the grid. It's just so much rubber that is laid down. It's such an operation from Pirelli, isn't it, as well, with everything they're doing, the employees it takes to fit those 2,000 sets of tyres that will be used over the Spa 24-hour week.
Look at Boos. He's back with Guven, isn't he? End of the stint beckons. Now, where is Boos in terms of stint time? He is ahead of both of them, so maybe this is his last hurrah. This could well be his in-lap, couldn't it? So he's nothing to lose here apart from pushing on. Ignacio Montenegro is leading in silver, and he got there courtesy of the drama between Oliveira and Cosseteng, McLaren and Ford, if you remember. We've had quite a lot going on just to take up attention over the last few laps, but we'll get back to how the BMW was able to take advantage in the WRT car. Montenegro then the leader. So he's heading up towards Blanchimont. Now this is the replay, so out of nowhere Oliveira comes diving into the chicane and he thinks about a move on the inside. He's off the racetrack as well and over the curb and punts Cosseteng into a spin, does the tyre instantly, and Eduardo Cosseteng, in hindsight, should have sort of gone straight into the pits there, but he didn't know about the puncture maybe, so he turns the car around. That in itself was time consuming because of the lack of lock, and then he had to limp all the way back in. The McLaren gets a penalty for that, but it's rather destroyed the race for Eduardo Cosseteng, who was at the wheel. Now Maxime Osten, who has taken it over. It was clumsy, brave, overly optimistic. Which adjective would you like for Oliveira?
No positive one, that was for sure. It was a rookie move from a very fast driver. Actually text Jamie Wall, team manager at Optimum, just to ask, was there any defence you could go? He didn't reply, and I can see why.
Right.
That was inexcusable, very low move, overtake.
Boost into the pit lane then, so out of third place, Porsche number 80, the Lion Speed car, down the pit road. I don't think we would have expected when we started the race yesterday that we'd be talking with now 5.5 hours to go about having 3 Porsches up in the top 4, but that's what we now have with Mercedes-AMG. And if anybody deserves a round of drinks, it's the Valkenhorst team, because they've kept a car that was punted into the air and spun and picked up damage on the first racing lap. It's still in the leading 6. Jamie Day at the wheel.
Yeah, doing really well. Another shout out that we haven't had a chance for is that sister Boutsen VDS Porsche, which is still going after a disastrous start to the year. I know we've touched on it a few times, but yeah, doing well as Lion Speed roll down pit lane, and their boxes in this endurance one, so they have not yet stopped. But there'll be fuel and tyres for Bastian Buus. I think driver change as well, and I think maybe Ricardo Feller to get in, because Preining was in before Buus. So are they going to put Feller in maybe for just a single and keep Feller for the end would be my guess. Buus will swing in now, car will stop, engine off, driver change go. You can see the seat insert there that will help the driver just be a bit more comfortable there. And 44 seconds for a driver change is actually a huge amount of time. The driver changes can be done in under 20 seconds when needed. If you watch GT World Challenge sprint races, the driver change has to be that, because the mechanics do the tyres in under 20 seconds now.
And a tear-off windscreen as Bastian Buus gives way. Ricardo Feller due a stint in that car. The pit marshal there watching on to make sure the right number of people touch the car, to make sure that the engine isn't running while it's being refueled, for example. And the car controller keeping an eye on the work and an eye up the pit lane to see if there's any traffic coming. As here, Lukas Stoltz and Ian Guven head towards us. So away goes 80 Porsche, and I reckon that Guven should be in this time. There is Lion Speed's car then accelerating up the hill, and Lukas Stoltz will make his way to the timing line very shortly.
So it's actually gone back to Preining. So Preining was in the car before, has had 2 hours out as they box on pit road. I am predicting a potential jump that's so close. They're close in pit lane as well, but I think the Porsche might have the advantage here. It is so quick at starting its engine. Its pit stops on average have been 7/10 quicker, and the gap is only 5/10 as they enter pit lane.
Right, so Thomas Preining, as you say, back in. Ricardo Feller still being kept to the very end. And Preining, who had done the fastest lap of the race earlier on, now has to make this a qualifying lap to see if he can jump ahead of these two. They're both in the endurance pits, aren't they? Winward and Schumacher CLRT, so they'll trundle down the pit lane nose to tail. And as they're trundling, Preining is flying as best he can with the Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim Corvette ahead. That's gone back to Prince Jeffrey, away from Jordan Love. but Preining here could do without him in the way.
Yeah, this I think has destroyed the undercut for him to be able to try and pump a lap in. He needed to be a second half quicker. He's risking it all, and he does dispatch the car, but he's not dropped in to a good space. And these cars, like we said, are going to be racing on pit lane. Stoltz, luckily for him, is first in pit lane, so he will be back into the fast lane sooner. So if it is tight, potentially that Porsche from CRRT is going to have to yield to that yellow Mercedes.
Right, Stoltz gives way. Ugo de Wilde is in for 998. That's the car that he shares with Tranitz and Klingman. That's it. That's that stop. And this is Preining. We're looking at the BMW, but it's the Winward car and the Schumacher CLRT car for the race lead in the other pits. That's the real interest in there. You can see we've done the driver change. Lucas Auer.
Yeah, Stoltz has only done a single as well, but we need to be keeping an eye on the Winward car, don't we? Because that's going to be the interesting one. This is our on-the-road leader. Who's going to be our pit leader? It won't be that 998 car. It will be either that yellow Mercedes or the CLRT Porsche, which is further down pit lane, may I remind you.
Right, so here comes Preining over the line, and the yellow Mercedes down in the bottom pits is on the move. What about the Schumacher Porsche? The BMW that's the gold leader we can kind of discount for the moment. That's under no opposition. The Mercedes stays ahead of the Porsche, but this could yet put number 80 into the lead. Preining, even with the traffic, has had a real stormer of an outlap. Here he comes up the hill. He's at race pace. The others are coming out of the pit lane. This is for the lead of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It's going to be Mercedes, but the Porsches will change for second, and they're going to change for the lead as well. Preining has done it. Really, really good work by line speed, and he jumps from third to first.
Momentum was key there, wasn't it? It flew Preining up the hill. His pit stop was 6/10 quicker than the other two that boxed just then, and at the moment now Lucas Auer needs to get up to speed. Preining is on his first stint as well in a while, so will that be a bit? And it's now Matt Campbell in the CLRT Porsche that was previously driven by Arjen Guven.
Right, so Lucas Auer in for Stoltz, as you say. Matt Campbell is into 22. And Thomas Preining back behind the wheel of number 80. So there are one or two out of sequence that are notionally ahead on the road. But actually, not only did Preining get ahead, look at the gap that he's managed to pull through the traffic. Because he was already into the car, the others are fresh in and getting themselves used to them, and also having to get through the traffic and accelerate out of the pit lane. Preining gains the lead and gains time. Last stint, falling away towards the end, and then here he is, or that car is, in the lead of the race, and by a margin that will identify come the end of the lap. But it's really turned on its head, and I'll say it again, don't forget, the car that leads now, number 80 Porsche, the real race leader, started from the pits. It has had to come through effectively 60+ cars. It wasn't the very last out of the pit lane, but it's had to get past the best part of 64, 65 cars to get the lead.
Yeah, and let's just see how the tyre life goes. We definitely saw an ebb and a flow, didn't we? We saw Guven start slow and almost, I think, end up the fastest out of the leaders. Does Preining now need to just bring the reins in, slacken them off slightly, just to let the tyres go as he hits that curb with so much energy? It looks like, oh, I'm sure a race car, it's exactly the same as hitting a curb in your road car. It is painful. It sends the shockwave all the way from the base of your spine into the top of your skull, and they're doing that lap after lap because they have to. It's the fastest way around the bus stop chicane.
Right, let's have a look where Picariello blends back in then in number 2 Porsche, or where that car blends back in. Not convinced they've done a driver change. Well, he's not going to be the leader. There goes Preining. He's not going to be second. He's not going to be third. So he will rejoin in 4th place. So no real change for Boots and VDS, but the significance is that they are still in contention. And now as he accelerates up the hill, we'll see in this next stint what Picariello can do to bring down that gap.
The power of the undercut is so strong. So Preining is in the 17s on laps where they're going longer, and they're doing 2:20 20s. So that's how that line speed car has got there. But remember, his stint will finish earlier, and that's becoming more of a problem towards the end of the race if you have to add a stop, or if a full course yellow comes out when you've already stopped. And that's what we saw benefit so many cars, wasn't it? When they were going slightly longer, that full course yellow that came out for the Greystone GT car really benefited some cars that weren't really in the mix.
Down the pit lane there, look, comes the Max Hesse BMW. We'll see whether Max is going to stay behind the wheel. I suspect not. Dan Harper looks like he's ready to leap on board there. So Max Hesse in. That was on the hour. Dan Harper, the rapid Northern Irish driver, Carrera Cup champion, Ginetta Junior champion, British GT champion, Daytona class winner, Nürburgring Langstrecke Series race winner, you name it. He's been a great asset to the BMW ranks. He's the one that, if you like, Porsche shouldn't have let go. He was the one that got away as far as they were concerned. Having won Carrera Cup GB, they should have signed him up there and then, you could argue.
Yeah, BMW's gain there, isn't it? And cool to see a car come into pit lane. You can see the wheel being put up before Hesserud even stopped, unplugged his radio. As we see the 74 car now in, Gilbert getting out, helping a new driver in. Couldn't see any of the helmets, so we'll find out who is taking over our bronze class leading car. That's 11th overall. I think I made a prediction that could finish in the top 15. We've already done all the bronze time of Dustin Blattner, so maybe even a top 10 on the cards. Of course, it's a lap down, so top 10 is really the best it could get if it gets the fastest car in front.
Away goes 46. Now there is this continuing fight between 48 and 22. In other words, our in the yellow Mamba Mercedes and 22 Matt Campbell in the black Porsche. And the gap that Preining had over our was 4 seconds on that lap. So that shows partly momentum. It might well come down now that Lucas Auer is in a rhythm, but he's got the 914 Razun Porsche in the way, and he's got 2 wheels on the grass there as Lucas Auer, absolutely flat chat, comes hammering by at the top of Radion.
Yeah, and shows you the speed deltas sometimes. Is there a bit of smoke in the background, or is it just some of the haze now we're getting in towards the midday sun here at Spa?
5 hours, 19 minutes of the race remain here as we await Dan Harper back on track. There he is in number 46 BMW. That's also been yo-yoing a little bit up and down the order as other stops have been cycling through. So notionally, Charles Wirtz is your race leader, but again, he's out of sequence and owes us a pit stop within the next 13 minutes.
Yeah, and that's that longer stint that WRT have got, which, like I said, not that long ago, just buys them more scope as we get to the end of this race. And just looking at the moment on my strategy planner, it doesn't stop them doing an extra stop yet. But a couple of full course yellows, a couple of extensions there, then we are getting close to that being a real possibility.
Now, we were getting all excited about this car, 34, the Valkenhorst Aston. The fact that it's still going is a miracle, never mind the fact that it is up in the lead lap. Christian Cronjes, winner of the event in the past, is with Nina Jade Paul.
Christian, you're no stranger to success here at Spa, having won this in 2018, but what a race you've had. The lap 1 incident put you right at the back, and you're currently running 8th overall.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. I think the ratio between the shunt we had and the actual damage we had is quite unbelievable, and we're still running despite doing a 360 at the start and almost flipping, I would say. So yeah, it's great. The team has put together a superb strategy to bring us back on the lead lap to begin with, and yeah, we're trying just to extract the maximum of the car.
Can you summarize some of the damage that you had to the car?
To be honest, we're just a punctured tire, some small cosmetical damage, but nothing serious. So we were amazed. But yeah, obviously happy about that, and keen to go.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking with us.
Yeah, Christian Cronjes, a winner for the Valkenhorst BMW team going back a few years. And he's absolutely right. It is astounding that the car is still going, and it stayed on the lead lap all the way. They did a series of quick pit stops, partly to help with fuel, partly to look at damage, partly to assess, partly to tape up, whatever they needed to do, but never did they box the car for it to fall off the lead lap, and that was absolutely vital. Really, really quick thinking, because when you and I looked at it, we thought, well, that's done.
Yeah, especially with the energy through it, you would have thought there'd be some legacy damage, but quick update on track temp there, sorry, David, 44 degrees. So we checked last time, just an hour and 20 minutes ago, it was at 34. It is rising quickly. We're definitely going to get above 50 again. Race start was 56. Remember, at the time I was talking about why was that important, because it really favoured the Ferrari. The Ferrari of Rivera is up to 6. Remember, they're nearly a lap down on strategy because of that damage that Mosca had to the tyre with contact with that Winward Mercedes. I just wonder where this is going. Drivers are going to have to start to look after the tyres more and more. So track temp becoming more and more prevalent.
Absolutely right, as we look on at this fight that rages between here, the yellow Mercedes, Lucas Auer versus Matt Campbell. Good to have Matt back within the GT ranks. The third driver of that car, of course, Fred Makovici. Laurin Heinrich was penciled in, but I think he's on IMSA duty this weekend. So double IMSA champion Matt Campbell, Carrera Cup Australia champion too, brought back into the fold along with Fred Makovici for Côme Ledegar's team. And as they come out of Blanchimont, the run up towards the chicane, and this will put 414 laps in the book when they cross the line. They're chasing priming right now. Thomas comes to the line. Charles Wirtz has just gone by, but he's now on an old set of tyres, so he's lapping in the 220s and due a pit stop within the next 10 minutes. As you look at 87 there going downhill, Marvin Dienst, fourth in bronze. There's the gap down under braking. Campbell is now within effectively 0.6 of a second of Lucas Auer just up the road ahead. And what's going on behind? Alessio Picariello, 4.4 seconds adrift. Picariello's last lap was a 2:19.7. I think he's got a bit mired in traffic, and that's why his lap times have gone up at the start of this most recent stint for the Belgian driver.
Yeah, it actually feels like we've been relatively traffic unaffected, doesn't it, for the last hour or so. Traffic doing a good job of getting out of the way. Of course, blue flags enforcing that one, but just wonder if it will become a factor, especially after a safety car obviously bunches everyone up. So you get a few clear laps and then you catch the slower cars after a while, and then they're always more grouped up together. As we look on the road leader, Charles Wirtz, car 32. He's done 52.5 minutes of his stint, has to be in before 60 minutes and 59 seconds. So he's got another 3 laps in him before he needs to box. And he's got the number 5 Optimum car, which has dropped to 3rd place in class, hasn't it, after that penalty it got for, I'd say, assaulting the Ford Mustang. And I wonder if there going to be an apology going down to HRT, because that car now for the HRT has dropped down to 6th in class.
Yeah, it had its tyre replacement therapy, didn't it, the HRT Mustang, with that new wheel and tyre put on to send it back out, but many places lost. Maxime Austin going after Dylan Medler, who was race winning in the Ferrari Challenge at Le Mans a couple of weeks back, and Dylan Medler in 45 currently, which is the Rinaldi green Ferrari. There's Wirtz then, the on-the-road leader, but again he's out of sequence, so a stop is due, not on this lap, not the next, but within 7 minutes, as over the timing line comes Charles Wirtz. And in gold, Tim Tramnitz is the leader in 998. Let's listen to the team radio.
I think something broke on the car. It felt like something broke on the car, front, left.
There is the BMW, and Tramnitz saying it feels like something's broken on the car front left. But
it looked okay. Pace for it is okay. Remember, it's got a massive lead in its class. 4 laps, I said earlier, and it will still be similar, I'm sure. So I said it was going to be a boring race for them. Maybe a flippant comment. The only hope I have is its pickup, and it's a huge amount of rubber has flown off. So you get a big clunk as it comes off, and then it can hit the bodywork and make a big bang. So hopefully for Tim Tramnitz there, that is what's happened. And I would suggest it is because his sector times are bang on the money. His last lap was a 2:19.4. He's on for a high 19 this lap, so I actually think the 998 is okay.
Is that your default mechanism as a driver? If something doesn't feel right, you instantly think something's broken, not, it'll be all right, I'll drive around it? It's
kind of both ways. Sometimes you kind of bury your head in the sand. Also, as a driver, you kind of want to share the problem because you feel very alone in a car. You've got all the team back at base, but your only communication is radio. So then you start to try to help and just delegate some of your issues in the car, not life, that is, to engineers.
There you've got Alessio Picariello chasing on up to the bus stop here. Let's look back at how the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa has developed, with the very high temperatures at the start. The cars waved away by Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, and it was Nicholas Nielsen who managed to jump ahead, with Marvin Kirchhoff as McLaren having a big drama down at the bottom of the hill, getting all sideways. He managed to hang on to that, but it was coming out of Pouhon where Ariel Levi skipped over the curb, T-boned the Jamie Day Aston. Off went Christian Hahn, having been hit up the back by Pedro Ibrahim, and Maxime Robin had nowhere to go and piled in. 3 cars gone, and we then had a long sequence of safety car and full course yellow periods. But eventually the race was able to breathe. The first round of pit stop cycle through, and another of the Trezor Attempto Audis in strife as a wheel came off Alex Arca's car and was headbutted by Gabriele Piana's Mercedes. Off also went the high-class racing Porsche in IGTC, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari getting crowded out over the curbs coming out of Pouan on that run up towards pit path. Further up the road, more drama. Number 50 Ferrari turned around at turn 9. That put that car into the gravel, and the treble 5 McLaren was a victim of contact as well at the chicane. This is how it could be done. Raffaele Marciello getting himself up on the inside of the HRT Mustang, as on track it was McLaren versus Mercedes. Tom Fleming going well, but not well enough, as Mauro Engel went through for 3rd place. And then the lead car developed a puncture. Nicholas Nielsen had it go pop as he came over the line. He had to limp round to the pit lane. It cost him the lead. It cost them a lap, which amazingly they got back in the night, but the story hasn't ended for that car. The night was when the fan zone really kicked in, and more dramas kicked in on track as well, with the Milner Motorsport Porsche being spat towards the gravel, and then the high-class Porsche having more dramas. The bonnet flapping up into the face of Leo Yi. He pitted for liberal applications of tack tape. The drivers plunged on into the night, through the darkness, as the fans enjoyed the concerts and enjoyed the weather and made themselves available to watch the drama on track, which had a big accident at the exit of Blanchimont for Sebastien Bode. Another one would befall Sarah Bovey, meaning that 2 Astons were gone. Also, there was contact between the number 9 and 93 Porsches, both out with damage, the Ziggo Tempesta car having been pinballed. And so too was 58, as that was turfed into a spin by the number 2 Porsche. With more and more gravel on the road, gradually fans headed for home, and lightning struck. There was lightning in the background, and eventually rain would come. We had the drama for Sarah Bovey at Blanchimont that meant we had a long barrier repair of 30 minutes, and with the front of the Écurie Cost Blackthorn Aston on fire, that had a long pit stop. Sarah Bovey's accident was a huge one at Blanchimont, and that left a very broken car out of Pro-Am, and it also meant that the teams could get their technical pit stops done. And then the rain came handily while we were under caution period, but there was more contact as the McLaren number 58 got into the back of a Porsche, did the radiator, and that was the end of that car. It did rejoin, but having lost 30 laps, it was a forlorn hope. But number 80, the Lion Speed Porsche that had started from the pit lane, was making good progress. Others not so lucky. A big lose for Nicky Team at the top of Radion. That broke the suspension, and although he brought it back, 007 Aston was out of the race. Battle was on between number 80 Lion Speed Porsche and the recovering 51 Ferrari. It was also on between Gouven and Marciello, the BMW of Raffaele Marciello being a wide car, but as Augusto Farfus, his co-driver, looked on, eventually it would go by and lose the pace of the Porsche. Darren Lung's car served its technical pit stop. Patrick Charlet went rally crossing at Eau Rouge and caused people to scatter left and right in avoidance. But Gouven was on a mission. He had eventually cleared the Rover BMW, then had a go at Valentino Rossi's car. He got that job done on the run to Eau Rouge. And then Gouven had a go in the battle with the Ferrari, but Tommaso Mosca went around the outside of him and took the place, as in silver there was this contact as Oliveira got into the back of Eduardo Cossetang. For that, he got a stop-go penalty for causing a collision and taking the Silver Cup car out of the lead. Tommaso Mosca went for the overall lead, but made contact with the Mercedes, got a punctured tyre as a result, and another lap nearly was lost. Alessio Rivera put into the car. He's now done the fastest lap. They're still just on the lead lap, but right now it's a battle between Porsche and Mercedes. So we're on lap 418 here at Spa. Charles Weerts is the notional on-the-road leader, but the BMW out of sequence owes us a pit stop, and its last lap at 2:21 against the 2:19s of those cars on fresher tyres.
Yeah, exactly, that fresher tyre bit being so important now. Wasn't really consideration, was it, when we came back into the booth this morning? Seemed like the stint stayed consistent, but this is now what we're seeing replayed from yesterday's race start, and still 5 hours to go. So the track temp will peak just before race finish as Charles Wirtz makes it into pit lane just in the nick of time. They will have around 25 seconds spare before they would have got a penalty.
Yeah, it's down pit lane and a driver change imminent for this car. Funny, isn't it, when you're wanting a yellow, as a couple of teams are, WRT and AF Corsa, they ain't for coming. And so now they're having to try to win back the time on pure pace. There's not much they can do with the help of yellow flags.
So a drinks bottle there in hand. Clever system, actually, so it doesn't have a straw because it goes into a cradle, which then pipes it to the driver's helmet. And you'll see the radio and drinks pipe get plugged in. Interestingly, the BMW keep their bottle there in the door, so they're going to just swap around on that fresh liquid in. Although it is insulated, it gets so warm so quickly, so within 10 minutes it's very warm, but still a massive relief to be able to wet your whistle as you drive along.
So Thomas Priming then takes back the lead of the race, and his lap time's 2:18s, whereas Auer and Campbell are doing 2:21s. Now, is that because they're battling? Is that because they're mired in traffic? Either way, Priming is now 9 seconds up the road, and things are looking a bit more promising.
Yeah, Wirtz slammed that door pretty hard, didn't he? And stared down our camera person quite aggressively. And I didn't recognise the helmet, I've got to admit. I think it was Van der Linde, just based on stature. It was definitely a South African getting in the 32.
Yeah, because it's either him or Jordan Pepper. Good thinking. Right, there's Priming, goes through. Turns out of Pouan, BMW 32 on its way down the pit lane then, with Jordan Pepper at the wheel of the car.
Shows you what I know. It wasn't South African.
He got that bit right, yeah. Couldn't go wrong on that. But Pepper it is, who grinds his way down the pit lane, ready to get back out on track.
It's the best thing when you can just plug in a seasoned pro. It's so easy for the team to be able to choose which driver they want to put in. Van der Linde or Pepper, both super rapid.
Exactly. Jordan had a pretty tough stint yesterday. It was a roasted Pepper that got out of the car, wasn't it? But he's about to get back on track now as he blasts up pit exit and puts 32 on track again, staying on the lead lap. And there are a lot of teams up and down the pit lane thinking, right, when's this next yellow going to come? Who is it that's going to have the moment? Where's there a battle that might trip up somebody to put them in the gravel and give us a chance? WRT and AF Corsa now pretty much having to bet the house on another caution period coming. And there is Pepper starting to bring the tyre temperatures and pressures up to Lecombe.
Yeah, again, slots into a lovely bit of space. That is luck in that regard. The team's very good, obviously, but they can't change where the car is going to go. They're always going to maximise the stint, so there's no consideration for that. Black and orange mechanical flag for car 24, so that's the Corvette from Stella. They're well out the order, but another transponder not working. That's 3 that I know of, and the transponder is obviously what tells the timing people the car has crossed the sectors and the lines, and it's now almost a safety thing as well. If it's not working, we can't guarantee where that car is, so it has to come in.
But it also helps with the pit lane speed and the stint times as well, so it's more than just a lap time, as you're rightly saying, that they need to be aware of. That is Charles Wirtz, who has done for now and takes on some liquid and gets his breath back after another tough stint. Temperatures rising. That's his father, Eve, with his back to you, standing over the pit counter with the white shirt on. Thomas Priming then goes downhill. So he's on lap 420, and we've got 5 hours still of this race to go. So we've done an hour of our Paul Ricard season opener, in effect, and we know how dramatic that was. So we're not done yet. That is absolutely true. Just a quick look within silver. Number 52 Ferrari now is starting to look a bit more menacing for the lead. It has got Francesco Braschi at the wheel, and he's only 22 seconds back from Ignacio Montenegro, but Priming here steers clear of the trench, and we know that he's fast because he did that best lap of the race early on. It's been taken away from him by Rovera, but Priming is still charging. There is Pepper, and he is still the last on that lead lap.
Yeah, you can still see the damage that they suffered early on, wasn't it? It was the opening lap, that big kerfuffle halfway around the lap coming out of Pouan that caught them out.
Now, as you look at 32 BMW, we can head to the pit lane. Ganel Longy has found Charles Wirtz for us. Let's hear from them.
Charles, you're running a different strategy compared to your opponents for the fight for the win. How much do you think it can come your way later in the race?
It's very difficult to say. Obviously, we are in Spa. Everything can happen. Still 5 hours to go. Yeah, I think we need all stars to be aligned. Anyway, that's what you need when you want to win in Spa, obviously. But yeah, to be fair, even if everything goes perfectly, I think it will be very tight. Just on pace. I don't think we have the absolute pace like the Porsche or the Ferrari to fight for the win on a consistent base. But yeah, I mean, we will give our best for sure. We will push until the checkered flag. We will see what comes out, but it's not like it's all gifted.
Do you think this lack of pace is due to the temperature rising? Because it seemed that you were quicker over the night and cooler temperatures.
I'm not allowed to speak about why we are not fast enough. I can only say our car is amazing to drive. It's one of the best cars I ever drove in Spa, but unfortunately, it's not enough.
Thanks a lot, Charles. Thank you.
Ooh, that speaketh a grumpy race driver, and feeling perhaps that they have been given the wrong or a disadvantaged BOP potentially for this weekend. That said, 46 BMW remains ahead, so there is an element to the story of the time loss earlier.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was worth touching the strategy options for this 32 car now, because it's such a left field one. It's 4 minutes into its stint, which is roughly 22 minutes shorter than everyone else. At the moment, it doesn't save a pit stop. It has to do a 2-lap run more at the end. But one full course yellow might just take away a pit stop there. So potentially that could do a stop less. That could be a race winning strategy forced upon them, but they need at the moment a full course yellow to allow them to drop that 2-lap extra part, which would mean they would go over a stint. But we keep an eye on it.
Now, this is Tim Tranmits that we're looking at, and he has done 24 minutes of this stint. So I think that when he said something had broken on that team radio, they kept him out there, and he's driven around the problem. You made the point about the sector times looking okay, so that initial panic seems to have been unfounded, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really, really does. And I'm not surprised the pickup is huge out there, and if you go offline to overtake or you make a mistake, it just gets stuck to the tyre. These tyres, when they come off the car, you would place your hand on it and you struggle to pull it off. The adhesion levels so strong. So imagine that with the car forcing it into terra firma. You can understand why potentially Tim Tranmits thought he had a problem.
Charles Wirtz, though, not leaving you in any doubt as to his general mood or that hard work, but really frustrated that the pace just does not seem to be there. Of course, we know there were BOP adjustments after qualifying, and everybody wants a faster car, don't they? But it's a tough ask to get everything absolutely right, especially over 24 hours. And as you've been making the point, there's the temperature to factor in. We've had that bit of rain as well, and some cars better when it's cooler, and that's not necessarily a problem with the car. It's just the nature of whether it's a turbo or normally aspirated. There are some cars that work better on certain circuits, whether they are, front, mid, or rear engine. There are all these aspects to take into account.
I think the bigger aspect that it must be almost impossible to factor into the BOP is how does the car react in dirty air? Because there's going to be a better car than others in dirty air, and that's so important in a 24-hour race when you've got 69 cars on 7 kilometers of track. So for me, the BOP, it is a necessary evil. It's the way I describe it. Stefan Rattel had this vision that no one had ever thought about before, and it was a perverse idea to slow some cars down, but it stopped the boom and bust of motorsport. Whoever spent the most won, and that's why we always had feast and famine. And with the 20 years of GT3, we've created a stable platform for lots of drivers like myself to be able to get paid to drive around in circles, for teams to operate across the globe. So I will always get on my high horse to defend BOP.
Yeah, Stefan is modest enough to say that the idea really came from Max Mosley, who was then the FIA president, because the FIA GT Championship had the Maserati MC12 arrive on the scene, which was in danger of being so far removed from a GT car that it would again damage the championship. And it was Max Mosley's idea to peg it back, to reduce its aero and to reduce its power a little bit. And Peter Wright from the FIA Technical Commission, the late Peter Wright, was then given the task of trying to work out how on earth you could equate that car against the others, and that's really where the BOP gestation came from. And as you rightly say, it has been quite something. In the bronze battle here, you're looking at cars laps apart, Ben Tuck and Sven Muller, and Ben Tuck back at the wheel of the category leading number 74 Ferrari, Sven Muller. It's always a delight to watch Sven in the Porsche. I know he's a long way back, but that car just dances when he's behind the wheel.
He's just so aggressive, isn't he?
Yeah.
Every time we talk about him, I'm amazed the front bumper's still on the thing. We saw him in British GT for a season, didn't we?
Yeah.
And he just loved to rub everyone up. And at least he's consistent. You know what you're going to get with Sven Muller. He's not going to hold back.
Ben Tuck that we had in the booth last night, to the delight of some of his fans. Good to see Ben back on the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa grid. Really good silver, managed by Ollie Gavin, and he is a class-leading 12th right now. He could afford to let that Porsche go, and it might turn out to be a prudent move, because Muller is all over him like a cheap suit at the minute, isn't he? And he does not need to be defending a car that is many laps down, because that's about 16 laps behind the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Let him go.
Yeah, and they're about to overtake the Pro-Am leading Corvette still, so that car has kept the lead, hasn't it?
Yeah.
As I thought they were going to turn in, but Ben Tuck gets down the inside, dispatched nicely. 2Cs in with the 33, and the bonnet is also up on that car, despite the copious amount of tape that's been trying to hold it down.
So they're in the pit lane 33 from 2Cs, and as we saw on the Porsche last night, you can just about see, but I think the whole thing has come away on the left-hand side, hasn't it? It's not connected there anymore, so it's up, but also peeling off. It's still connected on the right, but not on the left, and this is another of those cars that just seems to have been in the wars all the way through.
Yeah, I'm surprised the amount of bonnets we've had this year. I wonder if there needs to be a contingency from teams in a respect that bonnets should never go up in a 24-hour race unless you've got a problem. So is it worth fixing it stronger, as a huge bit of pipe is hanging out there? I have no clue what that is. The only thing I can think is that actually some, no, it definitely looks like a pipe, doesn't it? Right? Yeah. I thought it might be some trim, like a rubber fit. And I wonder if the teams now need to start thinking about reinforcing it, get some leather straps on like they used to be back in the day. You could buckle down to the car, and yeah, tough break for this car. And I think that's almost a day done thing with where they are potentially on the order. They're last of our running cars.
Now, although it's come off on one side, it won't come off on the other, so it's just elongating the pit stop. Now, this car, despite that penalty for causing a collision earlier, is back in the lead of silver. This car being the orange McLaren here that is being driven by Dante Rapinge, the Dutch driver. He's put himself on the road behind the outright race leader Thomas Preining, who's 10 seconds up the road now compared to Lucas Auer. It's been a remarkable stint though, hasn't it, for number 80 Porsche, because yeah, it jumped ahead on the pit stops, but it's never looked likely to be caught by the others. That's your second silver car. Ignacio Montenegro, the Argentine driver, in the BMW, and 52 Ferrari will be third a bit further back, which is Francesco Barasci.
A worry for this BMW, how much he was sliding through the mid part of Le Mans, and he's not even 10 minutes into his stint. He needs to learn. Now he's in a proper car with lots of power. He needs to look after those tyres. He's no longer in an Uber racing in the World Touring Car Championship. And I just wonder as well, Ben Tuck, what's his head at if Sven Muller starts to catch him? Would he let him go, or has he got the pace to pull away? And then just jumping back to the Optimum car, sorry, that is in the lead of the silver class. Already 3 track limit warnings in this final 6-hour block. So they've only got 2 more opportunities to run wide before they get a penalty. For us, 53 minutes remaining. I don't favour that. The same for the 22 Porsche, Matt Campbell, 3rd overall. They're on 3 track limit warnings also.
Can I ask you to stop picking on touring cars, please? You know, it gives employment to some of us.
I have to give balance, don't I? You love it so much. Just being the political bias.
I hear it's very good. So there is Ignacio Montenegro, second in silver, and he's not that far behind Dante Rapinge, is he? This could change on the track, I reckon. They're both fairly early into a stint. 25 minutes in for Rapinge, 11 minutes in for Montenegro. So there's a lot of lappery left yet within this silver fight, and the BMW wants to do this on the track. It's interesting, isn't it? You've got Charles Wirtz in Pro complaining about the lack of pace, but the same car, the same sort of car, the BMW M4 in silver, is taking the fight to McLaren.
Yeah, and it's the ebb and the flow of it, where they are on the stint life. Some cars as well react very differently to the fuel load in the car. The McLaren I know well. The balance stayed exactly the same, but no one could really ever explain to me, which is a bit embarrassing and bizarre, but it just went slower in a straight line. Yes, it's heavier, but its VMAX was massively affected by fuel. I've never had a car with that characteristic. Normally, wherever the fuel is, it kind of enhances that axle. So the Porsche, for example, the fuel tank is in the front. So when you fill it full of fuel, the front is really pointy, and then a car where the fuel tank is behind you, it's the same but on the rear.
Right, just explain what's going on, will you please, between Preining in the lead and Auer in second place, because that gap has crept up all the way through this stint. They're on a comparable stint time. Preining, I think, is 1 lap ahead, and we saw that because that's how he jumped through, got that undercut. But never has Auer nor Campbell, who are still nose to tail, looked likely to bring the gap down. It's steadily increased all the way through the stint.
Yeah, there's obviously numerous things it could be. I still just think it's drivers learning what the tyre's doing in this temperature now. They've had it easy through the night. They were able to push on hard. I think they're fearful of pushing too hard too early. 2 reasons. 1, the pace drops off because you've destroyed the tyre. The second one is the tyre destroys itself because it will have a higher risk of a puncture if you're sliding it constantly. And now Lucas Auer with Matt Campbell so close behind and Picciarello. So it's going to be a similar story for Auer, isn't it, as we saw for Lucas Stoltz at the end of his stint, trying to make this Mercedes, the Manfield to Windward yellow Mamba car, as wide as possible.
There is Auer in second place then. So they look really... Oh, big snap of oversteer midway through Piff Path. They looked so solid this morning, didn't they, being able to control the pace, but jumped on that pit stop. There is Campbell, and there's Picciarello. Look, now he has really been the mover in this stint within this battle pack. He has brought the gap right down to 0.2 of a second at the start of it. In terms of stints and total pit stop time, you can see now that 51 has spent more time in the pits other than the Valkenhorst car, which did all of those stops early on. So of those that are fighting for the race lead, we're looking at 45, 44, 43 minutes, and still number 48 has done the same number of stops as the race leader, but has spent less time in the pit lane. As here, Picciarello closes right up onto the tail of the 22 Matt Campbell car. You're on board Porsche number 2 with Alessio Picciarello.
Firing down the pit straight. We'll get all the way up to 5th gear before we've got to get on the anchors, slow it down to 60 kilometers an hour, rotate the car full throttle. Now back up to 2nd gear. We're going to get all the way up to 6th before we even get to Eau Rouge, diving downhill at an alarming rate of knots. There's Eau Rouge, infamous for quite good reason. Lots of curb on the left, open up, full throttle all the way through. Look at the smoke coming out the Porsche in front, a little bit loose as well. Could you hear the revs rise as we were starting to wheel spin? We actually grabbed 6th on the exit, torque not high enough in the Porsche seemingly to fire it through. Camel straight, speed rising, we're getting a nice toe off the car in front. Going to nearly get to 270 kilometers an hour before we slow it down to 115. 3rd gear now, hook up the curb. You can see why the tyres are getting abused. The car sliding around. Campbell missing the apex in front. We drop it in the gravel downhill into Brussels. Softly, softly. Make 2 apexes of this corner. Allow the car to rotate, then jump on the throttle. And it's really a mixed emotion of driving. Yes, you're aggressive, but you have to allow the car time to settle and to sit. And this Porsche, we have the engine over the rear axle, so we're able to manipulate the weight transfer. What does that mean? We take the brake into the corner, we put the weight on the nose of the car, we then jump on the throttle and put that weight on the rear axle. And at the moment, this car's starting to look loose for Picciarello. I can see a traction control adjustment that has just been done. I assume he's turned that up just to stop the engine giving him as much power early on. Stop the spin through Piff Path, all over these curbs, hook the curbs up. It gives the car more front end grip. It just allows you to rotate the car ever so slightly better. Same here into Stavolo. Now we run wide. We try to be flat through Stavolo 2, because that means we only have to brake 1 more time of this lap. Quick chance to breathe, because it's been a while since we've done that. Sector 2, so fast and furious. You're in it for 1 minute and 4. Now Blanchemont. This is where we saw Sarah Bovey have this huge accident. You can see why it's huge, because you're flat at 240 kilometers an hour. We had to breathe out the throttle ever so slightly at the end of this stint. Bus stop to go, hard on the brakes. Are we going to use all of the curb on the right? We're going to smash it? Yes, we are. Then we nibble on the left. We open the lockup and off we go. Nice lap from Picciarello, but the car looking hard work. And the windscreen, the white dots just to clear up. That's bits of dirt that were on the windscreen when they applied that windscreen tariff. No different to when you do it to your mobile phone screen.
So out of La Source it goes. Now, there is number 50 Ferrari, which is Arthur Leclerc, and he is hunting down Jamie Day for 7th place. Then there's the Valkenhorst run, Aston. Jamie's had a really good race here, having to fight back after he was involved in that big whack early on, and psychologically that must have really hurt to begin with, thinking, is this car going to hold together? Where's the damage going to be? What's it going to feel like? But the almost bulletproof Aston carrying on in the race. Arthur Leclerc last time was only half a second back, but this, again, Carl's on the lead lap. Currently 52nd of the Ferraris. It's still not been able to overhaul 51, and Arthur Leclerc, we know he's probably the fastest of the 3 drivers in that, and he's currently got the driving duties to do. So over the line they go. Arthur Leclerc not close enough to have a go. 8/10 the margin, but it's still up for grabs, this place.
Yeah, just wonder if the pace is going to come back as the fuel load comes off. I still think the Ferrari is the best when the weather is hot. We saw that yesterday at the start of the race. We saw that in qualifying. And I just wonder if it's going to ring true by the time these cars get to the end of the race. With 426 laps on the books, we're racking up the kilometres at an alarming rate of knots.
So the Valkenhorst ran Aston heads up the hill. Valkenhorst, a team that's won going back to its BMW era, going to 2018 when Tom Blomqvist, Philip Eng and Christian Corniers were the drivers. And there the AF Corsa Ferrari a little bit nearer as they get down to Bruxelles through that long right-hand hairpin, then back to the power towards Speaker's Corner, turn 9, plunge down the hill again. But Jamie Day doing a good job here. As we say, he's sort of got on quietly with the job, having been a GT4 star in Britain before coming to GT3, and a good single-seater racer prior to that. So the Valkenhorst Aston versus the AF Corsa Ferrari, heading on towards Piff Paff now. And the circuit that's been fairly quiet earlier on in the day, now starting to get busy again. More and more fans deciding that they really want another day in the heat. They really want to see who it is that comes home victorious. And it's still a race up for grabs, both in terms of overall, most definitely in terms of silver. Gold, I think, is rather less so. Bronze might yet develop a fight. And Pro-Am, Porsche still chasing Corvette. But right now, 7th and 8th we're looking at. Aston Martin just fending off Ferrari.
Yeah, just looking at some of the stats, we're going to miss out on last year's lap total already, and that's without any extra full course yellows. We're on target for 546 laps maximum last year. 549 won it for the Grasser car. Distance done last year, 3,845 kilometres. As a reference, that is driving from New York to LA in 24 hours. So to give you a nice metric of that distance covered by these cars.
Now, what are we expecting in terms of weather? I think we heard Matty Jobert saying earlier on there might even be some rain with a couple of hours to go. Temperatures likely to be as hot as yesterday or a little bit better? I think the feeling was it was going to be a slightly cooler day.
That was the original plan, wasn't it? That we're going to peak at around 31 degrees ambient today rather than 35. The track temp is less affected by ambient per se, and it's more the intensity of the sun.
Right.
And so I still adamant we're going to get over 50-degree track temp. So air temp really not as important as track temp to these race cars. Obviously the engine's affected by the air temp, as Jamie Day on the defence from Leclerc there, but the track temp really the determined factor in lap time.
So out of the chicane they wriggle again. Over the curve goes Leclerc, onto Bruxelles goes Leclerc. Behind them you've got the McLaren of Simon Gachet that lost time early on. It was a car, I think, that James Kell was in when it stopped, and also Rougier stopped on track. So they've had a couple of sort of electrical gremlins and resets, but it is still circulating. And that is the car, that McLaren, third in this queue, that is second in gold. Now, in terms of the gold battle, it's 4 laps down on the leading BMW, as we've been explaining. But you never know. If the Rover car has a problem, all of a sudden it can buy its way back in.
Yeah, the CSA ears would have pricked, wouldn't they, when they heard that message from Tramnet saying, "I've got a problem," and maybe he was crying wolf, but that problem did not turn into anything serious.
Another car that's just been announced as a retirement is the number 91 Herberth Motorsport Porsche, which has been brought in by Hugh van Eindhoven, and that's also retired from the bronze fight. So now perhaps we're into that period where more and more cars cry enough with you get a problem early on and it just manifests itself, doesn't it? A bit like you were saying with that bonnet over the Mercedes. Time to call it a day.
Yeah, without sounding like an accountant, there's some financials here at play as well. The rough running cost of these GT3 cars, there is a big variance. Mercedes is the cheapest at around 20 euros a kilometre. The Ferrari the most expensive at 50 euros per kilometre.
Wow.
So with still around, I would say, 800 kilometres on the potential cards of what to do. The team teams will be working out, is it worth potentially 20,000 euros on average of just running cost to get that car to the finish? And yeah, if I take my spectacles off and take my racing driver helmet back on, then you keep racing.
Exactly, but also if you've got a paying customer who wants to go around Spa, you kind of have to do it for him, don't you, if he wants to carry on in the race. So we are now on lap 429. Thomas Preining 13 seconds ahead of Lucas Auer in that second place. Matt Campbell third for Comme Ledegaard's team. Comme Ledegaard a winner as a driver, of course, in the past for Ferrari, along with Nicholas Nielsen and Alessandro Pierguidi. Leclerc's Ferrari getting nearer again to Jamie Day. This battle is going to be ended, I fear, by Leclerc pitting. He's got 10 minutes to the 15 of Jamie Day, roughly. So he's running out of laps to do it. He's got the pace, I think, has Arthur Leclerc, but he might not have the number of laps in which to make it work.
Yeah, looking at the progression bar again, we know the AT car has been phenomenal, but so has Campbell, so has Picarello. So the Porsches have gone forward in this race. The big loser, Rivera, obviously he could either stay where he was or go backwards after starting on pole. And here is Rivera. Ignore the Leclerc on the top. I know it's Rivera because he's missing the mirror after the incident where Mosca had, and we are coming back into box. And this is the off strategy, as he is hustling, hasn't he?
Now, could they put a new door on the side of that, which would sort out the mirror problem? It's probably easier to take one door off and put another on than have to mess about with the mirror. Do they need it even? So down the pit lane comes Alessio Rovere. He's done the fastest lap of the race, remember, when he went out very angry indeed at the start of this stint. The car stops and there's going to be a driver change.
Yeah, I think they'll leave the door. The drivers will be happy. Less drag, you could say, without the mirror. So if this car does end up winning, I'm sure Ferrari will make a limited run. 9.6, one mirror, and it'll be 3 times the price and twice as ugly.
Well, the 296 Spa with the one mirror, that's the new special edition. Going to get a new set of boots. Taking no chances on tyres now, are they?
No, I wonder how many rear rights they've got. The teams are allowed to use jokers, so if there's legitimate damage to a tyre, they can appeal to Pirelli to allow more, and they will need to do that because 30 sets of tyres are the limit, and they've nearly done a whole set of rear rights.
Well, Rovere has, for my money, had a really good stint there, not only in terms of setting the fastest lap, but keeping the car on that lead lap. It was marginal when he went out, and even given the pace of Preining, he's managed to achieve it. So Rovere has, to use Joe's phrase, steadied the ship and done an admirable job there. The fact that the car came in 5th place also is quite impressive, as you see the Ecuriacos Blackthorn Aston going down the pit lane here. That's another of the Bronze Cup cars, is it not? Lorcan Hannafin at the wheel. That was losing pace early on, but this has been a mighty stint also from Thomas Preining. In the lead by the undercut, and he's just disappeared up the road. The Get Speed Team Dubai Mercedes is in also for lots and lots and lots of sticky tape.
It's been a theme, isn't it? Buy some shares in a tape company, that's for sure. Yeah, Preining stint average on this last one as finally Leclerc gets down the inside of the Aston Martin of Jamie Day. Job done.
Yeah, he didn't seem there to be expecting that, Jamie, did he? It was a late dive by Leclerc, but equally that car trying to avoid any more damage, the Aston Martin. Meanwhile, this is how you make a Mercedes stay together with a front section of bodywork that wants to make its bid for freedom, and it is all hands to the sticky pump now as they put more and more tape on. There's the leader going down to Eau Rouge. It is Preining the leader by 14.7 seconds. Lucas Auer second, third is Campbell, and there Nicholas Nielsen has gone back into number 51 Ferrari. It is still on that lead lap, only just, but again, that's going to stretch once more once Preining makes his next pit stop. Nicholas Nielsen put back in. Interesting that it wasn't Mosca.
No, and I wonder any logic there. I think Rivera did the single just to keep him fresh for the end, personally. It wasn't that they didn't want him in the car. They can't have him in the car for the remaining part. He started off super fast, doing the fastest lap of the race. The stint average did drop off, and it was a 19.1 as an average, but Preining's is a 19.0. Everyone around him is a 19.6. That's why Preining has got this gap up to 15 seconds.
Apologies, wrong Get Speed Mercedes. It is 999, Jordan Boisson's car, that was being taped up, not 12 of Rindone. So now that's been given over to Benjamin Pack, and it was rejoining the race, hovering around third in Pro-Am. There is Ben Tuck in the Kessel Ferrari ahead of Ben Green in the Corvette, the JMR car. 71 is in 29th place overall. Malte Ebdrup. Now that was in third, wasn't it, for much of the opening couple of hours when Frederick Scharndorf was behind the wheel, and I'm trying to remember why that has ended up dropping away so badly.
It started off with a penalty, didn't it, for Ebdrup hitting the 555
right,
CSA
yeah.
McLaren at the final chicane. That was a drive-through penalty. 72 seconds that would have lost them. So it was kind of the start of the demise. And I think as well, it's a young driver lineup, relatively inexperienced apart from Scharndorf, you would say, in terms of this level of racing. So I think it's a good year to get into GT3, and that program will continue to strengthen.
Now this is the car that is second in Pro-Am, and here for IGTC independent points, because one of the drivers of said Porsche, currently second within IGTC independent, is Kerong Lee, but it is currently Hong Li, or Leo Yi, behind the wheel of that car, double GT World Challenge Asia champion. Bob Yuan is one of the other drivers, but it is currently Leo Yi behind the wheel. And he and Bob Yuan, regular partners, whether it's been in Asian Le Mans or GT World Challenge Asia, and that car now makes its way once again over the timing line. It's going after the Zero Corvette, and it's about just under a minute and a half behind, but they are on the same lap.
Yeah, their tape looking super ropey, keeping down the bonnet. Their tape looking super fresh because it's only just left the box. The 999 Brosson gets out to go and get himself a well-earned beverage. And
Benjamin packed into the car to bring 999 after its emergency stop for tape through Piff Paff. Benjamin Pack comes out of Piff Paff. Got Jordan Pepper up the road, who has got himself up into 8th after that recent stop for 51 Ferrari.
Yeah, pace good on the BMW at the moment. For me, if I'm seeing cars in the 19s, that's what I'm going to say is a good pace right now as we're getting close to midday here at Spa. And some cars unable to stay in the 19s. One of them I'm surprised about is the Picciarello Porsche. He's really been struggling on the last few laps. Same story for Dan Harper as well, unfortunately. So we're seeing a disparity between some brands here. For example, the Lionspeed car leading still well in the 19s. Other Porsches unable. The Pro-Am class car here of Tsunami RT, the 79 car, is going well there. And yeah, just trying to see if they're getting caught by that Mercedes behind or not. And this is 4th in class at the moment. And you can see the stint time means Menzel will have to be in the next 6 minutes or so. And then we have Medler there in the Rinaldi 296. Again, that looks strong, didn't it, in the hands of David Perel earlier in the race. That car actually had the fastest Sector 1 out of anyone for what felt like the first 10 hours of this race. So again, illustration of how the cars and the pace of drivers ebbs and flows quite naturally over an endurance race. And I think the 87 Winward car is starting to catch this Tsunami RT Porsche.
Yeah, the Tsunami RT car has been one of those with a weekend of problems. It began, didn't it, by missing qualifying because it needed an engine change, and it's had a pit lane start because of that, but it's still going. And with all due deference, if you're in Pro-Am and you've got customers that just want to come and race, keeping the car going is absolutely paramount. You can't have a car that expires early on. It's Nico Menzel at the wheel, who's a very rapid Porsche driver. You've got the experience of Fabio Babini, and they've had pit lane speeding problems, they've had full course yellows, they've had track limit dramas, and it's still running 4th in class and 37th overall. Getting to the end is the tick that they're after.
Yeah, it's a feat, and you get kind of huge like that, so I took my breath away. It was so spectacular. Yeah, as a team, you kind of been working so hard together. The final release of the emotion when you finally get to the end. You've worked together and he's just rolled up the throttle to let the 87 through. But yeah, some of the best nights of my life have been after a 24-hour race. Sleep deprivation and a few drinks certainly make for a fun mix. And yeah, everyone works together as a team. The driver, you are fully aware that you have got the best job in the world, but everyone around you doing their jobs makes it possible.
Nicola Rossi through there, another of the Pro-Am entrants, the Italian GT regular, and he is 39th overall, but another Pro-Am driver. Pro-Am people have gravitated towards Porsches, it feels like, this year. Car collection, we used to see running Audis, didn't we? But they've gone the Porsche route, and this car again, a long way back in terms of laps, 23 laps down after dramas and penalties and whatnot. But again, the 4 pretty much at AMS, bringing this car home. Nicola Schiro is the one pro in that. He's a former Formula 3 champion. And Nicola Rossi, ex-Ferrari peddler, coming out of Les Combes right now.
Yeah, Porsche, you're quite right, the most popular brand this year in the 24-hour, 15 cars as the Aston Martin of Jamie Day jinks to the inside to get around the bronze-graded driver of Rossi. Again, that's why the purple light flashing on the rear of that one. The CSA McLaren trying to sweep through. Rossi, I think, just wants to get rid of this traffic and find his pace once more. But yeah, Porsche have done a mega job. I think they're probably the yardstick now. Audi have pulled out of GT3. If you weren't sure which car to buy, I think it would be this 911 992 Evo.
Do you remember 914 Porsche that had got up-team track limit warnings and penalties and big dramas and was praying for the reset? Well, we're in the last 6 hours, but it's already on 6, and it's now got the warning flag. So Bryce Fullwood, the Australian very quick driver, as we've seen in touring car racing down under, he is in jeopardy of a penalty, another one coming for number 914. Meanwhile, the Pro-Am leader is Ben Green, getting involved there, you can see, with the McLaren, currently in the hands of Simon Gachet. That's a gold car versus a Pro-Am leading car of the very regal Corvette, the 2 Malaysian princes, Prince Jeffrey and Prince Abubakir. Jordan Love is the other driver, along with Ben Green, who's been hustling that along. And JMR, again, they've lost ground, they've lost time against the leaders, 10 laps down, but competitive for a class win, and that's the main focus here.
Yeah, certainly. You see the damage to the floors, and unfortunately my stat from New York to LA wasn't that impressive for someone on the live chat, Eduardo Lini. So how about Lisbon to Moscow? Is that a better representation, considering we're in the continent of Europe?
Possibly.
In 24 hours? I'd like to see you do it, David. You got to drive back to Liverpool anyway.
No, not Liverpool. Cheshire, please.
Same.
Much posher. There's Matt Campbell. He's hanging on to 3rd place, the Australian. And he is not on the tail right now of Lucas Auer, but nor is he under immediate attack from Alessio Picariello. So strange, isn't it? After all the energy of the previous stint, this battle really has taken a big breath. Now, it's all calmed down. Is this the calm before the storm? You know, we're waiting for the next stint as we get closer to the end of the race. Only 4.5 hours on the clock right now. But for Thomas Preining, a mega stint, 14 seconds clear of everybody else, and still 3 Porsches and a Mercedes AMG, the realistic 4 that you're fighting for. But I'm still waiting for that next yellow to bunch up the leading cars from that lead lap.
Yeah, just trying to work out where I think Nielsen could get to with one full course yellow and then a safety car. I think a win is still on the cards quite easily. Can we consider no yellows to the end?
We can consider it.
It's not going to happen, though, is it?
I'd be surprised, but you know, stranger things have happened. I would have expected that monster accident to come out of Pau on the first racing lap, because we've seen nothing happen on that part of the racetrack really all weekend. Here, maybe Les Combes, maybe Bruxelles, possibly, but where it happened, no.
I'd love to fire it into a clever AI algorithm, because we've lost 1/3 of the field. They're not running right now, so we're 1/3 less likely to have an accident, but the cars at the end of the race are more likely to expire, aren't they, at the end of a 24-hour race? So I assume it must sort of equate to the same. You've lost 1/3 of the cars, but the potential of a car breaking down comes up by 1/3 as well.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to necessarily be a car with a spin or an accident, does it, that triggers that yellow? It could be a car with a cutout like the earlier Greystone GT, and that comes back to temperature, and temperatures are going up. So discuss. It might yet happen. We're not willing a yellow flag, but you've got to say there are a couple of teams really now with that as their only chance of being back in the hunt.
I'm willing a yellow, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but the racing you see after a safety car is always intense. The ebb and the flow of a 24-hour is something special, and the purist out there. Did you see how close he was to dipping a wheel there? It looked like 75% of the tyre was overhanging that exit curb, and again, that could be a chance for a full course yellow. I also think Niels Vicic would love a long full course yellow to clean this track up, to present to the drivers the best possible surface they can to get that race nice and clean to the end.
Ricardo Feller looking like he's getting ready to take over from Thomas Preining, and maybe we've therefore seen the last of Bastien Bus. It could be Feller and then Preining again into the end. I think Thomas Preining has been mighty fast in that car. More as he comes in this time. So the leader is in. Thomas Preining pits with 4 hours and 26 minutes, just under 4 hours and 27 to go. We talked about Sven Muller a little while ago. That car lost a lot of time this morning with V-belt repairs. Then it had to go back to the pits for a front left wheel bearing. So that's why that's lost a load of time in bronze. But this Lion Speed Porsche finds something to touch, keeping out of trouble, unlike the previous 2 endurance rounds that we've had in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. Been a winner in sprint at Brands Hatch. So this is Alessio Picariello closing a bit onto Matt Campbell, and temporarily that yellow Mercedes of Lucas Auer is back in the lead.
Yeah, and again, just working through some strategy options, and I've got a lot of data and not a lot of brain, but I'm speaking with people at SRO. Tom Hornsby coming up with a good idea. The 32, that could potentially just do a stint reset if it's got enough fuel. So it could do a 72-second pit stop effectively, saving 44 seconds. So if the 32 is within 44 seconds after the next round of pit stops to the leader, they're well in the mix without a full course yellow.
Okay, and we know that WRT has a good brains trust, and they'll be on top of that as well. Right, this is then the race leader making the pit stop, 80 stops. 79 is there in the background as out clambers Thomas Preining. Is another reason for bouncing the drivers stint to stint to keep them fresh like this, rather than getting overly tired and hot inside the car as temperatures are climbing back up again here at Spa. Lion Speed, remember, it's first year of running a Pro Cup car as well. We saw them in bronze last year, and Ricardo Feller deputed to help Patrick Kolb, for example, but now Lion Speed given, if you like, Porsche's blessing to go pro, and being given factory drivers as well. So the refueling takes place, the screen is cleared, the new Pirelli rubber goes on. Ricardo Feller is installed behind the wheel. The fueler nodding to say, yeah, ready, I know what I'm doing, and everybody else clears back from the car. Away it blasts downhill, and he's nearly at pit out anyway, so limited time before now he can accelerate away.
Yep, straight on it for Feller, who on the averages has been super quick in this 80 Lion Speed car. Had to be careful, the drivers, not to cut the exit now. We used to get away with it, wasn't really monitored, but you can see he's sticking between the white lines, and again gets that lucky break in going into some clear traffic. Just the Lamborghini Terrario in front, and that car not in the running, should roll out. 17th place for Niederhausen in that car, incidentally.
Right, so Ricardo Feller on board, other drivers getting ready. Dorian Boccolacci, you notice, for number 2 Porsche. That's the Boutsen VDS car here, a second and third in together. So they've been nose to tail on the track, nose to tail in the pits, then nose to tail on the track, nose to tail in the pits again. And Boccolacci then to take number 2, the Carrera Cup France champion of 2023. That, though, has gone through for one more lap. So number 2 Porsche now is the on-the-road leader, but owes us a pit stop, and it should put this car back up front.
Yep, undercut again, strong for the 80, so it gets to pump in some new tyre times versus the old tyre in laps, etc. So after that whole stint, Matt Campbell basically lost a car length, wasn't it? That's right. The difference. So driving around in circles for an hour, and that was the difference.
But Lucas Auer, being replaced by Maro Engel, lost a lot more, because that car was over 14 seconds adrift when they came into the pit lane, having led the previous stint.
Yeah, and it started at 7, didn't it?
Yeah.
With that undercut I was talking about, and then just doubled over the length, and it was such a mega job by Preining. So everyone getting to work now on the pit stops. Remember, the fuel has to be connected for 44 seconds. The only other really rule is you have to do 50 kilometers an hour in the pit lane. Everything else is free.
So there you've got 48 in. Maro Engel is going to get into that car. Matt Campbell has brought 22 in, and he's staying in it by the look of it. So there is the Porsche.
Bit of a hurried run from that mechanic, wasn't it, to the driver's door? Didn't look massively planned, would be my only fear.
Right, here comes number 80. So let's see where Ricardo Feller will be relative to 48 Mercedes to 22 Porsche. Ricardo Feller, a former GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup champion. and he goes over the line. He stays ahead of the Mercedes. He's going to stay ahead of 22 as well. Is 22 going to be able to get out before the Mercedes AMG? Answer is no. But again, it's going to be absolutely nose to tail as they drop down the pit lane. So number 80 hangs on to, in real terms, the race lead. Anything that's ahead owes a pit stop. So in real terms, it is still the same order. 80 from 48 from 22. There, third, that black Porsche.
I wonder if that 22's tempted to box a lap earlier at the end of this stint to try and undercut to get position. The problem is you then lose 2.5 minutes effectively to get to the end of the race without having to do an extra pit stop. At the moment, though, I think they're lacking pace because they can't get past the Mercedes as the Ferrari's going to dive down the inside. Oh, I thought Nielsen was going to take the other mirror off for a second there. It's important Nielsen keeps the pace up. Luckily for him, these cars in front on new tyres will actually start to pull away, I think.
And very wide there goes Matt Campbell, and that's going to hand it to Nicholas Nielsen on a plate. So Campbell makes a mistake on his outlet. You can see how dirty his tyres have become, and Nielsen goes through, but Campbell gave him that.
Really did, didn't he? I wonder if he got slightly distracted. Nielsen will have a little smile underneath his crush helmet. I'm sure he's now got the target mile Engel in front, and he's got to keep this pace up to stay on the lead lap. Remember, by the time this car boxes, he's about 20 seconds safe as Picarelli finally gets out. That was his new helmet I was talking about. Boots and VDS getting to work, brand new set of tyres once more.
And Dorian Boccolacci behind the wheel with 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race now still to go. There, the refueling takes place. And let's have a look in replay at the 51 Ferrari. You see Matt Campbell misses the apex, gets on the dirty part of the racetrack and opens the door.
Surprised at that. New set of tyres, maybe they were slightly under pressured, maybe slightly lower temperature to help them later in the life, and that's caught Campbell out, because normally those tyres are ready to go out the oven on the outlap, but it definitely looked like as soon as he turned right, he only had understeer.
It's got him fired up, mind, hasn't it? Because he's coming back at the Ferrari, so Matt Campbell red-faced, losing a position to Nicholas Nielsen, and he's coming back at him now, as you see, into the chicane, the Maro Engel-driven Mercedes AMG.
Look at the rubber that Engel was talking about on the apex curbs there, and it's obviously like getting almost ripped off the tyre. What I would imagine that is any car that has some pickup on their front right as they're trail braking onto the curb, that serrated nature of the curb is then pulling the pickup forward but leaving it there. And I can see exactly what he's talking about, and I've never seen it at any racetrack in my life before.
So Dorian Boccolacci rejoins in number 2 Porsche, and that stop 2 minutes and a second. It's going to be still in the mix, isn't it? It will drop behind 80. It's going to drop possibly behind 48. It comes out ahead, but it's now about momentum on the run up towards Le Combe. So Boccolacci has temporarily gained 2 places, but can he hang on to them? Here, look, comes Engel to the outside, but it looks like the Boots and VDS car is going to stay ahead of the Ferrari and definitely stay ahead of 22. So that's been a good stop for Bootsam.
Wow, really, really good. You can see the speed difference was 20 Ks that Engel had by being on track rather than leaving pit lane. I had to take a breath in because Nielsen was swerving left to right. They must have been so close to contact. We've got onboards on both of that Boots and VDS and the Ferrari, but that was close. Picarello looking on as he's just finished his double stint, but that was high risk from both of those.
Right, let's get to the pit lane. Alessio Picarello has just done a really good stint in number 2. He's given it to Dorian Boccolacci. Let's hear from Alessio Picarello.
Alessio, impressive double stint for you. And now Dorian just exit the pit lane in P3.
Yeah, I mean, the car was good. I could catch up to the pack in front. All 3 Porsche seems to be quite quick at the moment. The Mercedes struggling a bit. Did my max on the in-lap to try to gain some position. Actually, we passed the CLRT, which is good. But we are still behind the Mercedes, so yeah, let's see later.
Do you think that you can keep the pace even if the temperatures are rising a bit?
Yeah, I think we are quite good on the degradation compared most of the others. But it's quite random, actually. Some stint we are fast, some stint we are a bit slower. It's a bit the same for everyone. These tires are really sensitive. So yeah, let's see. I hope it goes in our way for the end.
What about the drink system in the car? Because I've heard that there were some issues with the drink system.
Yeah, I mean, also the AC is not working so well anymore. So as you can see, I'm sweating quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, I trained for this, so I'm actually enjoying it.
Congrats. Thank you.
Interesting to hear about how sensitive the tyres are, plus the lack of an AC system in number 2 Porsche. So Alessio Picarello struggling, but the pro drivers, you could argue, are fitter. They can cope with it. It's tougher on a bronze or an AM. But right now, we have The number 80 Porsche of Ricardo Feller then clear by the best part of 20 seconds over this Mercedes of Mauro Engel. But yeah, Boutsen is winning on stops, and it's been a good stint that by Picariello. Now Boccolacci needs to make the car as wide as possible, doesn't he, to keep at bay Niklas Nielsen.
Yeah, without stating the obvious, it must have been a mega in-lap from Picariello time-wise to be able to do that jump. First time we've seen the overcut work as the battle rages on. We've seen this before, it did well and well for the 51.
It's going to work this time, though, because he's through and into the gravel goes Boccolacci. Niklas Nielsen says, I am coming through. Make your own arrangements. And that is exactly what Dorian Boccolacci has to do. So Niklas Nielsen, who, again, is massively irate after the time that car was lost with the punctures, fighting back. Oh, so aggressive. He's won the event before, remember, with Pierre Guidi, with Comme Ledegar. Niklas Nielsen drops downhill. So he's moved himself ahead of the Porsche. And 51 Ferrari is still, therefore, fighting for honours. They are not letting this get away from them. They've had the pace all race, if not the luck.
Interesting one here. So the Ferrari eases us off the track here. There was contact, actually. Didn't see that from the outboard shot. It's going to go down in the racing incident, but it's not the cleanest bit of driving from Nielsen. Boccolacci gave him respect and space at that point, and then Nielsen decided not to. The contact might just take it away from being a racing incident. It will be investigated. So we're going to the outside. Boccolacci gives us space at this point around the right. This is okay. We then go left, and then we just ease him out. You actually don't really see the contact as much from the 51 there of Nielsen, but Nielsen not as fair with Boccolacci as Boccolacci was with Nielsen.
I also thought I saw something fly from a car, and it looked bigger than a chunk of rubber. So whether that's been a little bit of diffuser from maybe the Ferrari, we'll see. Big slide from the Tsunami Porsche there. Fabio Babini getting a bit carried away going up through the chicane. So Ricardo Feller 10 seconds clear of Jordan Pepper, but that will be a car to pit. So through goes now Mauro Engel. So your lead gap is 22.6 seconds. It's a massive gap over a stint at a stop.
Yeah, Babini in that Tsunami car is going to have to try and stop the tide of these Pro cars, otherwise he's going to lose his own pace. And at the moment, that car fourth in the Pro-Am battle, so he will be focused on that.
Yeah, they'll come flooding past that Tsunami Porsche very shortly, won't they, the pros? There is 51 Niklas Nielsen, so he's lapping in the 220s. Another heart-in-mouth moment.
I can't do it. It's worse, I think, when you've kind of been in that situation, and when you're in the car, you feel in control. And it's like the teammate that's not in the car. It looks worse. I'm sure Nielsen was chilled with that, but just the angle of when it could go wrong, it would just be a plane crash at that point.
Now, the way that Nielsen is going, I don't think it's going to be long before he's up with Engel. The last lap that he did was of a comparable pace, but he's just taken a couple of tenths out within that first sector. So Niklas Nielsen is charging. There is Matt Campbell, who is perhaps being more cautious with tyres, you could argue. I know we made that little mistake, but he is still going for it.
Yeah, we saw that, I think, from Guven, didn't we, a few stints ago, and potentially the right call. I also think these drivers now probably need to understand if you can't overtake the car in front, you're probably best just to keep an equidistant, as we've got a car off there just on the gravel. The 8 Porsche gets going from car collection. All okay, it seems, although it's going very slowly. Is that just trying to merge in, and now we accelerate hard? Everything okay there for Kran, who gets going. What does he do? He gets hit. Yeah. Luckily, the Mercedes already got tape on it.
Exactly right. So the number 8 Porsche biffed around and thankfully gets going again.
It was a good point to maybe bring in. I spoke about the chance of safety car and can AI help. Actually, Ollie Webb, racing driver for Greystone GT, his teammate Ryan James actually has an AI company and has basically told me, in the short of it, there's an 85 to 90% chance of a full course yellow or safety car before the end of the race.
Let's get to the pit lane. Ganal has got Ugo de Wilde from the Gold Cup leading 998 BMW.
Ugo de Wilde leading the Gold Cup class with quite a good gap on the next car. Talk us through the race so far for you guys. It seems that it's quite a quiet race for you.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to stay out of trouble. That was the goal, staying out of the track limits, staying out of penalties, out of the crashes. It's a long race, so far it has been rewarding us, but still a lot of time to go, so nothing is done yet.
So it seems that you have a driver ID issue, so that's why we don't see that you just came off the car, right?
Exactly, the driver ID in my helmet isn't working, so that's why there is some delay. But I just out of a double stint and I should be back for the last 2 hours also.
Un petit mot en français maintenant, Hugo, vous dominez cette Gold Cup classe avec une très large avance sur la concurrence. Parlez-nous un petit peu de la course jusqu'ici pour vous qui a l'air plutôt calme, et c'est tant mieux.
Oui, calme mais agité quand même. On a eu de la pluie pendant la nuit, j'ai déjà été 2 fois dans le bac pour éviter des crashs, etc. Donc ça ne s'est pas forcément vu dans le live. Mais bon, on a réussi à rester en dehors des pénalités pour l'instant, en dehors des track limits, en dehors des incidents. Et à l'inverse de nos concurrents. Donc pour l'instant, on a une avance confortable. Mais comme je disais, on a encore beaucoup de temps de course devant nous. Donc on ne va pas crier victoire trop vite.
Merci Hugo, bonne fin de course.
So Hugo de Wilde then still in that Gold Cup leading position with Tim Tranmitz and Jens Klingman. There is the white and purpley BMW about to get past the Porsche that heads uphill. 9:14, Bryce Fullwood still at the wheel. And there's your race leader, absolutely out on its own right now, Ricardo Feller. Jordan Pepper is notionally second on the road, but again, he's got a stop that is due. And Thomas Preining did a ripper job in that previous stint to build that gap. And Thomas Preining can reflect on that stint with Nina Jade Paul, who is down in the Lion Speed Garage.
Thomas, you looked visibly exhausted getting out of the car, understandably, in these conditions, but what a spectacular stint you put in, building a gap of over 12 seconds, up 65 places after starting in the pits, and the fastest Porsche on track. Where has this pace come from?
The team prepared the car really well in the end. We've had a good race since the beginning. Obviously, we had to work our way forward for the first couple of hours, but now we've settled in the front group. There's some small strategy offsets, but I think we're not in a bad place. The car feels amazing, and we're really quick. It's hot out there, though. We lost the drink, unfortunately, in the last stint. The AC we haven't had on in a very long time either, so it's hot. It's like in the oven, but in Austria there's a saying, be careful with choosing your job. So I'm not complaining, I love my job, and let's see, maybe we can bring it home.
Absolutely, and we saw a little issue with the wheel nut on the pit stops, but didn't seem to cost you too much time.
No, it doesn't cost anything.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day.
That's another Porsche without much of a drink system and not putting the AC on. So what's the Australian's phrase? Toughen up, princess. So Thomas Preining has toughened up, and a really, really good job done. Right, we've got 4 hours and 10 minutes to go as you look in super slow-mo at the launch over the curb of the Porsche. That's quite something, isn't it? Getting ever more flying rubber splattered at the front as well.
It's a good thing with the light colour, isn't it? It really shows you what's being thrown at this car, the wrap peeling away from the bottom of the sill as well. And that'll be as they dip it into the gravel, the front wheels flick the gravel, pebble dash itself, rear bumper looking okay on this Porsche. You can see some heat protection around the top lip of it, however.
So with the Mercedes, Mauro Engel coming towards us. Nicholas Nielsen is behind. 0.7 of a second is that margin. Then you've got Boccolacci, then you've got Matt Campbell. So again, after that really energetic stint a couple of hours ago, the race taking a breath again now, sort of getting ready to psych itself up for the finish, isn't it? As you see 48 go by. Engel is going after Feller, but in real terms, 23 seconds back and not as quick by about 0.7 last time.
Yeah. So again, just goes into this mid part of the stint now, doesn't it? Stint-wise, Nielsen 29 minutes versus 13 for Engel. So effectively double right in the middle of the stint now for that one mirrored Ferrari. And Nick Nielsen can see Engel, of course, and Engel can see him, and they'll just be working out where the battle is. Where am I stronger? So when you arrive on the scene for a potential overtake, you're already well aware this is where I've caught him the most. This is my best overtaking opportunity. And likewise, the other way around, where's he catching me most? Where am I going to have to defend the hardest as well? And they got Mikey Porter just in front of him in the Optimum McLaren. And that car running well. Mikey Porter racing here last week in British GT. He was in a GT4 R-Tour actually with Optimum. They won the race. Mikey had a few track limit issues in qualifying, but he was still very, very fast.
Through goes the Ferrari, heading once more up the Kemmel Straight. Lap 4:43 now. Ricardo Feller is working. Interesting as well, isn't it, to look at the pace there of that Mercedes relative to the McLaren. It's a kind of, in quote, back marker, number 5, 17th overall, 3rd in silver. But, you know, it's taking Engel a long time to really get onto the tail, and then he's got to get past. And he doesn't need that car ahead of him when he's got his mirrors absolutely full of the Ferrari. So Nielsen is closing a little bit on Engel. That's Boccolacci and then Campbell behind.
Yeah, and I think Engel will be getting closer to the frustration. Still no headlights on. It seems like the Windward team never run headlights apart from night. There's quite a few drivers like to have them on. The flashers will still work. Flash is automatic. There's a button on the steering wheel, you press it, and it's allowed to flash 3 times, no more. And you're only allowed to flash once between the corners. So I'll ignore that second one that Marl Engel just did.
There's Boccolacci then, that Boots and VDS Porsche, which really has worked its way into contention. It's a shame it's had a couple of incidents, but doesn't look that damaged, does it? We've seen it in a couple of scrapes, but relative to other cars, still looking almost pristine. There's your Tsunami Porsche a little bit further back. Now, Mikey Porter here, 17th overall, and a couple of laps down on the race leaders, but running 3rd currently within silver. That car did lose time after the stop-go penalty for turfing out the 65 Mustang. Matt Campbell I'm still slightly concerned about, because the car never sort of made progress in the earlier stint in the way that Gouven had been going, nor is it here. But we've just heard from Alessio Picariello talking about how sensitive the tyres are. One stint they're better than in the next. So maybe every time they get out there, it's a step into the unknown.
Yeah, I really think it is, as Boccolacci now starting to catch the Ferrari, who I would say roughed him up at Le Camp a few laps back now, of course. So drivers are always thinking of the long term, but a little flash of the headlights just to say, I'm coming for you. I remember what you did. I've got a long memory. You've set the bar of engagement. You want to play like that? Maybe I'll start there. Maybe I'll start more. And you get there. And I would love to see Boccolacci get on the rear of Nielsen and just start to apply some physical pressure, maybe just some mental pressure.
So there is the Ferrari ahead, and Boccolacci trying to edge closer. Nicholas Nielsen pressing on, trying to buy back that lost time. And they're going to gain the place overall, because Jordan Pepper, who is running 2nd on the road, owes us a pit stop. Right, they've cleared the McLaren. They were close enough for the blue flag in-car display to kick in. So both Engel and Nielsen go by. Boccolacci's going to have to just get a fraction closer, and he's taking Campbell with him.
Yeah, a tiny bit of housekeeping. The 20 Mercedes got drive through for turning the Porsche around. That was after the Nielsen and Boccolacci incident, wasn't it? So race control not even looking at that, so they're putting that down as a racing incident, I assume.
There you've got the cars again down through Speaker's Corner, and as they do drop downhill, you've still got Engel being able to keep Nielsen at bay, but not by very much at all. And this really has been the train, hasn't it, of the morning. Ignore that McLaren, but largely these cars, plus the line speed Porsche, have just been shuffled around in the top 5. Different stint, different order slightly.
Yeah, and I think, again, just shows you how sensitive these tyres are. If you go too hard too early, you drop down the order. Ultimately, as a stint average, if you can manage them, you can jump a place or two. And I think that's what Picariello did well to get the Boots and VDS, that silver black car, ahead of the golden black car. See if the colour of the metal represents the trophy at the end of this.
So there, Campbell goes now on through Blanchimont. And as he does so, Jordan Pepper goes through ready for a pit stop, because the 32 BMW has just tripped over the hour.
Big slide out of there again.
Yeah, so have they gone too far on this? I'm trying to think back to when we had our last full course yellow.
They're going to be in just
in time.
It gets rounded down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which is an odd rule. I have to say, it's a 60-minute maximum stint, rounded down to the nearest minute. So he comes in after 1 minute and 31 seconds, 29 seconds to spare, loads of time. And that actually probably shows you last time that car came in with Charles Wirtz, they were only 22 seconds clear. So it's a stint that Jordan Pepper has just pulled in 8 seconds.
So that's what they've got to do. Keep on pushing, keep trying to claw back the time that's been lost. Stay on that lead lap as you look at Boccolacci again going down the hill towards Eau Rouge, still ahead of Matt Campbell. Just over 4 hours then on the clock now as they again make that climb up the hill. There is 32 BMW then cycling through the stop.
They're going to get the sister car of the 30 in as well very shortly, so potentially going to have an issue there. Maybe they'll stop on the rig behind by the looks of it, with the car controller and fuelers ready behind, so no problem for this 32.
Okay, and it should also be ready to leave, obviously, long before they are going to be thinking about getting 30 through the stop. Yeah, there is another rig behind, isn't there? You've got sort of the Pro and then the Class cars there. Looks like you've got 32 and 46 on one rig. Here's 80 then, this is your leader. And 24.8 seconds, Ricardo fell at Tamaro Engel last time.
So we don't get much green flag running is going to be my defence, but I've just kind of found a metric of the stint time. When it's green, it shows you how quick they've done their 25, 26 laps. So Montenegro there did his stint in 1 hour and 51, whereas Pepper was 1 hour and 31. So Pepper's stint was 20 seconds quicker than the silver graded driver to be expected. But I think it just feels so rare we get full green stints. That metric is one I've not used before.
Yeah, it's been a relatively calm few hours, he says, rather spoiling it, as their Ferrari driver bumped into Ferrari mechanic. That was Francesco Braschi getting out of the car. You've got their 32 BMW ready to rejoin this long drive down the second part of the pit lane. The F1 and the Endurance pits connected for the 69 strong entry, and now the BMW goes over the white line and he can accelerate away from the pit lane speed. Still in the pit lane, but he's crossed the pit exit line. Now he's just got to stay between the white lines that demark the track, round the outside of the painted safe area, and then back onto the racetrack.
I think WRT are so close, within a minute of dropping a pit stop over everyone. It is very nip and tuck at the moment. One strategy my software from HH is suggesting is that they could get to the end now on 3 stops, whereas this Lion Speed car is going to need 4. So it's just whether they can drop it. Look at the brake dust out of these cars when they take the wheels off. Oh.
And a pit stop's 2 minutes. So what you're saying is they can save 2 minutes.
And they're on the lead lap.
And they therefore lead the race pretty much, wouldn't they? Therefore, by a margin.
Yeah. I don't want to sit on the fence too long. It is so nip and tuck. And every time we get a stop, the data set narrows and it becomes more and more obvious.
What nips it and what tucks it in this?
It depends when they take the checkered flag almost. So are you going to take the checkered flag on 0 or do you cross the line with a second to go? The stint time does stop when the race stops, so that will bring it back to them. So that negates that slightly, but at the moment it's just trying to work out how many laps we're going to get from the end of this race with the 4 hours remaining, working out the average pace. What they actually want is the average pace to slow down.
Yeah.
And then they've got a better chance potentially there. But yeah, this is going to be really, really tight.
So they need a yellow, or they'd like a yellow. That'll help their calculations. Yeah.
Because that adds 5 minutes to a stint time, and normally it adds it onto the next one. The problem is they need that yellow at an end of a stint. They can't just take a yellow straight away because they're maximising everything at the moment.
So all of those computers being stared at the WRT pit box with 4 hours to go. It's approaching 12:30 local time here. Race finished as soon as the leader crosses the line after 4:30. As you see Lorcan Hannafin come towards us, Amaury Cordial goes through, and there is the Tom Fleming Gold Cup McLaren that had all of that damage done to the radiator early on. That car 28 laps down. Really, really tough to motivate yourself from there. 30, Amaury Cordial then was the silver leader before the most recent stop. Now second within the class. And Amaury Cordial taking over from Ignacio Montenegro goes up towards Blanchimont with the other classes. Still gold BMW Tim Tramnitz, bronze Ferrari Dennis Marshall, and in Pro-Am it's Corvette Ben Green in 30th place overall right now. There is the BMW. Cordial into the chicane, rides one curb, not the other, and now straightens the car up, lets it run as wide as the regulations allow, keeps one set of wheels on the racetrack, and chases then after Lorcan Hannafin up towards La Source, where the road climbs again as you get to the end of that straight. Slightly cambered corner, and then finally you get that run down the hill. You can see how dirty the racetrack is offline as well. So the number 5 McLaren ahead for the moment, but they're slightly out of sequence by about 19 minutes in terms of their stint times. So once number 5 McLaren pits, this car will go back into the lead of the class. I think silver is hotting up nicely now because you've got more and more cars getting themselves together as a bunch, and 52 Ferrari back in the hands of Matthias Zagazzetta, now third in silver, and that should be at the back of this gaggle of cars. Look, with the green mirrors coming up towards us, you see Jaden Kelly going through the Greystone GT McLaren. That's Matthias Zagazzetta then, third in silver. And number 6, the Mercedes of Karol Bash, the quick Polish driver, currently fourth. That's the Bartow Mercedes, fourth in silver.
Yeah, Dave Perel, Coach Dave in the 45, has been super quick all week. He's actually, I think, in some great form this year. He's always been fast, but just feel like we're seeing his name closer to the top end than before. Managed by Matt Griffin, so Matt able to help him, of course, find these drives, but also operate at such a high level.
Mikey Porter then, a winner in GT4 here a week ago, doing a good job as ever you expect from Mikey Porter. Makes a good double act with Optimum. He's had a lot of his successes with the Bas Linders managed team.
Bas not actually here for the first time in a long time yet. He's unfortunately had to go to IMSA to look after Inception Racing instead, so we wish him well.
So Mikey Porter down to the chicane. It's interesting as well, matching his pace against 22 Matt Campbell ahead. He has let the pros go by, but he's sort of tagged onto the back, and look at all of that rubber in the background. It's going to take an awful lot of work tomorrow morning for the Spa circuit staff to make this a clean racetrack again, isn't it?
I wonder if they send it back to Pirelli, get some more tyres made out of it. They are made...
Sale or return.
Yeah, Pirelli now are using a lot of sustainable materials, so their motorsport drive to keep sustainability up. Same with the fuel as well. Lots of sustainable fuel in the mix, so cars have run so smooth on it, haven't they? We did have reports earlier in the weekend of one of the support races actually boiling their fuel. It was so hot, but we have had very little issues from any of our suppliers this year.
There's the Corvette pressing on. That's been given a time penalty of half a minute for track limit offences. It's got Mikkel Pedersen at the wheel right now as you look at the rather dominant Gold Cup BMW of Tim Tramnitz coming through, powering his way the other side of the chicane, now up towards the timing line. But really, they've just got to keep out of trouble. They're so far ahead. They're under no threat from the class opposition. It is just making sure they're not involved in a battle which could do damage or get any sort of penalty for anything. They just need to keep that car as safe and as solid as possible.
Yeah, and I said about it earlier, it's quite hard for a driver to do that because suddenly you've changed your rhythm, so everything you're used to doing is no longer as metronomic and you have to think about it. So there's a happy medium between flat out and going off the boil, and that's a difficult thing for a driver to do.
Out of the pit lane goes number 111, the second in gold McLaren. It's earlier delays with that sort of stop-start problem that it had, delaying both Kell and Rougier. It's after Rougier still at the wheel, the very fast French driver, getting back after Simon Gachet did a stint earlier on. There's your bronze leader. Dennis Marshall put into 74. Just to get him sharp, ready for the last stint that we anticipate that he will do. There's Rougier then in 23rd overall. And the battle is going to be for second in gold against the other Optimum McLaren, number 4, the Freddie Tomlinson-driven car.
So Optimum here, potentially on for a double podium, aren't they? That 4 car had a tough start to the race. Remember that picking up a puncher relatively early on, so that'll be a mega result for them. Of course, Dennis Marshall in that 74, the highest place we've ever had a bronze
Race control
car.
to all teams. We have a car in the runoff in turn 3 on driver's left. Please warn the drivers to respect the yellow flag there.
That's the Moulner car, 1, 2, 3. That's that Eau Rouge. So what was that AI probability of a full course yellow? It was 90%. Looks like it might ring true.
Attention all teams, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow is coming then. Race director Niels Vittich gives the command, and a full course yellow heading our way.
10 seconds.
So into the final 10 seconds,
4,
the 5 count
3,
comes.
2, 1, full course yellow, full course yellow.
So it's just 12:34 local time, and we go full course yellow. Everybody slows right down. Straight away, we need to ask the question, who does this help? Who does this hinder? There's the race-leading Porsche.
At the moment, it's a pretty even win for everyone. It helps WRT in the 32 get to the end. It just comes too early into their stint. This Lion Speed car is halfway through their stint. Pretty much the same for Engel. It's the biggest win, I feel, for Nick Nielsen, because he was at 45 minutes of his stint. remember, if they get the next driver in, they get that extended stint time. It doesn't have to be a driver change, sorry. Any pit stop, the next stint becomes 65 minutes as well. So expect this to be that sort of blinking. You want to do this pit stop as late as you can into the full course yellow before it goes safety car. We still will get the wave around. The wave around will stop with 90 minutes remaining. So we're still well within that. As we can see, one of the Danish drivers for the 71 car ready to, oh, sorry, for the Porsche. Who is that? That's the Lion Speed car, isn't
Sebastian
it?
Buss, I think. Yeah, there's your Mullner Porsche with the damage. Is there not also a wave by regulation about not having two within a given period? You don't go wave by and then wave by again. It has
Just
to have
an update at the moment what happens out there. We are there to recover the car with a flatbed. Medical cars on site. Track is clear.
So this may
and we have some recovery vehicles going around as well to check the barrier.
This may end up being into a safety car because of the length of the period. It's going to have to move the car and then perhaps check barrier damage as well. So Tobias Müller out of the car, drivers getting themselves ready.
Yeah, you're right. You can't have a wave around within 3 hours and 30 minutes of a previous one. Not just a pretty face, David. Congratulations.
I have my moments, you know. Today's the day.
Interestingly, not the pretty face bit, but interesting to see about the barrier repair. Didn't look like the biggest impact, did it? And that's easy for me to say, but we're going to get a chance to see it, to see if the wall is damaged, because then that would easily add 5 to 10 minutes of a full course yellow. Shame for Mullner, like we said earlier, the local team. So what happens here? Wow, for me that's a failure on the rear
just for
left.
info, this full course yellow will be followed by a safety car. I will now send the sweepers and the blowers out as well to remove as much gravel as possible to make sure that the track is in better conditions than before.
Thanks, Niels. But yeah, as he turned right, the left was gone. Was it puncture? Was it suspension? I can't tell. But yeah,
snapped, didn't it?
Yeah, really aggressively as well. And that would have been a huge surprise into a corner at 240 kilometers an hour. And suddenly the rug has been pulled from under your feet. Circuit officials already there repairing the barrier. Spa-Francorchamps, they're one of the busiest circuits in the world, so they're very well versed. So maybe more like 5 minutes of barrier repair rather than the 10 I said it could be.
I was going to say it doesn't look the biggest of damages, but we have regularly seen cars suddenly be moved, and there's a lot more than you first thought. So we'll just say it's a badly damaged Porsche and leave it at that. But there, Maurice Schuring is ready now, the Dutch driver, to jump on board number 2, the Boutsen car. And we may well get a whole raft of stops now. Yes, we are. So down they come. Pit lane is open, of course, and because they know this is going to be a long yellow period, you've got coming into the pits Boccolacci, Campbell, they're also Mikey Porter. So that's the silver leading McLaren in. This might help number 5, mightn't it? Because it was slightly out of sequence.
Race control to all teams. Please ask all the drivers that they must stay away from the curbs, because I will ask the marshals to go in certain areas to flatten the gravel there and put the gravel close to the curb again. Please ask or advise all drivers that they have to stay away off the curbs to allow the marshals safe working.
Credit to Niels Wittich, not only for the instructions that he's giving, but for the attitude he's got. You know, he's been given this absolutely perfect chance to, if you like, freshen up the racetrack, and he's prepared to do that. Yes, there's gravel all over the place, but rather than just shrug and say, well, you know, it's in a bit of a state, he's doing his best to give the teams a nice surface on which to race.
Yeah, I feel like some race directors in the past, with the arrogance they have, is you create the mess, you race on it. Whereas Niels Wittich understands the show that we want to watch. Camera always dies as the car fires up just because it draws all the electricity away. But don't fear that car. It's going to be A-OK. I really think this full course yellow, where it's fallen, is just going to really nullify everyone's strategy. Right. It's going to align everyone onto the same strategy. And I don't think anyone is going to massively lose out or benefit. I still just feel it brings the Nick Nielsen 51 Ferrari properly back into the game. Remember, that was just about surviving, going a lap down. It's going to bunch them all up, and it's really who wants to stop as late as they can.
Race control to all teams. Again, the reminder, please advise all drivers to stay away from the curbs, that the marshals are allowed to work safely. And an estimation of the duration of this full course yellow, we are scheduling at the moment to go for 15 minutes because of the barrier repair in turn 3 on driver's left.
Listen, I'm just going to start the Neil Vittich fan club. I love him. I think we need to get to a point. They do this in the US where race control can talk directly to the drivers and cut out the engineer. I almost think this could be a good thing now because he's so calm. It might be easier for him just to communicate directly to the cars. Of course, it's possible with technology. But yeah, just a super fan of him. Keeps the drivers safe and keeps the racing fun.
And as we were saying yesterday, does it in this very calm manner. There's nothing overly excitable about it. It's just calm, it's clear, it's concise. Everyone knows what's happening. And to give the teams that heads up 15 minutes rather than, is it 1 lap, is it 2, is it 3, is it 4 of safety car, they can plan. You might say that takes some of the jeopardy out for the teams, but he's doing it from a safe point of view from race control. Right, let's have a quick look at some of the traffic. There then is Maurice Schuring, who has taken over number 2 Porsche. 22 is still Matt Campbell. No, it's not. It's Einstein Guven. It's just tripped on the next timing point. And there is the track work going on. There's another of the track sweeping devices heading down the hill.
Would you like a Jim Weeks fact?
Do I have an option?
4 hours remaining of the Spa has led to the leader winning the last 4 of 5 Spa 24 hours. So we've got an 80% chance of the Riccardo Feller car leading, which is leading this race, sorry, to win this race. And could you just remind me, David, where this 80 car started the race from? It was the pit lane. That's right. So that's never happened before. I believe our furthest back winner came from 29th place. And before the facetious people say all cars started from the pit lane, I mean they started the race from the pit lane when the green flag was waved.
I've never quite had this in an endurance race, but by popular demand from the director, as we have a full course yellow, we've been asked for a joke. So I could offer you the one.
I'm going to get cancelled.
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine, I think. It might work better for English. And again, thank you, Tim Allen. But I was on the train the other day and there was this bloke trying to teach his dog how to play the trumpet. And he was really good because he went from barking to tooting in 5 minutes. Skeleton walks into a bar. He says, I'll have a pint of lager and a mop. Right then, suit yourself. Down the pit lane comes the race leader, Riccardo Feller, in at the end of lap 450 as the Porsche heads towards the Lion Speed pit box. The other side of La Source, what have we got? 3 3/4 hours of of race still to go.
I preferred your Le Mans one.
Yeah, but I've used it now.
Would you say it again?
Probably, yeah, I would, but it's it's out there. That was a Le Mans joke. You've got to have different jokes for Spa. These are GT3 jokes. That was a hypercar joke, totally different. In comes Engel. So Maro in from 2nd place, and also in comes Nicholas Nielsen. And you're thinking that this is about the one winner, not so much WRT, but AF Corsa will benefit, yeah?
Yeah, they're essentially 2 minutes off the lead once all the stops had cycled through, and that is now going to go down to whatever the gap is of traffic between them and the leader, which should still be the 80 Lion Speed car. And yeah, this is really going to negate it, and it's going to certainly make it into a sprint race to the end. And teams will still want full course yellows to be able to get these cheap pit stops, but it's only an advantage if others don't get it, of course.
Right, so there you've got Riccardo Feller being replaced by Thomas Preining. So have we seen the last of Bastien Boost? 3 3/4 hours. Might give him one more stint just to keep these guys fresh, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to want to double their last driver. I think they're going to want them super fresh in the car, maximum attack.
We've had a driver change for the 991 Paradigm car.
Also got to factor in the drinks bottle wasn't working in the 80 car, we were told, weren't we, by Preining. So unless that's been fixed, the single's more likely. I've had a drink system fail in the car before. It was in a Asian Le Mans race, I think, in Dubai, and it was really warm. And so I was doing a double, and the team passed me a bottle with a tube in that you could see there. I just remember sipping on it, and the pit stop's so short, they were asking for it back.
You're saying, no, it's mine.
No, I'm going to take this. And, I think I may have let it fall out the window on the outlap. But yeah, you need to stay hydrated easily. 2 to 3 kilos of moisture lost from a driver in a stint, so you need to keep topping it up, otherwise as soon as you get dehydrated it's very hard to get back in the game.
there is Mauro Engel going down the pit lane. Interesting to hear from these Porsche drivers that have been saying they haven't had the drink bottle, so a lot of rehydration being needed after the dehydration of being in the car. There you've got the Boots and VDS Porsche crawling up the hill. That is Schuring, and that's Guven behind him in the queue. And yeah, is Mauro Engel, who is going to slot back in ahead. You've got the 51 Ferrari Tommaso Mosca put back into the car, and it will stay ahead. So nothing really has changed within that order.
No, because everyone's at 80 or 50 in pit lane, and it's down to the pit crews, and they're all so well versed. All of the pit stops for the lead 5 within half a second of each other. The fastest pit stop was done by the 51 car, the AF course, getting that done in 2 minutes, 0.1. The slowest one was actually the Boots and VDS car, which was, 9/10 slower in the end, actually 2 minutes and 1 second.
Still looking at the classes, 998 BMW, Tim Tramnitz ahead in gold. Silver has gone back the way of Amaury Cordeil's BMW after Mikey Porter pitted. And the Zero Corvette is still clear in Pro-Am. There's Ian Guven going through in 5th spot. Try and have a look at the Corvette in a moment or two, see how it's getting on in class, because it's being chased by Bob Yuan's Porsche, which is up for IGTC points, whereas the Corvette is also IGTC registered as a manufacturer. There's the clear-up operation, and we will, as we know, go safety car in due course once that tyre barrier has been sort of put back. The runners in front of it, the sheeting in front goes back on, and it's all secure once again. New tyre bundles brought out as well. 1 or 2 more engines just firing up beneath us in the F1 pits as more stops are completed. So the Corvette of Stella down the pit lane this time. 1 or 2 more to cycle their way through the stops. Kessel's Ferrari, you notice in the background, is in. Jordan Pepper in also, 32 BMW. There it is coming towards us. So WRT trying to buy back a little bit more time here under yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, just trying to go as long as they can. And we're going to see anyone come to reset driver time. So we, of course, doing it somewhat, didn't we, as a lovely RT shot. Just remind us where we are next at the highest point of this circuit here at Spa. 102 metres of elevation change over the lap, and that is the highest point of it.
You've just seen 123 being taken away. That's another car then that sadly we can cross off the list from the 69 starters. Tobias Müller, Bailey Hall, Armand Fumel and André Latour then out of the race. The local team, Müller Motorsport, the Belgian squad, out of the race. Bailey Hall, one of those drivers, the Australian. He's come from Super Utes, an Australian GT. Tobias Müller, regular Porsche driver, but in fairness to him, I think that was a drama when something broke going into the corner. There's Zero, that's your Pro-Am leading Corvette. It's probably got one of the best brains trusts of any car, that, because John McGregor, the race engineer, has won Bathurst 1000 with Craig Lowndes. He's been a GTE Le Mans class winner back in 2022. He's been an IMSA champion with Lawrence Van Thornell Bamber. The strategy engineer on that car, Maxime McCann, who was the performance engineer when the Pink Pig 911 won at Le Mans. He's had a Nürburgring 24 win and the GTE championship, and also strategy engineer these days for WRT in Hypercar, was part of Adam Hardy's squad at Le Mans. So a great brains trust on that Zero Corvette coming out of the JMR stable. Meanwhile, this is your 3rd place Ferrari going round the track sweeping device, and there's another one a little bit further up the road. Tommaso Mosca at the wheel, and we might be able to hear from Nicholas Nielsen, I think, in a moment, because Guenel Longy has gone in search of him. Let's get down to the AF Corsa pit.
Nicholas Nielsen, not an easy race for you guys so far, since you had plenty of punctures, I guess 3 so far. But you're still in the game, and you showed yesterday you were really quick on hard conditions as well.
Yeah, it's been quite a difficult race so far. Hopefully we are done with the punctures for now. Car is quick, but so are the others. You know, it's really tight out there at the moment. So yeah, it's difficult really to say what's going to happen. But hopefully we continue like we do now, and then we'll see by the end of the race.
How's the car handling? Do you think you can try and get that win?
Yeah, it seems like it's different phases of the stint where we are a bit faster, then it's a bit neutralized, and then some of the other cars. So it's a bit difficult really to know when. And then obviously when you have the pace advantage, you need to go for the overtake. So yeah, we will see.
Thank you.
So Niklas Nielsen's third placed Ferrari. The previous event winner walks away. And the stint reset we've just had from number 80 as we get a super slow-mo look at the chicane. Niklas Nielsen there ahead of the Matt Campbell Porsche.
Yeah, so the stint reset, we're not close. We need to lose 38 minutes to drop a pit stop now. So this is really why it hurt 32's left field strategy. The interesting bit will be, when do they want to do that 38-minute stint? Do you do it at the end of the race, so your last stint is only 38 minutes, trying to get a full course yellow to get lucky on for a free pit stop? Or do you do it at about 60 minutes to go, so you do your stop as early as possible to do a relatively aggressive undercut, but also keep track position? Safety car will obviously overtake the AT car and will then go to full course, from full course yellow to safety car, where everyone will bunch up, and we will not have a wave around because we are within that 3-hour, 30-minute window of the last one.
So what that means is we can get racing back underway a bit more swiftly this time. So there is the Maserati safety car that is able to go quicker than the cars under a full course yellow speed, and now it slots in. It waits instruction from race control. Safety car conditions are not yet activated, but we are prepared for it because the safety car is in front of the correct car, the race leader. So it's another good way of doing it, this regulation that allows the safety car to be out there but without its lights on means that you are absolutely ready. When the safety car procedure is activated, it's in the right place. It's not a case of suddenly scrambling it and missing the race leader, as remarkably often happens, and happened yesterday in the GT3 Legends race. So there you can see the cars are coming down towards Pouin with 3 hours and 36 minutes still to go.
Who's going to win?
Fans of GT3 racing are the big winners in this wide open race. How's that for an answer?
I cut you open, you believe SRO, right?
I still don't know. I'm kind of pinning my hopes on a Porsche, as you know, but which one, I don't know. The one that I've got to say has impressed me most this morning, apart from 80, has been 2, the Boutsen car, because although I thought 22 was going to be in the mix, it's dropped away a little bit, but the Boutsen car has sort of arrived on the scene, hasn't it? Maybe uninvited, certainly unannounced, but it's at the party.
Yep, I don't disagree with that.
Your prediction for a win?
51.
Still think it's going to do it with all the punctures it's had?
51 from 80 from 48. I think that's my guess at the moment. I think they've ridden their bad luck.
Okay.
And yes, they've used up some of those horses. Not sure how many a prancing horse has, but I just feel like the pace is there. The drivers seem G'd up for it.
Right, Tommaso Mosca behind the wheel and put into the car while this safety car is on track. So keep the Nielsen and Rovera stints for green flag running. Burn a bit of Mosca's time under full course yellow and safety car, which we now go to.
Race control to all teams. Safety car, safety car.
Safety car called, and it's on track as we've seen. What this also does, of course, is bring down
race
the
control
gaps.
to all teams, business as usual. All cars in front of the safety car will pack up the speed and queue behind.
So Preining is going to be caught by Engel. Just have another look and see one car between the two of them, one back marker. It looks like number 30, Amrit Cordial's BMW, isn't it? That's there, if I'm reading it right. That's the silver leader.
Which is lucky for the silver class pattern, isn't it? Because we wouldn't have had the wave around. That could have potentially given that car a whole lap advantage had it been in front of the 80 line speed. So great news for the silver battle. Great news for Optimum. Great news for AF Corsa as well. So our top 3 are all together on track. They will be split with traffic, but yeah, this is going to be an exciting restart for sure.
So across the line they come, and as we made the point, there's no wave by this time because it's so close to the previous one. It's got to be a gap of, what was it, 3.5 hours. So here they come, round La Source, and Thomas Preining then on the road leading from Engel from Tommaso Mosca. Going to be interesting, isn't it, to see what Mosca does, because he's been really fiery, but might he now just be a bit less zealous, knowing that last time he really did cost them time?
Depends if he thought it was his fault or not.
Yeah,
what I'd love to see is that the top 5 are really quite close together, aren't they? You've got one lap car between first and second, one lap car between second and third, and then fourth, fifth and sixth all together. And Hesse isn't out of this either in the 46. Lila Wadu as well is in the mix, but these front 5, it feels, are really in a slightly different class to everyone else behind.
Next question is, how many laps of safety car are we going to get? Is it going to be 2 or just the 1 to bring everybody up to temperature? Maybe. That depends how long it takes the back of the queue to join this wave of cars you're looking at heading up the hill. So the lights are on the Maserati safety car as it goes up now towards Les Camps. Thomas Preining weaving around, ready for the resumption of the race. He's got that little buffer, hasn't he, between himself and the Mercedes, that lapped BMW, Amaury Cordial, who now is in a real fight with Mikey Porter. There's only 6 seconds between the BMW and the McLaren, so Silva has now really ignited, and Matthias Zagazzetta is a further 9 seconds back, so Silva's going to be really interesting from here on in.
Yeah, it's going to be a mega race within a race, isn't it?
Through the right-hander of Roussel now comes Tommaso Mosca. While we were hearing, I think, from Nicholas Nielsen, we saw that 80 Porsche having to stop another stint reset. So that is now 6 minutes into a stint, whereas Engel is 11 minutes, as all the teams try and play with the numbers now. And if they can drop a pit stop, they will. But they've also got to factor in pace and tyres and everything else.
Yeah, and it's clever that what was clever about it was all because of Preining's pace, the gap they'd built, they could afford to do that stint reset and still be in the lead. Anyone else behind them could have done it, but they would have lost track position, and everyone deciding that was a worse factor. So that just buys them that 2 to 3 lap window at the end of every stint that they can benefit under a full course yellow pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's Mikey Porter in the Optimum car. He's got to catch up to the BMW that's second in this queue to have a chance. The Ferrari with the green mirrors is the 3rd place car in that silver category as well. We also have the bronze cars together at the moment, don't we? Darren Lung is in pit lane, but was only under 30 seconds behind Dennis Marshall. They want to get that car out of pit lane before we go back to green. I think luckily for him, the safety car is going to do 1 more lap.
And there's also a battle building for the last podium in bronze, because Patrick Kolb, the man who is Lion Speed, he founded the team along with Jose Garcia, he's being chased by Dan Arrow. So you've got Porsche versus Mercedes, not only for the lead, but also for 3rd in the Bronze Cup as well.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about the classes. You can see the classes by the numbers on your timing tower. White is pro, the yellow gold is gold, the bronzy orange is bronze, and the blue is obviously silver. Green is pro-am, which is slightly further down, our lead car being in 30th position, and that's Jordan Love with the Corvette.
It is indeed, as you ride on board now with 46 BMW, Max Hesse, who has been bouncing with Dan Harper stint to stint, hasn't he? We've not seen Valentino Rossi for a couple of hours, but the BMW currently running in 6th place as they make that run again up towards the chicane.
So I don't see why we won't have safety car in on the lap. It has just started, so this is going to be an intense fight. What are we going to see? Are we going to see a mega Thomas Preining stint as we see the Mustang coming in? I wasn't expecting many more to stop now, if I'm honest, so we will see if it's a normal pit stop for them.
Out of the chicane they come then, and as they
race control to all teams, safety car in this lap.
As the race director, Niels Vitic, in the middle of the picture in race control, giving the instruction that the safety car will be in this time, and we'll go back racing then as the cars come towards Les Camps. Lots of vigorous weaving going on now, so 3.5 hours on the clock as up towards the sequence of right, left, right corners they come. So you've got Preining, then a lapped car, then Engel, then a lapped car, then Mosca, then Schuring, then Guven. Still building up nicely, this.
Yeah, It's a who's who. We've seen some aggressive driving from all of those parties, so they're going to do a stint reset, one more, just trying to buy some luck. I feel here this might be a harsh statement. They know they can't win this race on pace. They've got to be different. The difference that they did have that looked like that could potentially win them was taken away from them. So they now need to go again. It's going to have to be quite a quick outlap to catch the safety car train on this one. At the moment, this doesn't save a pit stop, but opens up a longer window.
So down the pit road comes Jordan Pepper. Ahead of him on the classification is going to be Christian Cronjes, back at the wheel of the 34 Aston. Ahead of that is 50 of Lilo Wadou. And now Pepper crosses the pit exit line and can storm to the back of the queue, but he's going to have a huge amount of traffic in front of him.
Yeah, that's not going to be a nice place to be. Actually, I think they will want a safety car quite quickly and then just try and get track position back as other people then reset their stint time potentially. But yeah, that is going to be hard work for Jordan Pepper, especially remember we saw all the
safety car lights off.
We saw all the marbles, didn't we, offline? So if Pepper's up to go there, we're spraying them everywhere. What is the line speed Porsche going to do? When's he going to go? We've seen a real mix in safety car restarts, haven't we? Engel led the last one, and it was a mega jump from him. At the moment, we're just bunching everyone up and just seeing if Pepper is going to catch the back of the train. It's going to be really tight. He's going to be within 10 seconds at least.
I've been lucky again, Joe. It's been the third time in 3 weeks. We're about to go racing once more after a lengthy safety car period.
At the line.
And it's Thomas Preining who controls the field. He's got a few cars between him, well, one car between himself and Engel.
Interesting with the flashing lights on. It's like he's still on the full course yellow, so it's almost like he went from full course yellow to his speed, and he's up to speed. It's an okay jump for him. He'll have a gap where he won't have to look in his mirrors as they break into the source after they take the green flag.
Just under 3.5 hours remaining here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. We go back to green flag racing. We've compressed the field back to the top 10 cars on the lead lap. And the leader, Thomas Preining, turns towards turn one with Maro Engel trying to clear the BMW, which is a back marker. And we've got a car in the gravel in the back of shot. Is that the 999?
Yep.
Was one time leader in Pro-Am with Jordan Boisson aboard. And he's not going to lose a position there because he's safely in second position, but gets out of the way very conveniently. The silver leader is the BMW that's in the way, who just has an advantage of 2.7 seconds over the number 5 McLaren. But that was a nice restart for Thomas Preining, who had the lap of the race lap, fastest lap when I left a few hours ago, but that's gone back to Rovera, as you would imagine. And here is his teammate Tommaso Mosca next to try and clear that silver traffic, and of course doesn't necessarily need to jump out the way as we would expect to see in other forms of motorsport. You can see no blue flags being shown, a very interesting regulation that if you are running to a certain speed, the blue flags will not be shown. You do not have to jump out the way. And all of this is allowing the number 2 of Schuring to get onto the tail of the 51.
Yeah, I was surprised how well the BMW of Cordell got out of the way for Engel at turn 1. It was almost like they were teammates. Engel will be looking in his mirror, very happy with that move, and he can fully focus on the leader of Preining, who has gone. We've got to keep an eye on that orange McLaren for the silver class battle. He's trying to catch his BMW, which is still holding up third, fourth, and fifth place cars.
Otto Leclerc, of course, sharing his Ferrari, the number 50 machine, with Sean Gelael and Lila Wadou. They are still on the lead lap. They're down in 7th position. Lila aboard that car and in close courtship at the moment with the 46 BMW of Max Hesse. Those are one of the last couple of cars on the lead lap. The last car is Jordan Pepper with the 32, right at the tail of the safety car train as we went back to green.
That's cool. When the nationalities of the driver, 9 nationalities inside the top 10, 47 nationalities represented, remember. And I think finally Mosca gets down the inside, Consuring follow him. I think not. So this is now a lap for Mosca to get away from the Porsches behind.
There is Lila Wadou. She's got a bit of traffic to contend with. Looking down the inside of that McLaren, we ride back on board at the head of the field then, with the number 2 has not managed to clear the BMW, as you mentioned. Climbs the hill. Sounds so good, so stable. It's over 30 degrees now, back out on circuit into the heat of the day. And a time penalty for the 51.
That's from a long time ago. Remember, that was Nick Nielsen again, Boccolacci. Boccolacci was in this car, and it was this corner where he was forced off. But time flies when you're having fun. But for me, that was a good 45 minutes ago, at least. That is what I kind of said in the end. I thought at the point it was a racing incident, but the contact from Nick Nielsen in the mid part there, and that's what the penalty is for. 5 seconds at the next pit stop will be added. That maybe is taking the game away from the 51 for the win today.
As you mentioned at the time, it was fair racing, wasn't it? But
oh, I need to be careful.
Wow. Okay, race control. That was a message purely for race control. That one.
Luckily, he was in agreement of it.
But just getting his elbows out, the racing was really, really fair up until that point. On board.
Like I said at the time, I just felt Boccolacci left him the room, so it would have been the right thing to do. The favour right and the fast thing are different things in motorsport. I couldn't see Nick Nielsen's hands. I couldn't see if he unwound the lock to instigate contact. The contact happened. Race control have adjudged it to be his fault. The penalty is done, can't appeal it. But yeah, Nick Nielsen, has, I think, got to calm down if he's going to get back in the car.
The problem is, you're also on the edge of adhesion, aren't you? And they were unsettled through the first part anyway. Either way, 5 seconds, only 5 seconds. And that will be taken through the next pit stop. So the next pit stop slightly longer. And all fine and well and good if we don't have another safety car, but if we do, then these gaps ebb and flow. Still haven't cleared this silver class leader for Maurice Scheuring. He has now, and just puts a little bit of breathing space between himself and the 22 Porsche of Archan Guven, who we know can be very, very aggressive when he needs to be. Mosca in the 51 now, closing onto the tail of Maro Engel. Is he close enough to pick up a slipstream? Good drive over Radion. And this could well be a look down the inside for second at this moment in time. They've given 4 seconds away to our leader.
Big deja vu here for Mosca. Last time we tried this, we lost our right mirror. We got a right puncher as we tried to go around this man filter car who Stoltz at the wheel last time. Now is Maro Engel, almost interchangeable with their pace, but I'd also say their aggression as well. Mosca backed out of it. This Ferrari has a real straight line performance, on average 5 Ks quicker at the end of the Kemmel Straight. That's going to be where the move is done. Can it be done cleanly? Can it be done in this stint?
It was all nicely line astern as we went back to green flag racing. We didn't have any straddlers at the end of the safety car line, so we will not be catching traffic for a couple of laps, and therefore Tommaso Mosca won't be relying upon that to put Maro Engel offline. He's going to have to do it himself. And now that Scheuring has been released, and soon Guven will be released as well, it is really a time to push forward, not get distracted by looking in your mirrors, and make sure you get this move done before you have to start defending as well, because it's one thing just attacking, it's one thing just defending, but when you're having to do both at the same time, that can really compromise your pace.
Yeah, and I think we're playing a very high-speed game of hide and seek. Who's hiding? Thomas Preining in the lead is 4 seconds ahead of this Maro Engel Mercedes. He has had an amazing restart. We've not even seen him in the last few shots, and he has made his escape. That 80 speed car has got some serious pace. This 51 car has to get past this Mercedes, otherwise it's not going to be able to get back on pace with our race-leading Porsche at the moment, is my fear.
The question for me is that Porsche was particularly good in the early hours of the morning, and the sort of sun broke this morning. We are now getting back into the heat of the day. It's over 30 degrees once more. We didn't really see so much of the Porsches when it was at its hottest. So is it a car that prefers this cooler temperature, and is it going to fade away as we get hotter?
I would have agreed, but it's not cool anymore. Track temp is back up to mid-40s. Normal smoke out the back. It's always a perverse thing to say. Just as the car bottoms out, it loads the wheel into the arch. No problem. This is closer than last lap, isn't it? Speed's rising. Engel's going to cover the inside and stay there. He will then wait for Mosca to go left. They will both go back to the racing line. A flash of the brake lights. I would like to clear up, in my opinion, that wasn't a brake check. That was him probably just bringing the brake pads back to the disc. There was no slowing down of the car. Depends which side of the fence you sit. Is it German or Italian? The Italian side will say that was a brake check and it was just trying to catch Mosca. The German side, I think, will just say that was him just making sure the brakes were going to be there. When you're doing 265 Ks, you want those brakes to be firm, and the way the drivers make sure they just tap the brake pedal, the fluid pushes the pistons onto the back of the brake pads and make sure as they nail the brake, the car is going to stop as they expected.
And it's something that happens very often through Eau Rouge, because you're rattling over the curves so aggressively that at the end of the Kemmel Straight is a very normal place to not quite have the confidence that you expect when you hit the brake pedal. Other places doesn't so much apply, but it's the rattling over the curbs bit that causes that issue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's even now the G-force these cars are pulling, they're so grippy. It's the hub flex, so the brake caliper is right at the end of that suspension. So the whole thing is flexing all the way from its pickup point on the chassis. So that, again, just distorts it. So it's kind of like the difference between flicking someone with your finger or slapping them with a fly swat, the leverage making a huge amount of physical pressure in that brake caliper.
And the problem is, of course, travelling at such speed, when you bang on the brakes, you want them to respond instantly, and a slight delay could mean another 5 meters up the road, and then you've missed your braking point.
Yeah, the feel of the brake pedal is the single most important thing for confidence inspiring of drivers. Again, in development of cars I've been involved in, there's always an argument with engineers of that's acceptable. Nothing's acceptable. It would get to a point where it would have to fit a potentiometer so you could see the travel of the brake pad. So it took away that feels bad or it is bad, and that is, we're talking in millimeters. 5 mil, 6 mil of brake travel feels like the brake's about to go to the floor and you're going to go flying on.
Tankhoven then in 5th position has managed to clear the silver class leader, number 30 of Amaru Cordell. He sits 14th at the moment, and actually Mikey Porter's really closed down, so whilst Cordell has been paying attention to getting out of the way of the Porsches or not, it has still compromised his pace, and we may still see a change for silver. Maro Engel moves to the inside once again. This time no flash of the brake lights, right in the middle of the road, but because the circuit goes right, then it goes left. Whether you're sitting right on the inside or even the middle of the road, it just leaves so few opportunities, and there is no real overtaking opportunity through the last part, through the right. It's better maybe through here if that left front tyre screams no more and runs a little bit wide, but Maro Engel this time held that inside line. Last couple of laps we've seen him triangulate that because he has run deeper into the corner. This time he was able to hold that right-hand apex.
Yeah, seeing Engel a few times tapping the brakes up. Hasn't done it for the last 2 corners. Hopefully not a problem. All of the cars have had to change their brakes in the technical pit stop, so they are on brakes that are definitely good enough to get to the end of this race. But of course, every time you hit the brakes, the energy takes away a slight amount of the pad material and you start to wear them down. So you get more brake pedal travel with that naturally, but also as there's less material to dissipate the heat, so they get hotter, quicker, easier.
Looking back at 6th position, Max Hesse, and the next car behind him, Lila Woudou, the French lady from about an hour and a half away from Le Mans. Now a Ferrari contracted works driver, shares that car with Arthur Leclerc and Sean Gelael, who, in my mind, we always think about being a BMW driver over the last couple of years since his move away from the Formula 2 Championship, but for this year and the end of last year, switching to AF Corsa and to Ferrari, both in SRO and at the 24 hours. And Lila, an incredibly fast racer, not quite on par with Max Hesse over these last couple of laps. She's not crawling all over the back gearbox of that BMW, but she's one of the last cars on the lead lap. There's only Cognes and Pepper, and I think maybe Augusto Farfus now has got himself on the lead lap. I'm not entirely sure whether that's possible, because nobody's overtaken Preining at the head of the field. Certainly when we went back to green, it was 9 cars on the lead lap, Pepper being the last one.
Yeah, I think he is still the lap down, unfortunately, for Farfus. It's hard to get your lap back in the Pro Class. No wave around ever for that Pro Class. Now seeing Wadu, I think, yeah, slightly closer to Hesse. Straight line performance. This is the sister car, of course, to the 51. So we know the balance of performance keeping these cars even. The Ferrari is seemingly the faster one at the end of the straight, and then maybe lacking ever so slightly in this sector 2, which is more about downforce and grip as we go on board of Hesse, just in front of that red Ferrari. Laser focus as ever, left hand shifting down the gears, the right hand will be shifting up, nice and smooth with the steering input. His vision in early, you see the head tilt in early, that's so his eyes can spot where he needs to be. You don't stare at the front of your bonnet, try and lift your vision as high as you can see. The further you look, the more time you've got to think and react. And I always just think, as humans, we were on horseback 120 years ago. What used to kill us was 20 meters ahead, and now we're doing 260 kilometers an hour. Surely our vision must be 20, 25 times further, and it's quite an unnatural thing to do as a driver, is to really look ahead and use your peripheral vision to deal with what is underneath you.
It's so remarkable when you sit on board and watch for a long period of time a driver like that, just how calm they seem to look and how they've got so much more space to operate and deal with surprises that come at them. Max Hesse and Dan Harper, part of the BMW Junior squad from around COVID times. They were actually locked down at the Nürburgring during COVID. The BMW Junior scheme starting just before COVID hit, and so they spent most of their lockdown together in a house with a BMW showroom underneath them in Nürburgring itself, with a couple of simulators underneath them. And as soon as they were able to get on the Nürburgring, they did, and now stayed as teammates and developed themselves into teammates. Interestingly, for Valentino Rossi, a very different dynamic of teammate for Valentino this year over what we've seen the last couple of years, where he's had the likes of Farfus' experience and not necessarily age, because Augusto's not that old, but certainly a different generation to his young guns that he's got now alongside him.
Yeah, of course, engineer looking maybe a bit sad, a bit glum. Is that because Mosca can't clear Engel, the car we're riding on board, or was it Wadu not able to clear the BMW? Mosca is staying close, but unable to do anything yet.
I think the significant thing on the last lap times of Engel is he's actually improved. So we were seeing Engel in the 2:19s, even 2:20s, when he was really concentrating on what was going on behind him. But on this last lap, he has focused forwards, and he's only lost half a second to Thomas Preining versus over a second that he was losing on the last couple of laps. And I say him because when Schuring was closing up on this battle, he was doing the 18s. Then Guven was closing up on the battle, and he was doing 18s. But that Mercedes in second position was still sitting in the late 19s and 20s. Gap 7.3 seconds now between Preining and Engel. Still loads of clear track for Preining to enjoy. And nearly in the 2:17s, Preining. No need necessarily to create big gaps, but we sort of said last night, oh, well, you know, don't build big gaps, just settle into a rhythm because you know the safety car is going to wipe them out. We're getting to a point now where you can't be guaranteeing that there's going to be a safety car any longer, and now gaps are important and attacking is really important.
Yeah, the only reason you won't be flat out now is a slight bit of preservation of car and tyre, and there's not much preservation going there, so we will whack the curbs through the chicane here, and the problem is that's the fastest way round, so that's what you've got to do. And I really feel Mosca's just trying to build all the energy he can to be as close as possible on the exit of La Source here, the hairpin, which we're getting a great illustration of quite how tight it is, because now potentially full throttle all the way to the best overtaking spot of the lap for the Ferrari at the end of the Kemmel Straight at turn 5.
For those of you tuning in for the last couple of hours here of the Spa 24 Hours for 2025, if you are fans of Max Verstappen, before we switch over to the F1, Max's car, the number 3, retired a couple of hours ago after damage in the middle of the night and an overheating issue. We did see the car come out for a short moment, but unfortunately that car will play no further part in this particular race. Chris Lullen was really struggling actually in the early morning and sort of tumbling down the field, and so that car has been withdrawn. 10.7 time penalty to the car 10, which is Guiretti.
2026 is going to go down as one of the hottest Spas ever on record, isn't it? We've never had anything like it before. We're going to have anything like it again. I'm
sure we are. I'm sure we are. Unfortunately, is the way of the world. Could be a few more years. Same dates next year, announced on a provisional calendar. And I am reliably told that that is a provisional calendar, and there may be changes to the calendar next year. Still waiting. We've had the Formula E calendar out, which obviously affects Jake Dennis, for instance, who tries to do a dual program. Bit of a clash. Formula E and GT3 racing next year. British Touring Cars has released their calendar before they even got racing for 2026. We haven't, though, had a Formula 1 calendar out yet. And so everyone was waiting with bated breath to see what they do and maybe make a few adjustments to their calendar, particularly when you consider the likes of Max Verstappen is so very interested in GT3 racing. And I imagine having ticked the Nürburgring 24 Hours off the list this year, a round of the IGTC, Spa 24 Hours will be the next one that he wants to hit.
I would imagine so. We saw his performance and commitment at Nürburgring, so I've said it before, I make no hiding of my hero status that Max Verstappen holds. I think he's the greatest of all time, so to have him on our field would be amazing. But just to have his support through the Verstappen.com 2Cs car, which was unlucky, wasn't it, last night, picking up damage, which has ruled them out. That's a car that could have been in the mix. We saw it mixing and even in front of this yellow Mercedes early on in the race. So that car definitely could have been somewhere near the front by the end.
Interesting that Red Bull give Jos Verstappen, Max Verstappen's father, a rally program to go and participate in. He was not far away, about 2 hours away at the Ypres rally. And now the big defence from Maro Engel this time, but keeps that Ferrari to his outside line into the first part of Les Combes, so not really a possibility. It's always such a faint move that through the last part of Les Combes for the 51, just closing the line, but it somehow psychologically feels a good thing to do. If the car in front is trying to open up the corner, sweeps through, if there's a sniff of an inside line, even though it's hardly likely to ever work, it's something you seem to want to do and make us feel a little bit scared if there is an overlap.
Yeah, there's a car width there, and by going straight, you're going a shorter distance, of course, so suddenly they close that gap. Going on board now, the dirty air from that Mercedes seems...
Have you ever made that work?
Not in real life. On sim racing, iRacing, I do it all the time and get banged for it, but, but you don't brake there. So by obvious nature, the speed delta is not big enough to make it work. So it only works either if the car in front lets it, or they have a very bad run through the left part of Le Combes. You can hear he's having to feather the throttle. Again, track temps high, these tyres aren't in their happiest place, working window. And it's not really the pressures now. The teams are on top of the pressures. Every time I see the pressure on the dash, we're in the window. It's just the surface temperature is above the threshold of what is considered optimal for it. Everyone's on the same tyre, everyone's got the same compound, of course, but these cars interact differently in how they turn those tyres on.
And don't forget that this Pirelli tyre is not just being raced here in the European series, it's used across the world. It copes with plus 55 in Buriram, in Mandalika, in the Asian Championship, in America, in Australia, and then 3 or 4 degrees at the start of the year in the European series. An incredible tyre that can do these hour stints, even if the drivers are feeling it to be a little bit gooey at times here at Spa. Let's on board with Tommaso Mosca. Let's hear his commitment through Eau Rouge.
Sounded flat to me. We've got the run on Engel. We're a bit far back, but this is the closing speed, the largest. Engel recognises that. Pulls to the left, tried to break the toe. He's going to hold left, go to the right. He's trying to offer the slipstream as small as possible to the Ferrari. It's going to be okay, I think, and Engel realises that. Eases back over. So now we're going to get an understanding of where the strengths and the weaknesses are for the 51. We're hooking up the curbs nice. This is where we looked last lap. It's not the overtaking. You can see the cars barely lose any speed there. Now diving downhill, we're going to see a difference in line. Front engine Mercedes in front, mid-engine Ferrari, slightly later second apex. That allows us to be further to the right potentially here to carry more speed through No Name down the hill. Engel's right on the edge here, isn't he? Up to every gravel trap. This is really interesting information for Mosca in the 51. He's starting to learn more and more where the strengths and weaknesses are. Strength of the Mercedes there, able to pick up the throttle super early, kicking the dust up in the front, even as a driver, you sometimes think about, will that just block their radiators and filters? Can I get away with that? Both of them going slightly too deep there, missed the apex. Easily done as a following car. You tend to use their reference of where they brake, of where you brake. So if they brake too late, surprise, so have you. And we're staying a little bit more stable with the gaps now. My second favourite corner lap, Stavolo 2. The jeopardy so high there now, they've brought the gravel trap right onto the exit. But again, a great illustration of how strong that Mercedes is in Sector 2. And it's slightly stronger in Sector 3 as well. It's really only that first part of the lap that this Mercedes able to stay with, as we had a big moment there by the sounds of the RPM. Big jump on the brakes now. Slow the car down. This is the curb. We smash on the right. We miss it again. Maybe the brakes, front tyre not offering the adhesion we need so much. But this has been a really, really good lap now from Maranello, who's just brought that gap back up to just over 0.7 of a second.
This is your battle for second position. Maro Engel, Tommaso Mosca, Maurice Schuring and Ayachan Guven. All four cars in the same drone shot as they head through Eau Rouge once more. Certainly not close enough to change positions this time, and interesting to see that those two Porsches, having closed up on the Ferrari, have chosen not to challenge. They've still got another 20 minutes before they're expected into the pits. And an opportunity to see the wonderful Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Of course, the old circuit going left there and heading down towards the Bernonville village. Disappears behind the valley there. You don't even see it when it gets down to Stavolo, the actual town of Stavolo. This circuit then, the new bit, designed nearly 40 years ago now, or actually over 40 years ago. Grandstands not empty because there's no fans here. They are shut because they're for the Formula One Grand Prix, installed just for Formula One in a few weeks' time. And even if this part of the circuit, the newer part of the circuit, was criticised so heavily in the 1980s, where it ruined the flow of the old track, of course it was a lot safer. And it is still a wonderful circuit to drive. But back in the 1980s, it was not a very popular thing. Coming down towards karting, there's a kart track, there's the campus, the engineering college on the inside there. Then you'll see the karting track appear underneath us. New medical centre's been built, and this is rejoining that original circuit then, and the original path down back towards the paddock area, the La Source hairpin. And really, the La Source hairpin is the only corner on the lap still to be totally original. Everything else has been slightly modified, including, of course, this final chicane. Once upon a time, a bus stop from the main circuit when they need to slow down the cars before they got to pit lane. And this part is, well, for many, many years, the last corner, La Source, until the F1 paddock was built and made this corner the first corner of the lap.
Ayachan Guven looks pretty close to the back of Schuring, doesn't it? And, interesting to hear how the modern circuit was criticised for breaking the flow. It was only really because the original track didn't have any corners. It was just flat out kinks, wasn't it? 14.9 kilometres long, the old layout, and opened in 1924, the year after Le Mans. They're all my facts, by the way, sorry.
Yeah, originally for motorbikes. Boring fact for you, but it's called Spa-Francorchamps, not because Spa is close by, although of course that has something to do with it. It's the owners of Spa water that comes from the spring at Spa Town, of which it's named, and of course Spa being good jacuzzi, or Spa Town, which like Bath has public baths in it from the UK. And so Spa ended up being the sponsor of the first couple of years of racing, where you went from Francorchamps Town down to Stavolo and back. And it wasn't because it was a town close by, but it was actually the sponsorship name, and of course that became synonymous. And also Spa was really, really well known, even in other Agatha Christie novels. She based some of her crimes in Spa Town. So very, very well known to the world, whereas obviously Francorchamps was not.
That boring fact kept on going and going, nearly for a whole lap, didn't it? But I mean, It's a beautiful region as well, part of the world. It's so much sort of old money around here, some beautiful buildings and some beautiful areas to go and eat as well.
Including this week's residents, my sauna. Maurice Scheuring slightly more under pressure now from Aya Changuven. Those two Porsches running much, much closer as we wait back to see Anne-Marie Courdale, who's still there ahead of Porter in fifth in the number 5 McLaren. They've got 18 seconds over the third place silver car. And that 5 has been there and thereabouts throughout this 24 hours. There's been lots of different leaders coming from the silver category. And actually, I think waking up to the 30 leading is the first time we've seen the BMW at the head of the silver field. But of course, when you've got different drivers with different levels, as the combinations play out, you get peaks and troughs in the performance of the vehicle itself. And Anne-Marie Courdale then leading up the hill, the optimum run McLarens. So you've got the McLarens that are Garage 59 cars we saw at the very sharp end of the field, now both retired. And we did actually have an optimum car, I remember, leading at one point after a restart. Mikey Porter then winning in GT4 last weekend and trying to pick up a little bit of a slipstream, but they have dropped now off the back of that leading quartet. Preining, by the way, has an 11-second advantage now over Maro Engel. Still able to do 2 minutes 18.5 seconds, whereas the rest of the field, I think, looking all the way down to the very bottom of our runners, nobody's in the 18s. The 80 car continues to have the pace, despite the fact that perhaps the weather is not, well, certainly in the first day, not to the liking of the Porsches. Still with at least 10 minutes for some of our earlier pitters, including the Porsche number 2 and the second Porsche 22. Both of them in about 10 minutes will be joining us in pit lane for another service. Changuven with Matt Campbell and Fred Makovicky as teammates. There is our leader, Thomas Preining. And still, such is the pace at the moment, even though he's doing 18s. We've obviously got a period where we've got a lot of fast drivers in cars because he hasn't really caught up to the tail. It's not as though we've got a lot of bronze drivers out on circuit missing 5-6 seconds a lap on Preining. He has pretty much had most of this stint since the restart. Well, actually, I say most, all of the stint since the restart, which is now a good half an hour with clear track, and he's just been able to bang in the lap times. And what a pleasure to be able to do this, almost as though a private test day for him. I'm sure that car doesn't feel quite as sharp as it did at the start of the week. But Preining able to just consistently be in the 18s. Maro Engel matching him on that last lap and going slightly faster than Mosca, but it's not consistent from the Mercedes behind. One lap is a 19, then it's an 18, then it's a 20. Not because of traffic, but I think mainly because Maro Engel's so focused on what's going on behind him. Now with a little bit of a gap, you can see, not having to defend as hard, he's able to run the racing line as you would want to do. And exactly the same as what Maurice Scheuring's doing. He's dropped into the tail of Changuven, those two Porsches together, and all of a sudden his focus is on behind. What's going on behind me? And obviously Changuven's not going to be too aggressive in the Schumacher CRT run Porsche. Boutsen VDS running the number 2. Sometime Formula 1 driver Thierry Boutsen with Mark van der Straten. Thierry recently selling his used airline business. Used to deal in second-hand planes when he came out of Formula 1. And reliably informed that he's now sold that company, as you do. He did say he's moved into something else, but I can't remember exactly what it was. How much of a influence he has on Boutsen as a team still. It's not as though we see him at the racetrack very often, but that Mark VDS livery we see in MotoGP as well, and we saw in that GT Legends race earlier on the weekend, synonymous with racing here at the 24 Hours with that lion, yellow line over the wheel arches. Ooh, and that looked like a little bit of compromise there from Scheuring, just as he caught the forced traffic through La Source. And now Chang Guven really on the flashes, has to follow him super close up the hill, is able to keep the car on track, and actually may have just had to back out of it a little bit because the gap grew as they crested over Raidillon.
Problem is that dirty air once more. The car in front can do it flat, but you cannot, so you lose the momentum. So then suddenly you have no chance to overtake as you hit the brakes at the end of the straight here, and it's super frustrating. Sometimes you're better to actually be further back as you approach Eau Rouge, keep the car in a happier window and use the momentum then to overtake. It's very rare we see an overtake from a car that is right on the rear bumper as they turn in to that very infamous corner at Eau Rouge.
So not too much traffic to contend with, but you catch one car in the wrong place, which is exactly what happened to Scheuring there, and it can absolutely ruin you. It's the 914 Pro-Am car of Razan Malden Racing. Usually see them running KTM Crossbows in the GT2 European Series, and they are the last car running in the field, I think, down in 44th position. Has that car got like 3-minute penalty or something for track limits early on in the morning?
I've seen a 2.5 and a 5 minute. Yeah, we've seen every 6 hours it reset, but I think they're probably up to around 40 track limits for the race so far. On board of number 2, you can see where we are on the track map. Track maps still so prevalent in motorsport. You thought with all the technology we'd have something more advanced, but this sticker will be on the car somewhere for the drivers, every corner number, every sector. So when a yellow flag comes out, the engineer will say yellow flag turn 16, for example, and you know exactly where you are. So still really, really useful.
I had a discussion 2 weeks ago at Le Mans with Lena Gade about the track map and the communication between driver and engineer, and she was insistent you still use corner names at Le Mans. What if the same thing applies here at Spa? The problem is there's so many names for the same corners, so you could say, oh, well, double gauche, and then the driver will be like, well, what's double gauche? Oh, you mean pool? Oh, okay, yeah, no, now I know it. You don't want that confusion, do you, between engineer and driver? So that's why corner name numbers exist.
Yeah, I think the famous corners deserve names, and the corners that aren't as enjoyable to drive don't get them. They just get a number. So Eau Rouge is always going to be Eau Rouge. Everyone knows that one. Silverstone's a great example where they reprofiled it. The new tight turn 3 and the tight turn 4 get called a lot worse than that. They're never going to get called by their name, as this was the moment here that gave the Schumacher CLRT car a run on the Boutsen car. Nothing came from it, but it was close.
Yeah, and actually Chang Guven had to tighten his line so much. He was on the gravel on the inside there, so no wonder he didn't have the confidence when he turned into Eau Rouge, because his tyres would have been still getting rid of some of that dirt. But he's really, definitely at this point, Guven has the pace over the Boutsen VDS number 2. But they are both coming to the end of their stint. They're almost going to have to pit together, I think. So then it'll be a battle of the pit stops to just see if they can get a little bit of an advantage and maybe do a jump in the pits to release Chang Guven or one of his teammates, Matt Campbell or Fred Makovicky, back into the race to chase down Mosca. There is only a 2.5 second gap between these two and Mosca. And Mosca's clearly decided he's not going to attack Maro Engel after various failed attempts across the 24 hours so far. It's not desperate yet. The problem is they have let Preining disappear up the road. 12 seconds now the advantage. What a stint. What a stint from the AT machine.
It's just really seemed in a class of its own over the last 2.5 to 3 hours, hasn't it? Every stint is able to get that gap back over 10 seconds, and it's just brought them so much luck. And I actually think all 3 drivers in the 18 now very even, as unfortunately for Guven, he still can't get past Scheuring.
you have a lovely computer that tells you average lap times, and an average lap time across the full stint for Thomas Preining, of course, had very little traffic so far. His stint is still 10 minutes from being over as Chan Guven sniffs down the inside, and that's all. Has an overlap. Is there contact? Not quite. And there still will be a slight overlap coming down the hill, but I don't think Chan's going to be able to make this one stick. And moving across to the middle of the road, Maurice Schering covers the ground, but what about the momentum now up the hill? Again, a little bit of a wiggle from the 22.
I think I could see the front axle of the Porsche go light as it was in that low-pressure air from the dirty air. And again, look at the gap that has gone. Traffic is going to start to become a problem, potentially. CSA McLaren Jim Pla has just taken over that car down in 23rd place as he turns across the front. This is what Guven wants. Is he going to be able to get the momentum?
Of course, Jim Pla should be pretty good in that 1-1-1. It has been at times at the head of its class in gold, but 6 laps down, 5 laps down over the 998 that comfortably leads the gold category. And of course has every right to get his head down and drive away from these two Porsches, but it would mean he is on race leading pace if he's able to do so. And any little issue at any little corner will potentially compromise Schering and then slightly open the door for Guven. Yeah, talking about average lap time across the stint, hasn't had much traffic to contend with. And Preining's done what?
His 2:18.4 is an average lap, whereas Engel is a 19.1. So 7.5 tenths. They're huge numbers in top-level GT3. Everyone else is really similar. The 4 cars behind are all within a tenth of their average. That's not surprising. They're all within a 4-second window, covering the next 4. We're getting towards the end of the stint once more. This stint can be 65 minutes, 59 seconds because it started under a full course yellow safety car period. So we're expecting another 4 laps out of the lead bunch.
He said Jim Pla wants to get his head down, and that's exactly what he's done and disappeared out the road. So not really compromising Schering right now.
Sorry, I made the miscalculation there. Preining, of course, did the stint reset, so he's got the advantage of a couple of laps. It's actually going to be the last lap for Maurice Schering we're on board with now, and Guven, so they're going to box at the end of this lap. That gives them the undercut, remember. So picture this, the gap from that Ferrari to this silver Porsche is going to come down as Guven loves that dive bomb. It was so sent.
Oh no! Contact between the two Porsches, and it's almost destroyed the front end of the Boutsen VDS Porsche. So unnecessary. But Chan Guven fed up, last lap of his stint, fed up of following that car that was compromising his pace. And I mean, you would never expect it to rip the front end off quite like that, but that's huge damage to the two.
Here's the headlight still flashes. That car's done. There's no way. That I'm still learning my game in what I'm allowed to say in commentary. That was low IQ from Guven. There was no need. The dive bomb was one thing. Then the frustration as he opened up the steering to have the front end of this car. Who's the employer of Arjen Guven, do you know?
Well, yeah, he's Porsche. A works driver.
I don't get it. The move is great. It's a dive bomb. It's not the nicest move, but he's there. And then he just runs him out there. He could have kept the steering lock on, in my opinion, and avoided contact. He already had the position, and he's just loaded up, and he's taken that car out. Unless a miracle, they can get that car stuck bound together. So let's have a look. So Guven's on our inside now. We've kind of given up the position. We can't go any further left. And Guven just goes into us. I don't see any twitch. I don't see a drift from Guven allowing for that contact to be acceptable. I think he's going to have a very awkward Monday morning meeting with his bosses at Porsche.
And a young Porsche driver, as in hasn't had many years worth of contracts, been a junior driver. Came from sim racing as well, actually. Chan Guven, Turkish driver, initially showing his form there. Done many a lap on iRacing around this circuit.
I've not stated the obvious. I think it's going to be a penalty for Guven as well. Yeah. So he's taken out one Porsche with damage, and I think he's taken his own out. I think that's going to be a drive-through.
Drama with 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining. I wonder whether the bumper is still pretty much fixed on. There's only one clip holding that right wheel arch. And it's whether the fixing has been damaged or not. The light was working, as we saw. And into the pits, both of them come then. Are either of them going to be getting out? I'm not entirely sure whether they're going to be staying in for another stint.
I wonder if Boots and VDS have got a scrutineer ready to inspect this car, because they were just going to want to rip it off and send it without a wheel arch. It's going to look like a Mad Max Porsche at some point, but look at that, incredibly strong. They build them well in Stuttgart, don't they? That is hanging on by a thread as Boots and VDS nearly get wiped out by their own headlight. The mechanics had to take a step back there. The bumper now falls off. We've seen that before, and actually it can get clipped on. I'm more worried about the wing over the front right wheel arch. Just to clear up, the team get to work. They're not ignoring it. They're not trying to ignore the massive issue. They do their fuel, they do their tyres, and then they make the decision. Are they clearing a space in the box? It seems not, so I think they're going to do this work in pit lane.
As you say, it gives them a little bit more decision-making whilst they're in pit lane to
some
have a
spare
look.
bodywork on the left side there. Looks like they've got a bumper ready to go.
Shanguven, though, Maurice Schering staying aboard that car. And here is Shanguven, and he will be getting out. So let's see the Red Bull Turkish driver, Porsche Works driver. See how he feels. Now, just be trying to get that arch clipped back on the number 2. And a nice normal service for the 22. Because absolutely no damage, probably barely any rubber. It's a very unlucky contact to cause such huge damage. And there we go. With a bit of black tape as well, the car hopefully will stay like that. They've all managed to do that within the service window as well. They're not compromised at all in terms of time.
I think they were, because as soon as the fuel comes off, they could be going. And I feel the fuel was off for a little while there, so we'll get a good illustration as this car goes round. And this is the gap. That's a huge gap. They've lost 40 seconds to this car, and the car gets back out. Matt Campbell aboard, so Arjen Guven has jumped out. Be interesting to get his take on it, of course. And yeah, my initial reaction is still, it just didn't need to happen. He could have kept the lock on, waited slightly longer for the throttle. He'd got the position, he'd got what he wanted on an in-lap as well. So he was only going to gain a small amount with the clear air he'd finally got. And Schering still aboard.
Race control to all teams. We have a car in the gravel, turn 12, and now out of turn gravel and back on track. All clear.
Be well over half a minute lost for Schering as he now breaks the beam at the end of pit lane. It's a 2 minutes 39 second pit stop. We're expecting to see 2-minute pit stops for the best full services. So that's a huge time loss and are hugely disappointing. But Race Control have not actually said they're investigating it as yet, as into the pits comes the 48.
Yeah, interesting. We had the same, didn't we, between that 2 car and the 51, which we're now looking at. That was lovely timing. And eventually the 51 did just get a 5-second penalty. So this car wouldn't have been able to be touched for 5 seconds because of the contact with the 2. So the 2 has been in the wars, hasn't it? 2 bits of contact in its last 2 stints. I'm sorry, that's the 50 car, not the 51, as Lila Wadu there. Maranangel gets out, water bottle just put on the windscreen for now while they replace that, and we are ready to go once more with the Winward car.
What can they do now to maybe extract a bit more pace of the Mercedes? Surely Maro Engel was struggling a little bit on that last lap. By the way, we just heard from Nils Vidic, the race director. We had a car in the gravel trap. It was the 914, which is the car at the tail of the field, the Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche, which has, at the moment, Kenzie Beecroft driving the car, out and back in the gravel and back on the road, but may well have brought some gravel onto the circuit down at the Fania chicane. There's Matt Campbell, now taken over from Arjen Guven. Now, I know Chan pretty well. He is a real racer at heart. I think he will know and feel pretty guilty about what just happened. He certainly didn't mean to cause such a huge amount of damage. And it would be, obviously, he will have hidden in the back of the garage. He's there down on the endurance pit, so he won't make himself particularly available to our pit reporters. But I get a feeling that he'll be really frustrated and upset with himself more than anything else. You think sometimes the pro drivers do, Joe, as you know, is when they're in that situation and they want to tell the world they didn't mean to, they do put themselves available to the pit reporters to apologise sort of inadvertently to the guy that they've just ruined their race. Hopefully it doesn't ruin the 22 as well, because it knocks 2 Porsches out the lead battle. We still have Preining, who leads by 18 seconds now as our second place car, the number 51, into the pits. Tommaso Mosca is jumping out that car. They're changing drivers, they're changing tyres. And another full service from Air, of course. Oh, hang on.
Something not right there. It was at the wrong tyre. It was a new tyre, but it was at the wrong corner. I'm interested to see if we're going to be okay on that. 44 seconds through the tyres is plenty. Wheel gun activated. I can hear in the background, all okay, but these mechanics have had it hard this week. It is so hot, it is relentless. They're working in an oven, wearing the same fireproofs as the drivers. Such little sleep. The stint's relatively short these days, just 60 minutes on the nose, unable to really get any rest, as we now see the graphic of where the cars are on track. So this 48 that was battling with the 51 has had the advantage of the undercut fresh tyres, disadvantage of the traffic.
Yeah, that's the 999 machine, the Get Speed Mercedes that Maro Engel sometimes drives for in other series. Not Maro Engel aboard the 48 now, Lucas Auer. Tommaso Mosca has handed over that car, yet to see who has jumped aboard it. It's going to be Nicholas Nielsen, isn't it, in the number 51. And here comes the Mercedes then. It's going to be quite clearly Mercedes ahead of Ferrari. So what was that? Was that a slow stop? 2:06. Yeah, so yeah, it gave away 6 seconds to the 48. And it's nowhere near as close. So gaps have definitely increased between our leading cars after that latest round of pit stops, and now the leader, number 80, in the pits. Thomas Preining had the opportunity to come in a little bit later than the rest. He's taken it. What a stint from Preining. And it looks like he'll be getting out as well, so he can celebrate that mega average lap time of 2:18.5, playing over half a second better than everybody else in the field.
So this is the longer strategy, and the undercut maybe didn't work out for the 80. Let's see, but it just gives them a chance to potentially get this full course. That hasn't happened this time, but it will happen again, this opportunity later on in the next stint, and that's what the teams are playing. It's a strategy, it's a percentage game, and now where's this going to be? The gap was just over 15 seconds when the 80 Lion Speed Porsche pitted, finishing up their driver change. So where's it going to be?
Let's see, because the stop cycles through, as you can also see in the foreground there, the WRT 46 BMW. More incidents between some of the Pro-Am silver cars being investigated as Lion Speed goes to work. We thought we may have seen the end of Bastien Boost, but he was in, of course, most recently. Hasser in 46. Away goes the Lion Speed Porsche, and it's still game on between that car and Lucas Auer back at the end, back at the wheel, I should say, of 48. What do we got? 2.5 hours to go.
So Boost, a 2-minute pit stop time for the number 80. Shows just how much time the 51 crew gave away on that last round of pit stops. That rear right wheel coming off, or going on, then coming back off again. The mechanics almost spotting something, but then quickly went on again. Was that the reason why they gave away 6 seconds in the pit stop? But suddenly, from a battle on track where we had 4 cars really, really close to each other, we've lost 1 Porsche due to contact. The second one, as you can see there, Matt Campbell within striking distance of Lucas Auer, but the Ferrari further down the road and dropping behind the 22 Porsche. The 2 Porsche even further back, of course, because it was half a minute extra in the pits when they got the duct tape out and taped back that front end onto the number 2.
Yeah, it did look very dog-eared, didn't it? But he got back in 22. Matt Campbell, he's done quite a lot in the last, it feels like, 3 hours. Sort of been glued into the car, but just get the feeling, and I might run the risk of offending people here, but Line Speed have just done a slightly cleverer job on the strategy somehow than CLRT has, because they've got that car from the pit lane very much into contention. This is currently being looked at. 24 Corvette being given a bit of hip and shoulder by 33. Aaron Walker was in 33 Mercedes. Who did we have in 24? The Chevrolet, because that was another car that was a long way down. It pretty aggressively attacked Mikkel Pedersen's Corvette. And Aaron Walker, having done that, arrives all sideways and debris everywhere, rubber everywhere. Like we were saying about an hour ago, it's a really dirty racetrack, this now.
Yeah, even if when I was walking from catering up to here, what was that, about an hour ago now, there was the blowers out there cleaning the track during that latest safety car period. Look
at that.
Yeah, it doesn't... I mean, some of that rubber won't be moved by the blowers.
Yeah.
It's so big and so heavy.
And possibly so welded on. I mean, it's hot, and so as the temperatures are going up again, not like yesterday, but it is very warm out there.
Did you notice?
Danger of being glued back to the road. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't know which way you went back to your luxury accommodation, but certainly the route that I was taking, the road on the way to the hotel had started to bubble up, even at 8 o'clock this morning.
Really?
Certainly wasn't like that when we drove into the circuit on Saturday afternoon, but the degradation even of the access roads really surprised me. And that's why we saw, before the race began, marshals on circuit cooling various parts of the circuit down to try and avoid it perhaps ripping up. It certainly isn't the warm temperature and boiling sun that we had yesterday. We've got decent cloud cover today, but there's a lot. Still a lot of heat in the air.
The grandstands are filling up as well. I was pondering a moment ago that it wasn't feeling as busy as yesterday, but maybe I'm wrong. I think people are arriving, you know, after a leisurely morning. Come and watch the finish, because it's a weekend ticket. You don't have to be here all day. Many of them still coming out of the campsites. And I suppose a knock-on effect of the heat yesterday was that people were enjoying themselves until the early hours of the morning. There was no point trying to get into your tent or your caravan and being overly warm. You could enjoy the real party atmosphere. And it's going to be quite a party for Porsche if Line Speed, from a pit lane start, could make history by being the first winner from the pits to come out on top of what has been another extraordinary race. And some more Porsche fans you saw in the grandstand there with the Grello hats on, looking down from Eau Rouge. The spectators there have had a busy morning, what with that Muller Motorsport Porsche going off the road.
Such was the temperature yesterday, you almost felt that the circuit and the crowd areas got at its busiest when it became slightly more bearable to be outside. So 11 o'clock at night, like you might see in the Middle East. You know, nobody around in the day. And of course, there was a huge amount of people to watch the start of the 24 hours. But that was only we started at 4:30. It wasn't like we started right in the heat of the day, but the grandstand's now definitely filling back up again as we prepare to see the showdown. And we talked with Joe just a little bit earlier on how, you know, it's not necessary at the start of the race to build big gaps. It's not necessary to fight too hard. But as we get closer to the end of the race, that becomes more of a necessity.
There's your Mikkel Pedersen Corvette in the pit lane. It did get, as you saw, nerfed by Aaron Walker. That's being looked at by the stewards, but it's clearly done damage to that front right corner. Here's a car that's had a really tough race. Stella, a really enthusiastic team. They're doing this on a limited budget compared to many teams, and they've been in the wars all the way through. Starter motor broke very early on in the race. That cost them a load of time. They've had penalties. They've had the occasional drama on track. Now they've got that damage, and here you are, 2.5 hours from a checkered flag. You just want this to be over when you've had that kind of a race, and there's another problem that you've got to sort out. How mechanics motivate themselves to do things like this, I don't know. Drivers the same, but for the pit crew that don't get any rest because they're constantly having to work, it's tough.
Completing for many drivers a 24-hour race for many teams is an achievement in itself. It's a rather, well, that's another one probably for the bingo card, isn't it? But delivered poorly. But absolutely achieving and finishing a 24-hour race, if you are a young team especially, is as much reward as winning at certain points. And it's good to see two Corvettes in the race, both still running, proven 24-hour winner now. The second one is leading its class with Jordan Love and the Princes.
You're right, it might be a cliche, but it is still true. Personally, I avoid cliches like the plague.
Never.
Now there, Jens Klingman back on track. They've had a really good day in terms of all the opposition has just fallen away. So Joe and I said about 3 hours ago, they just need to drive round and round, and that's exactly what they're doing. We had that panic radio call from Tim Tranmere saying, something's broken, left front, feels awful, something's broken. And it wasn't, it was just pickup as far as we could detect. So they kept him out, and he's driven around the problem, and there they are. They had a 4-lap cushion, and still have a 4-lap cushion over the next Gold Cup car. So, you know, that victory speech is writing itself right now. Meanwhile, in silver, it is another BMW, Mathis Lismont. But look at this, pressure. Guillaume Oliveira right there behind him then as they come out of Piff-Paff. So nose to tail for silver. Mathis Lismont doing a really good job, the one-time motocrosser, and he's got the Portuguese driver Oliveira behind him now. Mathis Lismont needs to watch out, doesn't he? Because the last time Oliveira was fighting with the Silver Cup leader, it was the Cosseteng Mustang, and he tipped him into a spin at the chicane and got a penalty. So he needs to keep his proverbial clean here. You can see where the BMW has got the advantage. You can see where that McLaren has an advantage. And it still fascinates me this. We've got 2 of the classes being led by BMW. And yet when Ganel was talking to Charles Wirtz this morning, he was saying we've got no pace and we know why, but I'm not allowed to say. And he was really downbeat. And yet, against other opposition, BMWs are having quite a good day.
And of course, not all BMWs run by WRT. We've got the Paradigm guys there leading. Falcon Horse? No.
Not anymore, they're Aston
Not anymore, no.
Yeah, Paradigm, Rover, WRT, your key BMW teams. Darren Lung's team, Paradigm, Darren Lung, Simon Traves, the 2 people behind it. And who's in the car? David Pittard, another very, very fast Brit. The German-based British driver, lives a stone's throw from the Nordschleife, doesn't he, David? He's set out in 991.
Yeah, last couple of times I bumped into David, he's been the driver coach for the team rather than being in the car himself. But because Darren keeps developing all these AI systems to do the engineering and driver coaching for him, they can analyze all the numbers, crunch all the numbers, give the driver advice with really cutting out the need for a performance engineer or even an engineer itself. And so perhaps Pittard now more useful as a driver in the car, and he is a very, very handy driver. Because the AI has taken over in the performance. But here is that Pro-Am leader that we spoke about a little bit earlier, the 2 princes of Johor, their father, the King of Malaysia. And neither prince is in that car right now. It's Jordan Love, who's been a long-term member of that team. When they were 888, run by 888 and Mercedes, and now JMR, Johor Motorsport Racing.
So let's look back at what has been a very busy CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, beginning with Pierre Fillon, the ACO president, making his first visit to the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, waving them away at Nicholas Nielsen, converting pole position set by Alessio Rovera into the race lead as the cars climbed up Radion for the first time. But it wasn't long before drama kicked off. Ariel Levi T-boning the Aston of Jamie Day, hitting the wall. Christian Hahn got hit up the back and went into the wall, and then they were joined by Maxime Romain. 3 cars out on the first lap, and a 4th effectively. Custodio Toledo's out of Ferrari badly damaged underneath as well. And then Alex Arca later in the first couple of hours lost a wheel. Number 50 Ferrari got tipped into the gravel down at turn 9. There was action all the way around the circuit. Treble 5 was also punted by 71 Ferrari. A penalty came for that. But Raffaele Marciello proved how you do overtake coming down to the chicane as he got past the quicker of the 2 Hout Racing Team Fords. It then developed into a battle between Ferrari, Mercedes and McLaren. Maro Engel moving up into second, and then the lead when Nicholas Nielsen got a puncture coming over the line. He had to limp 7 kilometres around the circuit, and it wasn't the only time that tyres would be a factor for 51. As the cars headed into the night time, there was further drama. The high-class racing car of Leo Yi had the bonnet flip up. He was able to get his way back to the pit lane, and then lots of sticky tape needed to keep that car in the race. Rain was forecast for the night, but it wasn't going to dampen the fans' enthusiasm as they headed for the concerts and they headed for the funfair. And then further dramas. We had Sebastian Bode having a big drama in 21. That put him out of the race. And life wasn't much better for Ziggo Tempesta Sport Racing as number 93 Porsche got turned around and clobbered. That was out of the race, and so also the number 9 Alexei Nessov Porsche that had been involved as well. Then for Boots and VDS, number 2 turned around one of the Garage 59 McLarens. Lightning was starting to be apparent around the back of the circuit, and that would herald the arrival of rain. There were still more dramas to come. Cars getting it wrong, coming out of Blanchimont, scattering debris across the circuit, and a small fire at the front of the Écurie Ecos Blackthorn Aston in the pit lane. A big off for Sarah Bovey. She was okay, but the Pro-Am leading Aston Martin destroyed. Sarah was unscathed, and that was the good news. And then, under the long barrier repair induced safety car period, the rain came. It was short, it was sharp, and there was further drama as number 58 McLaren got into the back of traffic, badly damaged its radiator, and that put the car 30 laps down, well out of contention in gold. As dawn broke, the Lion Speed Porsche that had started from the pit lane had wriggled its way into contention, and Nicky T made a mistake going up Raidillon, the Aston Martin spinning around, and the front left clobbering the wall, breaking the suspension and putting the Dane train out of the race. So it was game on as the Porsche of Lion Speed and the 51 Ferrari squabbled their way to the line. Ayenchen Guven was in a big battle as well with Raffaele Marciello. Elbows out for both, two uncompromising drivers. Much to the scare of Augusto Farfus, Marciello's co-driver. And then Tommaso Mosca started to pull some really impressive moves. He got round the outside of Guven going up towards Les Combes, and that gave him the confidence to keep on trying it, as in silver, Guillaume Oliveira got rid of the class-leading Eduardo Cosseteng. For that, he got a stop-go penalty, but it ruined the Ford's race. This was a turning point. Mosca tried his outside move on the 48 Mercedes of Lukas Stolz. It didn't work, and worse was to come heading downhill. The tyre went bang, and that a third tyre drama on the right rear for that Ferrari. After the next round of stops, number 80 Porsche, having done the undercut, took over the race lead, and 51 of Nicholas Nielsen back up the inside of Matt Campbell's Porsche to retake the place. Now, for Boots and VDS, a good stint had been done by Alessio Picariello, another one by Dorian Boccolacci, and that had moved the car into contention, despite the energetic efforts of that Ferrari once again to get itself back up the order. Alessio Rovera behind the wheel, having set the fastest lap of the race. He gave way to Nicholas Nielsen, who had even sharper elbows. And then there was more drama when the 123 Milner Motorsport Porsche had a big lose and a big whack into the wall at the foot of Eau Rouge. So that brought out the safety car once more, the other side of which we had Ayenchen Guven and the number 2 Maurice Schuring Porsche getting together. That did enough damage to 2 to put that down the order, and 33 Aaron Walker getting a drive-through for that drama with the Stella Corvette. All of which takes us to 2 hours and 22 minutes of the race to go, and what a race it has been. Fans in the grandstands have loved every minute of it in the most untypical Spa-like weather, and if you are a visitor to Spa for the very first time from America, like Jonathan Grace alongside me, it must have been quite the race to come to for the first time for your first experience of Spa, of the 24 hours here, and of GT World Challenge Europe.
It has been an absolute treat from start to finish, although I thought it rained here at Spa. I think it rained as a formality since I've arrived for the first time. But
if that Ryan Marine told you that, don't believe him.
Well, you can't trust everything you hear on air.
Makes it up.
Well, I've done a lot of learning from Ryan's stints in the booth here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, but we are getting into the serious hours here, aren't we, David?
Let's get to the pits quickly, because Nina Jade Paul has found Gold Cup leading Tim Tranmits with his BMW.
Tim, your first ever experience racing here at Spa 24 Hours, and you're currently leading your class.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything went well so far. Obviously, it's a long race, not so long to go anymore. Just crossing fingers now from the sidelines. I just came back from my double stint, from my last double stint, and yeah, with the sun out now, it's pretty hot in the car again.
So it's your last double stint, you won't be getting back into the car. Any advice to the driver, your teammate that's in the car now?
I think we have quite a bit of margin now, so I would just bring it home and just be careful a bit with curbs and everything. I mean, especially with the tires, we saw a lot of punctures, so just being a bit careful on all the curbs, and then it should be fine.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Really good effort by the Rover Racing team. Jens Klingmann has been put back behind the wheel of the very distinctive sort of pink and purple car. It does look a bit like a bruise, really, but it's managed to keep out of the wars. It's going after the sister car. You can see 98 a bit further up the road, Augusto Farfus. That actually is for position. 10th place. He's becoming a Rover fight. Farfus in 98, Klingmann in 998, and just under 2 seconds betwixt the two at the start of this lap. Those two BMWs, part of the 8-strong BMW attack going into this race. There is a penalty floating in the direction of number 71, Simon Birch's Ferrari. That was well up, remember, at the start of the race, fighting for the overall lead when Frederick Scharndorf was driving it. That's getting a 1-minute penalty for ignoring blue flags. So on its next pit stop, it's got to sit there for a minute, which will lose it a lap, effectively on top of the pit stop.
Yeah, sitting 29th on the road at the moment is Birch's Ferrari. 9 laps is the prescribed gap, and that is not the part of the racetrack you'd like to be on if you're that Porsche. And now finally rejoining the proper racing surface. I do believe that's Nicolo Schiro aboard that car. A little damage, I think, to the rear end, but we check back in now with the battle for second place. This is between the 22 with Matt Campbell installed and Lucas Auer in the number 48.
And this is on, isn't it, now? Because Matt Campbell, after a modest, dare one say, stint previously, is coming back at the Mercedes now. So there you can see their relative lap times, and 2 good ones from Lucas Auer. But last time around, it was Matt Campbell that was demonstrably the quicker, and he's closing as they get up towards Les Combes, and another 10th pull back in the sectors, getting a replay here of the number 8 Porsche, Nicolas Schiro, getting it wrong over at the La Source Beach. And he doesn't bother to put his towel out, but he goes all the way across the gravel and back onto the racetrack. Nicolas Schiro, Formula 3 champion, going back about 14, 15 years, but he is the pro in that Pro-Am car, but making a rare error. As the fight's on for second, then we're on lap 483, just under 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, and you can see that pace judge of the last 5 laps of this Porsche, so above the average, then a couple of slower laps, and then a couple of good laps quicker than the class average, and it's all helping to bring this car. Gosh, could we get a Porsche 1-2? A Porsche 1-2 is possible, given the pace that the Colonel Edgar Racing Team entry is showing right now.
David, it certainly didn't look like it if qualifying in the Super Bowl session was to be believed in terms of overall pace, but we saw in the evening hours the Porsche performance start to come to the fore a little bit, and they have had the longevity as well. And of course, Matt Campbell installed in a 911 at the end of a motor race is always a dangerous thing, but you could make the same argument for the gentleman Lucas Auer in the 48 above his Mercedes
Race control
AMG.
to all teams. We have a slow car halfway between 11 and 12.
And it's the number 8 Porsche, there it is. So that trip through the gravel has either done damage or it was triggered by a problem, but it's limping back. Yeah, you're right about Matt Campbell being a weapon, and Lucas Auer, and pretty much anybody in that top 20, top 30, really, right now. There are no dummies on this grid, that is for certain, as Nicolas Schiro.
Slow car now between 14 and 15.
Heads between, as you've heard, turns 14 and 15th. 14 and 15. Enrique Chavez Aston has just gone by.
Had an issue braking evidently into La Source and went through the gravel trap, as you said.
It doesn't look low, though, does it? It doesn't look like it's a tyre, so...
No, but there was just a little bit of a wiggle as he applied the power ever so gingerly. I don't want to speculate because I'm a commentator and not a mechanic after all, but all
slow
this
car
not well.
between 16 and 17.
Nicolas Schiro could do with just skipping off the racetrack. There you go, brilliant, he's done it. Something else
now in the
runoff
of 17-18 on driver's right.
Big crash here last year with the car on the line, and the driver's doing the right thing, getting off the racetrack. Nicolas Schiro obviously disappointed with the fact that he's come this far, and yet the car has a problem, but he's bringing it back. It was 5th anyway in Pro-Am. It's not like it's dropped off the podium with respect, but the pit lane beckons. Hopefully they can get it back out.
Clear off track in the pit entry road.
Sportingly done, able to keep effectively green flag conditions without the field having to be slowed under full course caution. We can resume the battles that we had seen at play. Matt Campbell can continue his pursuit of Lucas Auer. But you're right, with a Porsche 1-3, it was Ferrari and McLaren that were the strongest of the two platforms. And Ferrari, what a topsy-turvy day. The 51 and the 50 both have been here, there, and everywhere in the lineup, but have reinserted themselves inside the battle for the top 5. But Porsche, I think, has emerged as the surprise. You can see 2 laps down there, a couple Ferraris, and then Ben Tuck with a whole heap of pace installed. That 74 now coming back to the 4. Kessel Racing had trailed the 991 in the Bronze Cup for most of the evening hours, and some incredible pace from Ben Tuck and some of his teammates. Matthias Jalbert as well has been a really impressive force inside that car that had to change out the door in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because you were on night watch, weren't you? What happened to make the door become an issue? Can you remember?
I spoke to Ben immediately after, and I looked at, kind of peeked over the shoulders of the mechanics. I don't think they noticed I was not one of them, since I was in a fire suit, albeit not in the same team colors. But they were looking at the pin where the door kind of slides in. These doors on these GT3 cars can be swapped in and out remarkably quickly. It looked like it had been bent. Ben said he didn't have any contact. He didn't hear any rattling, nothing that felt untowards. But he said there was certainly an issue with the door, and the team really only lost a second or two.
Wow.
The door came off in 1 or 2 yanks. They only scrambling that had to be done was to get one from the back of the garage. It's not a part that you typically keep a spare towards the front end, where you keep the brake discs and tires, but did it efficiently.
But quicker to just swap the door rather than try and make it fit or make sure it latches. So yeah, just saves time in the pits. Doesn't look pretty, like you say, but it's doing the job right now. And Ben Tuck is ahead by 15 seconds from Leighton Forey within the bronze battle. Leighton Forey in the Paradigm BMW. This is Ben Tuck's view. Ben was up here with us for a short time last night. Very quick British silver driver. Flies under the radar a bit, and he's largely this year concentrating on the World Endurance Championship, but it's good to have him back on a GT World grid, and he breaks the beam as he goes through. And 12th place overall. We were musing last night about maybe a top 10. It could yet happen. You never know what the sting in the tail is with 2.25 hours to go. That's still the bulk of a normal endurance round. They're normally 3, and we've got, you know, more of that than we've got less. As you see the race leader, it is Bastien Bus up front now by 14 seconds.
Qualifying pace from the 74 was to be believed. A top 10 is absolutely possible, but how about the impressive effort from, we've talked about it from Porsche as a manufacturer, but I think doing the lion's share of that effort has been the Lion Speed, number 80. Of course, the 22 has been impressive as well, but none more than Bastien Bus and the rest of his compatriots aboard the 80 that leads this field overall by quite some margin at that.
Whatever the French or Flemish is for prophets of doom are now coming forward with weather predictions of rain before the end of the race. It might be about 4 o'clock, might be sooner, but there are all sorts of radar now showing big patches of blue hovering over Belgium, hovering over Liège, and getting closer and closer to Spa. How about that? Rain in the last half hour. We've had that before, if you think back to the year that Pierre Guidi and Vanthoor had their mega battle and Ferrari won. Was that 2021, but it could yet happen again, that there's a sting in the tail from the weather gods who have made life so oppressive for people with the heat over the course of the weekend. Yeah, one prediction is 4 o'clock rain, another one is 3 o'clock rain, so which one do you prefer? Some of the teams just want to get through without more dramas, but let's wait and see.
24 hours of racing, you can see, with these 3 different cars from 3 different manufacturers all strung out in line here, fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th respectively on the road, each carrying their own respective battle scars, from a tussle here, a replaced door here, a knocked off wing mirror there, so bare bond on the front of the car. It's one of the features and the hallmarks of going racing for 24 hours. A lot happens in a day's time.
Totally. I mean, almost every car in this race could write a book, couldn't it, about its travails over the weekend, maybe more so in practice and qualifying for some than in the race. But, you know, we've been hearing today from drivers saying, mainly Porsche drivers, we've not had a drink bottle for a while, we've not had the AC working, so we're a bit hot and bothered. And Thomas Preining was really suffering after his one stint earlier on, because it had been a very physical one and he needed some liquid and he was a bit wobbly when he got out of the car. But, you know, genuinely, everybody has got a story to tell over a race like this.
And mercifully, conditions are ever so slightly cooler, would be cooler still with some moisture and precipitation in the air. But you're right, each of these marks, these battle scars, seeing these cars in Parc Fermé in their proverbial finish line spec is quite a beautiful thing. They're filthy, they have tire rubber, they have fluid on them, they have bits of other race cars that they've run into, but each of those little marks and scars tells a story about the race, doesn't it?
And then some manufacturers wrap the car, don't they, and seal everything in and put it in a museum. Thinking of the Pink Pig 911 that won Le Mans class in 2018 as an example. It's in the museum, but for some it's heresy because they look horrible and dirty, but it is absolutely encapsulating history.
It absolutely is. As you said, you can walk into a museum and you can see that car exactly as it was when it crossed the line. It's clever stuff. It's a lacquer that just goes over the car, and they do it as expeditiously as possible, but you get bits of champagne droplets and confetti. You get a handprint from when the driver leaned against the car to take the photo. You know, the little rubber mark of a racing boot that stood on the roof to celebrate. All really special things to see.
Yeah, it's the total DNA of the car. There is a charging Lucas Auer, and he's taking with him for the ride Matt Campbell and Nicholas Nielsen. So this is second, third and fourth then. We're heading up to the end of another hour as the leaders go by, and still Bastien Bus leading by 14 seconds. That last lap only a tenth slower than what Auer is doing. So the pace of these three very evenly matched. What can they do about that Lion Speed car? I still can't get my head around the fact they've managed to do this from the pit lane. And the other one that is equally jaw-dropping is Valkenhorst's number 34 Aston. I mean, you and I were talking about this last night, Jonathan, and still it is on the lead lap. It's got no business being in the race after the impact on that first racing lap some 22 hours ago.
It would have been mighty impressive if it just finished the race on the lead lap, but it was a genuine contender for a while. It was an absolute threat. We saw a couple of Aston Martins running well inside the top 5, but to be sitting 7th on merit and on strategy is remarkable. And that car was 2 wheels in the air, and that might be conservative, I think, of an estimation. It had a proper whack. A difficult thing to come back from, and they absolutely have. Clearing some traffic now is the 48 of Lucas Auer. Matt Campbell and Nicholas Nielsen behind will look to follow suit.
Kenji Beecroft's Porsche, I think that is, the 914 car that's had so many track limit penalties. It's not true, but largely this has just been gaining experience for all the drivers, because it's the first time that Ed McDermott's ever raced a GT3 car. It's the first time Kenzie Beecroft has raced at this level. Carl Bennett, I don't think has done Porsches before. He had a Ferrari in Asian Le Mans, but he was a former hypercar driver. And Bryce Fullwood from Australian supercar racing, again, just here to gain experience and get an idea of what GT racing is about. So it may not be the fastest Porsche, but it's been a very useful exercise for all the drivers to do a lot of learning, and it's still going. It's many laps down, like it is 68 laps down, but it's still going.
Quite a difficult thing, this, to even finish a 24-hour race, much less compete inside it with all the rigors that go along with the training, the nutrition, the physicality, the mental aspect, the fact that you're going door to door at over 180 miles an hour. And convert that to kilometers. My mental math is not quite sharp enough, but either way, it is a grueling thing, especially around a circuit like Spa-Francorchamps.
And these drivers now, with just over 2 hours to go, may well be handing over to a co-driver, who may in turn hand over to the third, but they're tired and the cars are tired, and there's an element of having to make sure that if there's any issue developing, it's being nursed. But equally, this is still a four-way fight for the lead, and it is as flat out as car and tyre and driver will allow. There is the cloud cover coming back as I look out of our window. This forecast of rain that might be within the hour is starting to look a little bit more relevant now, and the next update says it might be 3:30 and it will be light rain, mainly around Stavelot.
A view from the fans with one of the views to behold around this great circuit up the top of Eau Rouge. Some turning their eyes skyward, watching some of those clouds roll in as the track has grown considerably darker.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing we know about the weather at Spa, you can't trust it. So no matter what the weather app says, this is Spa. This is Nicholas Nielsen, and he's getting onto the back of Campbell. And now that Matt's having to think about defending, Lucas Auer is just edging away, isn't he? It was 1.2 seconds, that gap, when they came across the line last time. And so as you look down at this majestic circuit with a track temperature of 49 degrees and a humidity of 49%, and then imagine that in a race car, in your crash helmet, your Nomex, your fire suit. Yeah, it's tough out there.
Your adrenaline as well does not do anything positive for your overall body temperature, but it does for helping you lock in and focus, especially in the battle for the top 3 here. Cruising, I wouldn't say easily. This has not been a Sunday drive. It has been a distinct effort from everyone involved with this Lion Speed crew, but they've enjoyed a gap that is closed by just a fine margin, sitting just over 13 seconds at the moment.
One of the innovations this year has been the change to Superpole. We had the fastest 32 from qualifying go into the 4-part knockout. It was an idea conceived by Laurent Gaudin, the championship's general manager, and Didi Casago, the sporting manager. If this Porsche wins, you can kind of imagine them being a bit cross because they put all this effort into a really dramatic shootout for qualifying, and a car from the pit lane after an engine change is now leading the race. So we went through all of that drama, and it was great to watch, but that car wasn't part of it. Here you've got the second, third and fourth fight, Lucas Auer, Matt Campbell, and then Nicholas Nielsen coming up towards the line, and still that Mercedes AMG with the slight advantage, just over a second, but it's so tight, this.
Well, and by contrast, the car running in fourth place had the best time of anybody, didn't they, in that super full session, the 51. Nicholas Nielsen, in fact, leading the field to green.
So next year we'll have a pit lane competition, a pit stop competition, and that's inside the grid. How about that? That's my next idea. So the teams do a pit stop, and we'll time them all, and that's the grid.
Right. Love it.
I think they do that at Le Mans, don't they? There's some activity on Tuesday or Wednesday for the fans. There is the live gap between Bus, Porsche, our Mercedes, up to Lecombe, 13.1. It's actually come down from the line, 13.4 when they cross the stripe. And there you've got Matt Campbell still pressing on, and Nicholas Nielsen in that really frustrating position, Jonathan. He's close, but he's not close enough to make a move.
And it has been so difficult for each of these manufacturers to pass a different manufacturer car. It's one thing if you're going up against another 911 and you're aboard a Porsche yourself because you understand how that car drives, or it might be strong or weak or what have you. But when we've seen different manufacturers fighting really just inside the top 5, it has been almost impossible to overtake. It's led to some of the incidents we saw, especially as darkness fell over Spa-Francorchamps, and in the morning hours, absolutely. You had to get a little bit creative, if you will, with where you launched an attack, and sometimes drivers got a little bit too creative and took too much liberty under braking, but such is the challenge of trying to make an overtake when it counts, and it certainly does, with everybody inside the top 5 now displaying such incredible pace.
There you can see where the top 2 cars are on the circuit. So you've got one going up to Blanchimont, the 80 Porsche, and we're looking at 48 Mercedes here. Lucas Auer coming up through the 2 elements of Stavelot, now known as Campus, and then the Courbe Paul Frere. Has Nielsen dropped off the back of Campbell on this lap, or are my tired eyes playing tricks? Because he doesn't look quite as close as he did. Where's the Ferrari? Drop back.
Quite a bit. I think actually all 3 of these drivers have separated just a little bit through some of the higher committed corners in Sector 3. As the 48 rounds the tight technical final chicane. Campbell would appear to close back up. Nielsen maybe, but less so. I think there certainly is more of a gap between these two.
The other interesting bit about this threat of rain, or certainly the cloud cover, go back to a Joe Osborne. I'll try this in English, which isn't my first language, clearly. Go back to a Joe Osborne point from earlier, which is the Ferrari tends to be at its best when it's really hot. And his expectation was temperatures would rise and the race might come back to Ferrari towards the end when it gets hotter. Now, I'm not saying it's cold, but this cloud cover is not going to allow the temperatures to get to what they were, which may go against the AF Corsa entry here in 4th place.
And it might play into the hands of the Porsche 911 as well. You think of what manufacturer tends to do well when track conditions get greasy, slippery, and wet. It's the rear engine of that Porsche 911 GT3R. Yes, that engine is crept ever so slightly midwards, but still labeled as a rear engine design, mimicking and modeling itself after the road-going car that it is based off of, the now iconic Porsche 911. So we check in with the team radio of the 988.
Track limit. 10:17, by the way.
Nice and concise.
Yeah, track limit, don't do it again. That's 3 now for Jens Klingmann, and basically he's got 2 more before a penalty. So he's got 2 track limits that he can use up in 2 hours. So at the 5th one you get a warning, and the 6th one you get a penalty. So the team just trying to rein it in. The leader is on 3, Auer is on 2, Campbell's on 4, Nielsen's on 4. There are some large numbers floating around at the moment. And of course, further down, for people that have been regular transgressors, there are an awful lot of track limit warnings and penalties. Right there, look, coming out of the Lecombe sequence in 23rd place still, Jim Pla. But that's your bronze leading Ben Tuck. And Leighton Fury, 14 seconds back for Paradine in the red BMW. He needs another good stint or 2 in order to get closer, but I still think it's advantage Ferrari in that. It's been the quicker car race long. Actually, you've got to say, Paradine has done a very, very strong job to be in contention you know, they're behind this car in the classification. They're only 14 seconds back, when really bronze has been all about this Kessel Racing Ferrari from the moment they first hit the track on Thursday.
It really has. I think Paradigm was particularly crafty with how they allocated some of their drive time. They held off on installing Darren Lung back in the car for quite a while. So too with Leighton Fiore. They let David Pittard and James Kelly, who started the race, made up 22 positions in the opening stint for him. That helped their charge up through the order because they did not start near the front of the Bronze Cup. That helped that mightily.
But also part of the reason for doing that is the points that are awarded in GT World Challenge Europe at 6 hours and 12. So you kind of want to structure it so that just in case you don't get to 24, you've got a bank raid at 6 and maybe another bank raid at 12. And if you can at least take those points right now, let's plan for the end of the race. So yeah, there's the race in isolation, but then for the European regulars, if you like, there's also that championship cash register ticking away in their brains as well. So there was one year where you had, for a Cody's ASP, Timo Boguslavski kept out of the car for 12 hours because he was slower than the other two, Marciello being one of them. And so the whole idea was that they'd get the points at 6 and 12. If the car didn't finish, didn't matter quite so much because they'd had 2 race results, if you like. And then after 12 hours, Boguslavski finally got to drive. So thrown in the dead of night, really. It's quite a sobering thought. So sometimes teams can be quite mercenary, but it's for the greater good.
Oh, that it absolutely is, and it's worked a treat for a team that is always calculated under the ownership and stewardship of Darren Lung, someone who I think really defines a lot of the ways he does things by his calculus.
Absolutely right. Now here, through the traffic, comes the Boutsen VDS Maurice Schuring Porsche. That puts a lap on Ben Tuck, who wants to let him go but doesn't want to lose time, so straight away hooks himself onto the back of that Pro Cup Porsche. Little tail wag there from Morris, the very fast Dutch driver. He's somebody else that really specialises in Porsche 911s. Maurice Schuring having raced in Carrera Cup Germany and in the Porsche Super Cup and in the DTM and in the WEC. But if it's got a Porsche badge on it, Maurice Schuring makes it absolutely fly. Downhill he goes now.
It's interesting as well, you think of the Porsche factory drivers and the Porsche regulars that come to mind, and he is always in the mix, but maybe not always recognized at the top of that list, but he's always someone that you would want in your race car, isn't he? He is a sure bet really in any circuit, in any category, especially in European trim, and in this 911 GT3R Evo, he seems as at home as he ever has been.
Totally. There's the grunt and go Mustang, the surviving Ford, Finn Wiebelhaus at the wheel, and that car is a lap down, sadly, on the leaders within silver, all because of this car that got into it and turned it around. And it seems unfortunate that this, even after a stop-go penalty for causing the collision, is in the lead of the class again. The Optimum McLaren, it was at the chicane where the Mustang was tagged into a spin, and Eduardo Costadeng, if he'd realised, I think, could probably have driven into the pit lane. He may have had a finger wag for doing it, but it would have been less serious than limping around on a punctured tyre for 7 kilometres, but he didn't know he had the puncture until he set off.
Been a very strange race, hasn't it, for the number 5 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Actually led the field overall at one point in the hands of the German silver-rated driver Salman Awega. That was short-lived because it was off sequence, but it was at the point nonetheless. And has found itself involved in more than one tussle, including with one of his teammates.
Yeah, that's right. The number 4 Gold Cup car, which has got Freddie Tomlinson at the wheel when we last looked there. 46 BMW, Dan Harper. That's still the best of the BMs. It's a WRT car, and with 9 still on the lead lap, which is what we've had really since about 8 o'clock this morning. This number 46 entry still might gain a place. You never know what's up the road, even though you might think, oh, you know, we've come all this way in 6. But who knows? Somebody else might have a problem. We're getting late into the race now. This is when things can happen. Cars, drivers, teams, all getting tired. And even if it's not your error, you might get caught up in somebody else's. So you've just got to keep on pushing because you never quite know what might happen.
You always hear in endurance racing, it is about being there in the final hour, the final 2 hours, because a single bunch of the field under safety car completely changes the dynamic of the race. It doesn't matter if you were 40 seconds back, 50 seconds back. If you bunch up and take the restart, all caution is to the wind and anything could happen.
I think you've just seen the Bartone Mercedes in the pits. Carol Bash with work going on that car. That's another of the quick silvers. Carol Bash, the Polish driver, specialises largely in Lamborghinis, but good to have him spreading his wings. And Carol Bash, another quick driver. There going by is the silver leading Guillermo Oliveira McLaren. Oliveira, who's been in this championship in the past in a dynamic Porsche as well as a Garage 59 McLaren. Came the Spanish Formula 4 into the Asian Le Mans and European Le Mans Series routes, and now just needing to keep out of trouble. He's 17 seconds up the road from Mathis Lismont, so the optimum car, Sean Goff's team, goes right and goes left and then powers its way out of the chicane up towards the line. But a really different feel right now to Spa, a little bit cooler than we've had it pretty much all week, and certainly cloudier.
Yeah, I think when conditions dropped, we saw at the end of warm-up, and even as the field fell under the evening hours, two BMWs tussling, including your Gold Cup leading Rova BMW. It's 998 and still in the hands of Jens Klingmann, with a fellow BMW just in tow behind. But the only rival really to worry about right now for 998, and it's quite a ways back, is Pla, the number 111 McLaren. No immediate threat there by any stretch of the imagination, barring disaster for the BMW at the lead of the Gold Cup, and has looked that way since the evening hours. But speaking of that temperature drop, we see not only the cars that were more competitive, like the turbocharged BMW, start to come to the fore. They prefer that cooler, denser air to feed those hungry turbos. You can see how hungry they are by the size of the kidney grills that mirror that on the road car. But I think also in a way it helped the Porsche 911s come back into contention, and they have stayed that way even when temperatures this morning got a little bit warmer. Not as warm as we'd seen throughout the course of this week, but warm nonetheless.
So Bastien Boost there, race leader, 13.7 seconds to the good when he came across the line last time. And that Porsche, which I still think has got another Ricardo Feller and then another Thomas Preining stint in it to keep the drivers fresh, looking good. Lion Speed, the team that's not that old, Patrick Kolb, who has raced historic Porsches, then wanted to go modern racing, started his own team with Jose Garcia. Patrick's in the sister car in the Bronze Cup, but now Lion Speed, having proved what it can do in bronze, being given Porsche factory drivers and Porsche blessing, and here it is looking as though on its first outing at Spa for a pro entry, it may be a winner. And some engineers needing any form of refreshment.
I think that's what we look like after a stint in the commentary box, and we're not even in fire suits or behind the wheel. I feel for these poor mechanics and engineers who have been toiling away since not just the start of this race, but all weekend long to prepare these race cars.
Just look at how much gravel and rubber there is in the foreground of that shot. It's like a rallycross circuit. At Garage 59, you need a good table. You need somewhere to put your cups. And 80 Porsche of Bastien Boost then, with no time for frivolity, carries on downhill, heading into the right of Bruxelles once more. 14 seconds, he's stretching the margin, and it's worth doing because if there's a problem, you've just got a little bit of a cushion.
And we saw that gap start to wane ever so slightly, has now started to wax ever so slightly as well. Lucas Sauer dropping back by no more than half a second of a margin of where we saw him probably 20 minutes ago. But a slight ebb and flow nonetheless, may be attributed to traffic there. Coming through is that bright yellow man-filtered livery Mercedes AMG in the hands of Lucas Sauer. Matt Campbell, a consistent gap behind, and again dropping back just a little bit as Nicholas Nielsen is not helped by being caught behind the number 96, that new Temerario GT3. Credit where credit is due. Really, since the first third of this race, that 96 car has run solidly inside the top 20, often knocking on the door of the top 15. Has been a fairly undramatic run. It's been kind of a non-story, and that's exactly what you want for a car making its 24-hour race debut. Not its global race debut by any stretch of the imagination. Nearly won a race in North America in a very short race format on the streets of Detroit, but Lamborghini's Quadricorsa is saying that they feel a win is imminent this year, and that is absolutely the target for the first GT3 car they've built from the ground up themselves.
Just thinking about Porsche, if Lion Speed can do this, it would be the first Porsche win in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa since 2020, which was the Nick Tandy, Lawrence Vanthoor, Earl Bamber year, when it was a Rover Racing run Porsche that won, and it all went wrong on the last couple of laps for Nick Tandy with the transmission falling apart. It made the horrible of noises as Nick nursed it to the end. But that was a weird race because it was run late in the season. It was the COVID year, of course, so it happened October time, and it meant there was much more night running. It was much colder, but also a lot more darkness because of the fact it was an autumn race, not a summer race. So can we get a Lion Speed Porsche or a CLRT Porsche to replicate Rover Racing's success of 2020 and in front of a much, much bigger crowd. Heading uphill there. There's that Temerario, the Retronic car. Car still bottoming out through there. The load putting either the floor on the ground or compressing the bodywork against a tyre. But the load going through the cars, this just underlines how durable they have to be.
I would venture a guess at the latter, given the color and amount of smoke. You've got to worry about what that is doing to that Pirelli DHG rubber. It is remarkably robust. Unless there is contact with the sharp shards of carbon fiber, tires coming off the rim is typically a non-story in this category. And I think it's a testament to the bit of rubber that Pirelli has wrapped around these GT3 cars and the rims there. But a little body rub, an extra rear compression is certainly not going to help Matt Campbell's efforts.
Gets past the Dynamique Porsche there. 54, that's the Loris Cabiru, Tennant, Saturn Tirancool, Francesco Simonazzi, Angus Whiteside car. And Simonazzi's at the wheel of it. That green Porsche in 28. That's another Silver Cup entry. Has got away a bit more on this lap. 1.3 seconds at the start of it, but Matt Campbell just looks as though he's fallen away a little bit. Coming out of the Piff Paff, that corner in the background of the previous angle. We had a big trench dug by cars earlier on, and one of the aspects of the most recent safety car period was that race director Niels Wittich got the marshals to go into certain gravel traps and sweep the gravel back towards the curb. So the circuit, if you like, got a proper makeover. It was made in a much, much better state for the final, let's say, 3 hours of the race.
Yeah, especially over the evening hours when we saw the super, super bright LED-based headlights now on all these GT3 cars illuminate some of the gravel that had fallen and been strewn across the off-racing line sections of the track. It is incredible how much debris gets riddled. You could see it there on the opening straight, just some of the marbles, these chunks of temporarily congealed and shaved off tire rubber from these tires. They go through an immense amount of tire rubber throughout these 24-hour races. You can just see the might and the weight of the Pirelli army that is here. Transporters on transporters on transporters. It seems like an entire cargo ship full of containers just to house the Pirelli DHG rubber needed to survive the 24 hours of Spa and all of the qualifying, the practice, the testing, the speed week running that leads up to this event as well. It is an impressive effort.
It is indeed, because they're looking after this race and GT4 and McLaren Trophy Europe as well. So a lot of Pirelli rubber has been laid down. The leaders are up at Licon once more. So we're into our last 2 hours of this 79th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The race that began way back in the 1924 season, when a Bingnan 2L was the winning brand. For many years, it formed a touring car race around the European Touring Car Championship and then a non-championship saloon car race. But as touring car regulations withered on the vine, there was no real common rule set, unlike Group A of the 80s. In 2001, it became a GT race for the first time, and it was a Labra Viper that won. Marc Douay, part of the safety car driving team, a winner with Christophe Bouchou and Jean-Philippe Belloc. And we had another Labra Competition Viper win the year after. And one of the people aboard, a certain Vincent Voss, who of course now, along with Thierry Tassin, a winner of the event, Pierre Dudonné, a winner of the event, oversees WRT. They kind of work for Vincent. It's his team, really, with Yves Wirtz. But if you've done anything in Belgian motorsport, you work at WRT these days. That seems to be how it goes.
Oh, absolutely. Hidden under that caveat, Finn Wares is one of the brightest strategic minds you will find anywhere in the paddock. It is a marvelous racing circuit with a rich history. Ben Considuris actually was kind enough on our way into the circuit earlier in the week to give me probably 20-30 minute tour to take me on the roads of the old circuit. What a treat that was. A massive 14.9 kilometer facility that was would be far too dangerous today, was probably far too dangerous for the time and the era of the cars it was running, and was changed multiple times throughout its rich history in accordance. Even the layout that we have now has been tweaked and changed with safety in mind, but still retains, I think, the heart and the soul and the characteristic that is Spa-Francorchamps. It is technical, it is fast, and it is treacherous, and it bites. And when it bites hard. You don't have small crashes here at Spa.
No, this is true. That original public road circuit is regaled in his inimitable way by Brian Redman in his book. If you haven't read it, I commend it to you. On the subject of books, just published is Gary Watkins' tome on 20 years of GT3, which we are celebrating, which talks about the history, the key players, and all the different manufacturers that have built GT3 cars. And knowing Gary, it's been done properly. Stefan Rattel said when he read the proof, he said there were lots of things in there I didn't know about, or I'd forgotten about, or people didn't quite fess up to at the time. So even he's been learning things. So it is out now. I think it's an Evro publication, 20 years of GT3 racing by Gary Watkins, and you need to get your order in because it's going to be a great read. There in the pit lane is the Rutronic Lamborghini. Rutronic Racing second last year in a Porsche. Luca Stoltz is getting ready, as you can see, in that Winward Racing garage, ready for another stint in 48, and with an hour and 3/4 to go, gets himself ready. The car is on the 54-minute mark. There it is. So a couple of laps. Now we have a stop-and-go penalty for the silver leader. Number 5, Guillermo Oliveira's McLaren, is being given a 4-second stop-and-go penalty for being short on the technical pit stop that most teams did during the night. Now, that was the 5-minute technical pit stop, effectively to change brake discs and pads, but all the data has been reviewed, and it was short by 4 seconds, so they're giving a stop-go to that team to make up the difference. There it is, and there's confirmation of it on that graphic. And this is where you lose races. 4 seconds might seem like nothing, but a stop-and-go of 4 seconds plus the, 72 drive time through the pit lane. Good night.
It is a monstrously long, dauntingly long pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps. So long, in fact, that we used 2 of them to organize the fast 69-car strong field, a combination of both the Grand Prix and endurance pit lane.
It's nearly a kilometre. It's 994 metres if you put the 2 pit lanes together. So you do that at the pit lane speed of 50 kilometres an hour. I mean, that's going to cost them a lead for sure, and it'll be hard to come back from that.
So I feel for our pit reporters. I had a meager 3-hour stint down there, but the 3 of them have been patrolling all the race long and doing a sterling job of it. But it is a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and our pit lane camera guys as well, who have been up and down in their fire suits as well, because it's another regulation. Here comes the McLaren then to serve the stop and go, and this is going to give this car, the Rinaldi Ferrari of Alessandro Balzan, then the class lead. So 45. The Rinaldi car. It's rare sometimes to have anything other than NAF Corsa Ferrari, but you've got now a Rinaldi one leading silver, or it will when it crosses the stripe, and you've got the Kessel Ferrari leading in bronze. So Alessandro Balzan, who was an Alpha 147 Cup champion 24 years ago, triple Carrera Cup Italy champion, European Ferrari champion, Le Mans Cup champion. He's even won on the other side of the pond. He was an IMSA GT and a GTD champion in his CV as well. So we've got teams ready. This is in the F1 pits. That is Francesco Braschi getting ready for 52 to come in from Gilles Stadsbader. But this car now takes up the lead of silver. So Alessandro Balzan for Rinaldi ahead, and Lucas Auer just sits and waits. The ultimate pro. No pacing around. There's no need to do that and expand energy. Just sit and wait, sit and wait. The car will get to him. It's Lucas Auer at the wheel. It'll arrive. It'll be exactly as he last got into it, pretty much. They'll put some new tyres on. They'll fill it up with fuel. They'll send him out. And then he can get on and try to bring the gap down to the number 80 Porsche. But it's going to be a big ask. 11.8 seconds last time. It was a fractionally quicker Mercedes than Porsche. Maybe Bastien Boost just a little bit ragged into the chicane that time, but he was trying to clear the Rutronic Lamborghini, and over the line he goes.
Throughout the evening stints into the dawn hours as well, the 80, I think, of any of the Porsches was the most aggressive in clattering the curbs, especially the bus stop chicane, particularly the first of the 2 when you switch the hands and you hop on the binders, you breathe off the brake pedal and you turn the steering wheel to the right. They take a huge chunk of that right-hand side sausage curb before settling the car and getting the nose pointed down the deceptively short front straightaway on the run into turn 1. La Source that has remained largely intact from the original designs of this circuit, but I've been impressed with the amount of curb that Porsche 911 has been able to take. Oftentimes, we talked about it over the course of the evening, you can use that as an aid to help get the nose turn. You can help that to aid the rotation of the car, but to do do that consistently over the course of a 24-hour race and have the car hold together is an impressive thing as well. It's not a small hit. These cars are stiffly sprung in race trim. It makes a great noise as well if you're listening, a scrape of the asphalt and a clunk of the suspension as it gets itself back on the racing surface. But that number 80 has taken it all the day long.
Sadist, liking all the horrible noises of the cars. The engineers, I think, will not agree. They hate that super slow-mo as they see all the demands being put through their car. Right, the latest update on the weather, this is all coming from Ganel in the pit lane, is it's expected around 3:45. So in about an hour, with 45 minutes of the race to go, we can anticipate some plut.
Oh boy, and that's crept up a little bit from the previous prediction of about a half an hour as well. Oh boy, oh boy.
So
it's waited for me kindly.
Exactly, you wanted rain, you might get your rain, Jonathan. Nicholas Nielsen we're on board with now. He's still third and nearly 7 seconds back from Lucas Auer as Maurice Schuring gives way. I think that's Alessio Picariello's helmet I saw getting into the car. So the Belgian driver with a very Italian name strapped on board. This car was a threat up until that contact with 22, the Schumacher CLRT car. So they'd spent about 20 hours getting up there. And then that damage on the front of the car after the little clash at La Source. You see that Intercontinental GT Challenge roundel on the front of it. This, of course, round 3 of Intercontinental GT Challenge. Porsche going all in, all of its cars able to score points, and we've got 2 more IGTC races. Season finale at Indianapolis in September, the Suzuka 1,000-kilometre race, which is always a highlight of the season. Got a big entry and a hugely enthusiastic crowd last year. The return of the event, it had been sort of put into a stasis period after COVID, but came back last year and was a great event, no question about it.
Endurance racing round in the U.S. as well. The Indianapolis 8-hour we saw last year, we'll see this year will look different in next year's time. We'll get to that in a moment because the 48 Mercedes has hit the lengthy pit lane entrance, but it did wonders, I think, attendance-wise and popularity-wise for the American leg of this regional championship, Intercontinental GT Challenge, putting its calendar together with a host of internationally acclaimed events like the 24 Hours of Spa, now the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, but also the Indy 8-hour, which broke attendance records last year and has subsequently led to attendance records being broken again at Sonoma, and at the Circuit of the Americas, the next round, where we will transition to an 8-hour round, the Texas 8 hours, which I think will be a fan favorite in a very exciting city.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's on next year's IGTC calendar. COTA replaces Indy. Right, a bit more shuffling in the pit lane because Ayn Guven, 22 Porsche, has been in. That, I'm starting to think, might be dropping away a little bit now. It looked really strong when Guven was in it around about 9 o'clock this morning. Now I'm not quite so convinced. He pulled some great moves, but subsequently, the stronger Porsche has been that Lion Speed car.
It certainly has. It's quite a busy race, has the 22 as well. I mean, the highlight package comprised a lot of that black Porsche 911 with gold trim. Phenomenal livery, but I think plenty of drivers have seen it in their wing mirrors.
True enough, and they've experienced how resolute a car it is when, for example, the Brewson VDS number 2 entry got its nose chopped off. Right, down the pit lane goes Luca Stolz then. So the Winward Racing, the Team Man filter entry, good to go. And as the stop board is being waved there for Alex Fontana. In the other Lion Speed entry, the car he shares in bronze with Bashar Mardini, Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwean, and team owner Patrick Kolb. There's 48, so Stolz back behind the wheel, and that gives us just 97 minutes, just over 97 minutes to go as 48 blasts back out on track.
A little bit further down the order, labeled 7th at the moment as he exits pit lane. A double stint, it would appear, in the number 58, of course, a Ferrari for Arthur Leclerc. Now shuffles down to 8 as Ayn Guven in the 22. Aforementioned 22 makes its way, but still a top 10 run as it stands for the number 50. Again, topsy-turvy race has been up and down and up the order again. But in the hands of Arthur Leclerc, suffered a spin after some contact trying to go around the outside in the second sector of the racetrack, set them back mightily, has rebounded mightily as well. Look at this battle, because this is closed up mightily on the back of the 48 is the 22 Porsche.
Absolutely, this is for position then. So Guven fell back on the last round of pit stops, but now it's all cycled through. Remember, he's 1 lap further into a stint, so he's got the confidence and he's got the feel in the car. Ayn Guven is now on the back of Luca Stolz, and he needs to clear him as soon as possible while Luca Stolz is sort of betting his way in. There in the pit lane also Nicholas Nielsen's 51. Ferrari, the leader, is in. Also, there he is. Bastien Bus comes in. So another Bus stop. Door opens and drivers cycling through once again. And this has got to be error-free from the mechanics. Don't have too many people working on the car. Don't trip over any cable. Don't bump into anybody. Took a little bit of time maybe just to get the gun and the wheel mating there, but it's all been sorted and they need to get that car out before these two come up towards the line. The good thing about the endurance pits, of course, is once you're released, you're virtually back on the track.
Looked like almost they were shaking the rear wheel, just trying to make sure everything was ready there. Fuel going in as well. Well, that battle rages on between the 22 and the 48. Lucas Stoltz trying to keep Ancient Guven at bay, and we'll have a very short run down to La Source. Dramatic stuff as this is the race leader taking on fuel, and this is a race at the front end of this fuel, or at least will shuffle back to be once the pit sequence rounds itself out, and just in front of the Ferrari, barely making it out of the pit stall in time, but does so.
That was close, but it's going to keep the car in the lead. But look in the background, because here they come down the hill now. Remember, even though the Porsche has got out of the pit lane, it's still got that extra bit of road before it can blend back onto the racetrack now. So the gap is going to be reduced, especially as the number 80 Porsche is still going to be accelerating as it heads up the hill then. It's still shown as Bastien Bus, but I'm sure we saw a driver change, so now you're getting a better idea. The lead gap net is reduced.
Yeah, and as we saw the 22 of Ancient Guven close in on hot tires on the number 48, I think we will see these two start to reel in the leader. It was a 14-some-odd second gap. I suspect it will be a little closer than that. And yes, you can see they are visually closer as we wait for timing and scoring to update as they continue to make their way around this beautiful racetrack.
But what we've had here for a change is these two have undercut line speed, so that went a lap longer. So it was on older tyres against the fresher ones for a lap of the Mercedes and 2 for the Schumacher CLRT car, and the undercut has been proving all morning to be the better option. Line speed kind of going, if you like, for the overcut, sticking to its strategy, sticking to its numbers, losing a little bit of that gap, but not bringing the stint into a close any earlier than it wanted to, just to make sure that it can get to the end on the stint times that they have deduced. So the lead gap down a little bit, partly because of keeping it for an extra lap on the older rubber.
And look at Lucas Stoltz daring that right outside tire to dip into the gravel trap. He is pushing, he's using every single bit of candy striping curb he can. You want to widen and lengthen the Spa-Francorchamps racetrack as much as you can to give yourself as much lateral grip, as much run as possible, because there is a very rapid Ancient Guven right under the rear wing of that Mercedes.
So the Porsche of Ancient Guven still pressing on, trying to get past Lucas Stoltz. Of course, both of these cars given a BOP break before the race of a reduction of 10 kilos, which makes them quicker anyway because of the weight difference. But it also helps the tyre degradation, doesn't it? Because there's less weight having to be put through, or less force from the weight being put through the tyre. So it's been a sort of double win. As over the line there goes Stoltz, goes Guven 0.4 of a second back, and the gap now, priming it is in the car, ahead of Stoltz. 6.6 seconds. That's the lead margin with 93 minutes to go. That's all. Still building up for a great finish in our CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa. Dan Harper has just taken the lead on the road, but then boxed to give way, possibly back to Max Hesse. They've been playing tag between them really today after Valentino Rossi's last stint. And we've had a change for third in bronze. Gabriele Piana, a double GT4 winner this weekend. Could well be on the podium in GT3 as well, because he's up to third for Winward Racing. The same team that operates that car of Lucas Stoltz, but now he's got a well fired up Ancient Guven up behind him.
Yes, he is, and I think he's starting to feel the pressure as well. Again, that Mercedes-AMG running wider and wider and wider, it seems, every lap. Lucas Stoltz knows the pace that is in that 911, especially as temperatures continue to drop gradually. But that will play into the hands of the Ancient Guven behind, taking a little bit shallower of a line, a little bit more inherent grip in the run down Bruxelles. And now they make this short little spurt on the throttle towards a really, really high committed Pouhon corner, a left-hander that never ends. And that second ace pack in particular is so long.
Let's get back down to the pit lane. Lucas Auer has hopped out of 48. Ganel Longy is down there to have a word with a man that could end the day as a race winner. Ganel, all yours.
Lucas Auer pushing really hard to try and catch that number 80 Porsche. What would be the most favorable conditions for you guys to get that win? Dry conditions, wet conditions, since the rain is expected within a minute, within a few minutes?
I think the Bosch is pretty supreme in the dry, and as we know also in the wet, so will be a tough one, but no matter what comes, we give our best, we will race hard and try to push.
And would you like to end up the race under the rain?
I don't know, to be honest. But maybe we need some crazy conditions in order to make something happen.
Thank you, Lucas.
That's Lucas' hour and a half, because we've got 90 minutes to go, and he's in with a chance of winning this. But as he says, we could do with some crazy conditions, because it just does look now as though that 80 Lion Speed Porsche has positioned itself as the benchmark car. There's a car that's had a tough old race, the number 32 BMW that Kelvin van der Linde has brought in. It lost a lot of time, didn't it, early on in the race, Jonathan, with damage on the left front corner, and they've worked valiantly. It's still on the lead lap somehow. That's had an easier race. The bronze leading Ferrari bent up, brought that car in, but now you look up and down the pit lane and you think, oh yeah, that had a problem, that had a hard luck story, that's had a tough day.
Yeah, it was interesting walking up and down the pit lane just in the short 3 hours that I did. A slightly more straightforward race for the 74 that has gotten to the 4 Ben Tuck when the penalty for the 991 was applied, and Fowlery now installed as Mathis Jalbert, and he is going to be dangerous in the second half of this race with the final 90 minutes and some change to go. He was so rapid in fact, that he had a significant lead in the first half of this race. And Joe Osborne, you and I were watching on. He'll join us in the commentary box in just a moment, but his team had to tell him, hey, slow down, you're not fighting these cars in the overall top 5. You have about 8 cars between you and your nearest rival, but I think a testament to the speed of that young Frenchman.
Right, we're heading to 3 o'clock local time. You can see this last round of pit stop cycling through. We'll plug Joe Osborne back in for one final stint, but before Jonathan Grace is allowed out of the car, as it were, let's just have a quick prediction. You've sat up all night with us all, you've watched the race, you've been here soaking it up since Thursday. Let's put you on the spot. Where's your $10 going?
It's Porsche's day. It's a car that did not look like it was a contender heading into this weekend. They did not show pace in qualifying. They've saved it all for race trip. That 80 has looked mighty, and there's a lot of pace in the 22 if things shuffle around. Lucas Stoltz and that Mercedes AMG has been locked in more than one battle, but I think on a weekend where Ferrari was the favorite, I think Porsche is going to upset their party, potentially with 2 cars on the podium.
Jonathan Grace, thanks very much. Top work. Good to have you aboard for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Tune into GT World Challenge America, and Jonathan and the rest of the team will keep you entertained there as well.
Thank you. It's been an absolute treat.
So we've got now the race leading Aston Martin, would you believe, 34 just on the stagger of the pit stops, making its way through, and Enrique Chavez still behind the wheel of that car. Now things do start to unravel. Thomas Preining puts himself back into the lead of the race, and I still can't get my head around the fact that Aston's in the race, never mind on the lead lap, never mind might be in the top 6 by the end of it. There's your Gold Cup leading BMW. Like I said earlier on, it looks a bit like a bruise, but it's had a relatively trouble-free race, hasn't it? That pink and purple livery adorning the car that Jens Klingmann has brought in. And we're getting now number 22 Porsche, Ayenchen Guven, a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. Now, is that against Porsche number 2? 22 Porsche, 5-second penalty for causing a collision. The stewards have looked, the stewards have spoken.
I made my opinion clear on what I thought on the move. The penalty, I think, is very soft. 5 seconds for potentially taking a car out of the race. I know we always talk about what's the punishment. Is it the crime or the repercussions of it? It's got to be a hybrid of it, of course. Yeah. I was having the argument in the media centre about this. If you if you only do the action of what the penalty should be, so I can just walk around shooting my gun, and as long as it doesn't hit anyone, I'm okay. Is that the logic we apply here in motorsport? I appreciate it's a slight tangent as an argument, and I'm calming myself down. I guess the penalty has been given, so he is at fault for that move. Ayenchen Guven gave him the in-lap clear. That's the only positive they will be able to take from that.
But they will have to do one more pit stop, of course, before the end. So what we're looking at now is Guven chasing Stoltz. So to simplify this, what we now are addressing, Joe, is that Guven's got to get ahead and pull away by 5 seconds.
Yeah, and actually, if I was Stoltz, and I'm now told by the team, I'm not going to put a single iota of time loss into defending to that Porsche, because the Porsche can come past. This is the contact. That one makes it look more like a racing incident, but the one where you see it more from behind, My point was Guven didn't need to do it. He'd got the move done. The move was a semi-dive bomb in itself. It was clean, so that was fine. He unwound the lock and he ran into the Boots and VDS Porsche, and the damage was done.
Yeah, the Boots and VDS team, although it's Thierry Bootson's surname, it's his sister Olivia who runs that squad. As you see the leading Porsche diving through the traffic, there's your second and third place battle now. So Guven, who's been probably the fastest in that car, now is the one that's going to give them the late race penalty. So we're looking at effectively one more pit stop to go.
Yes, exactly that, yeah.
One more stop.
I was actually just trying to work out what would I do, when would I do that one pit stop. If I'm a lead car, I do it as late as I can into my stint.
Okay. Well, as far as Bastien Bus is concerned, it might be a race win. There's his car, and he is with Ganel.
Bastien, you've been flying, you guys, for the last hours. It seems that no one can catch you. You've been giving it all. You look quite tired now.
Yeah, I'm fully done for this time. Tommy did a mega stint after the safety car restart. I basically just kept the gap. Now he's back in the car for the last time of the race. So we cross our fingers and hope that we don't get any uncertain moments or safety cars or full course yellows, and that the race will go like this to the end.
There may be some rain coming. It would be maybe stressful for you guys to get some rain?
I think it would be stressful for everyone. Of course, it gives everyone else another chance. For us, we have to survive it. No matter what, we have a great team, great car, so we just have to focus on delivering and not making mistakes in the last stint.
Are you done with your stints?
Me personally, yes.
Thanks, Bastien. Thank you.
Right, Bastien Bus done, but he would quite like to keep his overalls on as a race winner for the top step of the podium, wouldn't he? As here you have in super slow-mo that Porsche launching itself up the curb, and at the moment an advantage of 6.8 seconds. They certainly can't relax, can they? Now, you were musing about doing that stop as late as possible within your final stint, yes? Or within the final part of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Just essentially to buy you the most chance of getting it done under a full course yellow or safety car. The other option is to go as soon as you can get to the end without stopping. So you would leave pit lane with 60 minutes and 59 seconds. I think that's what WRT are going to do, because the positive of that one is that if there is a safety car, full course yellow, you will then have track position. So you've done your stop. The problem is you may be a lap down at that point, but when you're outside, for me, if I'm not going to be on the podium at Spa, I roll the dice. So I think that's your plan B strategy. So with potentially 60 minutes and 59 seconds, which is 24 minutes from now, I think we might see a few cars stop, but then the others will go for another 50 minutes from now.
So as the drivers work this 506th lap, Guven still can't think about getting away by 5 seconds because he hasn't managed to find a way past as yet. So pressure is on here. He's still got to push as best he can, as there you can see the cars going down the hill, and once again the yellow Mamba Mercedes just having the advantage, but a tighter line through Bruxelles there from Guven. Ganel's been keeping us up to date about weather, and she's still convinced that within about half an hour, 40 minutes, we might end up with the first of the spots of rain falling here.
Yeah, the radar I'm looking at certainly agrees. Been giving my weather lessons, something I learned about orographic lift this week in research of why we get such wild weather here at Spa, and essentially it's the hills and it's the forest, and when warm air hits that, it shoots up and then it creates rain. That rain at the moment, where it's going to come is where you're looking on the shot. It's that far right corner, Stavolo 2 by the medical centre. That's where the rain should hit first, and then it will sweep across the whole of the track. So drivers will keep an eye out for potential saying rain T15. Wow.
It's an unexpected shot because there's a load of smoke coming out of the back of the 991 BMW. This is significant in bronze. James Kellett, second place. Now, is that mechanical? Is that a tyre that's let go?
I think it's more than a puncture.
Let's have a look. It's coming through the chicane, and just touches the curb, it loads.
It's the rear left, isn't it? It seems so much smoke to me. It's got to be suspension failure. We might be able to listen. There is a puncture potentially, hopefully.
Let's listen in, yeah. Oof. Oh.
Looks like it. Does it feel like it's punctured, or do you think it's just the sensor? No, it's definitely punctured. I'm boxing.
Right, so James Kellett brought it in. I think they've changed the tyre because, of course, Paradine are up at the top and he's now in the bottom pit. So while we looked at that replay, they've swapped the tyre over. So, gosh, if it had to happen anywhere, that was the right place.
Yeah, great driving from Kellett as well. And good peace of mind as well to jump on the radio and tell him box. I just can't believe how much smoke it generated. So I think he's turned in okay to here, and then it's let go. You could see that first puff of smoke, and it's literally at the apex of the last corner. He has a split second to make that call. The Porsche does mega as well to avoid him. That's Jill Magnus there trying to get to the end of this race. They've not taken a checker flag this year, and look, the tyres just completely disappeared. It's almost sort of unraveled itself into the wheel arch, and Paradine were ready, and the teams have a set of tyres ready to go. They normally use an expletive to describe that set of tyres that's ready in any type of fight, and that has been put on the car in good manner, and that was as quick as they could have done it.
So there is this fight still raging on for second spot. Down through Pouan goes 48 Mercedes. Now, while, of course, Lucas Stoltz here is trying to keep Guven at bay, the gap to the leader is widening, isn't it? Lucas Auer saying we need some crazy conditions maybe to do something, but 9.2 seconds now is the margin between the top two.
Be interesting to speak to the Porsche teams, as this is a McLaren in the box. I recognise all of that. They're getting to the battery, so it's a CSA 111. What they're trying to find is this an alternator or something's not happening, and you can see Jono from McLaren there trying to help. So saying I was just trying to listen, sorry, saying about the harness. So the wiring harness, that will be, not the driver's harness. And sometimes what happens is the cabling wears out, it goes through the protective layer, and then it starts to short out. So they're trying to work out which part is potentially shorting out to get this car back in the race. But it doesn't look potentially like they know exactly where the issue is.
Yeah, it's another long stop. CSA have had a really troubling race in a set. The car's had really good pace, but then at least twice we've seen it cut out, haven't we? I think it happened to James Cow, it happened to Arthur Rougier. He has to get off the side of the circuit. They've been able to restart it, but just gradually it's been losing more time every time.
Yeah, do you remember last year, Paul Ricard, GT World Challenge, where Garage 59 lost cars with similar issues? That was every time they were dropping the car, something was shorting out. This is definitely around the rear, so the alternator is in that region, which obviously generates the electricity, which tops up the battery. These cars draw a huge amount of current with everything they're doing. They shift gear with an E-motor now, so the Audi, when we ride on board with that, you hear that whirring noise, that and that's the air compressor charging up to shift gear. But the modern way to do it is using an electric motor, has much more torque, and I was about to say much more reliable, but in this instance, maybe not.
Now, what about Silver right now? It's gone back the way of Ignacio Montenegro, hasn't it, after that stop-go penalty for the Optimum McLaren. So 4 seconds stop-go for being short on the technical pit stop, and it's changed things here. You've got Silver and Gold together, not on the same lap, not in this order, 14th ahead of 11th, so out of sequence on the track. And there is the opposition in Silver. This is David Perel, Coach Dave, who's taken that car back over from Alessandro Balzan. Perel's had a good run. He's done a lot of mileage, hasn't he? David, who raced many moons ago, ran out of money, got involved in sim racing, built up a business, got the money to go racing again, and through GT World Challenge Europe, IGTC, ELMS, WEC, you know, he's become a regular Ferrari racer, a lot of racecraft, and so much time in the sim. He's actually now got a steering wheel in his hand all of the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of South African drivers, isn't there, in this series? When you obviously I appreciate Carl Army F1 track back in the day, but South Africans seem to be hitting above their weight. And yeah, for the Southern Hemisphere country, they have got some fast drivers out there, and stalking him is another South African caravan, Van der Linde, who of course shares with Jordan Pepper.
In IGTC Independent, it's the Zero Corvette leading there. They are leading Pro-Am in the race, but also there are IGTC or Pro-Am, independent, I should say, points for the Zero Corvette, being chased by the high-class racing Porsche. Your top speeds in silver with the Audi of Santalok topping the times, topping the speeds. Haven't really seen a great deal of Audi after the dramas for Trezor early on.
Yeah, 5 different manufacturers in the 5 top speeds there. Ben Green, our Pro-Am leader in the glorious sounding Corvette, going down into Pouhon. Got a comfortable lead, isn't it, for the Pro-Am class? 3 laps at the moment from the 86 Porsche. And Ben Green here will just be hopefully bringing it home. This car picked up a penalty earlier in the race, and I'm struggling to remember exactly what they did.
Got a drive-through.
Yeah.
I want to say it was early track limits, but so long ago I need to double check. We were talking about the brains trust behind this car earlier on. I was talking about John McGregor, who had a Bathurst 1000 win with Craig Lowndes and did his GT Elan IMSA Championship win and GTE at Le Mans class winner as well. He would like to point out this is the dream team running this Corvette, both him and Maxime Macam. So yes, they've got all the right people calling all the right shots with this. And you've got to say that the 2 Royals, the Malaysian Princes, have done a very good job. Yeah, a lot of racing in Asia, but here they are on a different platform that they don't come to very often. But the car has largely kept out of trouble. Okay, we talked about that early drive-through, but and it's not battered. Didn't it turn around an Audi early on? Wasn't it Stephen Pellet's car, 28 at La Source? Ben Green got in the back of it and turned it round.
Very clever. Yeah, you're right. You've jogged my memory.
Yeah, that aside, I think it's had a really good trouble-free race.
It didn't even have a real mark on it from that instant either. So car kept clean, and the Corvette, again, like a few of our newer GT3 models, seems to be gaining traction in terms of reliability and pace. And it's just great to have so many options of cars to watch, to drive, for customers to potentially buy in this series. And the bonnet of the 86 has come up a few times, and it looks like the tape is starting to give way. Luckily for them, it's on the rear leading edge, so the pressure is kind of pushing it down, you would assume. But actually refueling that might be quite hard next time. The refueling nozzle goes right next to the number on the bonnet.
It's not pretty, is it, anymore, that? But it's going to get to the end. Talking of not pretty, not you, Joe, this 999, just going through Piff Paff. This is the car that Patrick Charlet and Jordan Boisson, Marvin Klein and Benjamin Pack have been involved in the state of. Marvin Klein at the wheel of it. He's somebody that really specialises in Porsches, but he's been thrown into this car, and he's been the fastest of the 4. Twice a Carrera Cup France champion, Marvin Klein.
Yeah, fastest lap for this car is a 2:18.7, which Klein did himself. That pace is strong. That would put him inside the top 10 if he was running as a pro. Top speed overall in the Pro-Am Cup here. Ben Green, so the first time we've seen a 270 plus, and that is the gap, isn't it? 4Ks to a couple of Porsches, to an Aston Martin, and then from Paulette in the Audi that got turned around from Ben Green.
Right, there's the bronze leading now, Mathieu Jaubert Ferrari. And the drama for James Kellett has certainly widened that. The
race control to all teams. Light rain reported on the start-finish straight in front of the F1 pit lane.
Which is exactly where they've just come. Along the pit straight is where we are. So if we peer through all the bits of things stuck to the windows, can't really see very much in the way of rain on the window yet, but it was light rain that Niels Fittich was reporting, but it's coming. That's the point.
Yeah, nothing on the windscreen yet. We're going to keep an eye out for wipers, aren't we? We saw this earlier in the weekend. It's the easiest indication. I've said it before about the wipers. There's a few strategy on the wipers. The one I preferred was actually not to put the windscreen wiper on for as long as I could, just so I could work out exactly how much rain had fallen on the track. Obviously, every time you wipe it, you kind of lose reference of how much there's been, and then you've got to go and feel. Track temperature is still going to be in the high 40s, so it's going to evaporate quickly. We saw earlier in the night cars boxed for wets because of the rain, and it wasn't the right call. This is going to be a big headache for teams to make the right decision. Ideally, teams would actually have 2 sets of wets ready. A brand new set, they're soft and they're very grippy, but the tread block is at its biggest, so the whole tread block starts to move around. It's like driving on jelly. And then you would have an older set, a scrub set, which is effectively the same compound as a wet, but you've made it into an intermediate. So that'd be better for damp track. It's full standing rain, water from heavy rain, you would go to the wet. If it was just damp, then maybe that used wet would be a better option.
In bronze, 42, Javier Sagrera, the fastest in terms of a top speed in a car that was really badly delayed early on, wasn't it? That car lost about 10 laps with the damage after it went into the back of the blue Paradigm. Christian Hahn, BMW in the lap 2 crash, and then its bonnet popped up, didn't it? And they had to spend a long time making sure that the bonnet on the BMW was down and stayed down. Here, look, Rovera has got back up to Guven, so this is no longer second and third, it's second, third and fourth. You were saying earlier, this is still a car that's going to win this race, 51 Ferrari, and with 71 minutes to go, it's getting closer to success.
Fastest man of this stint, 2/10 quicker than Preining in that Lion Speed Porsche with the huge 14-second advantage. On average, he's been a second lap faster than these two. Of course, I think the Porsche of Guven is getting held up by Stoltz, but this is the pace, and what can we see? We've seen the Ferrari manage to overtake at the end of the Kemmel Straight. The job here for Rivera is to stay as close as he can. He's been pulling away a second a lap from his teammate Leclerc in the car behind.
And Alessio Rovera, while he's been in relatively clear air, he has been able to get up there. He's been doing the good lap times, but now it's going to get tougher, isn't it? Because Guven's not going to let him by, just in the same way that Stoltz hasn't rolled over to let the Porsche get through. The rain still not really coming to anything over here, but the teams, having been warned about it, looking across to see if anyone's yet thinking about an umbrella. The answer is no, and as far as the drivers are concerned, it's still a dry track.
Can you remember my very niche point on the 22 Porsche? Where the bumper has been melted.
And the rain light wasn't there.
Exactly.
And what happens if it rains?
You would have to come in if you don't turn your rain light on when race directors have asked. It's, again, a tangent view, but just one that we may have to come back to at one point.
Okay, and there's no bodge they can do, really. They can't just sort of stick a high-vis sticker on the back instead, can they? They've got to have the light. So over the line goes Rovera. So the CLRT weather app, hoping that the rain somehow disappears. Up towards La Source they go. Preining in the meantime, 14.7 seconds ahead. It's Porsche from Mercedes AMG, Porsche from Ferrari, Arthur Leclerc's Ferrari 5th, Dan Harper 6th. And then the Aston of Enrique Chavez 7th, Kelvin van der Linde is 8th, and Alessio Picariello 9th. And despite the shuffles of those 9, it's still 9 on the lead lap, like we've had really from, feels like about 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it's been consistent, hasn't it, for the pace. This is where the Ferrari is at its strongest, the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's going to look to the inside, too far back to make a move, so all he can do is hope that Guven goes in deep, which of course he doesn't. Hooks up the apex lovely, has the CSA, the sister car, the 555 now, with a problem where we are. This is going to be interesting for strategy.
It's another McLaren having another of these seeming
race control to all teams. We have a slow car, stop car on the start-finish straight in front of the F1.
Sai Sanjay, the driver, just quickly to say.
So we've seen roughly 40 seconds of lenience until we get a full course yellow. We have been so far 15 seconds. Like I said earlier, I wonder if Niels Vicic is tempted to give longer now we're at the end of the race. These McLaren seem to have a cycle and then can go.
Just advise all your drivers to stay to the far left on start-finish, because we have a stopped car on the start-finish in front of the F1 pit lane on start-finish.
And remember last time, as soon as the full course yellow was called, the McLaren got going, so he'll want to avoid that.
Exactly, and it was a McLaren on the start-finish straight as well, wasn't it, the Greystone one? So Lightning could strike twice here. He's doing everything he can to stay green, to give everyone an opportunity, but we are so close to being able to get to the end of this race on one stop if a full course yellow were to be called. Remember, pit lane will close if it's a short full course yellow.
And trying to work out where you would get the car to, you'd pull it off the track at La Source, but you've got to get a recovery vehicle to it, and that's going to be the longer period of time. Here is then Alessio Rovera, the Ferrari driver, down through the gears into the chicane. Up the curb for part 1. Not so much curb bitten at turn 2 in the chicane. And then to the timing line he comes once again. There's the yellow light on the panel, and there is the McLaren on the track. The drivers are doing what they're requested to do. In fairness, it's not really on the line. You'd make the dive after that car, but it's not good.
If you were trying to overtake and dive to the inside, that's why I didn't like it. It's the stationary nature. You can see the lights flashing. Is that Sai Sanjay just trying to power cycle it? Could he have got it onto the grass, onto the inside? I think we're going to have to make a decision in the next 20 seconds either way.
So Niels Vicic will be looking at this along with all the local officials. It's coming.
Race control to all teams. The stationary car has disappeared. Track clear.
So it's come past us, and then 555 gets going again. So yeah, right thing done. Give the driver time to cycle it through. No knee jerk in race control. So it's play on. Any teams that were banking on that going yellow, demoralised. Those that wanted it to stay green, pretty happy. But outside, it is definitely becoming more overcast.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? And even the crowd seem to be understanding the chance of rain and are now moving from just the open areas to the covered grandstands in preparation for what could be coming in the final 67 minutes.
Which is being led by Thomas Preining, 2020. That COVID-affected race is the last time you would celebrate a Porsche victory. Mercedes AMG second, Porsche third. Then it's Ferrari, BMW, and that is Jeff Machiels getting ready with Andrea Bertolini standing behind him, talking to Louis Machiels in the shorts. Jeff's dad, who of course was a regular co-driver in recent years with Andrea Bertolini, now pretty much retired from racing, is Louis, but concentrating on
race control to all teams.
Activities.
We have a slow car now going around turn 8.
Still the 555, isn't it? It's having to make its way back, so it's moving, but not at a fast pace.
And it's therefore there,
slow car now going through turn 9 on driver's right.
It's not got a lot of go at all, has it? This is almost gravity that's taking it down the hill, and I'd be a bit worried about it getting up the other side through Blanchimont, because that road is climbing. It's not a steep climb.
Slow car exit turn 9, still on driver's right, covered by a white flag.
I reckon we're going to have a slow car at turn 10 soon enough. And actually, if I was Sai Sanjay, I'd be looking for a safe place to park that car up.
Yeah, because it's hard to see how it's going to get back into anything competitive. It's in 37th place. It's 26 laps down. Other than the mileage, it's tough. Look at the amount of gravel again there on the road at La Source. Fans in the grandstand. It's getting busier for the finish.
Slow car in turn 10 in the runoff on driver's right.
You were right. Got from 9 to 10. Counting with Joe was worthwhile.
I was going higher. I was going to say a Greek philosopher, but yeah, I can count to 10. Big deal.
So Stoltz then ahead of Guven, ahead of Rovera, second, third, fourth. Lead gap 16 seconds now as Preining continues to build the advantage. And remember, on the next pit stop, the last pit stop, that black Porsche was going to lose 5 seconds. So in real terms, it's already fallen behind the Ferrari, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's certainly been the case. And the case seems to be cars catch and then can't overtake if they get stuck for more than a lap and a half. And I think that's, again, temperature related. You follow the dirty air, the front tyre gets hot, you lose grip, and then you haven't got any extra pace to actually overtake anymore.
Here are the cars then coming down the hill again, and
there's the 555 actually stopped now on the exit. We're going to see it on driver's right.
So this part of the circuit,
yeah, exactly. It's just going to pop into view as they run wide out the second part.
There's your white flag, and there it is.
Slow car
stopped.
Still in the runoff between 11 and 12 on driver's right.
I think it's lost all power again. It's got no lights.
Yeah, there's an access gate just a little bit further between where it is and the pith path there.
So if I'm a team, I box now. But why? Because we're over 6 minutes. You're going to get a penalty, Joe. Why would you do that? If you get any full course yellow, you can do 65 minutes.
Yeah.
So they're going to box now before that time and before the full course yellow has even happened.
So just for info, the car is now stationary in the runoff between turn 11 and 12 on driver's right. Track is clear. Please respect the yellow flags there.
It's a tough one for race control, this.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Let's see if people box. I think you've got to take the risk if you're anywhere outside the top 3.
Let's listen in. This could be quite important for all the other teams to listen to as well. Here you go.
Okay, then you can try function 7, but the box is full manual. You'll need to use the clutch up and down. Okay, you can try function 7.
Right. So he's now got a manual gearbox.
Function 7. Function is the left rotary on the floor of the centre console. You need to go clockwise, so you see function 7. That's it. Keep going on that. So you see 7. Right, now the gearbox will be full manual. One more. Go one more. There we go. So use the clutch. So if it was a full manual gearbox, see if that shifts for you.
No power, even if I use the clutch.
Copy that. Go to ignition 2. Go to ignition 2.
I don't think I can make it back to the pit speed. The car is stopping.
try ignition 2 again. Just go back off on the switch and back on. If you think it's in position 2, move it up to 1.
Well, Sai Sanchez got the car going. It's slow, granted, and it very nearly got clobbered by the Mercedes going through Piff-Paff. Let's have a look at it. You see just how crowded it was as all of a sudden they come up on a slow car. Look, the Mercedes completely stuck. Up the inside goes Matty Jobert. He was in the right part of the circuit at the right time. But fascinating to listen. I know it's a little bit in delay, but fascinating to listen to the instructions from the team. And again, how calm and patient they are. Just do this, just try this. And he's got the car moving. So, you were going to box.
Yeah, not the right call, was it?
No, no.
But if you're outside the top 3, you had nothing to lose. But now you'd be in an awkward position. Cars can box and then, well, they can leave the pit lane in the next 40 seconds. So WRT seemingly not going to go with that strategy either. But yeah, the engineer being perfect there, and the car has made it back in a full limp mode.
But how long is it going to take to sort out whatever the problem is? They've got to find it first, never mind get it resolved. Electrical problems, awful. And it's another McLaren with an electrical glitch. It's another CSA McLaren with an electrical glitch. That's second, third, fourth, coming through the chicane. And at the moment, Lukas Stolz does not seem to have the answer to the Thomas Preining Porsche, but he's got enough in hand just to fend off Guven, who's fending off Rovera.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that Stolz seems to have the ability to stay in front, but has no actual lap time at all, does he? It's been frustrating for a lot of cars following him. Here were 2 cars back on board Rovera, who I'd expect to stay on board this car for the final stint as they come through Eau Rouge, flick past the Merc ever smoking. So the Porsche actually this time too. Slight bit of oversteer for the Porsche. Now we have a run. Is this going to be a potential overtake as we head down the Kemmel Straight?
I think the answer is yes, but the potential, whether it's going to be executed, we'll find out. Rovera might be a bit dubious about going on the outside, given what happened to Mosca, but he's going to show his nose. He's almost level. He's going to go right round the outside, isn't he? He's got the job done. He's off the road. He leans on the Porsche, puts it towards the gravel, and Rovera goes by. That was hard, but it worked for him.
If Nick Nielsen gets a penalty against another Porsche for something similar, what happens there? The difference is, I don't think there was contact between the Ferrari and the Porsche this time, but the Porsche went into the gravel. Was that because the Ferrari forced him there? We saw 5 seconds given for a very similar incident earlier on in this race.
So Rovera then is through, he's up in the 3rd place, and the pace that he has had, not only in the race, but through qualifying, through Superpole, has been fantastic. You could construct a very good argument for why Rovera deserves to win this race.
Yeah, and I actually think he's got a great opportunity to overtake the Merc. So here we go again. It's such a mirror image of what we saw earlier between a Ferrari and a Porsche. He does really well to keep it on the track. And then, is there contact?
A little bit, little rub.
Yeah, this will be a better view. So unfortunately, we can't see the driver's hands to see if he unwinds the lock. So we're going to pop to the left. We're going to get it done on the brakes, which gives us the advantage because we're in front of the Porsche now. Maybe contact there. We keep on. I think that's just gravel. That's not contact. I'm not sure there actually was contact at that left apex. I think it was just the curb popping him up. It's been noted.
So, Rovera, released from behind Guven. Look at the way Guven's fallen back. Might be a different story when the Ferrari gets stuck behind the Mercedes. Let's see.
I'm not sure it's going to get stuck. The delta of top speed, basically, the Merc the slowest, the Porsche in the middle, the Ferrari the fastest. So I don't think the Porsche can overtake the Merc, but the Ferrari can do the Porsche. I think it's going to do the Merc just on straight line, being as much as 5 or 6 kilometres at the end of the Kemmel Straight, where he overtook the Porsche the lap before.
Out of La Source then comes Alessio Rovera. We are into the last hour of the race. Now we've got 58.5 minutes on the clock as the cars plunge their way downhill. And you can see this fight going on between Stolz and Rovera. And Guven is not coming back at them.
No, he isn't. Just one thing to add, sorry, Rovera is on 5 track limit warnings. The next one will be a 30-second penalty. That is not what you want going into the final hour of this race.
Race control to all teams. Marshals report light rain in turn 6.
So the marshals feeding back to race control. We may start to see the slippery warning
Race
flag.
control, just for info to all teams. The track is still declared wet from last night. Track is still declared wet since last night.
Nice move from Niels Vittich there, just to make it nice and clear. Why is that important? Teams, by the rule, cannot fit a wet tyre unless the track has been declared wet. It's a historic rule, goes back to when sometimes the wet tyre was actually quicker than the slick tyre because of its soft compound. So he's just saying, just so you know, I've never stopped saying it was not a wet track. It's physically dry. By the rules, the teams can now choose either a wet or a slick tyre.
So Rovera on this lap, 4/10 quicker in sector 1 alone. You were saying that he didn't expect, or you weren't expecting him to get stuck behind the Mercedes. He's almost there, able to challenge, isn't he? Whereas Guven, another one, losing 4/10. So you're right, the Ferrari's the quicker, but how much longer before a pit stop? A good 20 minutes.
Yeah. Rovera actually has turned his rain light on. Is that a mocking insult to the Porsche behind, which we think is lacking one? I was always taught that's where the two-finger salute came from for the English. That was the archers showing the castle dwellers. They've still got their two fingers, which was the punishment. They would get cut off if they were caught. So I wonder if that's just a little hat tip. Look at my rain light.
Rovera through the chicane, a little bit closer under braking then to the back of Stolz as they again power now up towards the timing line. Through they go, and while this battle develops, 8/10 is down to half a second. Preining is 18 seconds up the road, and in real terms Guven 25 seconds off the lead now, 20 seconds on the track plus the 5 he's going to have to serve on the penalty at the pit stop.
Yeah, a little bit closer than the lap before, but still not sure this is close enough to get an overtake done. Although Stolz is slightly wide, this is going to be a big reel in now. This is suddenly move on as the slipstream's going to really fire into effect any moment now.
So Rovera has done one move round the outside at Lecombe. Here comes another. He gets a toe, and Stolz just able to put the car in the middle of the road and make sure that there's no way by. Remember, it was Stolz that Mosca rubbed up against and did the most recent of the 3 punctures for that car. And this time it is the more experienced Rovera who thinks, nah, not this lap. Sits back in behind. Into Bruxelles they go now. Lap 518.
Seems to have the advantage, grip and speed though. Look how easy he is to get it to the apex. Almost too much grip, got on top of the curb at Brussels, which is not normal. The Air Force mechanics working for one of the best and biggest teams in world motorsport have seen it all before. The Merc disappears ever so slightly. This will also be a bit intentional from the Ferrari here, just to give himself some clean air through these fast flowing corners, to just look after his front tyre somewhat. Still no rain on the windscreen yet.
To Piff Paff they come. Rovera ever more fired up. They put him in the car, of course, straight after that puncture that Mosca had when he rubbed up against Stolz, and he did the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap 4:06. We're now on lap 5:18. Nobody's gone quicker than that. That shows how angry he was.
Yeah, harness that energy into forward propulsion, and it's worked. It's kept him in the game. Wag of oversteer there. Seems like a lot of dust in the air as well. Someone going through the gravel trap, no doubt. 54 minutes remaining. I still worry about the lack of track limits left for this 51 car.
Yeah, Rovera flirting, isn't he, with a penalty? 5 he's got.
You can hear it with his throttle for Blanchimont corner he'd want to be flat with, but he knows he can't afford it, so he's having to jab at the throttle to go. Slight specks of rain on the camera.
This is your silver lead. Ignacio Montenegro ahead of David Perel. So it's BMW versus Ferrari here for the silver lead as they drop down to Bruxelles. Ahead of them in 41st place is Mikael Pedersen in the Corvette. And they come out of Bruxelles now and make that drop down the hill. But the way that the Rinaldi Ferrari is going is impressive here, and it could be on to wriggle its way past the BMW. That dust is kicked up by the Corvette just up the road ahead. Pedersen, Montenegro, Perel, the South African driver. And behind them for 3rd in silver will be Francesco Braschi. But this is a good fight in Ignacio Montenegro in his Spa 24 debut, being able to keep the more experienced GT racer David Perel at bay. And this is what happened up at La Source earlier on in the lap. Perel went for it and oh so nearly tagged the back of the BMW. And while that was going on, the Corvette was having its own bit of a moment, just slightly further up the road ahead. Out of Paul Frere corner they come. BMW still fending off Ferrari here as they make that run again on towards Blanchimont. So not much to choose between them, but maybe it's going to be advantage Perel just because of the greater experience that he's got of the circuit and of the car and of GT racing in general. Now, look at this. Guven has come back at Rovera. So Alessio Rovera has kind of got a little bit stuck. No further investigation is necessary into the incident between Rovera and Guven.
if you were flipping a coin on the decision on that one, I reckon it landed on his edge, because it must have been real teetering one way or the other. It's landed favourably for the 51.
Saw Louis Machiels looking on a moment ago, keeping an eye on his son's car, third in silver. But Guven now, maybe this is what we had earlier on in the stint. It comes good late on, looking after the tyres. He's fighting back against Rovera. And the more that they can squabble amongst themselves, the better it will be for the Lion Speed Porsche up the road ahead. 52 minutes on the clock here at Spa.
It's getting to the exciting part, isn't it? And we've not lacked excitement for any point of this race, but finally we're going to start to see who has got what.
So Guven coming back at Rovera. Rovera sitting on the back of Stoltz. Into the chicane they go. So it's Porsche leading. There it is, the other side of La Source then, onto lap 520. Last year it was 549 laps, and we were predicting a little while ago, like 3 hours ago, we weren't going to make that because of the interruptions that we've had to the race, but had no red flags, which hasn't always been the case through either incidents and or weather. And although we've had safety car periods, yes, it's flowed all the way through. So here is Preining coming up now into Les Combes. Goes right, goes left, goes right the other side. There is Dante Rapinge down to 4th now in silver. There is Finn Wiebelhaus, who is 5th in silver. And there's your second place fight, and Guven's fallen off the back by a length or so up the hill. But it's normally, as we've been saying, through the corners where the Porsche has the advantage. Is Rovera going to go to the outside? Yes, he is, but he's not going to level in time.
No, he just tucks in behind, same as before. He then is able to open up these corners. Has a big slide, though, loses a slight bit of that advantage in momentum. And again, it's going to be status quo for the rest of this lap. Next opportunities into the bus stop at turn 18. Guven dropping back ever so slightly. And again, I think Stoltz is having to work hard for this guy. He's having to manipulate the weight, going deep to corners, late apexes, trying to draw straight lines out of corners.
Downhill goes Rovera then, as he tries now to do something about that Mercedes AMG. It does seem as though the one place the Ferrari can overtake is the outside of Les Combes, a bit like the one place Guven can overtake in the Porsche is the inside at La Source. And now we've had so much running, everybody kind of knows what to expect and where. So, you know, you can imagine Winwood saying to Stoltz, remember, this is where the Ferrari is good, and he starts to cover that off in the same way that they might say at AF Corsa, be mindful of Guven at La Source.
Yeah, he's in between a rock and a hard place, those Stoltz, because he's got to cover the inside. That's not for question. But all the running that you talk about is also rubbing up the racing line, which is the outside there. So that's where I think Rivera is able to brake so late.
Race control to all teams. Marshals report light rain now in turn 10.
So
that 10's poor, isn't it?
Yeah, but you see the wipers coming on of Stoltz. It's the first time I've seen a leader with anything wiper action. And again, it's just got it on the slow wipe. Can't see anything on the windscreen of Rivera just yet. We're catching traffic. This is going to add something into the mix.
Preining's already cleared that traffic, of course, as he's gone by. So over the timing line, 49 minutes and counting, still to go. So the clock ticks on down, and we are round and about 14 minutes off a pit stop, if you look at the stint time.
Yeah, and when are people going to box? So now I think everyone is just waiting for a full course yellow as Lockenham gets out of the way, but quite in the middle of the road, and then moves over to give a bit more space. And again, it's the same sort of distance, isn't it, for the Ferrari? Potentially not close enough to get the move done.
But he's very quick going up the hill, is Rovera, and again, he's just about close enough to get a toe. That's where Guven seems to struggle through a Rouge. Spends the rest of the lap coming back, and here comes Rovera. Stoltz knows what's coming, and this is Rovera to the outside line, but he's not able to get fully alongside, and there are now some spots of rain starting to fall on the windscreen. Not enough to make the track treacherous, but Rovera crawling all over the back of that Mercedes AMG. Is there a gap at Bruxelles? Well, if there is, he's not able to really take advantage because he can't get up alongside in time.
Stoltz is metronomic, isn't he? He's just one of those drivers. I just generally can't remember a single mistake out of him, and he's just able to do the same thing. And Rivera is just trying to prise open that safe to go and steal the cash that's hidden inside it. I guess the greedy part of me would kind of go, well, if Rivera could get past Stoltz, has he got the same pace as Preining? Yes, he does, on average. And at the moment, Stoltz potentially is taking it away from us of a lead battle, but he does not care about that. He wants as many points as he can for the championship in GT World Challenge Europe, but also in IGTC as well, of course. No more wiper action just yet for these cars, but it's in the air, and it is definitely in the area.
But is it going to develop? Is it going to soak the circuit? And at what point does that lack of rain light, not the fact it's not on, the fact it doesn't exist on that Porsche, going to be a factor? If it's just a bit of drizzle, might not be a problem. But if it's torrential rain, you could argue they've got bigger problems anyway. So down towards the chicane comes Lukas Stoltz. Thomas Preining's already been across the line. We've done 23 hours and 12 minutes. Or if you prefer, 47 minutes to go. The Ferrari is in. So this is Rovera coming in with 48 minutes done.
This is the undercut, so we haven't seen it really done for Anger, but now is the time. And I think this is because they know if they don't do it now, the gap to Preining is too big. So we need a clean pit stop, of course, and then we need to pray for no traffic on the outlap for the AF course Ferrari. They also need to pray that there isn't a safety car or full course yellow effectively in the next 12 minutes would clear them of that, hurting them potentially. Brand new set of Pirellis going on. They're going to get the hardest drive of their life. 45 minutes remaining, so the team will probably short fuel the car. Still needs to be connected for the 44 seconds, but they won't put potentially 110 kilos of fuel inside that.
Now, Preining has got another 10 minutes before he runs out of stint, but do they come in next to try and counter this?
He can't afford it. If there's a full course yellow, right, he loses the win. He's lucky that he's got 20 seconds, so the maximum real difference in amount of laps, I could see the gap being sub 10 seconds by the time Preining pits if it all stays green, but he's lucky to have a 20-second advantage right now.
And Rovera is going to stay in to the end as the quickest of the three. Now, what does Lion Speed do? And it brings the car in. Do they keep Preining in? You'd suggest so.
I would say so too. I think everyone is looking to do this sort of last double. It's not effectively a double because it was a short 38-minute stop for a stint for most. So it's a stint and a half. Drivers adrenaline. They know that's their last pit stop, hopefully with the amount of rear right punches they've had.
Right, Rovera down the pit lane. Is this a winning car? Is there a sting in the tail? Is there anything else that can try to trip up Ferrari? It has had mega pace, but what a race it's had. We were saying a little while ago, Jonathan Grace and I, you can write a book on each car in this race, and this has had quite a story.
It's just about going to stay on the lead lap as well, interestingly. So that's the other negative of doing your pit stop early. The leader coming into the last chicane now, 20 seconds behind the 2-minute pit stop, 2 minutes 20 last time by for Thomas Preining. What was his lap time? 2 minutes 20. So that is going to be pretty close for staying on the lead lap. I'm sure he will, and maybe that was the last consideration for me, of course. It had to be now or never if they were going to try the undercut on this 48 Winwood car, which responds as well. So the bluff has been called. Guven stays out. So now this is a real intense outlap for the Ferrari. He's only got 1 lap difference to this car to go there. He's got to find a difference to get second place.
So down the pit lane then now comes the Winwood Mercedes, and as it does so, Lukas Stoltz, what do we expect? He'll stay in?
Yeah, I think so close. All three of them are so good, aren't they? You'd guess Engel if you had a gun to your head. I keep talking about weapons, sorry about that. And then I just wonder, the other thing to consider is if the rain does come in, these guys now need to do an extra stop for wets, whereas the cars have stayed out on slicks. I don't think that's going to be a consideration. I can't see wet tyres being needed in the next 10 minutes. This is a bad outlap. Oh, no.
Rovera's got stuck behind the Audi and the Mercedes, so he's got 2 cars, got past one. There's more traffic up the road. So we've got Lukas Auer taking over 48. That answers that. Here is Rovera, gets through on the inside of the traffic, but there are still more back markers to go. Not what he needed at all.
His middle sector needs to be a 103 high, maybe a 4 low would be good enough to jump the 48 Mercedes. I can't see it happening. I feel so sorry for him. The cars around him won't understand the importance of this outlap for him either, so they're getting out of the way, but not quick enough. It's a 104.7 middle sector. I can't see this outlap being good enough to jump this Mercedes.
Well, let's keep an eye because the Mercedes stop is nearly done. Old tyres off, fuel in. Lukas Auer is in the car. Lukas Stoltz done. Maro Engel done. The car controller says we're ready when you are. It's all down to the man with the hose. As soon as the connection time is done, here's Rovera through the traffic. There's another Winwood run. Mercedes just up the road. And now he's got to make the run all the way down to the source, all the way down the hill. The Mercedes ought to be on the move very, very shortly. There it is. So it looks like it's ahead, but don't forget, it's still got a fair bit of pit lane and the climb the other side to do. It is going to be close.
Yeah, the momentum key. I think it's kept the lead. It couldn't have almost been worse with the traffic for Rovera in the 51 Ferrari. He's just coming into shot now.
Be marginal, this, isn't it? Here comes Auer. I think the Ferrari's
the second one.
Yeah,
it's the second Ferrari, sorry.
It is behind the Windward Mercedes that he encounters on the line, and back on track is Auer. So there is the Mercedes then that comes back out onto the circuit, and behind it is there, going to the inside line, Alessio Rovera. He got stuck just briefly, did he not, behind Gabriele Piana, and now he clears the other Windward car.
Yeah, like you said, it was a Windward Mercedes that cost him time. I think it was fair. It wasn't dirty from the other Windward car. If only there was an AF Course Ferrari in front of that 48 car.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. The team, I think, was looking at the wrong Ferrari as much as willing it to be the leading Ferrari. But now, as you say, lights on. Lucas Auer has got to get past the next AF Corsa car up the road, and the lights are being flashed a long time in advance, and this could be Rovera's last hope that the sister car delays the yellow Mercedes. Let's have a look and see whether that Mercedes got in the way. I think it was just wrong place, wrong time.
Didn't do anything wrong at all, that Mercedes. No. It was the whole lap was compromised. The Audi, the Mercedes. We've got a gap at the moment. You'll see it closed down. The brake is a bit suspicious, I have to admit, from the Mercedes, then gets run out. I'd be interested to listen in on the radio on the team if they were told anything, then the indicator.
Yeah,
passive aggressive.
Sign inside the car. I think Rovera is delighted, and you'll see now, look, that Auer has cleared the other Ferrari. So there, towards us, getting out of the way, is Francesco Bracci, but where the Gabriele Piana was being overly defensive, he'll of course say no, of course not.
Guven in the box as well. I think he's going to slot in very close. We've had a good outlap for Auer. He's been quick.
Don't forget that penalty though for the Porsche 22. Yes, you've got that 5 seconds, so that's going to compromise things a little, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That will mean these two are clear, and if we're going to see anything but an 80 Porsche win, Rivera needs to clear the Mercedes ASAP. I say within 3 laps to have any chance.
ASAP for AF. Right, down the hill goes the number 51 Ferrari, and the gap to Auer, it was 11 tenths over the line. And remember, when he caught that Mercedes in the previous stint, he couldn't get past. There's Guven making his way out of the pit lane. Is it Guven still? The transponder says yes, so he will fall back in fourth, just ahead. I think the Picariello there, and the Boots and VDS car goes ahead on the run up the hill. So the 5 seconds have certainly hurt Guven, and that is not the same Boots and car, is it? That's the number 10, Gilles Magnussen. Hey, get this, number 10 not only might finish a race, it's going to finish a 24-hour race. How about that?
When there's feast, there is famine.
Absolutely.
It's gone one way or the other. A bit of smoke coming out the back of the black Porsche. I think it's probably just an oil breather. It wasn't a huge amount. It was just a puff of smoke somewhere in the middle of the diffuser. Sometimes these engines, when they get hot, the oil obviously expands, and then they just breathe out the excess gas. So something to keep an eye on. But that car definitely needs some rear-end work at the end of this race.
Does it ever? So that does now look as though the Schumacher CLRT car is just a bit too far back with 39 minutes to go. You've got Thomas Preining then in the lead, but he's still got to do his last pit stop, and he's about 4 minutes away, 3 minutes really away now. So there is one absolutely vital pit stop to come for Thomas Preining, and let us see what line speed can do when they have to turn around that car in the next couple of laps. This is Lucas Auer then in second place. And for third, Alessio Rovera, and he's not getting up yet with that Mercedes AMG. Through traffic, clear the Porsche, going through Blanchimont. Rovera, absolutely nothing to lose here. He's leaving nothing on the table as he hurtles through Blanchimont.
If you want an illustration of what new tyres do, how easy flat Blanchimont was there. Last time we rode on board there, we were on and off the throttle 4 or 5 times, and that's why the lap times drop at the start of the session. Even though the fuel should slow the car down by about 1.2 seconds, the new tyres worth around 2, so you're 8 tenths up on the deal at the start of your stint. And of course, these cars won't be full of fuel because we're not doing a full 1 hour, 45 minutes for Rivera at the start of his stint.
Number 2 Porsche Picariello has just come in, so there's another shuffled to the order. So it's Preining from Leclerc, from Harper, from Chavez, from Van der Linde, all of whom owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, so they're praying for a full course yellow. That would shuffle them up. It would almost seal the win for the 80 car. And that's what we're looking at now, aren't we? And I have to say, Auer's pace is really good, isn't it, at the start of this run so far? Rivera unable to do anything about him.
But he is a bit nearer, I would suggest, coming up to Les Combes this time. It's lap 5:25 for them. Thomas Preining a long way up the road, of course, because you lose about 2 minutes on that pit stop. Down to Bruxelles, they turn. We've got Ferrari still leading in silver, Alessandro Balzan from Jeff McGill's now. Silver has been really shuffly today. That's probably been the most up and down sort of a battle, although it's always been a nail-biter for the outright win. We're not quite into the last half hour, but we're not far away as the second and third place battle comes downhill. Rovera looking more of a threat, staying as close as he possibly can, but not wanting to sit in the dirty air for too long. Out of Pawn they go. That's where we had that last report of some light rain, but it's just not amounting to anything. It's teasing everybody.
Yeah, the humidity's so high it could break at any point, but all the weather radars have no idea what's going on. I can actually see some blue sky again now to my left down towards Stavolo, so maybe the false dawn of rain has blown away. Has the wind blown away for the 51 Ferrari from what was such a dominant start of this race?
It was indeed, but those 3 tyre issues, one, a slow puncture that went bang, another slow puncture, and then contact causing a failure. They've all added up as 50 gets away now. Arthur Leclerc, having brought the car in, that's your second and third place battle. It is Auer ahead. Behind him, Rovera. This is the run down to the chicane. Get to the braking zone. You can see the Ferrari starting to edge a little bit nearer. Just up the road ahead is Ben Green, 28th, and he's in the Pro-Am leading Corvette and the IGTC independent leading Corvette. He's got the Tsunami Porsche of Fabio Babini ahead of him. So Auer has to get between the two, and as Ben Green slowed out of good manners, I think he has, and the Porsche likewise. So the team saying these are leading the race, get out of the way. And both drivers very experienced. Fabio Babini has been around for a long, long time, and they slow right down as into the pit lane comes Thomas Preining. This is the most important pit stop of the race.
It really is. They couldn't have gone a lap longer. It was now or never, and that's what it will feel like for Lion Speed, who are going to serve this car for one final time. 27 pit stops done already. The 28th one is going to be the one that feels like the most important.
So Thomas Preining brings it in. This car, don't forget, started in the pit lane. A pit stop is round about the 2 minutes and 1 second mark. And for as long as Lucas Auer is having to defend from Alessio Rovera, the lap time is not going to be as quick as it could be if he were running on his own. Into Bruxelles they come. So look at the track map. 48's at Bruxelles. And we know where the leader is. He's in the second part of the pit lane, the other side of that pointy hairpin of La Source. Downhill comes Rovera. Clock 35 minutes, and Preining thinking, where's my pit, but he's heading towards it. 28 degrees on the thermometer on that new pit building. Rovera's view peering at the back of that Mercedes AMG, and Lion Speed ready. Take a deep breath, everybody. Make sure this is absolutely perfection. This is a ballet undertaken to get the car cycle through. Don't let the wheel run away. That would be a penalty.
Final check of something on the rear end there. The mechanic just giving it a nod, I assume. Rear brake pads. They probably know they're okay. The only thing they would have done to check that is if the rear pad was low, they would just tell the driver to wind the bias forward to put more load through the front axle. But I think that was more of a precautionary check than anything else.
Clean the screen while the refueling hose is still connected. Even if you don't need all the fuel, you've still got to be connected for the regulation time. And you can see all the bugs on the front and the rubber splattered on the front as well. This is your second and third place fight, and just up the road is a little bit of traffic, and this might help the Porsche, which now drops down and gets away. Thomas Preining is going to bring it home, and look what's ahead of him. It is a Winward Mercedes. Rovera had a bad hand dealt with that. Marvin Dean sitting now behind the wheel of it, but there is the Lion Speed Porsche. Then it's going to keep the race lead as Thomas Preining goes back out onto the circuit, stays within the white line. Now he can accelerate away, and Lion Speed think they got a win. 33.5 minutes are on the clock. Porsche leads at Spa.
Lots of traffic in front and traffic that looks like it's having its own race as well. So Preining will be on his toes. He can't afford to lose too much because he has been getting caught while the other two were on the undergut. I think the gap could be down to maybe 15 seconds from the 20-second high he did have before that last round of stops.
Got to be careful through the traffic. There are some drivers here who will be fully cognizant of who and what, but he's got to be mindful that there are some bronzes that may not be expecting his arrival. Anders Fjordbach is the next one in the high-class racing Porsche, and he does everything absolutely right. Anders a very, very experienced driver, very quick driver too, and he lets the gold leader go as well. So Thomas Preining out of Pouhon. This is lap 5:27 for him now. And from the pit lane to a win in a 24-hour race. As we were saying a little bit earlier on, we had all of that drama of Superpole, the knockout tournament, and here, potentially a car that never took part in it is going to be the race winner, potentially.
An amazing performance in front of a record attendance crowd as well. 132,000 people have attended this Spa 24 hours, and there's been so much drama as well. The weather's been hot, so fair play to them. We've been having to remind people to drink because of local government issues and stuff like that. We've been spraying the crowd with water, but the action has been hot on and off the track, that's for sure.
Looks as though the JMR Corvette, incidentally, is going to be the winning IGTC Independent from high-class racing Kerong Lee, and then the Tsunami Porsche entered for Johannes Elger. Not all the drivers in each car score points, but those are the cars. As over the timing line now goes the Porsche of Thomas Preining. So what has he got left? 31 minutes and 36 seconds rounding La Source. Put that into laps for us. 15, 14?
Yeah, exactly that. And so I was just making sure WRT weren't doing anything clever on their last pit stop. I had a small feeling because they could go long. I was wondering if they could potentially just do a short fuel to get to the end and save 40 seconds, but it appears not. So everyone has had the same strategy, essentially, bar a couple of laps here and there.
So there you've got the WRT 46 car that Dan Harper, Valentino Rossi and Max Hesse have driven. Valet's not really done very much, has he, since this side of 9 o'clock? He's been doing his drive time through the race, yes, but it's been Dan and Max to do the, don't want to say lion's share in the company of a Lion Speed Porsche, but you know what I mean. There is the car. If you're thinking, why does it say 002 on the Lumi rank? Well, it is the race leader in real terms, because the car ahead, the Aston Martin of Enrique Chavez, owes us its final pit stop, and it will do it this time.
Exactly, and then we will have our true order for one final time. All pit stops that are needed are complete. Will anything else throw something into the mix? And the mix is this Winwood Mercedes, isn't it? I'm sure they're going to do everything right, but we did see Rivera get held up through a Rouge, a corner that can be done flat, can definitely be done with just a lift off the throttle. Remember, that car had a small brake just as its teammate was coming out in front.
Yeah, that's right. So whether that's going to get looked at, we'll wait and see. It might just be that AF say, oh, it's part of racing, we do the same. They're back on track, goes number 46. Dan Harper will bring that home. We're estimating that's going to be 6th, I think. We can see spots of rain falling, but they soon evaporate, don't they?
Yeah, even on the windscreen. So imagine the track, which is at 50 degrees. They're getting bigger, the raindrops, and that's what happened the other day. Because of the humidity, the raindrops are huge. So when they do fall, they are fast and hard.
Yeah, it's probably going to descend as soon as you and I set foot outside. It's off on the way. So round Brussels goes Dan Harper. Enrique Chavez has just pitted, by the way, to now give the lead back officially to Thomas Preining. The fact that this car, I know I'm going to start record on this, but I still think it's just incredible that after what happened to this car on the first racing lap, it survived, A. B, it's on the lead lap. C, it's going to get to the finish. D, it's actually led the race on occasions. Just a brilliant effort by Valkenhorst. Yeah. And not to go a lap down early on was quite something.
And the lead Aston Martin.
Yeah, true.
So there's lots of amazing stats they'll take away from it, and fair play to everyone at Valkenhorst there.
So there is Thomas Preining. That's your race leader. Lion Speed GP started from the pits, not by choice. An engine change meant they were mandated to start from the pits, and the grey and white Porsche weaving in and out the traffic, having a look. not yet getting past Marvin Deans, coming up now towards Le Camp.
Gap down to 16 seconds. Remember, it was over 20. I thought it could be 15. 16 seconds then. Lucas Auer is back. Rivera 1.7 behind him. And then Gouven 5.3 behind him. And then Leclerc 14 seconds behind that. That's our top 6. So realistically, you would say Rivera's got the best chance of making any of those positions in a different order.
Right, let's have a look where we are in Pro-Am, because the leader in the number 0 Corvette is Ben Green there. This is also the leading IGTC independent. The drivers nominated for points are the 2 Malaysian princes, Jeffrey and Abu Bakir. So no points to offer to Ben Green nor Jordan Love, but they will get on the podium as Pro-Am winners. So there's the Corvette, 27th place overall. Ben Green down towards the left-hander of Paul. And a good job done by all concerned here. Some good brains that have operated cars both in Europe and down under in supercar racing, as well as in the 24 Hours of Le Mans over the years. This is the car that's going to be second in Pro-Am and also in IGTC Independent. It is the currently driven by Anders Fjordbach Porsche, but the high-class racing car, Karong Lee, Bob Yuan and Leo Yi, the other drivers. So 32nd place overall, but as Anders Fjordbach brings it up towards the chicane, it's really his team, High Class Racing, that operates this, and he is the very rapid Danish driver that's going to bring that car up towards the line. And then what do we do for third? It's going to be the 999 Mercedes, third in Pro-Am, and that has Marvin Klein at the wheel of one of the many tank tape specials that we've got circulating at the moment. This car that we saw having all of the tape applied to it a little while ago. Patrick Charlet, Jordan Boisson and Benjamin Pack are the other 3 drivers. The car is in 33rd place, but third within Pro-Am as it goes now around La Source. Marvin Klein, double Carrera Cup France champion, switching his attentions for this race at least to a Mercedes AMG.
12 more laps to go. 12 laps of 7 kilometres, 84 kilometres to get us home. It's so close now for all these drivers, aren't they? But this is at the highest chance. Fatigue for them, the fatigue for the car kicks in. It's the old cliche of you just keep listening to everything as a driver. Is there a knocking? Is there anything I can do to avoid it? Lots of these drivers will be managing issues that have been in the car for hours upon hours, and that's sometimes the case. That's why we see such a delta in speed from drivers we assume are going to be faster than potentially they are.
Alessandro Balzan leading in silver then for Rinaldi. This has been a competitive car all race and kept out of trouble. Rafael Duran, Dylan Medler, David Perel, the other drivers. Dylan Medler, one of the stars of those one-make Ferrari races at Le Mans 2 weeks back, second in silver, and you can see only 3.5 seconds back on the road, so it's still a battle. It's Amaury Cordil at the wheel of the WRT BMW, joined by Ignacio Montenegro, Mathieu Dietrich and Mathis Lismont. And then third in silver, AF Corsa's number 52 entry, with another of the Belgian drivers, Jeff Machiels, at the wheel. The rest of the cars pour through, and the Ferrari should be on its way there, out of the right-hander of Blanchimont. Jeff Machiels comes towards the braking zone. He's running in 16th place overall. 52 Ferrari, Jeff Machiels, Francesco Braschi, Matthias Zagazzetta, Gilles Stadsbader, the drivers.
Just looking down the order of Rivera's 1.2 seconds behind. I know I just said we've got 84 kilometres now, 84 Ks to go, sorry, but to put that into context, if you're running a 5K run, you've got 40 metres left of it if you were in this Spa 24 Hours. Not that far to go.
Now we've got a change in bronze, haven't we here? Because James Kelly, despite that recent puncture, is ahead of Mathis Jobert. And there's quite a gap, like 16 seconds between them. Now, does 991 have to make another pit stop? It should do, and it does, and it'll be in this time. So, although it's leading bronze now, they're going to give the lead back, aren't they, within a lap or so to number 74 Ferrari. So, although we're looking at the leader, it's got half of the rear screen missing. It is going to change on the next pit stop. Just have a look at the rear screen. It might be the tape that they've applied.
It's been there for a while, the top right corner. It looks like it's either tape or missing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's a gap.
I think it's, missing completely. I've not seen that on a race car. I wonder how that happened. Maybe a bit of more aero drag, as it's not as a clean surface for the air to cling on to, but yeah, spectacle nonetheless.
So that's going to be the bronze leader, potential winner. The other side of the pit stop for 991, Mathis Jobert, Ben Tuck, Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner, your drivers, and Mathis Jobert, perhaps surprisingly bringing it home. We rather anticipated Dennis Marshall, but 74. And then you've got the third placed Bronze Cup car, another Lion Speed entry there, Alex Fontana right behind. Now, it's not on the same lap, but it is tantalisingly close, isn't it? But Alex Fontana bringing it home with Bashar Mardini, Axiel Jeffries, and the man behind Lion Speed, Patrick Kolb, who will have a lot to celebrate here. His own podium and perhaps an outright win. But unless something befalls the Ferrari or the BMW, third will be where it ends. Although after the stop for James Kellett, it'll be interesting to see where he blends back in relative to the red Porsche. So this is the potential bronze victor. Now in gold, it's been 998 BMW pretty much all day, and Tim Tramnitz comes out of the chicane looking as though the victory is going to be his, because that car is now something like 5 laps up on the opposition, and the second place car heading for the podium in gold is the number 10 Boutsen Porsche, that, don't forget, has not only not finished a race all year, it's not finished a lap, and it's going to be on the podium potentially for second place in gold if everything now stays according to plan.
So they're on average now to finish one race for every 3 chassis they've done.
Oh, you are harsh.
As if the trend continues for the rest of the season.
Yeah, if you close the door on your way out, please, the Boutsen team would like a word. So Tim Tramnitz goes up the hill, and despite the fear that we heard on the radio a few hours ago about something being broken on the front left, it was just pickup, we felt at the time, and the team kept him out. He's driven around the problem nicely, and there is Tim Tramnitz now coming out of Le Combe. He's got the number 6 Get Speed Mercedes ahead. A car that went well in qualifying but has fallen away in the race. This is second. It's Gilles Magnus, Belgian driver, going to bring the car home, and along with Robin Knutsen and Alessandro Gueretti, the 3 of them in gold. Can have 4, can have 3. This will be a very popular result, because Belgian team, Belgian driver for the podium, but as we've been saying, at Paul Ricard, the car was destroyed before turn 1. At Brands Hatch in the first sprint race, it was out on lap 1. At Monza, it was out even before the big crash. That was the first one in the wall before the big crash happened further up the pit straight. And here they are heading for a podium at Spa. And third is going to be the Adam Smalley McLaren that he shares with Harry George, Freddie Tomlinson and Ruben Del Sart. So the Optimum car here, former Carrera Cup GB champion, the man from Poulton-le-Fylde, that's near Blackpool-ish, Adam Smalley, or near Southport probably, coming up towards the chicane. But a podium beckons for Optimum with that car.
They've had good reliability, Optimum, haven't they, across their 2 cars. Garage 59 car still running in the background, but that one had to stop for the radiator, and that Optimum car had a puncture as well early on as well.
Did indeed. But for Lion Speed, it is showing good speed, is it not? Thomas Preining's Porsche then now comes out of Blanchimont on towards the bus stop. It'll head into the braking zone, and very much the Pro leader, the Pro Cup leader, the outright race leader, the IGTC leader, because Porsche are throwing all of its cars in for points here. Thomas Preining heads towards the timing line, goes through, and that ticks off another lap. So 532 in the book, and 20 minutes to go at La Source.
It's just got to be metronomic, hasn't it? And got past the Windward Mercedes. That Windward Mercedes Dienst actually is trying to get at the final podium position in bronze, 26 seconds back, so it looks unlikely. Which podium position is this 991 BMW going to get? Like you said, David, it's going to be close, isn't it, with that Porsche of Fontana. And actually, I think 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the bronze class is going to be very close. But what pace from the bronze class? The bronze class is going to beat the gold and the silver, which shouldn't happen with the gradings the way they are. They have to have a bronze driver in. Yes, they've got some very shiny silver drivers and a very fast gold in Dennis Marshall, but they are going so well, and massive congratulations to Dustin Blattner on all of his stints.
Years ago, we used to see Kessel with an overall entry, didn't we? And it was a quick car, but just occasionally they'd fall foul of pit lane regulations or be a little bit sloppy that would cost them places. But now Castle is a very, very well-drilled team, right up there with AF Corsa, and you can see the AF Corsa entry on the back now of Lucas Al. So Rovera still going for second place. He's not prepared to sit there for third. They've come so close, so keep on pushing.
It's always strange as the driver. Not everyone's going to agree with me on this statement, but second to third is quite a small delta in achievement. Fourth to third is massive. Second to first is a massive difference in the finish. But third to second, it feels like the smallest difference on the whole grid is the risk versus the reward. Does he want to lose a potential podium to stand one step higher? Let's see.
But it is also points for GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. It is also points, thinking, for manufacturers within the global competition. It is also points as far as the IGTC is concerned. So from an employee's point of view, keep on pushing. Yes, it's one race in isolation, but it's all affecting the championship. Remember, the GT World drivers have scored points at 6 and 12 hours already, and there Lucas Al darting around in the mirrors of the Greystone GT McLaren, trying to get the message to Zach Meakin to get out of the way before Rovera comes and dive bombs him up towards the chicane. They both go through, but Rovera now has an opportunity, not able to take it.
No, it was close though, wasn't it? Meakin tried to get out of the way. He's got great traction, actually, right on the rear end of this Ferrari. Windscreen looks pretty well done, doesn't it? The air bubbles have come out really, really bad on a lot of cars here. I wonder if the humidity has made it harder to fit the tear-offs, just the moisture in the air. That won't be a problem now. Rivera will be staring through that, and he's probably bored of staring at the rear of this man-filled to Mercedes.
Downhill they go with 17 minutes still on the clock, and as they climb the hill once more, Alessio Rovera totally focused through the air bubbles on that tear-off screen on the back of that Mercedes AMG, trying to work out what he can do, if anything, to find a way by. They're heading up towards Les Combes. He's tried here in the past. He pulls out of the draft more in hope than in anticipation, and he's got to slot back in once more behind Lucas Al.
That's the only opportunity I feel of the lap is at the end of the Kemmel Straight. He's just got to stay as close as he can, patiently waiting, the stress building. It's a flip of a coin if this move's going to happen, and I just feel maybe less likely that it is, because it's just been so long now where the Ferrari just sits here and the Merc just has enough legs at the end of the straight to be able to block that defence of that red AF Course Ferrari of Rovera diving downhill once more. Picture perfect, both hit the apex within a millimetre or two of where they would have wanted to be. There is the pace comparison. You can see there's a relatively big gain for Rovera on lap 5.531, sorry, but then it just kind of stagnates, ebbs and flows one way or the other with traffic, with dirty air and everything that goes that way. I think it's going to be traffic that is really the best chance for the 51 car here. He will just be hoping that the run gets stopped of Lucas Al in front, and that allows him to pounce. We saw it nearly the lap before from Zach Meakin when he was able just to get some momentum there. That Porsche isn't going to help, coming across just ever so slightly on the Ferrari, but both will be easy flat through there. No compromise made as we're getting into the final 15 minutes of the race. So now the drivers are counting down how many times will I do this corner, how many more, as the crowd look on, ready to see who the winner is. Thomas Priding in the lead at the moment. Pace is still strong, low 19s on the last lap. It was a 19.2 for the Lion Speed Porsche, 19.5 and 19.5 for second and third place cars, respectively. 3/10 gained again, gap up to 17 seconds. Meanwhile, this gap, Mercedes to Ferrari at just half a second, 3 seconds further back to Ayjan Guven in that Porsche. Remember, got given a 5-second penalty for contact at La Source, turn 1 with the Boutsen VDS Porsche. That could be the difference between him getting a podium or not.
So right now, you've got Lucas Al half a second up on the slightly frustrated Alessio Rovera. He's tried so hard in this race. He's tried so hard to find the way past number 48, but it's just not happening for him. And so as they climb the hill once again, Mercedes AMG still staves off that attack from the Ferrari. Downhill through Bruxelles they go. Behind them in fourth place is Guven, who's 3 seconds back, and as you were saying, lapping a little bit quicker, half a second gained last time, so he is still pushing hard. And the drivers again plunge downhill, but Thomas Preining at the wheel of number 80, leading the way. He, Bastien Bus, Ricardo Feller. Of course, Bastien and Ricardo had a sprint win earlier on in the season, and it looks like an endurance victory. They had power steering dramas at Paul Ricard. They, of course, got wiped out at turn 1 at Monza, like quite a lot of the front of the grid did. Different story here, potentially. I know we've still got 13 minutes to go. Notice there's no interviews coming from the pit lane because drivers at the moment say, don't want to talk, too nervous, there's a long way to go, we're not finished yet. We're all thinking, yeah, 13 minutes, we know what the order is, but in the pit lane, nerves will be a jangling, won't they?
Yeah, and the teams will just be trying to ignore everything, any worries that they've got. They would have been doing everything for the last week. Good karma, holding doors open for old ladies, buying people drinks, anything they can do to try and get anything on their side as we fly through this final part. And again, you can see that Ferrari so good, able to hit the apexes, really roll speed through the corner, but is unable to get past the Mercedes.
Thomas Preining, if he can hang on in there for another 13 minutes effectively, he's going to have his first ever win in GT World Challenge Europe. It will be a first endurance win for Bastien Bus and Ricardo Feller. They've been sprint winners but not endurance winners, so it would also be a first win for Lion Speed. It would also be the first time the 24 Hours of Spa has been won by a car that started in the pit lane, so there's quite a lot of history being made right now as you look from Alessio Rovera's point of view at the climb uphill. The Ferrari 51 always demon through that first sector, as you see on the circuit performance graphic. Porsche number 80 the best in the second sector.
Yeah, we go into the garage of Lion Speed. You can see that pensive look, kind of want to look, kind of don't want to look in equal measures, and they're just going to have to will it home. 6 more laps to go.
Just to make the point about the pit lane start for number 80 Porsche, it wasn't the first one in the queue even, because 84 Audi elected to start from the pit lane by choice and was at the front of the queue before they were, so they weren't even first out. They were the second in quite a long queue in the end of cars that started the race from the pit lane. But Thomas Preining going up the hill and is now 17 seconds ahead of Auer, who is 7/10 ahead of Rovera. Ayhancan Guven is closing though. The 4th place Porsche. Can we get Guven for the podium? Look at this. He's 2.2 seconds back from Rovera with just over 11 minutes to go. Rovera not making the progress against Auer, but Guven for the podium, it might yet happen.
Yeah, not much to lose. I spoke about which positions have a bigger weight. 4th to 3rd is one of the bigger ones. So Guven will be fired up to maybe right the wrong. Be interesting to get his point of view on that incident. Of course, drivers never admit mistake, but sometimes they show a weakness of maybe I wouldn't do it again sort of vibe.
But Porsche haven't put in here to drive around and just keep out of trouble, have they? They've put in here to be fast. You know, that's why they threw him into the DTM last year. That's why they plucked him out of One Make Porsche Racing. He's a Red Bull athlete as well, Ayhancan Guven. So Red Bull, again, employed because of the results. So if you want somebody that's just going to drive around and bring the car back unmarked, well, there's a list of drivers there. But if you want somebody that's going to be absolutely flat chat every lap, you need a Guven, and that's what he's done. And he's done some hard racing in this.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's proven that part of his armoury, and there's just an optimum car in the way at the moment. But the number 5, I think, of Vega will get out of the way.
AF Corsa's faces say the dream is over, but Guven is 1.7 seconds back. Those faces might be even more po-faced shortly because Guven is closing. Yeah, he's got to get past that McLaren, but you can see they've been through all of this effort and anguish and optimism and heartbreak, and it's not going to be a win for AF Corsa. After everything Alessio Rovera has done, 3 tyre failures, effectively, you can blame.
Yeah. And penalties for that car as well, of course, have hurt it over the course of the race. It could have been, should have been, and I don't think it will be.
Yeah, they got 15 seconds for a full course yellow. They got a 5-second penalty for contact with number 2, and the punctures as well. There, Ricardo Feller, Bastien Bus. Settle in, if you can settle, with 10 minutes to go, to watch the pictures, to bite their nails, to barely breathe. A little light on the back of the Porsche are blinking. They're the Lion Speed engineers staring at all of the screens, all of the data. And Thomas Preining will be hearing every noise inside that car.
They've really made their garage quite dark, haven't they? It looks quite ominous. Preining here, just looking at another AF course Ferrari, isn't he? And he'll be slightly perturbed by that, but that 52 car in front is on for a class podium, so he's not going to play a silly game, because that is third at the moment in the silver class, 16th overall.
Through he comes then. So number 80, Thomas Preining, race leader. He's got, it will be about 8 minutes and 35 seconds when he comes over the line, and a lap at the minute is 2 minutes 19. The fans there on the Formula One pit lane, that's where the finish will be, but there'll be another checkered flag the other side of La Source for ceremonial purposes, and then the podiums, of which there are many, will take place in the fan zone. So the cars go into the fan zone itself at the bottom of this straight, just on the left. It's near where the Ferris wheel has been, and that's where the podiums, the 9 podium ceremonies, 10 really, because we have a trophy for the best Belgian driver. That's where they'll all take place. So they flick through Eau Rouge with 8 minutes on the clock, and Ricardo Feller dares not dream.
4 more laps. That's all it is. These drivers in the Pro, so these drivers will have done around 170 laps each. Just 4 more for this car to get to the end.
It's always a big responsibility to bring the car home. I guess it's also quite a feather in your cap. You know, it shows the pace you've got, the trust the team has in you.
Yeah, it's a massive honour, and you feel it across your shoulders. You've got to carry the weight, and all you're focused on is not messing up. But that isn't good enough to be a professional driver. You need to be fast and not mess up. He would say, luckily for Preining, he hasn't had to bring his A game in terms of pace and racecraft at the end of this, but he hasn't put a single foot wrong. Neither have his teammates either. It's been faultless from the whole crew at Lion Speed.
Yeah, looking at our chart of what's happened to cars during the race, all you could argue about is that engine change pre-race. The only other thing that we've had to note, no air conditioning and no drink bottle earlier on in the day for Thomas Preining, but it's just gone round and round and round, which is just what you need, and they've kept out of the pits, they've kept out of strife. He's on 3 track limit warnings, so there's not really a concern there.
Also, fair play to the mechanics for the engine change. It's not an easy job that to change a whole engine at a racetrack, of course, so that install has gone well. Fair play to Porsche for being able to supply engine, fair play for the engine being fast, fair play for it being reliable out of the box. So it actually adds an even bigger dynamic, doesn't it? Not only the pit lane start, I still think it's a harsh penalty, but the whole motor has stayed together.
And some quick maths would suggest that the number 48 drivers, Stoltz, Auer and Engel, only need 2 points across the remaining 2 endurance rounds to win that championship. So this has been another really good bank raid for the Team Mann-Filter. They might not get the maximum points at the 24-hour mark, but they've done well at 6, done well at 12, and done well, of course, in previous races. Into the chicane they come. Rovera still, as he has done for most of the day, staring at the back of that yellow Mercedes, but neither of them able to stare at the back of the race-leading Porsche. Thomas Preining is already on the run down towards Eau Rouge, the other side of these buildings, the other side of that hairpin.
Guven gap 1.5, 3 laps to go. Could be a consideration. He could be near, but he won't have much time to make a move.
No, he's got to really send it, hasn't he, if he does get near that Ferrari. What about traffic to help the case? Might be possible, but it's not that busy up the road, got to say. And in fact, the next back marker they'll catch is the Winward Mercedes. So if it's going to help anybody, it will be 48, the team car. There is Guven. Head down, keep charging. Enrique Chavez is 7th in that Valkenhorst Aston. The indestructible Aston Martin. Dan Harper 6th, Arthur Leclerc 5th. There's Guven 4th in the black Porsche. This is 3rd, Rovera 2nd, just up the road. There is Lucas Auer, turn out of Lecombe. 5 minutes to go now.
All the other classes just eyeballing. Doesn't look like there's a change for a podium position. Optimum will just miss out on the silver class with the 5 car. They're going to end up 20 seconds or so behind that. But the other classes all looking pretty set unless there were an issue.
So downhill goes the championship leading now. GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup championship leading Mercedes AMG, Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, Mario Engel set for points. Here is Alessio Rovera still there, ready to pick up the pieces if anything befalls Lucas Auer, but it does not look as though Lucas is going to put a wheel wrong. There is the number 80 Porsche heading then up towards Blanchimont, ready to start the penultimate lap by our maths, I would think. 4 minutes on the clock. Just see where he breaks the beam when the car comes through, but I'm reckoning this is going to be under 4 minutes, so he'd have time for 2 more, wouldn't he? With 2 minutes 19 being the time for a lap.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to spot some damage on this Porsche, considering the amount of cars it's overtaken. Was it 64 cars it overtook to get to this position? And again, that just adds to performance. All the bits of bodywork that get knocked, all the development that goes into the cars, they're all in wind tunnels in development. So as soon as you do some damage, the drag, the aero efficiency drops off. So of course that's going to be a massive benefit of why this car has been so fast, is that they've kept it clean.
So downhill goes Thomas Preining, flicks in towards Eau Rouge for the penultimate time, past the huge grandstand built on the far side, full of fans who've come back for the finish of this 79th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. As ever, it has been not only a fantastic race, but a massive production from SRO Motorsports Group for Stefan Rattel and his team of Patricia Kiefer, Laurent Gaudin, Sophie Perrin, who works on the event so hard for a whole 12 months, for the entire media team, Tom Hornsby and Emma Spearing and everybody else in the media centre feeding us all of the information, and Mike Scott, Ed Kingsford, Richard Hay and West Gillett, who have done a huge amount to make sure we haven't missed a single thing on track, whether it's been in the 24 hours or the support races. 100 people involved in the television production side, whether it's been cameras and riggers, whether it's been the tech team, whether it's been broadcasters, because we've had not only our English stream, but we've had a French, Italian, a German, a Flemish. I think Japan have done it off-site as well. And so 100 people, 10 different nationalities looking after the television side of all of this. And shall we give a hat tip as well to Niels Vitic, who has not left the race control room for over 24 hours. He's kind of become an honorary member of the commentary team as well. But Niels Vitic and everybody in race control as well deserve a big round of applause, because they've run a complicated race very well indeed. And thanks for your company, whether you've just joined in now, whether you've been with us all the way through. It's been great to have you with us for this latest outstanding CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Through the chicane goes the silver leading Ferrari of Alessandro Balzan. We've got just under 2 minutes to go. That means there's less than a lap time left in the race.
Is there anything left drama-wise of this race? Is the Lion Speed car just going to cruise round, enjoy the sights, take in the scenery for what could be the biggest victory of that quite young team's history so far?
Bastien Boost, 23 last week, is going to be the youngest overall winner since Jules Gounon, who was 22 in 2017. For IGTC purposes, this is the first time Maro Engel and indeed Maxime Martin won't win this year, as there the leading Porsche starts its last lap. Bastien Boost was Porsche's best place driver prior to this. The gap between him and Engel will be 21 points, but as Engel's not racing in IGTC again this year because of DTM commitments, this car and Bastien Boost as a driver could become IGTC champion. 15 of the top 16 in the race are IGTC point scorers, only the Aston Martin not eligible for that. So as the Porsche comes up the hill for the last time, Thomas Preining, Bastien Boost, Ricardo Fella are set to win this year's CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa.
The car has just looked so poised, hasn't it? From the first 6 hours onwards, looked okay in the opening part of the race. The team looking on. It will be the longest minute and 40 seconds from this point onwards as they wheel that car down all the way.
Race control to all teams. Just for info, we have a car stopped in the shortcut in turn 9 on driver's left. Please respect the yellow flags. Other than that, track is clear.
Looks like 32 BMW. So out of 8th place, Kelvin van der Linde has stopped. It's just sort of the corner before this, at the top of the hill, Speaker's Corner, as there, Ricardo Fella and Bastien Boost. Talk about going and sitting in a dark room when things get stressing. That's exactly what they've done. You're right. They locked themselves away. We look for the Porsche. Where is it? Number 80 into view. So Thomas Preining is going to bring it home, and it's hard here to run out of superlatives for an astounding job from the back of the field, from the pit lane to start off with.
We've never had a car from that far back, have we? I believe 29th was the lowest place we'd had a winner before. So this has really upset the record books, and it's going to be a hard one to beat. 64 positions gained for this 80 Lion Speed Porsche.
There is a checkered flag at the line, but then there'll be a ceremonial one the other side of La Source, but it's the one coming out of the chicane that matters. It's going to be a first Endurance Cup win for Lion Speed. It's going to be a first GT World Challenge Europe win for Thomas Preining. It's going to be a first CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa win for Thomas Preining, Bastien Bus and Ricardo Feller. Porsche wins the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa Line Speed GP from the pit lane start, brings it home as a race-winning team. Second is going to go the way of Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel and Lukas Stolz, and third to the number 51 Ferrari of Alessio Rovera, Tommaso Mosca and Nicholas Nielsen. Fourth over the line, Ian Schunguven in the Porsche he shares with Matt Campbell and Fred Makovici. What a race and what a result.
It was so many races in one, wasn't it? It was Ferraris to win, and then it went away from so quickly. Then Mercedes led for so many laps. Then Porsche, like we said, suddenly came forward. BMW were an outside shot. What could have McLaren done if they had some reliability? And then Aston Martin never quite on the door, but still a 7th place for Chavez after that lap 1 incident.
Applause all round, up and down the pit lane, and the fans, many of whom come here year after year, knowing just how tough it is to be able to get to the end of the race. Let's hear from the winners. Let's get to the pit lane because Ricardo Feller and Bastien Bus are there, and there's going to be a lot of emotion in that garage.
Bastien, what an emotional moment for you guys. You won the 24 hours. You won the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa, starting from pit lane. That was a flawless job from you guys.
I'm speechless. Yeah.
Bastien Bus does not know what to say. Can't believe it.
I'm going to get Ricardo.
We'll get Ricardo Feller. He might have some words, but Bastien Bus has just had the biggest win of his life.
He's not a liar, is he? He said he's speechless and he walked off. So I can understand why. You can see he was trying to hold back the tears.
Let's get the bronze winners over the line. Mathieu Joubert, Dennis Marshall, Ben Tutt, Dustin Blattner win bronze. A great effort by that Castle Racing Ferrari. And there you've got the gold winner in the background and the silver winner behind that. Right, let's have a go at Ricardo Feller. Let's see whether he's any better at expressing his emotions to Ganel.
Ricardo Feller, Bastien was completely speechless. It's not your first ever 24-hour race. You know how hard it is to win those kind of races. You started from pit lane yesterday. Could you ever imagine getting that win today?
No, absolutely not. It feels amazing. I'm also a bit speechless. Just want to say a very big thank you to the whole crew that they didn't give up, even though we had to start from far back and not everything went as planned. And yeah, they kept believing and they did an outstanding job. And yeah, they fully deserve it. So I'm very, very proud.
That Porsche car was so fast over the last hours.
Yeah, it was. Yes, seems like the car only got better throughout the race. So also at that point, again, a great big thank you to our engineers to set up the car perfectly.
Congrats on that great win.
So Ganel Longy getting the first reaction from 2/3 of our winning team, and we'll hear from Thomas Preining very shortly indeed. There'll be some different emotions at Team Manfilter. You know, to come second in a 24-hour race, you've done all of that. You've worked so hard. I know somebody's got to be second, but you can't really get really excited about second place, can you?
You're so close to it and you can smell it, you can see it, and you just start to go, what if? And that's the hard bit with any sport, and motorsport over 24 hours seems to intensify those emotions, which he seems like he's just kind of floating, doesn't he? He's not quite with it in a very positive manner, I mean that by.
So there is the winning car, and the man that owns Lion Speed, Patrick Kolb, is also going to be on the podium for third in bronze. So he's worth sort of two conversations in a sense, one about his race and one about his team, because that's quite something. Don't forget, this is the first year Lion Speed's had a pro entry. This is the first year it's ever operated at this level.
It's a big step when you say, well, they're used to running in the championship, but to run a pro, the marginal gains that you need and the expertise you need to run the car just goes to a new level. And the car's been fast from day one at Ricard. The reliability wasn't there, and then suddenly they've just turned a corner, haven't they? And that car has run faultlessly for 541 laps around here at Spa, and like I said, it hasn't got a mark on it, and the drivers have got to be commended for that, because there's been a few poor driving standards out there, some damage to cars that wasn't needed, but this one seems to have survived everything.
So Thomas Preining slowly brings the car back, getting the pickup to help with the ride height, help with the weight, but also to savour the moment. And years ago, the cars used to be sort of taking the flag at the exit of the chicane and then wave down the endurance pit lane, and that was that. But a full in-lap, all the marshals are there in time-honoured fashion with all of the flags, and Thomas Preining going off the road, as you see, to now get that rubber. He's been trying to avoid it for the majority of the race. Now he wants as much on the tyres as possible, as I say, to make it a bit higher and to make it a bit heavier.
Exactly, and fair play to all the marshals as well. It's a huge amount of them out there to keep all the drivers safe, to keep the race running smoothly. You could hear them reporting weather to Niels Vittich, so very cosmopolitan feel as well to the marshalling team here for the Spa 24.
Yeah, quite a few British marshals as well, and there the cars come to the pit lane, and you know, much as this is an event, capital A, capital E for many, it's just yet another race. If you're a driver, because, you know, some will already be dashing to the airport, their last stint done or their car retired in the night, and they're already, perhaps most of them, thinking about where do we go next weekend. But not Bastien Bus, not Ricardo Feller, not Thomas Preining. They are thinking about the podium. They're thinking about a party, perhaps, because they've just won the biggest and best GT3 race in the world.
Not to get too deep, but as a driver, you give your whole life to this. From a karting age where you're missing parties, you're focused on this, your schoolwork's terrible, you're putting all your eggs in one basket to drive around in circles. So when you finally get that bit of redemption, which these guys have got, makes it all feel slightly worthwhile. And that's the life of a professional racing driver. There is a huge amount of sacrifice, but there's also a huge amount of blessing in what you get to do.
And if you can do it for a manufacturer, if you can do it for Porsche, it's got to mean something. And Porsche, which is not in sort of an identity crisis with its motorsport activities, but it's pulled out of the hypercar program and World Endurance. It's concentrating on, as ever, its one make program with new cars coming into certain areas next year and concentrating on GT3. But if you're in a good program with Porsche and you're winning races, what's not to love? There's the winning car then. The SRO officials explaining where the car needs to go. There's Arthur Leclerc in the background, sorry.
It'd be quite understandable if the drivers didn't know. They probably hadn't paid attention to that, where they should be parking at the start of this race, starting from pit lane. They probably didn't believe it would be happening.
Yeah, you've got the winning cars that we need for the podium. You've got the other cars into Parc Fermé, and there is number 80. If you think back last year, we had drivers having to go for rehydration at the end of the race. Mirko Bortolotti, for example, did the last stint. But the fact that we've had drivers, OK, Preining has done a double, but it's cooler today, but very few double stints. Drivers actually in a far better state than we might have anticipated.
Yeah, I think in the here and the now, I think fatigue-wise, tomorrow is going to be hard for a lot of them. And yeah, the energy that you put into this 24 hours, it can, as you get older, take a few days to recover from it. Just if we can hear anything they're saying. They're both quite relaxed characters, aren't they? I think the emotion got to Bastien, and now he's starting to realise it. And Feller is a cool, calm, calculated driver.
And there's the podium, which is, again, the huge stage that was being used for the concerts last night. The fans were allowed down there, as you can see. They some electing to stand, if you like, on the driveway where the cars will come in. Others already in front of the podium. And that's your Parc Fermé area. So the cars, some required for the podium, will be allowed by. Others that are just needed for the technical checks will be there. There's race control. Thank you, Niels Vittich, who gives us a cheery wave. The Santa Maria sisters, who've looked after track limits for us. Well done, race control. Some of the fans are heading for home, but Niels Vittich has been a huge part of this event with his army of people, that great team that he has around him, looking not only at what's happening on the track, but what's happening in the regulations. Jackie Groom, for example, and all the numbers that she's had to crunch about stint times, and other people looking at track limits, other people looking at the drive time and whether it's been, you know, the right amount in the right time, whether people have gone too far or under. Remember, we had that stop-go for a technical pit stop. So many regulations exist, but they all have to be checked, and all the data has to be there. Stefan Ruhl, the chief timekeeper from Swiss Timing, again, his team of people have done an outstanding job to provide the data for us to be able to understand the race, as well as the officials to police it.
Yeah, we can't have such a professional event at such a high international standard without all the backroom staff and all the rules, regulations. 144 pages of the sporting regs. That's before the Spa 24 supplement. And yeah, it's a huge amount to digest.
Well, we've heard from Bastien Bus, we've heard from Ricardo Feller. Let's hear from the man that brought him home, Nina Jade Pauls, with Thomas Preining.
Thomas, you have just made history as the 2026 winner of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa in front of 130,000 people, record-breaking attendance. Not only have you won Spa 24, Thomas, but it's your first win in GT World Challenge. Talk us through your emotions.
Honestly, I'm so proud of the team, first and foremost, and of my teammates. We had the worst possible start to the week with a broken engine after the parade, so we had to start from the pits. And in most other teams and in most other scenarios, you kind of give up before you even start in that case, but we didn't. We always believed, and we made it. I'm so happy. I couldn't be any more proud of everybody involved, and massive thank you. It's been a wild season. It's the first race we finish, actually, so I'm glad it's this one.
I mean, how special is it? You've won Spa 24, your first ever win, and you've had a bit of an unlucky season. How good does this feel, Thomas?
It's mega. I mean, it's my first 24-hour race win in general. It's not for a lack of trying. It just kind of never really happened for me. I'm glad it did now. I want to see my team. I don't know where they are. I will find them, I guess.
Your team are on the way. They're walking down. They'll be joining the celebrations very shortly, and we'll have a word with all of you.
Thank you.
Well, Thomas Preining awaits not only his teammates, but their congratulations, and then there'll be more emotion, no doubt, to flood out of all three of them at the end of a superb drive by Thomas Preining. And the fastest lap of the race, for which there is an award, will incidentally go the way of Alessio Rovera, who has tried everything to win the race. Now, what about the gold winners? Let's get to Ugo de Wilde, along with Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingmann. Let's get to Bryn with them.
I can tell by your face that this has been it's been a long, long race. You started way back in P24, you climbed up to 12th overall, but most importantly, it's the class win, the gold win. What a victory for you.
Yeah, really happy, really proud of the whole team of BMW, which gave us a really reliable car. It has been a tough week for us, but I think we stayed out of trouble. We did no mistake, not a lot of track limits, and my teammate did an unbelievable job, and also Team Rovera Racing was very strong, so really proud to be winning in Gold Cup.
I was going to ask you what the key to the success was, but it seems consistency was the key to your success in very, very tough conditions, it has to be said.
Yeah, definitely. It was very hot in the car, so we had to be consistent, we had to stay out of trouble. I mean, in the end, we knew we had a big gap to P2, but still, you never know what can happen. In the last stint, I had a moment with the traffic and etc. So, yeah, really happy. Good points for the championship, and now let's celebrate.
It's a great result for the championship, but overall, you've just got yourself a class win here at Spa 24. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Ugo de Wilde, very much a local hero. I think I said in the race, his father has often been a press officer for events here. His sister looks after the PR and communications for WRT, Luna de Wilde. So very much a family affair is motorsport, but a win. And there now we have Thomas, Ricardo and Bastien can all celebrate their win. We round up all of the top three teams across the classes. There are podiums not only for the race, but for IGTC. There is the Coupe de Roi for the winning manufacturers. There's the Paul Frere Trophy for the winning Belgian driver, the best placed Belgian driver. I'm pretty sure is going to be Alessio Picariello. Well, there's the gold winning BMW in Super Slow-Mo. Ugo de Wilde, Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingmann bringing that home. And for BMW, slightly tough race, but good results in the classes. Silver, Alessandro Balzan, Rafael Duran, Dylan Medler, David Perel. They are with Nina Jade.
Well, I'll speak to you first. The biggest GT race in the world, and you've won in silver class. What does this victory mean to you?
It's phenomenal. I mean, Rinaldi's such a small team, and I get emotional, honestly. You cannot speak Dale.
Well, we'll give you a minute just to catch your words. I mean, look, the race was intense. There were moments where you were leading, there were moments where you weren't. It was up and down the whole race, but you triumphed in the end.
We never give up as a team. You know, this is a team effort, so great job, Rafa, Dylan, and of course, David. You know, it's only his third time winning this one, so it's gonna get emotional, I don't believe it. It's my first 24 hours, and again, Rinaldi Racing is really family. You know, I start racing with them this year, and it's special. You know, it's really amazing. All the fans, even with the heat. So thank you to everybody. This is really special.
Absolutely, and it is David's third time winning in 3 different classes, we should point out. Dylan, this is huge. What does this mean to you?
It means so much. I wouldn't have liked to do it with any other group of guys. I mean, we've really been through it, and Rinaldi has delivered a perfect car. Like Alice said, it's family, so just an amazing result.
Rafael, the race was tough. Conditions were hard. How physically and mentally draining was it, and how good does it feel now?
I think there was nothing that could have prepared me for this race, honestly. My first 24 hours of Spa, and it did not live up to anything of what I was expecting, but I honestly, it's going to take me a couple of weeks to process where I am right now and the environment, and I could not have done it without the team, Rinaldi, and the drivers, because it was very unexpected, and I'm so happy.
Well, congratulations, enjoy this.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Rafael Duran, who we've seen in GT4, and we've seen him in the Ferrari Challenge, as also Dylan Medler, but making that graduation. So top work from them and the Rinaldi team. Facts are still coming. We've touched on the fact that Ricardo Feller and Bastien Bus are also winners of this for the first time. That's the first IGTC win. Thomas Preining was the best point scorer at Nürburgring in 2024, but was second in the race. Let's get back now to bronze winners and Bryn.
It's not a bad debut, is it? If you're going to come to Spa and race in the CrowdStrike Spa 24 hours as your debut and take a victory in class, I think you should retire now.
It was amazing. Now I would like to continue and to race again with this team, with these teammates. It was an amazing race. The lineup was amazing. I think my teammates did a perfect job, and I had just to finish the work they did.
You were saying to me that you didn't really have an amazing pace, but it was consistency that was the key, and just great performances throughout.
Yeah, exactly. I think in a pure pace we were not struggling, but not the fastest car on track. But yeah, my teammates did a perfect job, and at the end the strategy was good also. And the important thing is that we took maximum point for the championship at the 6 hours, 12 hours, and 24 hours. So for the team, it's just perfect.
Yeah, that is absolutely the definition of perfect. Congratulations, what a fantastic result. Come back next year, you better win to keep that record at 100%. Well done.
Thank you.
Mathieu Joubert brought the car home. Interesting, actually, that I think we said at the time, we were slightly surprised it wasn't Dennis Marshall, but Mathieu Joubert has fitted into that squad very, very nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And 10th overall for that car. That's joint highest finish ever for a bronze car in a very competitive field this year as well.
Now, what about Pro-Am? The Corvette is victorious there. And Jeffrey Ibrahim, Abu Bakir Ibrahim, the two Malaysian princes, Ben Green and Jordan Love with Nina Jade.
Yes, here with our 4 Pro-Am winners. Not your first Spa, but your first class win.
Yeah, I mean, great result for everyone. I'm just immensely proud of Johor Racing. You know, it's their second year of competition. Second year trying Spa 24-hour with the Corvette, and it's just such a fantastic result for everyone. You know, everyone works so hard in the background, and my 3 teammates did a fantastic job as well. And we made it hard for ourselves at one point, but we came back in the end, and really happy for everyone.
That's the nature of Spa sometimes. It's a real roller coaster of emotions. How special is this for you?
Oh, it's extremely special, and you know, I can't begin to thank these 2 legends standing here next to us and all the boys and girls at JMR standing behind you. Like, we wouldn't be here today without this whole team, and how far the team has come as a collective in the last couple of years is pretty impressive what they've done. And to be at Le Mans only a couple of weeks ago competing, and then to back it up here and to end up with a win is extremely special. So I can't thank them enough to be a part of it.
Well, congratulations. And then coming over here, this was one of the hottest Spas on record, if not the hottest. We'll get it verified.
Yeah.
Does that make this win feel even better for the work you put in?
It felt like home for me.
So you're used to these conditions, it was quite easy.
Everyone else, it was like home to me, but no, it was really hot, but thankfully our aircon in the car worked really well, so yeah, really happy to everyone. You know, we had few hurdles in the start and everyone pushed all the way until the end and we did not give up. You know, it's our third Spa here and we finally win it, you know, so really incredibly proud of everyone involved, the whole team and all my teammates, you know. We worked so hard for this one, so yeah, happy.
It was a tough race. Like your teammate said, you made it hard for yourselves a little bit. That's the roller coaster of Spa, but talk me through your emotions.
Just unbelievable. It's my second time here. We had a tough time last year, but yeah, here we are, winners of Spa 24 Pro-Am, and I'm very grateful for that.
Congratulations. Enjoy this, guys.
Thank you.
So well done to the JMR team. And an excellent job. The point made, yeah, they're improving all the time and now coming to race on an international stage like this. Yeah, they've done well in GT World Challenge Asia, but hey, WEC events and GT World Challenge Europe, IGTC events, this is something different.
It's a big step up, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the first win for Corvette since 2009 as well, when they won it overall. So good to see Corvette on a top step of a podium.
Now let's get back to our winners, because Nina Jade has rounded up all three of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa winners.
Bastien, you were speechless when Gwenelle spoke to you a little bit earlier, but you are our youngest overall winner since Jules Gounon in 2017. There were 15 previous winners on the starting grid, and you three have just joined a very exclusive club. At what point did you start believing this race was yours to lose?
Oh, I think we believed in it from the very beginning, but we knew it was a long way forward. So yeah, after the night when I woke up and saw Tommy was in P2, I started to believe a bit more, and we did the right calls at the right time, and thanks to the team for that, and thanks to the two legends next to me for keeping everything in one piece and delivering when it matters.
It was a really strong lineup between all three of you. You guys left nothing on the table. Ricardo, your first win in endurance.
Yeah, feels good. Feels good. I mean, everyone's always looking at Spa. It's obviously the highlight of the season, and everyone who competed in this race knows how tough it is to win it and how much can go wrong. And to have a day like this is just amazing.
Well, if you're going to win an endurance race, this is the one to do. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Bastien Boost, Ricardo Feller, Thomas Preining, they have done it. And Lion Speed, a young team, Patrick Kolb, amateur racer, wanting to step up to the big league of GT racing, started his own team, and what a day for him. He's on the podium as a driver, third in bronze, and it's his team that wins the biggest and best GT race in the world. On the podium is the Belgian circuit speaker, Vincent Franssen, and he's going to call forward the dignitaries for the podiums and indeed the drivers in due course. And we're going to start with the overall podium, and for that we'll await the drivers, and they will head to the podium shortly. It's going to be the top three in terms of GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup as well as Intercontinental GT Challenge. So it's the same podium, if you like, for both the race and IGTC. So we won't be far off, hopefully, getting drivers there. They make their way around the back of the podium. Hopefully there are SRO officials there to round them all up, because herding drivers is a bit like herding cats, but...
I find offence that, if I was a cat.
Would you really?
No.
I'd be quite proud I've been linked to a bloke that's just won the 24 Hours of Spa, especially if he drives a Porsche. Let's look at the result. Ricardo Feller, Thomas Preining, Bastien Boost, the winners from Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, Maro Engel, and then Alessio Rovera, Tommaso Mosca, and Nicholas Nielsen rounding out the podium. Fourth, Ian Shinguven, Matt Campbell, and Fred Makovici from Lilo Wadu, Arthur Leclerc, and Sean Galisle. Valentino Rossi was sixth, along with Dan Harper and Max Hesse. Shake my head again. Jamie Day, Christian Cronjes, Enrique Chavez seventh after what that happened to the Aston on the opening racing lap. Maurice Schuring, Dorian Boccolacci, Alessio Picariello ninth. Picariello, the best Belgian to win the Paul Fred Trophy. Ninth, Augusto Farfus, Jake Dennis, and Raffaele Marciello, the first car a lap down, so 8 on the lead lap, and 10th the winning bronze, Dustin Blattner, Ben Tapp, Mathieu Joubert and Dennis Marshall. 14th the winning silvers, Rafa Duran, Dylan Medler, Alessandro Balzan and David Perel. And the best of the Pro-Am entries was in 29th place. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Prince Abubakir Ibrahim, Jordan Love and Ben Green. And the winning gold, 11th, Ugo de Wilde, Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingman coming home victorious there. We started with 69 and we're still awaiting final confirmation, but I reckon it's going to be 44 classified. The question mark's about number 32 BMW, which stopped on the last lap, and I need to double check when I get a moment whether you have to take the checkered flag on the road or you can just do it on distance. The podium is underway. There are your third place drivers. Alessio Rovera on the podium for third, along with Tommaso Mosca and Nicholas Nielsen. Here come Maro Engel, Lucas Auer and Luca Stolz. Ferrari third, Mercedes AMG second. But the result of all results from the pit lane, Line Speed GP's Porsche 911 comes home as the winning car. To the podium come the winners of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, Bastien Bus, Ricardo Feller and Thomas Preining. Handshakes all round, a fabulous effort for a relatively young team, not as experienced nor successful as Winward nor AF Corsa, but it's Lion Speed GP that wins at Spa. For the German team, for Lion Speed GP, German national anthem plays, and then very shortly the trophies will be presented. Lion Speed GP's Patrick Kolb to the podium, makes his way then to join the drivers. What an effort and a wonderful result for, as I say, a relatively young team, but boy, it's risen to the occasion here this weekend. Lion Speed GP taking a race win in the 24 Hours of Spa. Now the trophies will be brought forward. It will be Francois Cornely, the president of the RACB, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, to make those presentations. And he studies the trophies to make sure that they go to the right people, starting, I think, with the team, and then the winning drivers, and then we'll go to second and to third. But quite a moment. I mean, if you, as a driver, look around you, as a team owner, you look around and you see just who you've beaten. That's AF Corsa over there. They've won Le Mans, for example. They've won this before. That's quite a scalp to claim.
Massive, isn't it? Can't be many team owners that have raced in the Spa 24 when their team have won. Can't be many team owners that have finished on a class podium when their team have won. That is an amazing feat.
The only one I can instantly give you would be Gordon Spice, who used to run the Ford Caprice, and he won with Jean-Michel Martin. And the other one would be Tom Walkinshaw, who won in the Jaguar XJS days, and TWR was very much his team. There, Abby Hay, the series manager of IGTC Intercontinental GT Challenge, steps forward with the medals to the top three teams. They're all registered for points within IGTC, so the winners' medals are presented. And a wonderful result at the end of another enthralling race. For Lion Speed, for Winward Racing, Team Manfilter in other words, and for AF Corsa, they are the teams in the top three. And now the winner's trophy, with some very famous names upon it, is brought forward. And there, the race winner's trophy to this year's victors, to Thomas Preining, to Bastien Bus and to Ricardo Feller, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa winners for 2026. A huge moment for drivers, a huge moment for teams, and some celebrations that will go on and on. But that marks line speed out as a major force to be reckoned with now in long distance racing. Well, as the winners start their celebrations, a couple of laps from home, I was mentioning a number of people that had had an enormous part in this. You all have as viewers. We have just ticked over 2 million viewers on our YouTube streams from the English, the French, the Italian and the German. So whether you've been with us or them, thank you for making this achieve mega numbers. Along with our many, many broadcast partners that have been taking the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa. All of you, wherever in the world you are, thank you for your company. And we hope you've enjoyed what has been a fabulous race. And what a story. A pit lane starting car wins after 24 hours. A nice touch from Maro Engel there to applaud the crowd as well. He was up here with us last night. Maro, one of the nicest blokes you'll find in GT racing, and a glug of champagne. That's well deserved. So let's have a quick look at what that does to GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It is Maro Engel, Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, the leaders. Now look at that, 74 points, plays the 33 of the not scoring at the end. Sorensen, Team and Drudy. Louis Pret, Tom Fleming and Benji Goethe in third. Good points for Bastian Boost, Ricardo Feller and Thomas Preining. But one hand on a championship trophy, it feels like there for the man filter drivers. This is overall, so if you're in the top 10, you score points no matter which class you are from. That's why you've got golds as well as silvers, mixing it there with the pros, and some bronzes, getting some good points as well.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how competitive some of those other class cars can be on these long endurance races, isn't it? And again, really shows you how fast these bronze graded drivers have got.
Now, let's try and grab a word with Lucas Auer, Lukas Stoltz, Maro Engel, a second place team.
Well, what a great result. I mean, I came to you earlier on. The victory was there, but it just wasn't to be this time, was it for you, Maro?
No, honestly, we can be very proud, and we are very proud of the race we did. Pretty much the perfect race for us. Gave it absolutely everything. Congrats to the winners. They were simply a bit faster, and we couldn't get them. But for us, a great race, and I think a great podium.
It's a great result for you when it comes down to the GT World Challenge Europe for endurance, but also for the Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. So it's, I mean, a great result, keeps your championship well and truly alive.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of points scored. The team did a fantastic job. These two guys drove amazingly. We had a small scare when in my last stint I got a cramp in my right calf, so I couldn't hold full throttle anymore, and we had to box immediately. But Luki was ready and jumped in, and yeah, these two guys drove amazingly, and obviously great points for us in the championship.
Let's quickly hear from them then. Let's go to first of all, that was a decent performance for you there. Shame you didn't get the victory for yourself and the team, but it's the next best, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we extracted almost perfect race. I mean, the boys and girls from Wimbledon, also my two teammates, they did amazing. We had 0 penalties, 0 issues with the car, so it was basically the perfect race. Solid points for us. Obviously, it's bittersweet if we finish second, but I think today that was our maximum.
Very much so. Luki, let's have a quick chat with you. I mean, you did a fantastic job in the car as well. Thoughts on the crowd, on the temperature, on the atmosphere, on being back here for the Spa 24, the CrowdStrike Spa 24?
Yeah, what a race. Amazing atmosphere. I mean, we had temperatures like crazy. Today is actually a bit better. And what a race. Big thanks to Team Winward, Mercedes-AMG, Maro and Luca. Absolute dream team, made a really, really mega job, and I'm very proud of that one.
And GT World Challenge Europe, it's very much alive. Well done.
Thank you.
Heading to that championship, aren't they, seemingly? Next stop for the GT World Challenge Europe runners is Misano, 3 weeks' time. It's not far off, is it? We've got an Asia round the week before that. It's a Sprint Cup event, though, in Misano. We'll reconvene for endurance towards the end of August at the Nürburgring for the 4th event, and we end the year reporting now. So, Lukas Stoltz, Lucas Auer, Maro Engel taking second. Interesting to hear about that cramp that Maro Engel was suffering from. but he at least takes the points for second place. And what about Alessio Rovera, Tommaso Mosca and Nicholas Nielsen for third?
I don't know. Tommaso, Niklas, for sure you should be disappointed of that P3 because you fought so hard to try and get that win. What's your feedback on that race?
Yeah, I mean, we are not so happy because we knew we had something to win this race, but we had a few setbacks, like the puncture after 2 hours or 3 hours, and then some contacts and whatever that made our life very difficult. Alessio and Niklas did a mega job and so the team. Maybe we were a bit happier if we would win, so but it's okay like this.
Niklas, maybe another try next year?
Yeah, I mean, now it's been a few years in a row that Ferrari has been close, and we really hope that it was going to be this year. But you know, it's always easy to say before the race, and I mean, considering where we were yesterday night, I think it's also a bit bad to be disappointed, you know. But it's one of these races where you win or nothing. So for us, yeah, of course, it's a disappointment. But like Tommy said, I think the team and ourselves, we did a good job coming back. But in the end, unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Congrats anyway on a great fight. Thank you, guys.
Thinking what might have been Tommaso Mosca, Alessio Rovera and Niklas Nielsen, who was very, very rapid, but Alessio Rovera taking the fastest lap, and indeed there is an award for the fastest lap setter of that race. Meanwhile, we move next to the gold podium, where third has already arrived, the combination of Adam Smalley, Freddie Tomlinson, Harry George and Ruben Del Sar. Brilliant result for second place. Gilles Magnus, Robin Knudsen and Alessandro Giretti. First time they finished a lap, never mind a race this year, first time they finished a lap. And number 10, the Butson VDS Porsche second, but the Gold Cup winners for 998, it's going to be Tim Tramnitz along with Hugo de Wilde and Jens Klingman. In fact, Hugo de Wilde is going to be the second best Belgian driver across the line, isn't he, looking at that? So well done to the Rover Racing drivers. Hugo de Wilde, Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingman step forward as the Gold Cup winners.
Here are the winners of the Gold Cup. Hugo de Wilde, Tim Tramnitz, Jens Klingman. Congrats to Hugo.
All smiles, the Rover Racing drivers then make their way to the yellow step out of the Belgian colours for the podium. And Hugo de Wilde, local hero for the top step. Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingman celebrate the Gold Cup win. Great job done by the Rover Racing BMW drivers. They will be trophies for third, for second, for the team, and for, of course, the winners. And we welcome to the podium Bernadette Spinoy, the Directrice Générale of Total Energies Marketing Belgium, and she will make the presentations to the winning drivers. En famille, by the look of it. So Bernadette Spinoy steps forward, and the entire family will be looking after trophies. So in keeping with the family feel of the event, let's say the same for the podium. But well done to our race winners in gold. Trophies aloft for Jens Klingman on the right as you look, to Tim Tramnitz, to Hugo de Wilde. And then the trophies for third and second, and the drivers hold the trophies aloft, ready for photographs, and there'll be champagne in a moment. Lots and lots of photographers all at the front there, making sure they've got exactly what they need. But the Gold Cup winners for Rover Racing, Hugo de Wilde, Tim Tramnitz and Jens Klingman.
Et la troisième marche du podium pour Adam Smalley, Freddie Tomlinson, Harry George, Ruben
And now,
Delsart et Champagne.
the champagne awaits. Now let us get back to the podium. In bronze, Darren Lung, second in class, along with James Kellett, Leighton Fourie and David Pittard, all for Darren Lung's team.
Well, you've always got to get the young one in. I mean, this is a very, very special place and a very, very special result. I know it's not the result you'd want a P2, but when you look at it, this is mine, I'm sorry, this is mine. When you look at the championship, when you look at the performance out here and the conditions, it was a mighty, mighty result.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously we'd rather one step higher, but first off, congratulations to Kessel and Dustin and those guys, because they are always the guys to beat, and they executed a good race and they had amazing pace. So yeah, they did a great job. So well done to them.
We've been talking about the way you seem to be bringing these, bringing not necessarily young drivers through, but drivers that need a bit more of a leg up as well. It seems to be your speciality at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of the young driver, autistic guy whisperer a bit, to be honest. Like you say, this fella here, absolute beast, James Kellett.
It was a great performance from yourself as well, as Darren says.
Yeah, no, mega race. Obviously, slightly disappointing we're not on the top step, but we came here to do what we had to do, and we maximised points in the first 6 and 12 hours. And coming away with a podium, P2 is absolutely amazing. You know, the car was on fire. We did a mega job. All drivers did a fantastic job. The guys in the pits did a fantastic job, and yeah, we brought the car home. Car's barely got a scratch on it, do you know what I mean? And I'd say that's pretty much a perfect race.
Very much a perfect race. Before we disappear off, I just want to know if your little one wants to ask you any questions. Yeah. Did you want the mic? Did you want to ask any questions?
Do you want the microphone?
Congratulations to all of you. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Bryn, you're nearly out of a job, but well done, well played. So very happy Lung family, second place. Darren, a really good competitor. Really, really nice bloke, and as we've made the point, Bryn's just reinforced it. He's given lots of people an opportunity to come and have a go in GT racing, and James Kellett, he's certainly given a good opportunity to. James, no slouch from Ginettas and Porsches, but being able to now, without much of a budget, show what he's capable of on an international stage. And of course it was with Dan Harper that he was British GT champion a couple of years ago. Let's just flip to gold for a moment and address the point situation there. Louis Pret, Benji Goethe, Tom Fleming getting points at 6 and 12 hours, so they're ahead of Ugo de Wilde, Jens Klingman and Tim Tramnitz. Simon Birch, Frederick Schouthoff and Malte Edrup are third, and then it's Arthur Rougier, Simon Gachet next. So gold, a fascinating battle. And those drivers, as we saw at the start of the race, regularly, of course, now able to pitch for an outright victory. Tom Fleming, one of the real stars of the Gold Cup early on. So the next podium is for silver, and to the podium you can see already have come for third place the Ferrari quartet, Matthias Zagazzetta, Jeff Machiels, Gilles Stasbader and Francesco Braschi. Then for second place the number 30 BMW crew of Ignacio Montenegro, Matis Lismar, Amaury Cordial and Mathieu Dietrich, and then it is going to be our class winners, Rafael Duran, Dylan Medler, David Perel and Alessandro Balzan, and they make their way onto the top step for the Rinaldi Racing team, and that is another German squad. So congratulations to the Rinaldi Racing drivers then for Rafael Duran, Ferrari specialist, Dylan Medler likewise, in fairness. David Perel, as good a racing driver in the real world as he is on the sim, that's his main business these days. And Alessandro Balzan, who has been winning in Carrera Cup, Ferrari Challenge, in IMSA, a much decorated driver, but his first success in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. And for the silver podium, Matteo Braga, the Pirelli Circuit Activity Manager, hands the trophies to the winners. For third and for second, the trophies are at their feet, and that means that we can now congratulate Rinaldi Racing and a handshake all round. Drivers, well done. And then the photos can be taken. Pirelli, of course, a massive partner of this event, of this championship. Either side of the podium, the posters flank the artwork of one BMW, one the Porsche. The posters, big collector's items. I think there are 10 different ones, and even 4 different editions of the official program for the event. So he says as one, if you're a nerd that collects race day programs, do you get 4 or do you just settle for 1? But the 4 different options for you, and they've also sold well this weekend to a massive crowd that's on hand to celebrate the Silver Cup podium with the win for David Perel, Alessandro Balzan, Dylan Medler and Rafa Duran. A class win in silver for Ferrari, and it's going to be a class win in bronze for Ferrari as well, and we'll get to that podium very shortly. Drivers with their phones out for selfies, and over the hills the sky is blue once more here at Spa. The threatened rain, what rain really at the end of the race, just a few sprinkles that never amounted to anything at all, but all teasing the teams and giving them something else to fret about late race. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa then concludes for 2026 with some hard luck stories and some heroes made as ever. And for Rinaldi Racing, celebrations as the Ferrari team comes home victorious in silver. Already work going on the track, doing a bit of sweeping, a bit of clearing. It'll be busy again this week in the championship. In silver, Ignacio Montenegro, Amaury Cordil and Mathis Lismont are ahead by 28 points from Sebastian Nogard and Ariel Levi and Rocco Mazzola, who were out right at the very start. The first racing lap, they were gone. Another retirement, Alex Malikin, Alexei Nesov and Max Hofer. They were out, but are tied now on points by Jeff Machiels, Matthias Zagazeta and Gilles Stoudsbader. They are one ahead of Mathieu Dietrich, who's one ahead of David Perel, Rafael Duran and Dylan Medler. Of course, some of those names across the classes just have done this race, but because of the points allocation at 6 and 12 hours, as well as the end of the race, you can do very, very well and suddenly catapult yourself into the mix. It all feels very different, doesn't it? That small line of cars now on the grid. Just how different does the ceremonial pits area look from round about an hour before yesterday, when we had the grid absolutely full of cars and people and pit crews and dignitaries. And the podiums continue at Spa, because now Alessio Rovera makes his way to the podium in order to receive the fastest lap award, 2 minutes 17.340. He did it on lap 406, and a third place in the race, but Alessio Rovera takes the fastest lap award. It should be Matteo Braga, it is indeed, who gives the award to the fastest man at Spa, Alessio Rovera, with the fastest lap trophy. There's a Pirelli wheel, as it were, a Pirelli tyre, and there is the trophy as well. So third place, and not only the fastest lap of the race, but pole position as well. Alessio Rovera leaving nobody in any doubt as to his speed around the Spa circuit.
And congrats, what a quick guy.
What a quick guy indeed. Vincent Franson making the announcements on the podium, and he's never said a true word. Alessio Rovera, dynamite, and third place almost seems poor reward, doesn't it? The A, of course, a Ferrari, and you see there an inflated right rear tyre, but it wasn't always the way, as we saw 3 times they had dramas with that. But for the punches, it could have been a whole different story. Certainly that car never lacked pace, but it did lack a bit of luck. So from the fastest lap award, There is still bronze, the IGTC Independent and Pro-Am and the Coupe du Roi and the Best Belgian Driver awards to come. So the 10 podium ceremonies rattle through as best we can, rounding up drivers and teams and dignitaries. But there's another big team of people trying to make this rattle by as quickly as. And the next podium, having done the fastest lap category, is the bronze podium. And here for the third place will be Alex Fontana, Bashar Mardini, Axel Jeffries, and the man behind Lion Speed, Patrick Kolb. Patrick have a podium as a driver and a podium as a team owner as well. And out they come. Very happy indeed will be Patrick Kolb. Then for second place, you've heard from Darren Lung and James Kellett. They're going to be joined by Leighton Foury and David Pittard. A real shame that the other Paradigm car never got a racing lap in. It was eliminated in that accident on lap 1. But the Lung family, along with James Kellett, Leighton Foury and David Pittard, the Nürburgring resident, effectively lives a stone throw from the circuit, make their way to the podium. And the race winning team in bronze from the Kessel Racing squad to the podium will come Dustin Blattner, Mathieu Joubert, Dennis Marshall and Ben Tuck. For Ronnie Kessel's team, a great result. And as the team is there represented, the drivers will be next. Ben Tuck, Dennis Marshall, Mathieu Joubert and Dustin Blattner are our Bronze Cup winners. To the podium they come, to the top step they will head, and Ronnie Kessel's team can celebrate a race win here. Kessel Racing winning in bronze. So the Swiss anthem plays for Kessel Racing, and for a delighted team there will be the trophies presented. It is once more going to be, we understand, Bernadette Spinois from Total Energy Marketing Belgium, the Directrice Générale et Famille, who comes with the trophies. And for the 4 winning drivers in the Bronze Cup car, Dennis Marshall, who's been a Gulf 12 Hours winner, a decorated GT driver in Audis before he came to partner Dustin Blattner in the Kessel Ferrari. Mathieu Joubert, Caterham champion. Dustin Blattner, again a winner last year in GT World Challenge Europe of the Sprint Bronze, the Endurance Bronze and the overall Bronze, the combined championship. And Ben Tuck, a Dubai 24 Hours winner, a DTM trophy racer, the GT4 category in Germany, but from British Club Racing came Ben, and a very rapid silver driver indeed. Great to see him as a class winner. Bronze then, as you can hear in the background, being Ferrari, chased by BMW, chased by Porsche, and now more champagne to soak the podium. What a day though for Patrick Kolb. I know he's not won bronze, but his team taking the outright win, and him as a driver in bronze, a podium result. That is quite something for a still relatively young team. It's been only going for about 3 or 4 seasons, so that is quite something. Paradigm equally is a young team. Kessel Racing, the sort of wizened old pros, you might say, because they've been around for a long time. Initially running in Ferrari Challenge, one make Ferrari events, and then spreading wings to the GT3 world when that category started, and building up a very good reputation ever since. Now, Alessio Picariello is the Paul Frere Trophy winner for the highest placed Belgian driver across the finishing line. Alessio Picariello is with Canal.
Alessio Picariello, you're the winner of the Paul Frère Trophy for the best Belgian driver for this race. Tell us about your feelings today, because for sure you were fighting for the win.
Mixed feeling, to be honest. We were fighting in top 5 for quite long in the race, despite having some setbacks. I think it would have been tough to win or even podium, but it would have been nice to fight until the end. Fortunately, some stuff happened, which was a shame, and then the car was damaged, and we just wanted to survive. But then, last lap, the BMW broke down, and it gave me back the trophy of the best Belgian, so second year in a row, which is a good bonus, and I'm happy to get it. Yeah.
You'll have to come back next year to get that trophy again, and a bigger one as well.
Yeah, exactly. The aim is definitely the overall win, so we'll be back.
Thanks a lot. Congrats.
Alessio Picariello, who, if you go back quite a few years, was really making a name for himself out in China, racing in single-seaters and then GT cars, but he's been welcomed back into the European fold with great success, as we see Dustin Blattner and Dennis Marshall now with a 22-point advantage from Darren Lung and James Kellett in the Bronze Championship. Then Ben Tuck and Matthew Schober. They've only done this one race, but look at the amount of points they've amassed from Antares Au, who's had a tough race here, Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikov, Marvin Deans next. Lorenzo Petresi has been scoring well, but he's away in IMSA duties this weekend, so not able to race here at Spa. So the bronze victory to Kessel Racing once more. Dustin Blattner and Dennis Marshall building that championship lead at the end of a very successful 24 hours for them. There's a Pro-Am class to celebrate. There is the IGTC Independence to celebrate, as well as the Coupe de Rhin for the winning manufacturers and that Best Belgian award. The Paul Frère Trophy to Alessio Picariello. Paul Frère, great racer and journalist, and also one of the people that said to the RACB, you need to go and talk to that Rattel bloke, because he's got this really good GT category, and that would be the best thing for what was then a really struggling 24 hours of Spa. In the Independent Cup, we will have the winning drivers then onto the podium. For third place from number 79 Porsche, I should say, is the Tsunami RT crew. Johannes Elger is the driver who is registered for points, and he's joined by Fabio Babini, Daniel Gaunt and Nico Menzel. Then High Class Racing's Kerong Lee, he's the point scorer, and his co-drivers Anders Fjordbach, Bob Yuan and Leo Yi make their way onto the podium, or at least 3 of them do. I think we've lost Anders Fjordbach somewhere, Patron, the man that's looking after the team. So 3/4 of that squad is there. And then for the independent win, we're going to see them also for the purposes of Pro-Am. But Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Prince Abubakir Ibrahim, Ben Green and Jordan Love will make their way to the top step for the Johor Motorsports Racing JMR team. It is the 2 Malaysian princes that are registered for points, but the whole team, of course, for the podium. So well done to the 4 drivers. We'll have them back very shortly as the winners of Pro-Am. But the winning IGTC Independents in terms of scoring points, Prince Jeffrey and Prince Abubakir Ibrahim. And for that, there is now the Malaysian national anthem.
That's a victory for Carlo Zero, SRO Motorsports Racing GMR. It's a Corvette Z06 GT3 Air. His Highness Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Prince Abubakar Ibrahim, Jordan.
So for the Tsunami RT drivers, Johannes Zelger, Fabio Babini, Hiroshi Hamaguchi, Nico Menzel. The trophies, or the medals, presented by the series manager, Abby Hay. Hiroshi Hamaguchi brought in at the 11th hour to replace Daniel Gaunt. But the Japanese driver joining Nico Menzel, Fabio Babini, and a very happy Johannes Zelger, who is the point scorer in independence. Then the medals go to the other end of the podium, where Kerong Lee, Liu Yi and Bob Yuan await. Kerong Lee is the nominated point scorer for the high-class racing team. And then the JMR drivers, Johor Motorsports Racing, Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim are the point scorers, but there are medals also for Ben Green and Jordan Love. So the medals presented, and for our Corvette drivers, an IGTC independent class win and a Pro-Am win in the race. So they won't be going far before they're back on this podium. In fact, the Pro-Am podium almost could start now, couldn't it? But the medals and the trophies go to our independent cup drivers from the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And champagne awaits for the top 3 teams in this CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. IGTC independent honours to Prince Jeffrey and Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim, Ben Green and Jordan Love. Very happy Johannes Elger celebrating his podium with Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Fabio Babini. So the drivers can make their way off the podium, and a very happy Patrick Kolb is with Ganel Longy. He's been a podium visitor as a driver and a podium visitor as the winning team owner.
Patrick, what a day for you as a driver, for sure, being on the class podium, but as a team principal as well, as you won the overall standings here at Spa.
Yeah, I must say I have no words. It's incredible. We started here in GT World Challenge in 2024. Started with one endurance car in Bronze Cup. We got our first podium in Bronze Cup now as a team. We fielded our first year as a pro car, supported by Porsche as well, supported by Potentia. And it was such a hard start to the year. I mean, we had so many tough calls. We always had the speed, and now finally it paid off. It's incredible, and just to celebrate this with the entire team couldn't make me more proud.
Number 80 started from pit lane. Could you ever imagine that it could make it to the first step of the podium?
I mean, we dreamt it, that for sure. I think everyone hoped for it. We believed in it, and as I always say, choose to believe. We always have to keep on pushing, and then in the end, you see where you end up. I think it's the best you could have wished for, yeah.
So you did it, and you made history at the same time. Congrats.
100%. Thank you.
A really happy, really proud Patrick Kolb, and as he says, in what, 3rd season of competition, and they've gone from running a car in bronze to winning the 24 Hours of Spa. Quite an extraordinary achievement, and it's going to be quite a party, I think, tonight. Patrick Kolb celebrating a podium as a driver and as a winning team owner as well. Thomas Preining having brought the car home. What a moment for him. The Pro-Am podium is underway because we've already got onto it the combination of Patrick Charlet, Jordan Boisson, Marvin Klein and Benjamin Pack. Then for second place, up step the high-class racing drivers Kerong Lee, Anders Fjordbach, Bob Yuan and Liu Yi. Still only 3/4 of the squad. I think Anders Fjordbach may have had to go. But for the top step, once again, coming forward are Jordan Love, Ben Green, and the Princes Jeffrey and Abu Bakr Ibrahim. They are no strangers, of course, to this podium. They've just been here for the purposes of independent in IGTC. So once more, the Malaysian national anthem can be played.
It's a victory for His Highness Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Prince Abu Bakr.
So well done to Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, to Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim, to Ben Green and to Jordan Love, brought in late to replace Afik Yazid, who was initially on that entry list, as he had actually been at Le Mans, but was replaced there as well. But a win here for the Johor Motorsports Racing team, a fine effort, and that squad coming home with more than a little assistance from that brains trust of John McGregor as the race engineer and Maxime Macan as the strategy engineer. Matteo Braga from Pirelli is there with the trophies. They go to the winners. Second and third have the trophies in front of them. And so now, with a handshake, the celebrations can get underway as this rather treacherously soggy podium will have more champagne sprayed upon it. The team's trophy goes to JMR, and that, the top three in Pro-Am, won by Jordan Love, Ben Green, Prince Abu Bakr Ibrahim and Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Photographs taken, and once that's done and lots of applause has been heard, champagne awaits for the drivers, some of whom are wet enough and decide it's time to scarper. Very happy Kerong Lee taking more points in the independent part of IGTC. And as the team and drivers make their way off the podium, celebrations down in Pro-Am. Good to have the Pro-Am class as an annual part of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, not for points in the championship in GT World Challenge Europe. Now, what about the manufacturer's situation after all of this? Mercedes-AMG only now 15 ahead of Porsche. Big gap to Ferrari, third ahead of BMW M. And then Audi, that's had a really tough day, tough 2 days really, with that accident eliminating a car on the first racing lap and then the wheel coming off Alex Arca's car. They never had too many numerically anyway, but it's been really difficult for Arca's team here. Santalok having to uphold honours. I think 30th was the best Audi home. Etienne Shelley bringing the Santalok car to the line. So the podium still has the Coupe de Roi for the winning manufacturer and the Paul Frère trophy for the first Belgian driver home. You can see already the team from Spa and from SRO starting to bring down the signage to make Spa a place that can be used tomorrow should it be needed for track days, and still at 29 degrees this very, very warm weekend, keeping fans outside enjoying the weather. 29 degrees on the 28th of the 6th, and there drivers with photographs with the iconic Eau Rouge part of the circuit in the background. Some will be going to the press conference in the media centre behind me. The CrowdStrike signage there being taken down. So for some, the day's only just started. As for others, it's time to head for home. Is the podium being made ready for the Coupe de Roi, for the King's Cup, for the manufacturers. And we can eavesdrop on Vincent Franssen for a moment. It is Porsche that is the winning manufacturer for 2026. Points based on the number of cars up at the pointy end, and with a first, a fourth and an eighth, Porsche takes the King's Cup, the Coupe de Roi, for 2026. Porsche it is, victorious, and a great result with an outright race win and the King's Cup as well. And that should mean that there is one more award, and it is the Paul Frère Trophy. Paul Frère, great racer, journalist, lover of the sport, and as I said earlier on, the man who came up with the idea of putting the RACB and SRO in touch, and Alessio Picariello is the winner of this year's Paul Frere Trophy as the best placed Belgian driver home. He makes his way to the podium, throws a Pirelli hat to a keen crowd who hopefully will now give him a huge cheer as the very impressive Paul Frere Trophy is his for the second year in a row. Francois Corneli, the RACB president, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, he's the man that hands over a mighty trophy in memory of Paul Frere. Alessio Picariello, then the winner of the Paul Frere Trophy to round out his CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa weekend. The 2026 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa began in high temperatures and very sunny conditions indeed. The ACO president Pierre Fillon waved them away. And from pole position, Niklas Nielsen's Ferrari led the pack downhill towards Eau Rouge for the first time. Marvin Kirchhoffer's McLaren had a bit of a slide, nothing as bad as Ariel Levy, who hit the curb, hit an Aston Martin and then hit the wall. Mayhem broke out behind with cars cannoning their way into the barrier. We'd lost 4 by the end of the first racing lap, and then a sequence of full course yellows and safety cars continued, and Alex Arca's Audi was in strife as it lost a wheel, that being headbutted by Gabriele Piana's Mercedes. Number 50 Ferrari, the next casualty, that was in the gravel down at turn 9. CSA Racing's 555 McLaren turned around by the number 71 Ferrari. That got a penalty. And while 51 Ferrari led, it was game on for second. Maro Engel getting ahead of Tom Fleming as they went through Blanchimont. And before long, the first of 3 punctures did for 51 Ferrari. Niklas Nielsen had to limp round the full 7 kilometres before he could get back to the pit lane. They lost a lap and 2/3, but were still able to come back from that with some clever strategy and a bit of luck, while others were less fortunate. For example, Leo Yi had the bonnet come up on the high-class racing Porsche, and that caused an unscheduled pit stop. As the teams drove into the darkness, the concerts and the fan activities took attention, but others had problems. Sebastian Boad had a big accident that wiped his Aston Martin out of the race. And then we also lost the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche. Around it went. Further damage as other cars collected Jonathan Hui. That was them done. Drama also for number 58 McLaren. Louis Pret being turned around, and as lightning came, lightning would strike 1 or 2 teams as well. There was rain forecast, and coming out of Blanchimont, drivers having problems as the track was starting to become a little bit slippery, partly with the rubber down, partly with the drop in temperature, and a small fire at the front of the Ecurie-Ecos Blackthorn Aston Martin, although that fared better than Sarah Bovey, who had this monster shunt at Blanchimont. She was okay, the car rather less so. The rain was coming, but thankfully it came while the race was under a caution period. When we went green again, the rain had stopped, the road was soon drying out, and the McLaren of Louis Pret got into the back of traffic. That did the radiator and put them effectively out of the race. They were 28 laps down at the end, although plugged on for points. But through into the morning came the Lion Speed GP Porsche gaining places as Nicky Thiem had a spin at Radion and just clobbered the wall with the left front corner, putting 007 out of the race. The Lion Speed Porsche of Thomas Preining, Bastien Bus and Ricardo Feller was working its way up the order and wriggled its way ahead of 51 Ferrari to gain another place as Ayrton Guven went toe-to-toe with Raffaele Marciello, sweeping down through Eau Rouge, and I'm rather worried Augusto Farfus looked on. But if Guven was strong there, he couldn't repel Tommaso Mosca, who made a move around the outside. Guillermo Oliveira was rather less controlled as he turfed Eduardo Cosseteng out of the lead of Silva. Then Mosca went for the lead. He tried his outside line, but this time it didn't work, and that contact did another tyre. They'd already had to pit early in the morning with a slow puncture, so a third right rear failure brought them into the pit lane, and this time they couldn't recover. They got back up to third, but it wasn't enough, and the undercut on the pit stop worked for Lion Speed as the number 80 Porsche swept past both Ferrari and 48 Mercedes AMG into a lead it was never to lose with 4 hours to go. Number 2 Porsche from Boots and VDS was also coming into the mix, but that car ran out of luck after it rubbed up against Ayrton Guven's Porsche late race. But an uncompromising Niklas Nielsen was the first person to rough up Dorian Boccolacci. got a penalty for that, and then there was more drama. Porsche's Milner Motorsports entry into the barrier at the top of Eau Rouge. Driver Tobias Milner okay, but the race was neutralised. Now that was the damage that did for Maurice Schöring in the number 2 Boots and VDS car, and for it Eindhoven got a 5-second penalty to serve on the pit stop. 51 Ferrari delayed by the Winwood Racing bronze entry. But as the battle raged on for second, Thomas Preining was getting away up front. And a first GT World Challenge Europe win went his way as Thomas Preining, Bastian Buus and Ricardo Feller won the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. A great result for Lion Speed GP, and that has been the story of the 2026 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, another chapter written in the story of a brilliant event.